Chapter 1. Within a subterranean base in Sokovia. What is this place? The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the room echoed with piercing screams. Struggling to free himself from the darkness, Li Qi desperately sought to discern his surroundings. Yet his body, akin to that of a vegetative state, rendered him utterly immobile. He could only glimpse the source of the anguished cries with his limited peripheral vision. However, upon recognizing the source of the screams, his pupils constricted in terror, and a profound sense of dread engulfed him. A boy, seemingly around 10 years of age, was grotesquely restrained upon a cold, iron table, subjected to vivisection by two individuals clad in white protective suits. Organs, spinal cord, eyeballs, muscles. The boy was being dissected like a mere plaything, his flesh and components being systematically stored in glass jars filled with an unidentifiable liquid. Witnessing this horrific scene, Li Qi trembled uncontrollably, yearning to scream, to rise and flee, yet he found himself utterly powerless to respond. Experimental Report. May 15, 2004, 10:35 a.m. Subject 166 has lost all research value. Following dissection, it will be stored in Cold Storage 13, scheduled for disposal at the end of the month alongside other waste specimens from the same batch. One of the figures standing beside the iron table completed his notes and turned to the other, bowing respectfully. Dr. Parsons, the next subject is 167. Although he has temporarily withstood the effects of the TX-1 Super Soldier Serum without significant side effects, I urge caution, Doctor. In recent months, the attrition of your subjects has exceeded acceptable levels. If this continues without results, Baron Strala will restrict your resources, prioritizing other laboratories for research. John Deal's eyes flashed with a glint of defiance, but recognizing the scarcity of experimental resources, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. After all, Strala had never placed much emphasis on the Super Soldier Serum, focusing instead on the development of the rogue virus and superpowers. Had it not been for his fervent insistence, coupled with Baron Zemo's suggestions, this base might have long since vanished from Hydra's ranks. I am somewhat fatigued. I shall leave the extraction of Subject 167's bone marrow, blood, and organ samples to you. Deliver them to Laboratory 1. With that, John Deal disregarded everything else and exited the dissection room. Watching him depart, the assistant shook his head in resignation before turning to Li Qi. Don't look at me like that, it's merely survival of the fittest. With a nonchalant murmur, the assistant began to organize the instruments, cutting open Li Kai's abdomen to extract samples and bone marrow. Though he could not comprehend why he felt no pain, witnessing his organs and marrow being extracted sent waves of psychological torment through him. Unable to succumb to unconsciousness only deepened his endless state of dread. After teetering on the brink of collapse countless times, Li Qi was unceremoniously tossed into a cell barely 5 square meters in size. What the hell is going on? Over an hour later, perhaps as the effects of the anesthetic wore off, Li Qi finally regained control over his body. Leaning against the cold wall, he gazed at the bloodstains on his abdomen and back, for the first time fully grasping the meaning of a fate worse than death. Super Soldier Serum, Baron Strala. Recalling the conversation he had just overheard, Li Qi was uncertain of the circumstances, but recognized these two familiar terms. They led him to the grim realization that he was no longer on Blue Star, but had instead entered an unknown Marvel universe. Yet, without the memories of his original self, and with scarce resources at his disposal, even his knowledge of the Marvel timeline proved futile, offering no solace in his current predicament. I just want to live a decent life. I never wished to traverse worlds. Why was I chosen for this damned existence? If I must be here, I could at least escape back to my homeland. But why must I become a mere experiment for others to butcher? Just as Li Qi's mind was consumed by his anguished cries, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Multiverse Sign-In System initiated. Would you like to proceed with the first indiscriminate sign-in? The moment the prompt appeared, Li Qi felt no joy instead. He was engulfed in furious indignation. Damn it, are you the one who brought me to this world? However, his internal outburst elicited only a frigid inquiry in response. Would you like to proceed with the first indiscriminate sign-in? Faced with the system's lack of further response, Li Qi, no matter how furious he felt, could only nod in acquiescence to commence the sign-in. Regardless of whether the system had brought him here, the die had been cast. He could only pray that the system would be favorable, allowing him to escape this hellhole and live peacefully in this world. Indiscriminate sign-in commencing. Congratulations! You have acquired the natural type, Ice Fruit and Basic Armament Haki. As the system's notification faded, Li Qi felt his consciousness drawn into an abyss, where amidst the enveloping darkness, silver sparks surged toward him. The pain and fear he had endured dissipated entirely. An influx of knowledge regarding the cultivation of armament haki flooded his mind, while his previously frail physique visibly transformed, growing robust and powerful. Truly, this world of pirates, where every body is a monster, has allowed my once crippled form to transcend human limits and achieve an astounding 500 points of strength. As the awakening of armament haki concluded, Li Qi returned to reality, feeling the tremendous power coursing through him, a gleam of determination igniting in his eyes. Now, no one shall impede my path to freedom. Outside the cell, a patrolling guard, noticing Li Qi rise with a peculiar fruit in hand, furrowed his brow and barked sharply. "What are you holding? Who gave that to you? Hand it over at once." Yet, Li Qi paid no heed to the guard's shouts. Suppressing his discomfort, he shoved the ice fruit into his mouth without hesitation. Chapter 2. As the ice fruit entered his mouth, Li Qi could not suppress a gag. The remarkably sour flavor, even with his now enhanced body, was beyond his capacity to endure. However, alongside this tangy taste, a surge of power began to spread throughout his being. In an instant, countless frost crystals began to ascend the surrounding walls, and the temperature plummeted to sub-zero levels. In addition to the formidable power of the ice fruit, a series of inexplicable memories began to surface in Li Qi's mind. Is this the experience of using the ice fruit? Could be Akiji's memories? After briefly savoring these newfound recollections, a smile involuntarily spread across Li Qi's face. They spared him the time needed to familiarize himself with the ice fruit, rendering his escape significantly easier. The guards were momentarily startled by the changes emanating from Li Qi, yet they swiftly regained their composure and expertly emptied their magazines toward him. A flurry of ice shards danced through the air as a mist enveloped the area, obscuring Li Qi's form from view. "Where is he? Has he been dealt with?" Dr. Parsons' voice crackled through the guard radio. The moment Li Qi underwent his transformation, the guard had already triggered the alarm. After all, Li Qi was an experimental subject who could predict the peculiar transformations he might undergo. Such occurrences were not unprecedented once an experimental subject gained power. Resistance was the natural instinct. The guard's words were abruptly cut short as a right hand, composed entirely of ice, pierced through his chest, encasing him in a frozen sculpture. "Do not be hasty, this is merely the first. Your turn will come soon enough." As the mist gradually dissipated, an ice-clad figure emerged, emanating an intense chill. He seized the guard's radio and spoke. "Experimental subject number 167. You are unaware of the monumental presence you are affronting. If you can return now, I might overlook this incident otherwise. I shall be compelled to eliminate you. Do not presume that acquiring some extraordinary power grants you the ability to escape." Dr. Parsons' frigid voice resonated through the radio. "Then come at me, I am eager for it." Li Qi scoffed, crushing the radio in his grip. The shrill alarm echoed through the corridor, prompting all guards in the laboratory to spring into action. In mere moments, over 30 guards had amassed in the corridor before Li Qi. These fully armed guards exhibited no hesitation, swiftly throwing more than a dozen grenades. They commenced emptying their magazines toward him. Clearly, this was not their first encounter with such a scenario. Their actions were executed with practiced ease. Li Qi let out a cold chuckle, his feet pounding against the ground as he transformed into a blue streak of lightning, appearing directly before the guards. The explosions from the grenades posed no threat to his elemental form. Drawing upon the memories of his newfound abilities, Li Qi swung his right hand decisively. Ice spear. A barrage of ice spikes surged forth, catching the guards entirely off guard, reducing them to mere fragments. In the frigid temperatures, their blood froze instantaneously, halting their anguished struggles. For these guards, employing ice spear was an extravagant display of power. Even relying solely on the might bestowed by his armed haki, Li Qi felt no pressure as he disregarded the guards' firearms. However, the exhilarating sensation of overwhelming dominance was intoxicating. What in the world is this monster? Quick fire. Don't let him approach. Open fire, open fire. Witnessing such a brutal scene, the guards descended into chaos, their frantic cries echoing as they indiscriminately opened fire. Regrettably, to Li Qi, now adept in elementalization, their weapons held no efficacy. He transformed into an ice-wielding specter, impervious to the storm of bullets, advancing relentlessly. With a mere gesture, Ice blades over 2 meters in length materialized, leaving no one capable of resistance. A one-sided massacre commenced. As the carnage unfolded, Leichi gradually absorbed the memories associated with the ice fruit, growing increasingly familiar with its capabilities and dispatching foes with remarkable speed. Above the corridor's corner, the monitor flickered with a crimson hue, steadfastly transmitting the scene to the rear, even amidst the frigid air. Baron Stella sat behind a screen, observing with a smile as Leichi slaughtered his guards. Excellent, truly excellent low temperatures and freezing, completely immune to conventional firearms? As he witnessed Leichi's increasing mastery, Baron Stella's smile brightened even further. He held no illusions that Leichi would escape, rather. He hoped for the amplification of Leichi's powers. The more extraordinary the abilities, the greater the benefits they would bestow upon him. As for the guards, mere expendables, serving only as data collectors, they had met their fates honorably. Behind Baron Stella, John Deere hurried over, breathless. Baron Stella, this was entirely unforeseen. I never anticipated this individual would attempt a breakout. John Deere's expression soured as he regretted Leichi's destruction of the radio. Stella had arrived too swiftly for him to apprehend Leichi, and to protect his future experimental resources, he had no choice but to concede. I understand this was an unforeseen event. It is precisely what I have long desired to witness, is it not? Indeed, having sacrificed so many experimental subjects, we are finally witnessing results. Baron Stella instinctively attributed Leichi's transformation to the fruits of his experiments. To achieve such outcomes, even if John Deere had expended a few extra subjects, it mattered little. As long as results were obtained, he cared not for the price paid. Relay my orders. At all costs, we must capture this experimental subject alive. Watching Leichi rampage across the screen, Baron Stella's smile grew increasingly radiant. The capabilities of this experimental subject were astonishing. If he could measure the data from this subject, would he not possess an army of ice warriors? Amidst the slaughter, Leichi suddenly turned to the monitor, the flashing crimson light glaringly conspicuous. With a swift motion, he conjured an ice blade, shattering the monitor into fragments. Chapter 3 Baron Stella. The casualties among the laboratory guards have been too great. Perhaps we should relocate some heavy weaponry? One of his subordinates, glancing at the casualty report, ventured to suggest, if Leichi continues to wreak havoc, our safety here will soon be compromised. Fool, do you not comprehend the value of this experimental subject? Baron Stella narrowed his eyes, fixing his cold gaze upon his subordinate. If the guards are insufficient, then we shall reassign personnel from elsewhere. This is the most successful specimen we have had in many years. Such magnificent power. As he beheld the footage of Leichi's carnage, Baron Stella's eyes burned with fervor. It is merely a matter of sacrificing some expendables. Naturally, he would not dwell on it. As long as we can capture Leichi and replicate the experiments within him, we could swiftly raise an inexhaustible army of superpowered beings. Just imagine, a force where every individual possesses such terrifying strength, utterly impervious to firearms. Such power could easily dominate the world. In comparison to such a future, the loss of a few guards is trivial. As long as they can expend some of Leichi's energy, it will be worth it. In the face of Baron Stella's orders, his subordinates dared not defy him, hastily calling for reinforcements. Of course, Baron Stella did not come alone. His contingent was nearby and soon arrived at the laboratory. The target is currently on the second level. Teams 1 and 3 will encircle from the flanks, while Team 2 will launch a frontal assault to draw fire. Our objective is singular. We must capture the target alive, even when necessary. The use of lethal force is prohibited. Repeat, we must capture the target alive. Do you understand? Understood. Commence action. These individuals were markedly different from the laboratory guards. Each was fully armed, moving with swift precision, clearly elite soldiers. However, even the finest troops stood no chance against Leichi in a mere encounter. Team 2 was utterly annihilated. Aside from their distinct attire, there was no difference for Leichi. They were just like the laboratory guards. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Upon witnessing the obliteration of Team 2, the encircling Teams 1 and 3 found themselves momentarily stunned, despite being in battle. My God, are we truly expected to capture this creature alive? The captain of Team 1 wore a look of disbelief, let alone capturing him. Escaping was now in question. An elite monster? Having succumbed to the thrill of battle, Leichi finally recognized that the members of the first and third squads were distinctly different from the guards of the laboratory. He leaned slightly forward. His body surged forward with an astonishing velocity that the naked eye could scarcely perceive, without employing the power of his freezing fruit. In an instant, he stood before the leader of the first squad, delivering a fierce punch that penetrated the man's skull. Indeed, my strength has long surpassed what an ordinary person could withstand. Li Qi clenched his fist, feeling the tumultuous power surging within him. Although the remaining members of the first squad opened fire at once, Li Qi had already vanished from sight. Soon, both the first and third squads were utterly annihilated. Within the conference room, silence reigned. They had witnessed the destruction of the three squads from beginning to end. It was precisely because of this that they could more vividly sense Li Qi's formidable prowess. How magnificent! Beyond that unique freezing ability, his physical strength was equally astonishing. Baron Stella's smile grew ever brighter. Even as Li Qi continued his slaughter, he remained undeterred in his vision of a splendid future. Proceed, continue gathering data on the subjects. Deploy the remaining squads, Baron Stella commanded. His gaze fixed intently on Li Qi's statistical data. This data had been compiled by John Deere and his researchers based on Li Qi's performance in battle, bearing a minor margin of error, yet undoubtedly within a limited range. The power revealed by this data captivated Baron Stella, for this was the most successful subject of the experiments he had conducted for so long. Such strength must be firmly grasped in his hands. As Li Qi wreaked havoc upon his subordinates, Baron Stella watched with rapt fascination. Damn it, that monster is coming. Run, oh God, save me. The cacophony of terrified cries echoed in succession before Li Qi, indifferent to their pleas. Li Qi regarded these individuals as expendable. Stepping forward, he suddenly felt something beneath his feet spring up. His pupils constricted. There was no time to react as an explosion erupted instantaneously. Upon realizing Li Qi's invincibility, the guards could no longer remain passive. This was their final resort. Following the explosion, smoke billowed, and all eyes turned toward the haze. Damn it! Who ordered them to use explosives? In the conference room, Baron Stella's expression darkened. He was about to voice his thoughts when he abruptly fell silent. As the smoke dissipated, Li Qi stood in place, appearing quite disheveled, yet he bore no injuries. Had I truly grown this powerful? Li Qi surveyed the astonished guards, and the carnage continued unabated. In merely 5 minutes, Li Qi had obliterated the supporting squads and the guards on this floor of the laboratory. Before him, these guards exhibited no semblance of resistance. Instead of continuing his assault, Li Qi began to search for other test subjects, determined to rescue them from this dire predicament. Having experienced the power of the frozen fruit, he understood that he now possessed the ability to survive in this world. With survival came the natural desire to thrive. Thus, Li Qi contemplated the establishment of his own faction. After all, he could not manage everything alone, and possessing a personal force would ensure he never lacked manpower for his future endeavors. As for candidates, the other test subjects in this laboratory were ideal choices. Of course, he would only take those willing to trust him. Those who did not would be of no concern to him. Chapter 4. Life of the Test Subjects. Li Qi had only briefly experienced their existence, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. How much more must those who had been here for an indeterminate time feel? Having rescued them from the laboratory, Li Qi was unconcerned about the possibility of betrayal. These individuals were undoubtedly his best choice. After a thorough search, Li Qi arrived at a prison. After some time, he concluded that this was the most likely place to find the imprisoned test subjects. Approaching the prison door, he delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding crash, the door swung open. Such barriers were now utterly incapable of withstanding him. Come with me. I have dealt with all the guards in the laboratory. I will lead you out of here. Inside the prison, a multitude of children filled the space, at least several hundred. These children had been acquired through various channels by the laboratory, having undergone rigorous training and trials to emerge as the finest specimens. They could indeed be considered elites. Li Qi's words sparked a commotion among the children. However, not all harbored a desire to escape. The majority of these children gazed at Li Qi with blank expressions, showing little interest in his proclamations. After a lengthy pause, the tumult gradually subsided, and not a single voice was raised. Are you unaware of the fate that awaits you? Li Qi furrowed his brow, astonished that not a single individual among them contemplated escape. Had the laboratory employed some form of mind control? With a sigh, he shook his head and turned to leave. I will follow you. At that very moment, someone finally resolved to take action as Li Qi turned. Then follow me, he replied, a smile finally gracing his face. Thankfully, there remained at least one soul unwilling to succumb to the fate of becoming a mere experiment. Without pause, he strode to the prison door, unleashing the power of his frozen fruit, which turned the entire cell into a mere ruin in an instant. A girl, gripping a boy beside her, resolutely followed in Li Qi's footsteps. After exchanging glances, a few more children gradually decided to join them. They were the experimental subjects. When John Deere caught sight of Li Qi again on the monitors, he immediately noticed the group of children accompanying him, his eyes widening in disbelief. These experimental subjects were the most precious resources within his laboratory. Once they successfully captured Li Qi, these individuals would serve as alternatives for the military. While the guards in the lab paid little heed, these experimental subjects were an entirely different matter. He ordered a squad to be dispatched to capture the subjects alive. Baron Stella's expression darkened considerably. His previous admiration for Li Qi evaporated in an instant. He would not tolerate leniency towards Li Qi, especially not concerning these experimental subjects. With a command from Baron Stella, his subordinates sprang into action. The squad he referred to was one of his achievements over the years. His experiments had persisted for many years. Although he had not reaped significant rewards, he had not emerged entirely empty-handed either. That squad was one of his gains. Soon, an aircraft soared over the laboratory, and a large iron crate plummeted to the ground. With a thunderous crash, it sent up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, 3 figures emerged, tearing through the distorted metal of the crate. Each of these individuals bore extensive mechanical modifications, glinting with the cold light of steel. All 3 stood over 2 meters tall, their faces partially covered by machinery, their eyes replaced with electronic ones. And the flesh visible on their bodies was significantly outnumbered by the mechanical parts. These 3 were the results of a catastrophic experiment. Although they possessed powers far exceeding those of other subjects, they were exceedingly unstable. Their operational capacity was maintained solely due to the extensive mechanical alterations. Baron Stella had invested substantial effort and resources into these 3 individuals. The 3 individuals, with unwavering determination and remarkable speed, advanced in a straight line towards the location of Li Qi. After ensuring the safety of the children, Li Qi commenced his search for Baron Stella. Until he dealt with this individual, even if he managed to escape the laboratory, a peaceful life would remain elusive. As he approached the staircase, an arm unexpectedly protruded from the wall, striking him forcefully on the head. With a resounding thud, Li Qi instinctively tilted his head back, noticing sparks of electricity emanating from the arm, which was now slightly damaged. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the arm and yanked it, crashing the person concealed within the wall through the structure. Before he could take further action, the ground beneath him suddenly gave way. Caught off guard, Li Qi plummeted downward. Before he could touch the ground, 3 figures swiftly intervened, grasping him midair. Elementalization. Li Qi remained unfazed, instantly transforming into an icy form, rendering their attacks utterly ineffective. With the full force of the ice fruit activated, the temperature plummeted, frost enveloping the 3 assailants. In an instant, their movements slowed, clearly affected by the frigid temperatures. Radiating a chilling light from his hands, Li Qi encased the 3 individuals in ice, then delivered a powerful kick, shattering the frozen forms into countless pieces. Observing the scene on the monitor, John Deere's expression darkened. Li Qi was advancing towards their location. Baron Stella, that experimental subject is about to arrive. Should we consider relocating? After a moment of hesitation, John Deere spoke up. There was no choice. The laboratory's guards were nearly extinguished, and remaining here would likely yield no favorable outcome. It was unexpected that this experimental subject could so effectively counter the squad. Baron Stella furrowed his brow. That squad had been a valuable asset in his arsenal, and it was disheartening to see them fail to perform. We should withdraw. Even if he escapes the laboratory, he cannot flee Siberia. Baron Stella glanced at the image in his hand and smiled faintly, filled with confidence. This was his stronghold, and escaping would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Before retreating, ensure that all data within the laboratory is backed up and then destroyed, leaving no possibility of exposure. With that, Baron Stella led his team away. Less than 5 minutes after their departure, Li Qi stepped into the conference room, treading through blood. Has that fellow already fled so quickly? Not finding John Deere left Li Qi feeling somewhat disappointed. Although the guards in the laboratory posed no real threat to him, their presence certainly delayed his progress. Yet, there was no need for haste. After all, opportunities for reunion would surely arise again. After thoroughly inspecting the premises, Li Qi finally confirmed that no one remained. John Deere had long since made his escape with his companions, finding the children he had previously secured. He felt a wave of joy wash over him as he gazed into their bright eyes. Now, after scouring the laboratory for supplies and securing enough food and water, they would leave this place without delay. Although John Deere and Baron Stella had fled, they would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly, and it would not be long before more individuals surrounded this location. He could not afford to linger here. He had to depart swiftly. Otherwise, with so many burdens to carry, he might find himself in dire straits. The primary focus was to seek maps, food, and potable water. Li Qi did not say much. Despite their tender ages, these children exhibited considerable maturity. After all, they were the chosen ones, survivors of a rigorous selection process. Those who failed to meet the criteria had not lived to tell the tale. As the savior of these test subjects, Li Qi's directives were immediately followed. During their endeavor, another group of children joined them, led by a dark-skinned boy. "Sir, we wish to leave with you." The boy appeared somewhat timid, his gaze darting away from Li Qi's. "Since you wish to accompany us, then let us depart together," Li Qi replied, raising an eyebrow and regarding the boy with an enigmatic smile. He said little more, instructing the group to continue searching for supplies. However, the boy's demeanor was peculiar, as were some of those behind him. Yet, Li Qi chose to disregard it. Their most pressing concern remained the acquisition of ample supplies before vacating the laboratory. As for these newcomers, he would address them once they had escaped. With the addition of these new members, their efficiency increased significantly. In addition to sufficient food and water, they also scavenged some gold and silver trinkets, along with a modest amount of cash. Such items would undoubtedly assist in their flight from this place. Most importantly, they located a map within John Deere's office. Furthermore, Li Qi stumbled upon unexpected treasures, over 30 gold bars, more than $200,000, and a disorganized heap of rubles nestled within John Deere's safe. It is evident that John Deere has undoubtedly embezzled a portion of the laboratory's assets. Otherwise, such a substantial amount of cash would not exist. To say nothing of the gold bars, which alone are astonishingly impressive. Once Li Qi had secured these valuables, the children had already gathered. Behind them lay a considerable stockpile of canned goods and drinking water, along with a few scattered energy bars. These children awaited Li Qi's arrival. Having conducted a thorough inspection of the cans, Li Qi could not help but nod in approval. Essentially, they were predominantly meat cans, supplemented by a few cans of staple foods and offal. With these supplies, they would be able to sustain themselves for at least 10 days. It must be said that the laboratory's provisions were rather commendable, now proving to be a boon for them. Once satisfied with the supplies, Li Qi led the children in search of a truck. Fortunately, although he had eliminated the guards, he refrained from wreaking havoc upon the laboratory. Thus, the vehicles remained intact. The laboratory was equipped with several large trucks. After meticulously inspecting them and confirming the absence of any tracking devices, he and the children loaded all the supplies onto one of the trucks. After driving the vehicle beyond the laboratory's confines, Li Qi disembarked, taking a deep breath as he activated the full extent of his ice fruit powers. An ice age. The frost expanded wildly, swiftly enveloping the entire laboratory. Having completed this task, Li Qi re-entered the truck. Not being particularly familiar with this type of vehicle, he nearly collided with the surrounding trees on several occasions. However, relying on his superhuman reflexes, he managed to drive adequately. The laboratory was situated deep within the mountains, and after about 10 minutes of driving, they finally emerged from the dense forest. Where to next? Li Qi, focused on driving, inquired of the girl seated beside him. This girl was the same one who had initially departed with him, and he held a degree of trust in her. Moreover, since he needed to concentrate on driving, he entrusted her with the task of navigating. "Wanda," the girl replied, her gaze fixed on the map. "What?" Li Qi was taken aback upon hearing the name. "Wanda? Could it be Wanda, the Scarlet Witch?" "Wanda Maximoff," she clarified, believing he hadn't heard her clearly. "Wanda, indeed, is the Scarlet Witch." Li Qi began to grasp the temporal context he was in. It appeared that among these children, his most significant discovery would be Wanda and her brother Quicksilver. Although Wanda and Quicksilver are now merely ordinary children, their presence is sufficient to elevate Leech's spirits. At the very least, they have clarified their current temporal location, thereby diminishing the ranks of Baron Stella's formidable forces. They find themselves nestled within an unnamed mountain range in the remote regions of Siberia, perilously close to the Russian border. A place seldom trodden by human feet. Wanda gazes at the map, offering a brief overview before shifting her inquisitive gaze towards Leech. Their next destination hinges upon his decision. Where lies the nearest city? Leech ponders briefly, arriving at a resolution. Were it solely his own endeavor, he would harbor fewer concerns. However, the magnitude of their collective objective renders them easily discoverable. Hence, they must assimilate into the throngs of humanity to better conceal their presence. A city, naturally, emerges as the optimal choice, Ekaterinburg. Wanda swiftly provides the answer, and Leech nods in agreement, setting their sights on Ekaterinburg. With Wanda's guidance, Leech finds the journey considerably more manageable. After 3 tedious hours of driving, the sky has surrendered to the embrace of night. Engaging in idle conversation with Wanda, Leech navigates the road. Fortunately, shortly after their departure, snow begins to cascade from the heavens. The heavy snowfall swiftly blankets the tracks left by their vehicle, alleviating the burden of concealment. Chapter 6. Just as Leech prepares to utter another thought, his extraordinary vision catches sight of a dwelling hidden within the nearby forest. After a moment of deliberation, He steers the vehicle towards the house. While he faces no issues, the children require a place to rest. Their departure has been obscured, and with numerous routes available, there is little concern of Baron Stella's men catching up anytime soon. The house appears quite dilapidated, clearly abandoned for an extensive period. Yet, its fundamental structure remains intact. Though somewhat worn, it is still suitable for an overnight stay. Upon entering, the children shiver uncontrollably, as the temperature within is dreadfully low. Leech steps outside, skillfully felling a few trees, cutting them into manageable pieces, and igniting a fire. Gradually, the warmth from the flames begins to elevate the temperature within the house, dispelling the darkness and revealing the children's luminous eyes, all fixated upon Leech, their gazes brimming with yearning. Are they hungry? Leechy instantly comprehended their intentions. They had been toiling for quite some time, and coupled with the bumpy journey, it was no wonder that not only the children, but even he himself began to feel a pang of hunger. He retrieved a large pot from the truck, along with more than 10 cans and a substantial barrel of water. Lacking any seasoning, he simply opened the cans and poured their contents into the pot, adding a bit of water to create a haphazard stew. After sampling the concoction, he was pleasantly surprised to find that, despite its unappealing appearance, it was surprisingly palatable, sufficient at least for consumption. "Let us eat," he announced, distributing a canister to each of them as a makeshift container. Soon, they began to feast. As Li Qi savored his meal, he couldn't help but reflect on his situation. Thrown into this unfamiliar place and having endured so much, he felt a wave of emotion wash over him. In such a strange environment, Baron Stella would hardly let them off easily, especially with a group of children in tow. Li Qi's predicament was indeed quite dire. While he was still deep in thought, a virtual panel from the system suddenly materialized before him. Sign in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Commander S Vision. What is Commander S Vision? After some contemplation, he finally grasped its function. This ability would grant him a perspective akin to that of a deity, enabling him to discern the loyalty of each individual present. Casting his gaze upon the nearby children, he let out a sigh. Among them, a few, led by Wanda, were marked in green, the hue of subordinates, indicating their burgeoning sense of allegiance to him. However, this was only a handful, perhaps 5 or 6. The majority of the others displayed white, signifying a neutral stance, while those who had joined him later were predominantly marked in hostile red, with only 2 individuals showing white. Li Qi was not taken aback. He had already planned to deal with those individuals. Yet, he was astonished that the system provided him with such a useful tool, sparing him the effort of discerning hidden intentions. Without hesitation, frost swirled around him as he instantly froze those emanating red light. The individuals had no time to react before they were transformed into ice sculptures. The remaining onlookers were gripped by fear, swiftly distancing themselves from Li Qi while uncontrollably shouting in panic. After all, Li Qi's actions were indeed too abrupt. They had just shared a meal together moments ago. As for Wanda, her expression remained completely unchanged. The individuals behind her, influenced by her demeanor, wore equally grim faces, yet they remained still, appearing far more composed than others. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Qi finally broke into a satisfied smile. Indeed, Wanda, your performance is commendable. He affectionately ruffled Wanda's hair, offering her a pat of praise. In comparison to the others, Wanda truly excelled in her composure. She smiled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. She sensed that Li Qi seemed somewhat different. However, she had long since ceased to be concerned about such matters. Once she made the decision to leave the laboratory alongside Li Qi, there was no turning back. Moreover, she had witnessed firsthand when Li Qi froze the entire laboratory. There was no returning to the past for them now. Perhaps Wanda's calmness influenced the others, as those who had been shouting gradually quieted down. "Sir, why did you take such drastic action against them?" After much hesitation, someone finally spoke up. After all, Li Qi's sudden outburst had been exceedingly frightening. "They were not with you, were they?" Li Qi began to explain slowly. Naturally, he could not reveal to these individuals that it was due to the Commander's perspective that he had acted. Nevertheless, there was indeed something off about those people. Although Li Qi's explanation contained some inconsistencies, it was still somewhat plausible. The group quickly accepted his reasoning. After removing the frozen figures, the atmosphere in the room began to restore itself, albeit not to its former state. Meanwhile, the laboratory from which they had just escaped was soon visited by unexpected guests. A group of well-equipped, fully armed individuals in black stood before the ice blocks created by Li Qi not long ago, engaged in a phone conversation. "Yes, sir. The satellite has detected a sudden emergence of an iceberg in that area, entombing what appears to be a laboratory. This cannot possibly be a natural occurrence. A heavy snowfall has just blanketed the area, concealing all traces, making it impossible to ascertain what else might be present. Indeed, this laboratory holds no useful information. The black-clad figure gazed at the Hydra emblem before him, his expression unwavering. Once he hung up the phone, he could no longer refrain from cursing. What on earth did Baron Strala do? Why has this situation suddenly escalated to such a degree? Fortunately, they were among the first to discover the situation here. Otherwise, the news would have been utterly impossible to conceal. Chapter 7. Amidst this group of individuals clad in black, there was one whose face was obscured by a mask, rendering it difficult to discern his features. However, his eyes betrayed a lack of intelligence. He wandered back and forth, yawning repeatedly, appearing somewhat bored. Beneath the mask, his tongue was remarkably agile, rhythmically tapping within his mouth. After some time, he moved his teeth slightly, crushing whatever was inside and swallowing it whole. In a clandestine base in New York, a computer abruptly powered on, sending out a message before quietly shutting down, unnoticed by anyone. Within S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury was perusing a document when a subordinate knocked on the door, delivering a message and placing it before him. Siberia? Upon reading the information, Nick Fury couldn't help but furrow his brow. What were those individuals up to now? After a moment of contemplation, he gently pressed a button on his desk and leaned back in his chair, lapsing into thought. Soon, a strikingly adorned woman entered, having knocked on the door. There has been a situation in Siberia related to Hydra. You need to investigate, Nick Fury stated directly. The newcomer was Natasha, and upon hearing Fury's words, her eyes involuntarily widened. Siberia? That was certainly not a pleasant place. I thought I would never return there. Nick Fury nodded, fully aware of Natasha's past experiences in that region. Precisely because you have lived there, you are the most suitable candidate. Among those I can trust, you are the most fitting. I truly must thank you then. Natasha's expression was far from pleasant, yet she did not refuse the task and promptly exited. Remember, all actions must be conducted in secrecy. Besides you and me, do not disclose this information to anyone else. The first responders to this incident wish to suppress the news. I suspect they are affiliated with Hydra. Natasha turned back, incredulous, gazing at Nick Fury. His expression was impassive, his gaze icy, sending a chill through Natasha. I will. After Natasha departed, Nick Fury glanced at the message before him, tilting his head to the ceiling, his gaze distant, lost in thought. Hydra. In the office above Nick Fury's, others were also deeply engrossed in contemplation regarding this matter. Baron Stella, what on earth have you done? Are you aware of the immense effort I have expended over the years to conceal the whereabouts of Hydra? What is the purpose of this uproar you have created? Pierce glared at the screen before him, unable to contain his fury as he slammed his fist on the desk. Hadn't the information already been buried? This incident was nothing short of an accident. Baron Stella's countenance was equally grim. There was no clear hierarchy between him and Pierce, and being berated by Pierce naturally stoked his ire. However, he could not deny that this blunder was indeed his fault, leaving no room for rebuttal against Pierce's accusations. Hidden, you say? Pierce scoffed, nearly laughing in exasperation. Do you truly believe that other intelligence agencies are idle? The commotion you've caused only delays their awareness. Complete concealment is utterly impossible. Enough of this. You need not concern yourself with these matters. Pierce waved dismissively, unwilling to delve further into the subject. The error caused by Baron Stella would require considerable effort to rectify. Otherwise, the repercussions would be too severe. What exactly went wrong? That level of frost is not something that occurs naturally. Pierce's curiosity lay more with what Baron Stella had uncovered. He was well aware of the laboratory's state. The extent of the freezing was indeed alarming. Such power, if harnessed, would be of immense benefit to him. Otherwise, he would not have restrained his temper to converse with Baron Stella. There was a minor mishap during the experiment, but everything is under control. Once results are obtained, I shall share them with you, Baron Stella replied, unable to suppress a smile. The experimental outcomes regarding Li Qi were far more exhilarating than the disruption caused. He had not anticipated Li Qi's freezing abilities to be so remarkable. Having witnessed the ice mountain firsthand, he understood its formidable power far better than Pierce could. Remember, do not create such disturbances in the future. Pierce fixed a penetrating gaze upon Baron Stella, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Once the communication ended, Pierce stroked his chin, pondering in silence. It seemed that Baron Stella had indeed made a significant discovery. This power must be thoroughly understood. Although both are Hydra, the leaders differ significantly. Pierce, too, harbors ambitions to seize such power, wishing to wield it for himself. He does not trust that Baron Strucker would share this power with him. After all, if he possessed such strength, he would certainly not share it with others. Applying this reasoning to himself, Pierce is far from naïve. However, He remains oblivious to the fact that the one responsible for all this, Leech, is still on the run, completely beyond Baron Strucker's grasp. Where are we now? Leech pondered as he observed the distant signs of civilization, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. After such an extended journey, his body, though far beyond the ordinary, still felt a twinge of discomfort. Upon seeing signs of life, he estimated that they must be nearing their destination. This area is close to Sokovia. Traversing that forest will lead us directly there. Wanda, without consulting a map, spoke in a somewhat subdued tone. Have you been here before? Leech, noticing Wanda's sudden silence, began to sense her mood. This is my hometown, she replied. Her spirits still low. Though there was nothing left for her to cherish in this place, its very sight evoked memories of happier times. Then let us remain here, Leech suggested with a smile after a moment's contemplation. Chapter 8. Are we really staying here? Wanda abruptly lifted her head, a glimmer of surprise flickering in her eyes. While there was no one left for her to long for, her homeland still held immense significance. It was undeniably a commendable choice. Leech did not make this decision lightly. He had given it considerable thought, and indeed, it presented a promising option. Naturally, Wanda's feelings were also a factor in his considerations, albeit a minor one. As soon as Leech finished speaking, Wanda could no longer contain her excitement. She leaped up, wrapping her arms around his neck, her entire being suspended from him. Leech merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Once the decision was made, Leech began to scout for a suitable dwelling. This area offered several potential residences, and after a thorough search, he finally discovered a place that resonated with him. It was an abandoned fortress, its interior marked by the scars of past conflicts. The most significant aspect lies in the location of this fortress. Although it has been abandoned, it still occupies a defensible and formidable position. Behind the fortress stands a towering peak, with a river flowing at its base, rendering concerns of safety and sustenance effortlessly manageable. The derelict site holds potential for reconstruction, and this location is undeniably enticing to Li Qi. Upon entering the fortress, Li Qi could not help but grimace. Despite having observed it from a distance and surmising its dilapidated state, only upon closer inspection could he truly comprehend the extent of its ruin. It resembled a site ravaged by a bomb, with the main walls reduced to mere remnants of their former glory. As for the interior of the fortress, it required little elaboration. It had devolved into a vast expanse of desolation, devoid of any structures that remained intact, with scarcely a semblance of form. What kind of brutal warfare could have wrought such destruction upon this place? Li Qi hesitated momentarily, but ultimately resolved to make this fortress their base. Although its condition was indeed excessively dilapidated, it posed no significant obstacle. Li Qi had long transcended the ordinary, and with the assistance of Wanda and the others, the prospect of restoration seemed achievable within a reasonable time frame. Though Wanda and her companions were relatively young, their physical prowess was far from that of ordinary individuals. Each had undergone transformations in the laboratory, even if only in the initial stages. Their survival indicated their adaptation to these modifications. After all, they were products of super soldier enhancements. And even the most rudimentary alterations endowed Wanda and the others with physical capabilities akin to minor monstrosities. While the endeavor would require considerable effort, success was still within reach. Coupled with Li Qi, a true anomaly, the task of refurbishment would not demand an excessive amount of time. As for the necessary tools, Li Qi could easily procure them from Sokovia, which was not overly distant. Having made up his mind, Li Qi led Wanda and the others in clearing the debris from the fortress. After an entire day of labor, they managed to dispose of the majority of the refuse. The smaller stones, once tidied by Wanda and her companions, were promptly loaded onto a vehicle and removed. As night fell, Li Qi guided them to a makeshift dwelling that had been hastily assembled from salvaged walls amidst the ruins. Encased in ice, this structure barely formed a shelter against the elements. The living conditions were indeed harsh, yet Wanda and her companions remained silent, not uttering a word of complaint. After a day of arduous labor, even though their experiences far surpassed those of ordinary individuals, they now felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Moreover, the process of clearing and constructing imbued them with a novel sensation. Unbeknownst to them, within the Commander Li Qi's vision, the group, including Wanda, had shed their neutral white and now radiated a vibrant green. It must be said that this was an unexpected gain. Prior to the commencement of their endeavors, Li Qi had not anticipated such a transformation. Early the next morning, Li Qi drove to Sokovia, spending a considerable sum to procure a plethora of essential equipment, particularly daily necessities. While the equipment would alleviate some burdens, it was the everyday items that they truly required. After clearing most of the debris, Li Qi led them in constructing their living quarters. As for the remaining areas, he refrained from intervening, instead allowing them to tackle these challenges as part of their training. The leftover sections primarily consisted of small stones, which could be managed with minimal effort. Li Qi continued to build the fortress, delegating all other matters to them. Additionally, he began to train Wanda and the others in the techniques of Haki, as recalled from his memory. Although Li Qi was uncertain whether they would successfully awaken the Haki, there remained a glimmer of hope. These individuals had been chosen by Li Qi to fortify his emerging faction, and thus, it was imperative to enhance their capabilities. Wanda, in particular, was someone Li Qi valued highly. Beyond her obedient and sensible demeanor, he believed in her potential. If anyone among them were to awaken Haki, Wanda would undoubtedly be among the first. The canned goods they had salvaged from the laboratory had been depleting rapidly over the past few days, nearly running out due to their considerable daily exertion. Li Qi also began to cultivate their driving skills, enabling them to travel freely to Sokovia to procure their desired items. Wanda exhibited a commendable aptitude for learning, being the first among them to master driving. However, after acquiring this skill, she hesitated to venture to Sokovia, possibly due to a sense of familiarity and trepidation. Following Wanda, several others gradually learned to drive, and Li Qi entrusted them with the responsibility of acquiring food. During this period, Li Qi found himself far busier than they. Thanks to his diligent efforts, simple houses had begun to take shape within the fortress, and its outline was starting to emerge. Though somewhat rudimentary, one can already discern a refreshing new atmosphere. Chapter 9. A month later, the fortress has been completely constructed. It stands revitalized, and although the buildings and equipment appear rather simplistic, they are a far cry from the previous ruins. Surrounding the fortress, Wanda has led others in planting numerous crops, which, though still in their infancy, already exude a vibrant vitality. Everything seems to be brimming with life. Li Qi surveyed the fortress and could not help but display a satisfied smile. To achieve such progress in just a month is indeed a remarkable feat. With a buoyant mood, Li Qi decided to check in at that moment. It had been a month since his last check-in, and such an interval should yield a rewarding surprise from the system. The system accumulates check-ins, and the longer the accumulation, the better the rewards. Aside from the initial check-in, Li Qi had only logged in once. After a month, he had earned 1 opportunity for an adventure check-in and 30 opportunities for standard check-ins. With no external pressures at present, he was eager to discover what rewards long-term check-ins might bring. His spirits were high, and he was keen to explore the potential outcomes of the check-in. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qi converted the 30 check-in opportunities into 3 10-day check-in sessions. Given that he faced no survival pressures, it was an ideal time to test the rewards from each type of check-in. Moreover, daily standard rewards might not yield substantial benefits for him at this stage. 10-day indiscriminate check-in begins. Congratulations, you have received the reward. Resilience. 10-day indiscriminate check-in begins. Congratulations, you have received the reward. Weapon equipment. 10-day indiscriminate check-in begins. Congratulations, you have received the reward. Food. Abundant. The results of the 3 10-day check-ins rendered Li Qi momentarily speechless. His earlier elation evaporated entirely. Was this truly what a 10-day check-in offered? How disappointing. Was it a matter of tear or merely a consequence of his unfortunate luck? Upon reviewing the rewards, he found the first one to be somewhat satisfactory. This resilience was akin to a passive skill of a hero character from a game he had played before his transmigration, and it could certainly be regarded as a modest surprise. As for the remaining weapons and provisions, there were truly no further surprises. They were merely ordinary supplies, albeit in abundant quantities, enough to fill 2 warehouses to capacity. Li Qi took a deep breath, gazing at the last monthly sign-in, and found himself becoming considerably more serious. Monthly sign-in. Grant me something of value. Do not let me down again. With anticipation, the sign-in commenced. January's indiscriminate sign-in begins. Congratulations, you have received the reward. Navy 6 styles, Is this considered a fortunate draw? Li Qi's spirits lifted instantly. The Navy 6 styles were indeed commendable, and he could bestow the knowledge upon others. After a more thorough contemplation of the memories within his mind, Li Qi discerned that the Navy 6 styles demanded not only a high level of comprehension, but also significant physical prowess. Fortunately, Wanda and the others need not worry excessively about this aspect, as experimental subjects of the super soldier serum. Although they had not yet fully harnessed the power of all the serums, they could barely meet the training requirements for the Navy 6 styles. Li Qi held modest expectations for them. If even 1 or 2 among them could master the Navy 6 styles, it would suffice. After all, such superhuman techniques are not easily acquired by just anyone. In the world of pirates, the Navy 6 styles may be commonplace, primarily due to the extraordinary physical capabilities of its inhabitants. Their circumstances, however, were entirely different. Wanda, Li Qi, in high spirits, promptly called for her. Now, Li Qi had assumed the role of the fortress's leader, while Wanda had become its chief steward. Most matters could be entrusted to her. What is it? Wanda hurried over, her face brimming with curiosity as she looked at Li Qi gather everyone. I wish to teach them something new, Li Qi said, his face alight with a smile. However, inform them in advance that what I will be teaching is quite challenging, and most may not succeed in their training. Wanda nodded, undeterred by Li Qi's mention of difficulty. She was quite confident in her abilities. If anyone among them could learn, she would certainly be one of them. Just like the time Li Qi had previously instructed them in the use of armament haki. Although Wanda had not yet fully mastered it, she had made significant progress. It would not be long before she could completely grasp it. Soon, under Wanda's guidance, everyone gathered together. Previously, Professor Li Qi imparted his knowledge of armament haki to them. Yet until now, none of them have truly mastered it. However, they can all perceive the benefits it has conferred upon them. Their bodies have become significantly more resilient than before. They remain oblivious to the source of Li Qi's extraordinary knowledge. Yet they certainly do not reject the opportunity to grow stronger. Today, I shall instruct you in a technique known as the 6 forms of the Navy. These consist of shave, iron body, paper drawing, moonwalk, gale foot, and finger pistol, each a martial art that transcends the limits of human physicality, wielding immense power. First, I will demonstrate shave. Theoretically, this technique enables you to execute a series of rapid, high-speed footfalls against the ground in an instant, generating explosive reactive force to facilitate swift movement. Allow me to show you. With that, Li Qi leaned slightly forward, and with a resounding crack, he instantaneously appeared at a distance, leaving behind only a shallow crater in the ground. The effectiveness of this technique in combat requires no further elaboration, does it not? Li Qi then returned to his original position, observing the excitement on Wanda and the others' faces. He too smiled, relishing his first experience with the capabilities of the 6 forms of the Navy, which proved to be far more powerful than he had anticipated. It greatly enhanced his arsenal against adversaries. Amidst the enthusiasm of Wanda and the others, Li Qi gradually began his instruction. Chapter 10. A silver aircraft descended gently from the sky, and Li Qi emerged alongside Wanda. Behind them, dozens of children, wide-eyed with anticipation, followed suit. Leader, you have finally returned. Upon their descent, they were greeted immediately. How has the situation at the fortress been during my absence? Li Qi gestured to Wanda and followed the person who approached him. Wanda took charge of the children's accommodation, leading them to a designated room. This is the room prepared for you. 2 to a chamber, with all brand new amenities for your choosing. The dining hall is over there. Feel free to help yourselves whenever you are hungry. These are your new clothes, and each room is equipped with a private bathroom. After you have cleaned yourselves, you may change into these new garments. Wanda skillfully organized the children, clearly having done this before. It has now been 2 years since Li Qi first escaped that laboratory. In the span of these 2 years, the pace of fortress construction has accelerated dramatically, far surpassing its initial scale. The present fortress boasts a formidable arsenal and is remarkably well developed, now standing as the most powerful force in the vicinity. During this time, Baron Strala had already discovered the fortress. However, by then, it was already established. Although the fortress had limited manpower at that time, its geographical advantage, coupled with a portion of Wanda's group who had mastered the Navy's 6th form, and the formidable strength of Leech, successfully repelled all of Baron Strala's assaults. Subsequently, leveraging the advantages afforded by his commander's vision, Leech led Wanda and her companions in several fierce battles against Baron Strala, forcing the Baron to retreat in disarray. From that moment onward, Baron Strala harbored no further intentions of attacking the fortress, as the losses inflicted by Leech were excessively significant. Yet, Leech did not simply let Baron Strala off the hook. Instead, utilizing the intelligence gained from his commander's vision regarding enemy positions, he commenced assaults on Hydra's laboratories. Initially, only the most peripheral ordinary laboratories were affected, but now, Baron Strala has been compelled to abandon the outer reaches, consolidating all his forces around his base. Fearful of an impending assault, within a mere 2 years, the population within the fortress has surpassed 10,000. Among the many contributors to this development, Baron Strala stands out prominently. After all, both the personnel and the funding for construction originated from him. Approximately half of the inhabitants of this fortress hail from the laboratories under Baron Strala's control, comprising primarily children from war-torn nations taken by Hydra. Leech has deftly reaped the benefits, plundering resources from Hydra to sustain this vast stronghold. The remaining populace represents the fruits of the fortress's own growth over the past 2 years. Some were originally from war-torn countries. having no avenue to turn to. They sought refuge upon hearing of the fortress's reputation. The rest are specialized talents that Leech has meticulously sought after. For managing a fortress of over 10,000 individuals is no trivial endeavor. It is impractical for Leech to concentrate all his efforts on these matters. Thus, the importance of these specialized individuals cannot be overstated. Throughout these 2 years, numerous talents have emerged under Leech's command, most notably Wanda. Having awakened her powers and learned a great deal from Leech, she has become even more formidable than the original Scarlet Witch. Today, Wanda too bears the esteemed title of the Scarlet Witch. Certainly, this was largely due to a casual compliment from Leech. At that time, Wanda demonstrated the Navy 6 style and the armed color haki she had just learned, and Leech expressed great satisfaction with her achievements, praising her as the Scarlet Witch. From that moment onward, Wanda embraced this title, proudly referring to herself as the Scarlet Witch. Today, she has gained a modest reputation in Baron Stella's laboratory. Chief, 2 more individuals in the fortress have mastered your Navy 6 style, reported a blonde woman standing behind Leech, detailing the situation within the fortress. As the number of inhabitants in the fortress grew rapidly, Leech abandoned the idea of having Wanda manage it. After all, Wanda lacked professional expertise, and entrusting such matters to her would squander her remarkable talents. Compared to managing trivial affairs, Wanda excelled in accompanying Leech as they conquered the laboratories under Baron Stella's command. This blonde woman, named Eileen, was someone Leech had specifically sought out. Originally the head of a logistics department in a war-torn country, Leech had learned about her from a boy he had rescued from one of Baron Stella's laboratories. At that time, the fortress was expanding too rapidly, leaving Leech overwhelmed. To remedy the situation, he immediately traveled to the war-torn nation. Unfortunately, he arrived too late. Eileen's logistics base had already been bombed by the enemy. Braving the onslaught of bombs, Leech stormed into the base and brought Eileen back. From that day forward, Eileen became the true leader of the fortress, allowing Leech to focus on being a chief unencumbered by administrative burdens. For Leech, strength was the paramount concern. The reason he established such a force was to facilitate his own development, not to drain himself with its management. Very well, I will distribute the rewards shortly. And I shall visit them this evening. Leech nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the fortress's progress. It is worth noting that the Navy 6 style is inherently challenging. Even among the first batch of individuals he personally trained, not all have mastered it yet. The current instructors of the Navy 6 style are primarily those same individuals, and their teaching capabilities are evident. For 2 individuals to learn the Navy 6 style under these circumstances is quite an accomplishment. After all, not everyone possesses talents akin to Wanda's. Even her brother Quicksilver pales in comparison to her abilities. Chapter 11. Wanda's talents are, in Leech's eyes, extraordinarily remarkable. The Navy's 6 styles, such extraordinary techniques, are not easily mastered, even in the realm of One Piece. The fact that Wanda has mastered such skills speaks volumes about her innate talent. Of course, Leech also perceives that Wanda's execution of the Navy's 6 styles is intertwined with the power of chaotic magic. Otherwise, her physical constitution would not withstand the strain of employing such techniques. After finalizing the necessary arrangements, Leech activated his Commander's vision. It can be asserted that the current progress of the fortress owes a great deal to this commander's endeavors. In the state of heightened perception, numerous figures appeared around the fortress. Red dots suddenly manifested before Leech's eyes. It seems yet another group of troublemakers intends to wreak havoc. Over the past 2 years, numerous individuals have attempted to disrupt the fortress, comprising terror organizations, Hydra's probing agents, and forces from several neighboring nations or their nobility. After all, the territory occupied by Leech and his allies is substantial, nearly rivaling half the expanse of certain nations. Were it not for the ongoing turmoil in the region, this stronghold would have been besieged long ago. Observing the conspicuous red units in his vision, Leech did not ponder the identities of these factions, but rather summoned Wanda and Pietro. Upon receiving Leech's command, a subordinate promptly relayed the message to Wanda and Pietro. The chief is calling for us. Pietro, upon hearing the news, wasted no time and activated his superpower, vanishing from his location. In an instant, his swift form materialized before Leech. Chief, what is it that you require of us? After 2 years, Pietro has undergone even greater transformation than Wanda. Compared to his former self, he now exudes a maturity that is unmistakable. Wanda will join us shortly. I will explain everything then. Leech felt a deep sense of satisfaction as he looked at Pietro. Under his guidance over the past 2 years, Pietro has evolved into a remarkably proficient superhuman. His combat strategy and inherent strength have seen comprehensive development. It is safe to say that incidents like the one where he was felled by bullets will no longer occur. During Leech's assessment of Pietro, Wanda also approached. Another group of intruders has infiltrated our vicinity. You two take a team to deal with them. Leech conveyed the situation to Wanda and Pietro, entrusting them with the task at hand. Upon hearing Leech's words, Pietro and Wanda exchanged a glance. Rest assured, we shall handle this minor affair, Pietro remarked, confident that dealing with intruders was a task of little consequence. Wanda, standing beside him, shared no dissent. After all, apart from Leech, they were the two most formidable individuals in the fortress, making the prospect of confronting invaders exceedingly manageable. In the forest outside the fortress, a group of operatives clad in combat attire had gathered. At the forefront was Brock Rumlow, a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. As he gazed upon the serene base before him, Rumlow recalled the instructions imparted by his superiors prior to his departure. This seemingly modest village had nearly obliterated their Hydra operations in Eastern Europe over the past 2 years. It could be said that had it not been for Hydra's adeptness at concealment, their previous arrangements would have undoubtedly encountered dire complications against such adversaries. Moreover, it was the cunning of their leader, Pierce, who had embellished the situation to Nick Fury, prompting Fury to dispatch agents to eradicate this terroristic organization. Reliance on Hydra's forces in Eastern Europe alone would have provided no resistance. Captain, the drones have been deployed, announced a bespectacled member beside Rumlow. Turning to observe the feed relayed by the drone, Rumlow noted the considerable expanse of the base, yet it appeared devoid of any inhabitants. A nearby S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, clutching a sniper rifle, found the drone's footage perplexing. Although the fortress bore the semblance of a terrorist stronghold, the surrounding farmlands and children seemed far removed from the characteristics one would associate with a sinister organization. Indeed, could there be some misunderstanding in the intelligence? Another member voiced, echoing the sentiment of confusion. The remaining S.H.I.E.L.D. agents began to articulate their thoughts, collectively perceiving the fortress not as a haven for terror, but rather as a noble estate housing children. Do not be deceived by appearances. According to intelligence, this terrorist organization has already claimed numerous lives across Europe. Their heinous crimes are indeed egregious, Rumlow interjected, sensing the wavering resolve among his team. However, he silently critiqued the quality of the S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives accompanying him on this mission. Had it been the seasoned members, they would have felt the weight of compassion towards the children, yet would not have so openly questioned the situation. Among the crowd, those who remained silent were members of Hydra. They exhibited no interest in the truth of the mission. They simply followed whatever instructions were given by Langmuro. Under Langmuro's guidance, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. adjusted their mindsets. Observing the current demeanor of the group, Langmuro felt a sense of relief. He did not dare to underestimate the base before him, as the destruction of previous Hydra facilities served as a stark warning. After all, the Winter Soldier was among them, and even then, they had suffered significant losses when confronting this group. This time, they had deployed with an array of new equipment from S.H.I.E.L.D., instilling Langmuro with confidence that he could eradicate this band of adversaries. At that moment, drones were meticulously surveying the environment surrounding the fortress. As the drones returned, Langmuro signaled for combat readiness. Chapter 12. Just as everyone was preparing, several figures emerged from the fortress's grand entrance. At the forefront were two individuals, one with flowing red hair and the other with cropped silver locks, Wanda and Pietro. Following a command from Leech, they selected a few members adept in the Navy 6 style to accompany them. Over there, as Wanda stepped out, she sensed Langmuro and his team through her chaos magic. Meanwhile, Langmuro and his associates remained unaware that they had been discovered and continued deliberating on how to infiltrate the fortress. Apologies for the interruption. Do you intend to assault our fortress? A chilling voice suddenly echoed around Langmuro and his team. Upon hearing this unfamiliar voice, they reacted instantaneously. The agents swiftly raised their firearms, aiming at the suddenly materialized Pietro. Langmuro's expression darkened. He recognized this individual as the silver-haired youth who had just exited the fortress. How could he possibly appear before them when he should have been miles away? Bang, 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 bang. Despite the many questions swirling in his mind, Langmuro and his team quickly pulled the triggers of their weapons. Bullets instantaneously enveloped the space surrounding Pietro. However, their efforts proved futile the moment they squeezed the triggers. Pietro had already activated his powers and began to sprint. To him, the bullets seemed to hover in the air as if time itself had come to a standstill. As soon as Pietro twitched a finger, the bullets were effortlessly altered in their position and trajectory. The moment he ceased his motion, the bullets scattered in all directions, inadvertently injuring several agents. "You wretch!" Lamro exclaimed, now understanding that Pietro had employed some unknown means to manipulate the bullet's course. Before Lamro could utter another word, a number of figures materialized around them. Witnessing this scene, Lamro's heart was filled with exasperation towards both Hydra and SHIELD's intelligence personnel, who had deemed it appropriate to send merely a handful of individuals against such formidable powers. Was this not a direct invitation to death? In that fleeting moment, Lamro pondered whether he had offended anyone. For what other reason could there be for assigning such a perilous mission to him? "Kevin, these fellows are in your capable hands." Lamro addressed one of the combatants, Wanda, who had accompanied him. The three combat members alongside Wanda, Kevin, Belle, and Rashika, were all masters of several techniques from the Marine 6 styles. Upon hearing Wanda's command, Kevin sprang into action, leaping towards the nearest agent and delivering a powerful punch directly to the agent's torso. The technique, known as pistol, was executed with his entire arm. Although Kevin and his companions had undergone enhancements, they still fell short of the superhuman physiques found in the pirate world. Thus, the Marine 6 styles they had mastered had been modified by Lich. For instance, the pistol technique, while delivered with the arm, retained its formidable potency. With a single strike, it left a hollow mark on the agent's body. "Open fire." Lamro, witnessing this spectacle, could no longer afford to concern himself with Pietro and Wanda, commanding his subordinates to initiate their attack. The agents, responding to the order, raised their weapons and squeezed the triggers towards Kevin. This time, it was not Pietro who intervened, but Rashika. Unlike Kevin, who wielded the pistol and paper drawing techniques, Rashika had mastered the shave and iron block. Clad in a specially designed bulletproof vest, Rashika was impervious to even the bullets from rifles. Ding, ding, ding. The bullets struck Rashika, immediately losing all momentum before plummeting to the ground. Lamro, already numb to the situation, glanced at the SHIELD prototype submachine gun in his hand and then at Kevin and Rashika, feeling a profound sense of hopelessness. At that moment, Bell also showcased his prowess, wielding the paper drawing and Genkaku techniques from the Marine 6 styles. As Bell unleashed a rapid series of kicks, an invisible barrage of energy blades materialized instantaneously. Those unfortunate enough to be struck by his onslaught found themselves losing limbs. In the brief span of a confrontation, a significant portion of Romulo's subordinates had been decimated. Realizing that failure to retaliate would lead to his demise, Romulo summoned the skills befitting a high-level operative. He silently tossed a grenade, while simultaneously unleashing a torrent of fire from his submachine gun. The bullets sped forth from the muzzle with unwavering precision, targeting the eyes of Rashika with lethal intent. Despite the submachine gun's overall lack of accuracy in Romulo's hands, it seemed to possess an uncanny aim, devoid of any errors. Aware of his limitations, Rashika crossed his arms defensively to shield himself from the incoming bullets. Boom! The grenade rolled beneath Rashika's legs and exploded instantaneously. The unsuspecting Kevin was hurled away by the blast. Fortunately, his robust physique spared him from significant harm, while Rashika, fortified by the strength of iron, miraculously emerged unscathed from the epicenter of the explosion. However, amidst the chaos, other operatives also began to hurl their grenades. Their arsenal far from rudimentary, equipped with flamethrowers and heavy machine guns aplenty. Regrettably, the sudden appearance of Pietro thwarted their efforts to arm themselves in time. "Retreat." Romulo quietly pressed the distress button on his earpiece, then shouted to his subordinates. Observing Pietro and Wanda, who remained unmoved, Romulo pressed a button on his glove. In the next instant, the box containing weapons and ammunition detonated. As a seasoned operative and a member of Hydra, Romulo was meticulous in his approach, always leaving a contingency plan. This time, he had brought along numerous remote explosives, originally intended to erase traces of their activities, but now repurposed for survival. As the explosion erupted, Romulo dashed into the depths of the forest without a backward glance, thus missing the flames and blasts that should have expanded, instead diminishing under Wanda's control. Chapter 13. The red chaos magic manifested in Wanda's hands, gradually extinguishing the explosion-esque fury with her magical prowess, until it vanished without a trace in her palms. In the next moment, Wanda pressed the chaotic energy entwined around her hands downward. A dreadful force erupted forth, the crimson energy surging like a tidal wave, sending SHIELD agents flying. Seizing the opportunity, Pietro charged forward, toppling Romulo to the ground. Even with minimal exertion, Romulo's leg was broken by the impact. It is truly baffling to ascertain who endowed you with the audacity to instigate turmoil in our domain. Pietro, gazing at the silent and prostrate Romulo, could not help but voice his derision. This fellow has outlived his usefulness. Let us eliminate him without delay, Wanda remarked bluntly, her intention clear as she surveyed Romulo. Since Lee had not instructed them to spare any lives, Pietro and Wanda had no qualms about ending Romulo's existence. Very well. Upon hearing Wanda's words, Pietro prepared to end Romulo's life. However, at that very moment, 3 ominous black fighter jets appeared in the sky, seemingly out of nowhere. As the compartments beneath the aircraft opened, 3 machine guns emerged, aiming mercilessly at Wanda and her companions, unleashing a relentless barrage of gunfire. Everyone, take cover, Wanda shouted as bullets rained down. In the next instant, she waved her hands, conjuring a crimson energy barrier before her. The bullets struck the shield and were instantaneously consumed by the red magic. Despite their formidable power, they posed little threat to Wanda, who wielded chaos magic. While Wanda and Pietro remained unscathed, Romulo and the agents were not as fortunate. The metallic tempest of bullets showed no mercy, indiscriminately tearing through Romulo and his comrades with devastating force. Witnessing the audacity of the 3 aircraft, Wanda raised her arm and unleashed a crimson energy attack toward the airborne foes. Boom! The red energy struck the fighter jet, and with a clenched fist, the aircraft erupted into a shower of sparks. What manner of monster is this? The pilot of another fighter jet, witnessing the explosion of his comrade, immediately ascended to a higher altitude. Forget them. Let us obliterate that fortress. The pilot of the 3rd jet, equally startled, had not anticipated that this group could truly pose a threat to them. After a brief consultation, they stowed their machine guns and directed their jets towards the fortress. As they watched the 2 aircraft depart, Wanda retracted her magical defenses, harboring no concern for the jet's intentions. Approaching the fortress, the 2 fighter jets launched their missiles, powerful projectiles hurtling toward their target. Yet, just as the missiles neared the fortress, Lee's figure materialized midair. Icebirds, 2 avian forms, sculpted from solid ice, shot forth from Lee's arm, intercepting the missiles with precision. In but an instant, 2 missiles were entirely frozen into solid blocks of ice, time capsules of frost. A frigid gust emanated from Li Qi's palms, and before the 2 distant pilots could react to the impending threat, their Kuan-type aircraft were encased in ice. Plummeting from the sky, 3 Kuan fighters, surely even Nick Fury would feel a pang of regret, observing the 2 frozen aircraft and 1 that had been destroyed. Li Qi surmised that even Nick Fury would experience a sense of loss. Meanwhile, far away in New York, Nick Fury furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the report in his hands. 3 Kuan fighters and several individuals had inexplicably appeared on the operation list. Hearing Nick Fury's inquiry, Natasha, standing nearby, voiced her confusion. Was it truly not your command? Initially, this was meant to be a straightforward briefing. Upon receiving Langlo's distress signal, Natasha sought out Nick Fury. Yet, upon reviewing the operation report, Fury uncovered discrepancies. The additional personnel and the 3 Kuan fighters were entirely unknown to him. Observing Fury's demeanor, Natasha swiftly recognized that there might be an internal issue within SHIELD. If Natasha could discern such a problem, it was evident that the king of agents, Nick Fury, had already sensed it long before. Due to Li Qi, Hydra had revealed numerous issues over the past 2 years. This was precisely why Pierce was so anxious to eliminate Li Qi and his associates. The exposure of their European base had led to grave complications. Were it not for SHIELD's substantial power to manage the fallout, the situation would not have remained concealed for so long. However, it was precisely because of SHIELD's frequent interventions that Nick Fury became aware of the internal discrepancies. This operation involving Langlo and his team was also part of Fury's strategy. Yet, he never anticipated that the individual at the heart of the issue would be Langlo himself. With a senior agent like Langlo compromised, discerning friend from foe within SHIELD became increasingly challenging. Having just received Langlo's distress signal, Fury considered it too late to intervene. At this juncture, Natasha also cautioned Fury. After some contemplation, he felt a burgeoning curiosity towards Li Qi and his enigmatic faction. This time, Natasha, you shall investigate. Prioritize safety above all. Due to Langlo's predicament, Fury realized that there were few individuals he could trust. Thus, he deemed Natasha the only suitable operative to dispatch. Understood. Natasha did not hesitate regarding the mission. However, infiltrating would require careful strategy. Fortress. After the drivers were cleared away, Li Qi and his team acquired 2 Kuan fighters. The technology of SHIELD is truly remarkable. Gazing at the two Kuan fighters before him, Li Qi felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, the arrival of Ramlo and his companions had not inflicted any harm on the fortress's inhabitants. Rather, they had contributed to Kuan fighters. It seems we are in need of some talented researchers. Chapter 14. Looking at the two Kuan fighters, Li Qi felt somewhat helpless. Although the base had a fair share of valuable resources, most of them were irreplaceable. His subordinates, despite their strong capacity for learning, were still too young and lacked sufficient time to study. Currently, their technological capabilities fell short of the standards required for development. What Li Qi lacked most was capable individuals. Wanda, during this period, you and Aileen must be more diligent in organizing the items in the warehouse. The mere thought of the disarray in the warehouse gave Li Qi a headache. That warehouse was uniquely his, filled with items acquired through sign-ins. However, the outcomes of these sign-ins were unpredictable, yielding both valuable and worthless items. Some items that Li Qi deemed inconsequential were simply piled up in the warehouse. Yet they could still be of use to others. Leave it to us. Li Qi felt a great sense of reassurance looking at Wanda. Wanda and Aileen had become his most crucial allies. Every matter, great or small, within the fortress relied on these two individuals. Pietro, take some people to Serbia and drive back those troops. Our restraint has only emboldened them. As Li Qi mentioned Serbia, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Serbia, a nation ravaged by Hydra, was still in turmoil despite the latter's demise. The chaos had not ceased. Instead, it had intensified, with numerous factions now engaged in relentless conflict. The location where Li Qi and his team resided, aside from being somewhat remote, was nearly perfect, making it an object of envy for the factions within Serbia. Previously, Li Qi had lacked the time to address them, which had emboldened these groups to the point of stationing troops at the borders. Let us handle those rascals. Although both Wanda and Pietro hailed from Serbia, Li Qi held no sentimental attachment to the country. Watching Wanda and Pietro depart, Li Qi returned to his own affairs. This time, they had brought back quite a number of individuals, all of whom needed careful arrangement. A week passed in the blink of an eye. During this week, under the leadership of Pietro, the combatants of the fortress successfully annihilated that group of soldiers. This made the Serbians acutely aware of the formidable nature of Li Qi and his companions, prompting an immediate shift to a more compliant demeanor. Oh, I hope the monthly sign-in yields something worthwhile. With Li Qi's words, a small booklet fell at his feet. As he picked it up, Li Qi realized that his sign-in reward was none other than the breathing techniques from Demon Slayer. From the initial sun breathing and moon breathing to the subsequent insect breathing and beast breathing, it encompassed a comprehensive array. With this acquisition, their strength could be further augmented. Holding the booklet, Li Qi felt a sense of satisfaction. The Demon Slayer breathing techniques were indeed commendable, possessing considerable utility. Just as he intended to present the techniques to Wanda and the others, Wanda approached him first. Li Qi, someone has arrived at the base, and they bear a striking resemblance to that previous group, Wanda announced, revealing her discovery. Upon hearing her words, Li Qi immediately accessed the commander's perspective and, to his surprise, observed a unique unit. However, contrary to his expectations of encountering an adversary, it turned out to be a neutral entity, piquing Li Qi's interest, as he had never before encountered a neutral unit within the base. Let us go, take me to see them. At the castle's entrance, Aaron was engaged in conversation with a striking red-haired woman. Are you a mercenary hired by Serbia? Has Serbia begun recruiting from outside? Aaron pondered the red-haired woman's words with curiosity. Despite Serbia's fierce conflicts, they had been embroiled in internal strife until now. Who knows? Natasha, who had infiltrated under Nick Fury's orders, observed the children laboring nearby, unable to fathom how they had managed to permanently retain Romulo and his companions here. Were it not for the sight of the two Quinjet fighters, Natasha might have believed she had come to the wrong place. Aaron, who is this? Pietro's sudden appearance startled Natasha. Instinctively, she reached for her weapon, only to remember that it had been confiscated. This is Miss He-Man, a prospective addition to our mercenary group. Aaron replied, her uncertainty evident when mentioning mercenaries. However, just as Pietro furrowed his brow, Aaron promptly added, Wanda has already gone to inform the boss. Upon hearing Aaron's words, Pietro ceased to elaborate further. After all, they were well aware of Li Qi's capabilities. Once he confirmed the identity of this individual, their past became inconsequential. As several of them engaged in conversation, Li Qi and Wanda emerged from the ancient castle. The moment Li Qi laid eyes on Natasha, he instantly recognized her. There was no mistaking Natasha's classic appearance. However, upon seeing her, Li Qi deduced that this must be Nick Fury's investigation into their affairs. The reason for her being categorized as a neutral entity likely stemmed from her own unique circumstances. Despite her role as a spy, Natasha's past experiences set her apart in many ways. Perhaps this was why she appeared as a neutral unit in the commander's purview. Upon encountering Li Qi, Natasha was somewhat taken aback by his youth. She had anticipated that this so-called leader would be at least in his 30s or 40s. Yet he seemed to be merely in his 20s. "Hello, leader. My name is Hyman," she began, but before she could finish, Li Qi interjected, "It matters not. Here. No one will concern themselves with your past." There was an unspoken truth that Li Qi withheld. No matter her intentions, she could not escape his scrutiny. "For now, you should accompany Wanda," he instructed, making arrangements for Natasha's presence, which piqued his interest, especially with Wanda by her side, granting him a sense of reassurance. Chapter 15. Wanda, upon hearing Li Qi's words, glanced at Natasha. Although she did not employ chaotic magic to probe Natasha's thoughts, Li Qi's demeanor indicated that Natasha had yet to earn their acceptance. "Let us proceed," Wanda declared, guiding Natasha as they roamed about. Natasha, who had come with the intent to investigate, had no objections to this. However, after a brief excursion outside, she found herself profoundly astonished. She observed that most of the individuals here possessed physical attributes far beyond the ordinary. In fact, several of their performances were nearly on par with her own. This revelation led Natasha to believe that Li Qi and his associates must possess a perfected form of human enhancement serum. Otherwise, such extraordinary strength would not be so prevalent among them. This discovery weighed heavily on Natasha's heart. The sacrifices of Langlo and others had already made her and Nick Fury acutely aware that this was no ordinary terrorist organization. Given the multitude of enhanced warriors present, it was no wonder that Langlo and his comrades had fallen here. Without sufficient preparation, it is unlikely that the arrival of more people here would yield any significant impact. A simple observation reveals that Li Qi has gained considerable importance in Natasha's heart. Inside Li Qi's office, Aaron, with a puzzled expression, inquired about Li Qi. "That woman is clearly concealing something. Why allow her to remain here?" Aaron, who possesses remarkable intelligence and is capable of assisting Li Qi in managing the entire base, is perceptive enough to discern what Wanda can see as well. The woman named Natasha is an exceptional agent, belonging to the same organization as the group from a few days ago. Li Qi, not inclined to play riddles with his own, directly disclosed Natasha's identity to Aaron. "I intend to make another trip to New York. There, we require someone well-versed in the rules, and Natasha fits that description." Over the past few years, Li Qi has not solely focused on developing the base. He has invested assets across various countries. Being aware of the evolution of the Marvel Universe, Li Qi has established a considerable portfolio in the United States, utilizing certain acquisitions to form a conglomerate. However, the organization has recently encountered challenges, necessitating Li Qi's presence in New York to oversee matters. "This time, I plan to take Wanda with me. You and Pietro will remain here to guard against those Serbians." Aaron expressed no dissatisfaction with Li Qi's arrangement. Her earlier inquiry was merely directed at Natasha. "The base can be entrusted to Pietro and me. With him here, we will encounter no issues." Aaron holds a profound trust in her comrades within the base. Whether they have trained in the 6 styles of the Navy or are like Pietro, their strength surpasses that of ordinary individuals. "With you around, I will feel much more at ease. Pietro often lacks foresight," she remarked. In response, Li Qi presented a breathing technique to Aaron. This document contains a method of breathing that, once mastered, can unleash extraordinary power. Please arrange for others to learn it. Li Qi does not place excessive importance on the breathing technique. In terms of sheer power, it does not compare to the 6 styles of the Navy, though its learning curve is considerably easier. Upon receiving the breathing technique, Aaron's eyes lit up. Even she found the 6 styles of the Navy exceedingly challenging to master. The prospect of acquiring a new power brings joy to many within the base. Furthermore, news of Li Qi's ventures in New York soon reached both Natasha and Wanda. Natasha, upon learning of Li Qi's enterprises in the United States, felt a deep sense of exasperation towards the intelligence personnel of SHIELD. Despite being an intelligence operative, all information regarding this place seems to be erroneous. A base of augmented warriors is misidentified as a hub for terrorists, and even the leader, Leach, has not marked any concerns over this matter. Nevertheless, I remain quite acquainted with New York. Observing Wanda, Natasha responded in kind. Upon hearing Natasha's agreement, Wanda departed with a cheerful demeanor. This marks Leach's inaugural outing with Wanda, bringing her an uncommon sense of joy. In contrast, Pietro, who unexpectedly appeared by her side, was far from elated. "Why am I not the one going to New York? I wish to explore as well." Although Pietro has matured significantly, he still yearns for the allure of the bustling metropolis. His ability to move rapidly allows him to traverse all of Europe within a single day. However, Leech's orders have kept him largely confined. Leech harbors his own concerns regarding this, as the world is rife with all manner of monsters and malevolence, and one can never know if Pietro might encounter someone capable of countering his speed. The trip to New York was deemed urgent, and early the next morning, Leech set off for the city with Wanda and Natasha in tow. New York. Wilson Tower. Has the owner of that umbrella corporation yet to be located? Although Wilson did not exhibit overt anger, beads of cold sweat trickled down James's forehead. According to our investigations, the owner of Umbrella is rarely seen, with most company affairs managed remotely. The only information we could gather suggests that this individual predominantly resides in Europe. James spoke without daring to raise his gaze, fearing that any movement might provoke the ire of this fearsome figure. Europe, you say? Wilson pondered as he lifted a cigar, his thoughts inscrutable. The Umbrella Corporation, which he scrutinized, was indeed Leech's enterprise in America, having initially secured numerous games and electronic products upon signing. These acquisitions facilitated the establishment of the most extensive gaming empire in the United States, providing Leech's base with immeasurable funds. It was precisely due to this financial backing that Leech rushed to New York upon receiving the news. As he slowly ignited his cigar, Kim interjected. Umbrella has now become a world-renowned gaming company, primarily due to its lack of substantial backing. Chapter 16. Upon hearing Wilson's voice, James exhaled in relief. Wilson's extensive dialogue with Tianya implied that he still held value and would not face execution. I understand. I will swiftly ascertain the identity of the owner. Wilson's words have been exceedingly clear. Umbrella, this cash cow, has now matured. The focus is not solely on their group, which is why James has been urged to act swiftly. Unbeknownst to Wilson and James, the individual they are discussing has already arrived in New York. As Wanda disembarks from the plane and gazes upon the bustling metropolis, her eyes reveal a sense of wonder. Lee, do we have ample time this trip? I wish to truly explore this city. Observing Wanda's childlike enthusiasm, Li Chi realizes for the first time that his concern for them may not be as profound as he thought. Although he has nurtured them over the past 2 years, his own actions have restricted their freedom. For both Pietro and Wanda, their activities have been confined to that solitary mountain range. Now, witnessing the eager glint in Wanda's eyes, Li Chi finds it difficult to refuse her. Indeed, we have plenty of time this time around. We can go wherever you wish to play. With Li Chi's consent, Wanda exhibits the vivacity befitting her age. Ultimately, Wanda is merely a youthful girl. Natasha, listening to the exchange between Li Chi and Wanda, forms a more vivid image of the two in her mind, albeit with significant gaps. At S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon disembarking, Natasha has already compiled a report to send to Nick Fury. As he peruses the documents in his hands, Fury's already dark countenance grows increasingly grim. Human enhancement and extraordinary strength. These are two powers Fury has long sought, but could never attain. Now, Natasha informs him that a relatively small base possesses both. However, as the king of spies, Fury is not easily swayed by emotion. After the initial surge of greed, his thoughts swiftly turn to Langley. It appears that Langley and the forces behind him must have been aware of the powers they possess, which is why they are willing to expose themselves to take action. Relying solely on Natasha's intelligence, Fury has already gleaned a considerable amount of information. Yet, he remains unaware that even Pierce's understanding of Li Chi's operations is insufficient. Many pieces of intelligence are obscured, even within Hydra. In addition to Natasha's report, Fury has another dossier before him, detailing information on Li Chi and Umbrella. S.H.I.E.L.D. has indeed taken note of Umbrella, a company that has risen prominently in recent years, and Fury is well aware of the troubles it has encountered in this period. This time, Li Chi returned to handle these matters, and Nick Fury had no intention of intervening. Instead, he wished to observe Li Chi's methods, as he no longer trusted the information coming from Europe. Some things are best witnessed firsthand. Meanwhile, Li Chi, accompanied by Wanda and Natasha, activated the commander's view upon arriving at the company. This activation startled Li Chi. Apart from a handful of neutral units, the rest were almost entirely hostile. The few allies remaining were truly scarce. It seems my employees are indeed wearing multiple hats. Despite having anticipated this, Li Chi felt a surge of anger upon witnessing the scene. After all, his company offered salaries and benefits far superior to those of competitors. Yet loyalty remained a rarity. After presenting his credentials, Li Chi led Wanda and Natasha directly to the office on the top floor. Simultaneously, news of the umbrella holder's appearance spread swiftly. Upon entering the office, Li Chi pushed the door open and found House, who had already received the news. standing with a broad smile. Boss, you finally returned. I feared the company might not withstand your absence. House's melancholic expression hinted at the immense pressure he had been under. However, to Li Qi, House's performance was utterly ridiculous, as in the commander's view. House was a vehemently hostile entity. Wanda. Li Qi called out to Wanda, disregarding House. Upon hearing his command, Wanda instantly conjured a burst of red magic that struck House. Natasha, following closely behind, widened her eyes at the sight. Initially believing that the super soldier serum and the Navy's 6 styles constituted all of Li Qi's resources, it now appeared there was much more at play. Under the influence of Wanda's magic, House became disoriented, his dilated pupils revealing he was now under control. Speak. Who are you working for? Li Qi inquired directly, observing House, now bewitched by Wanda. With Wanda, who wielded chaos magic, few could conceal their secrets. Even if they could, House would not be among them. It's James. James gave me a significant sum of money and assured me that even if the company's owner changed, my position would remain unchanged. Hearing the name from House, Li Qi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he did not recognize James, a figure so common that he was lost amidst the notable and powerful. He had expected an assault on his company from a major force, or at the very least, from someone well known. The outcome now reveals him to be an obscure individual. Who is James? Upon hearing Li Qi's words, House continued, James Wesley. He works for a significant boss. With this statement, Li Qi began to comprehend that this James must be someone else's clandestine operative. Further inquiries, however, left House perplexed, evidently. He had not been informed of the deeper intricacies. Yet, House's ignorance did not imply that others were unaware. He-Man, are you acquainted with this James Wesley fellow? Upon hearing Li Qi's question, Natasha felt a surge of anxiety, her gaze fixed on House, questioning whether she had ever been under control. Chapter 17. Although Natasha was beset by a multitude of thoughts, her countenance remained inscrutable. James Wesley was likely an underling of Wilson, who, aside from being a well-known businessman and philanthropist, also wielded considerable influence over a vast network of underground forces, the crime lord known as Jean Bing. Upon hearing the name Jean Bing, Li Qi instantly grasped the implications. He was not unfamiliar with this man, who stood at the pinnacle of humanity. Jean Bing. At that moment, Li Qi realized that his company, Umbrella, had been increasingly lucrative of late, undoubtedly attracting the envy of many. Clearly, Jean Bing was one of those. However, Li Qi did not feel particularly concerned. No matter how formidable Jean Bing might be, he was merely a mortal. For Li Qi, the likes of Jean Bing could be effortlessly vanquished, even without direct intervention. Upon discovering that the individual targeting Umbrella was indeed Jean Bing, Li Qi proceeded to inquire further from House. After a thorough questioning, Li Qi recognized that he had been neglectful, as Umbrella's situation had become quite dire. Besides Jean Bing, numerous other factions were also conspiring against Umbrella. It could be said that, possessing substantial financial resources, Umbrella had become a coveted prize in New York. With this newfound awareness, Li Qi instructed Wanda to lift her control over House. What have you done to me? House exclaimed, his expression one of sheer terror as he looked at Li Qi and Wanda, fully aware of the events that had transpired during his manipulation. It was precisely this realization that instilled a profound fear within him. House, being merely a professional manager, had never encountered such terrifying tactics as Wanda's. Now, faced with the reality, he was left utterly shaken. Observing House, now crumpled on the floor, Li Qi lost interest in further conversation and promptly called for security to have House expelled. Wanda, feel free to wander around with Hyman. I still have numerous matters to attend to. Although the situation with House has been resolved, the troubles with Umbrella remain abundant. Observing Wanda beside him, Li Qi encouraged him to explore New York with Natasha. All right. Wanda eagerly nodded in response to Li Qi's words. She had longed to stroll through the vastness of New York City. Meanwhile, House, who had been cast aside by Li Qi, harbored resentment towards him. He managed to contact James directly, relaying the information about Li Qi's arrival. Unbeknownst to House, who was unaware that James and his associates had already received the news, he intended to sell the information regarding Li Qi consequently. He was swiftly apprehended by James and his team. You mean to say that the woman accompanying Li Qi possesses some form of mind control, and thus you divulged our matters? Jean Bing, clad in a pristine white suit, approached House. Listening to his incessant pleas for mercy, he kindly extended a hand to help him up from the ground. Yes, House, having endured a harsh lesson at James's hands, began to grasp the reality of his situation. Gazing at Jean Bing, who loomed before him like a giant, he unhesitatingly betrayed Li Qi. He informed Jean Bing that in addition to Li Qi, 2 women had returned, and he also disclosed Wanda's predicament. I cannot comprehend the powers that woman possesses. With just a wave of her hand, I lost control and revealed everything I knew. I truly did not intend to betray you. Noticing the shift in Jean Bing's demeanor, House hurriedly sought to explain. Unlike the oblivious House, Jean Bing, as a formidable figure in the underworld, understood many secrets hidden from ordinary view. While he was unaware of the specific powers Wanda wielded, he recognized that they were far beyond what an ordinary person could contend with. You mentioned that Li Qi returned with 2 women. What abilities does the other one possess? To Jean Bing, Li Qi's audacity to return to New York with 2 women suggested he had his own confidence. The woman named Wanda had already demonstrated her uniqueness, so it was reasonable to assume that the other was not an insignificant individual. Though the other woman had not exhibited any apparent special traits, she was likely well acquainted with New York, as her identity was what she had informed Li Qi about. I see, then you are of no further use to me, Jean Bing declared as he tightened his grip on House's shoulder. The sound of bones creaking echoed ominously. The excruciating pain rendered House speechless, and he succumbed to unconsciousness in an instant. Under Jean Bing's immense strength, House's shoulder was crushed with a single squeeze. Dispose of him. Observing James beside him, Kim promptly issued an order. In Kim's eyes, House had lost all semblance of value. As he watched James depart, Kim dialed a number. In New York, Natasha ambled through the city with Wanda, who was brimming with curiosity about everything in this bustling metropolis. In stark contrast to her previous surroundings, this city radiated vibrancy and life. Noticing Wanda's enthusiastic engagement with their surroundings, Natasha inquired, "Have you both remained secluded in the mountains, never venturing out?" Wanda, once filled with excitement, recalled that the individual accompanying her was not someone to be trusted. Although her shift in demeanor was subtle, Natasha was keenly aware of it. This realization left Natasha feeling quite helpless. Despite having joined their ranks, she found that nearly everyone was distrustful of her. Even Natasha, skilled in subterfuge and disguise, could not fathom the reasons behind this wariness. Initially, she had assumed Wanda had her under control, much like she had with House. Yet, during their leisurely stroll, Natasha discerned that Wanda held no significant guard against her. This indicated that Natasha had not revealed her true self. However, Wanda's reaction to Natasha's innocent question betrayed a lack of trust from the very beginning. Natasha could only attribute this to the peculiar nature of Li Qi and the others. Just as the atmosphere between Natasha and Wanda grew somewhat tense, a small truck suddenly barreled towards them without warning. Both Wanda and Natasha immediately noticed the seemingly out-of-control vehicle. Chapter 18. Both Wanda and Natasha are extraordinary beings. While the truck's trajectory might have surprised others, Natasha and Wanda clearly perceived its intent. As the truck careened towards them, Wanda conjured the power of chaos magic in her hands without a moment's hesitation. She had never shown mercy towards threats against herself. The energy of chaos magic coalesced in Wanda's grasp, poised to obliterate the approaching vehicle in an instant. However, while Wanda could disregard many matters, Natasha could not allow Wanda to reveal her powers in public, as it would undoubtedly lead to greater complications. Just before Wanda unleashed her magic, Natasha reached out, grasping Wanda's body and pulling her away from the imminent threat. It was this timely intervention that interrupted Wanda's readiness to cast her spell. Boom. The truck showed no intention of applying the brakes, crashing directly into the wall behind it. As the vehicle came to a halt, a man clad in a mask emerged from the cab. "Hey, wouldn't it have been wiser for you to stand still and avoid unnecessary suffering?" he taunted, revealing his identity as Bullseye, a professional assassin with extraordinary abilities. Natasha immediately recognized him, having encountered similar prowess in her colleague, who wielded a bow instead of the various projectiles that Bullseye preferred. "So, you've heard of my name. You must be the woman in New York that House mentioned," Bullseye remarked, confirming Natasha's reputation as someone well-versed in the city's undercurrents. He had been summoned by Kingpin to eliminate the 2 women, and due to limited intelligence, Kingpin could not ascertain the full extent of Wanda's capabilities. Thus, he dispatched his strongest assassin, believing that once Natasha and Wanda were dealt with, the remaining adversary, Leech, would be easy prey. "What manner of man is this?" Wanda inquired, turning to Natasha for insight. "He is likely an assassin sent by Kingpin," Natasha deduced, having pieced together the scenario upon seeing Bullseye. She was aware of the connection between Bullseye and Kingpin, and Wanda's expression turned icy at Natasha's words. "An assassin, you say?" With that, red magic erupted from Wanda's hands. While Bullseye was uncertain of the nature of the crimson energy, his past experiences warned him of its peril. With a swift motion, he leapt from the truck, hurling a seemingly ordinary coin at Wanda. Yet, in Bullseye's skilled hands, that coin could unleash a force surpassing that of firearms. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the coin was upon Wanda. However, the next moment, The red magic encircled her, disintegrating the coin into dust upon contact. Witnessing this, Bullseye felt a twinge of fear. Had he not dodged, he might have met his demise. Ordinary individuals would have retreated in the face of Wanda's power, but Bullseye's mental state was anything but typical. Observing Wanda's proactive assault, he launched a flurry of throwing knives, each seemingly animated with purpose, targeting her despite their varied trajectories. "Are you merely juggling?" she scoffed. Wanda gazed at the flying knives hurled by the target, and with a mocking remark, she unleashed a magical barrier that instantly obliterated all of them. The skirmish between Wanda and the target sent bystanders fleeing in all directions. Natasha, witnessing this spectacle, felt a sense of helplessness. Wanda's unique abilities would surely spread like wildfire within a day. Yet, as Wanda faced the target, her irritation grew. This adversary, despite his apparent prowess, consistently evaded her spells, and even when unable to escape, he adeptly absorbed the blows. "Since you relish the challenge, let us see how much you can endure," she declared, gesturing dramatically as the chaotic energies of her magic surged forth. In an instant, vehicles and debris within hundreds of meters were manipulated by Wanda and hurled mercilessly towards the target. "This is disastrous." The target was taken aback, his confidence faltering in the face of such overwhelming force. Despite his pride in his abilities, he found himself at a loss against the calamity that loomed before him. With a thunderous crash, he was buried beneath the rubble. Yet, Wanda's onslaught did not cease there. Observing the target now entombed, she clenched her fists, and the heap of debris began to constrict around him. The sound of crushing echoed as blood seeped through the crevices. Natasha, witnessing the grim fate of the target, was reminded that the girl before her was far from benevolent. "We must leave. The commotion here is too great," she urged, exasperated by the onlookers capturing the chaos on their phones. She was at a loss for how to report this incident to Nick Fury, realizing that her involvement with Leech and his companions had only compounded her troubles. "All right," Wanda replied, nodding at the gathering crowd. In the next moment, she cast a spell that concealed their presence. As they departed, several vehicles arrived on the scene. Once the debris and wreckage were cleared, the mangled remains of the target were revealed. "Is this truly what a human can become?" One of the onlookers stammered, swallowing hard. It was no wonder fear gripped him. Without the mask, the grotesque mass was unrecognizable as a human form. Under Wanda's relentless assault, the target's body had been reduced to mere pulp. A few individuals, armed with shovels, hastily gathered the remains before swiftly vacating the area. As they left, more people began to arrive, drawn to the aftermath of the chaos. It is evident that Wanda and Hawkeye's battle has drawn the attention of numerous factions. By the time Chapter 19 unfolds, Li-Chi has already learned about their conflict through the news. He feels somewhat helpless, as Wanda and her companions remain oblivious to many matters due to their life in the base. Furthermore, without his personal guidance, they have become accustomed to employing magic during combat. However, Li-Chi does not dwell on this too much. After all, he has already confronted the most troublesome Hydra. The remaining organizations and ambitious individuals are merely inconsequential distractions. As for Hawkeye, he seems to be dispatched by Kingpin. Li-Chi is well aware of the connection between Hawkeye and Kingpin. Upon discovering that the assailants targeting Wanda are Hawkeye, he realizes that the mastermind behind it all is indeed the corpulent Kingpin. It appears that this time, he must leave a profound impression on these individuals. As Li-Chi observes the red units that continuously appear near the company through the commander's perspective, he understands that these entities are likely the tendrils of various factions in New York. If he fails to mount a sufficient counterattack, they might surround him like a pack of hyenas. At this moment, Li-Chi regrets not bringing more personnel with him. Had he done so, he would not have to handle everything personally. These thoughts fill him with frustration. Nevertheless, since Kingpin has made his move, Li-Chi resolves that he will not allow him to see the dawn of another day. In Hell's Kitchen, within a bar, a girl clad in a jacket is engaged in a dispute with the bartender. "I'm sorry, miss, but you are not of legal drinking age," the bartender responds, once again denying her request for alcohol. Is age really a requirement for drinking here? Jessica feels a pang of irritation in her chest. In this Hell's Kitchen, where drug dealing is rampant, she cannot fathom why she must disclose her age just to have a drink. Had she known, she would have refrained from mentioning her age upon entering. Just as Jessica is deep in her thoughts, a voice emerges from behind her. "A bottle of whiskey. My age should suffice." A man wearing sunglasses approaches the bar, placing coins on the counter. "Matt, you've arrived just in time." Seeing the newcomer, Jessica smiles, happily accepting the whiskey from the bartender and joining Matt at a table in the corner. "Matt, did you come to see me for something?" she inquires after taking a sip of her whiskey, her gaze fixed on him. Though they are both superheroes roaming the streets of Hell's Kitchen, Jessica can only be regarded as a novice compared to Matt Murdock. With the death of Bullseye and the trouble caused by Kingpin, Murdoch, despite his blindness, possesses extraordinary hearing that enables him to perceive details unnoticed by others. As Bullseye's longtime adversary, Murdoch was among the first to receive news of his demise. He visited the scene personally and, utilizing his abilities, reconstructed the events of the battle. This revelation astonished Murdoch, for Bullseye had seemingly been overwhelmed and killed without a chance to retaliate. This discovery piqued Murdoch's curiosity about the girl responsible for Bullseye's death. Bullseye's arrogant demeanor made his downfall inevitable. Jessica had also encountered Bullseye, albeit in a one-sided manner. While her strength was formidable, her control was lacking. Confronted by Bullseye's cunning, she found herself unable to land a single blow. With Bullseye, the vicious hound, out of the picture, it was likely that many discontented with Kingpin would take action. Jessica observed Murdoch and remarked, while Kingpin is the kingpin of the underworld, there are plenty who refuse to follow him. The gangs around Hell's Kitchen openly feign loyalty to him. Were it not for Kingpin's powerful enforcers, these factions would not dare to follow in his footsteps. However, with his sharpest blade now dulled, it is certain they will entertain other ambitions. Indeed, the news of Bullseye's death had spread, igniting restlessness among various factions. If only a few were to rise, Kingpin might manage to suppress them through fear. But due to the mysterious woman's involvement, many have begun to doubt his strength. Murdoch recalled the accounts of Wanda's displayed power and sensed that Kingpin's reign might truly be at risk. So, what brings you to seek my assistance? Jessica inquired, intrigued by Murdoch's intentions. I hope you will join me in restoring stability to Hell's Kitchen, Murdoch responded. Jessica, unable to suppress her incredulity, wore an expression of disbelief. Are you jesting? You know better than I what kind of place Hell's Kitchen is. The notion of stabilizing this chaos is utterly absurd. Jessica mused that Murdoch's judgment might be clouded, for this was Hell's Kitchen, a realm where even the law dared not tread. In this realm, where gangsters, drug dealers, and terrorists abound, tranquility and harmony are conspicuously absent. Observing Jessica's demeanor, Murdoch fell into a moment of silence before he spoke. I understand this is a daunting challenge. Yet if we do not take action, countless lives will be lost in Hell's Kitchen. Even the deaf-mute individuals working in the restaurant have begun to arm themselves. The deaf-mute individuals Murdoch referred to were the employees of the Hand and its drug manufacturing facility. Nevertheless, what significance does that hold for me? Unlike Murdoch, Jessica found herself in a state of utter confusion. Whether as a hero, a private investigator, or an antagonist, she perceived little distinction. Moreover, even if I were to assist you, the vast expanse of Hell's Kitchen would be impossible to safeguard entirely. From Jessica's perspective, irrespective of her involvement, Murdoch's aspirations were destined to remain unfulfilled. No, in addition to you, I have sought the support of several other friends. Upon hearing Jessica's words, Murdoch realized she was in agreement with him. Chapter 20. Within the Factory of the Hand. Madame Gao, observing the individuals before her, smiled and remarked, it appears that Wilson Fisk has suffered greatly at the hands of that umbrella, given their modus operandi. If they were to discover that the mastermind behind the target is Fisk, they would undoubtedly show him no mercy. As she spoke, a smile graced her lips. As one of the 5 fingers of the hand, she found herself continually suppressed by Fisk in New York. This dissatisfaction fueled her contempt for Fisk. Had she not been aware of her inferiority to him, she would have already orchestrated his assassination. Indeed, it seems the head of Umbrella has already received my message. The leader of the Black Gang, Tombstone, regarded Madame Gao with a sinister smile. Like Gao, Tombstone harbored discontent towards Fisk. The assembly gathered here consisted of those dissatisfied with Fisk's reign, Tombstone, alongside the Purple Man, the Stilt Man, and the Hammerhead. Individually, they would stand little chance against Fisk, lacking even the courage to confront him. Yet together, their collective power posed a significant threat to him. What shall we do? Inquired Hammerhead, the temperamental member of the Russian gang, fervently eager to see Fisk toppled from his lofty position. Wait for the Umbrella operative to make the first move. Meanwhile, Lee had completed all necessary arrangements and awaited the return of Wanda and Natasha. So, how was New York? He inquired playfully, noting Wanda's sulky expression. Not enjoyable. Everywhere I went, eyes were upon me. If it weren't for He-Man holding me back, I would have taken them all down. Wanda's character, under the indulgence of Lu Chi, has become somewhat reckless. However, with Lu Chi as her support, she possesses the audacity to act in such a manner. Natasha, who overheard Wanda's remarks, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. The individuals surveilling Wanda undoubtedly included agents from S, H, I, E, L, D, and their numbers were not insignificant. Alas, having exposed her powers before such a multitude, Wanda would likely need to adopt some disguise to evade those persistent onlookers in the future. Even Luchi had little recourse against this group, as no matter how many were eliminated, another batch would inevitably follow. Nonetheless, as long as their actions did not cross certain lines, Luchi remained somewhat unconcerned. The assailants this time were presumably the infamous Kingpin. While the reasons for his impatience remained unclear, their aggression necessitated a counterattack. To Luchi, the entire affair seemed too crude for someone of Kingpin's stature. The swiftness with which they moved from return to confrontation suggested either that Kingpin was excessively arrogant and dismissive of them, or that he harbored some insidious plot. Regardless of the motive, Luchi had no intention of letting Kingpin evade justice. "I will accompany you." Upon hearing Luchi's intent to confront Kingpin, Wanda promptly declared. Her battle with Hawkeye had ignited an anger toward the shadowy figure. Now that an opportunity to eliminate him presented itself, Wanda would not remain passive at home. "I shall join as well. My abilities should prove beneficial to you," Natasha remarked, observing Luchi and Wanda. At that moment, a sense of confusion enveloped Natasha. She pondered why Nick Fury had yet to take action. Based on her understanding of Fury, it was inconceivable that he would overlook the display of Wanda's powers on the street. Meanwhile, within S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury found himself in a heated argument with Pierce. "Nick, this individual poses a threat to national security. It is our duty at S.H.I.E.L.D. to apprehend her," Pierce exclaimed, gesturing toward the display of Wanda's abilities on the screen. "This girl hails from a European terrorist organization. Recently, Agent Rumlow led a mission to eliminate that group, resulting in total failure." Fury's dark visage betrayed no emotion, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Pierce. The reason for Fury's restraint this time lay in his desire to draw out the significant threat concealed within S.H.I.E.L.D. In his estimation, the repeated assaults on Luchi and his companions by this group indicated they had conducted extensive research on them. As soon as they set foot in New York, regardless of the chaos they might stir, those hidden figures could not remain still. What Nick Fury did not anticipate, however, was that the first to become restless would be his former superior, Pierce. Such a development was unexpected, and it was evident that this individual could no longer be tolerated, especially considering the Umbrella Corporation's leader was likely entangled in the unfolding events. Observing Fury's gaze, Pierce couldn't help but think that this was a dire situation. Simultaneously, he berated Baron Strucker in his mind for creating such formidable weapons of war only to have them turn against him. It was no wonder Pierce felt anxious. The information concealed by Baron Strucker was rather extensive. Upon noticing Natasha accompanying Wanda, Pierce realized that Nick Fury had also set his sights on them. He could not permit Fury to establish a deeper connection with Li Chi and his group, as they possessed an overwhelming amount of Hydra intelligence. If Fury were to glean any information from them, the efforts of Hydra over the years would likely dissolve into nothingness. Pierce was well aware of Fury's capabilities. He understood that by exposing himself, he would inevitably raise Fury's suspicions. However, given his identity and Fury's nature, he knew that Fury would not act against him without irrefutable evidence. Yet, if Fury managed to procure Hydra intelligence from Li Chi's group, it would be impossible for him to escape the repercussions. This was precisely the reason Pierce sought out Nick Fury. "Indeed, we have an obligation to safeguard our homeland." Yet the operatives capable of combat were not present in New York. Only clerks remained, lacking the power to confront them. Gazing at Pierce, Nick Fury delivered a decisive blow. Following the message from Natasha, Fury employed various means to extract S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives from New York. Under his meticulous arrangements, no one noticed anything amiss. Chapter 21. In the wake of Hawkeye's demise and Wanda's display of strength, the previously suppressed factions began to stir. However, these entities refrained from hastily launching an attack on Kingpin, opting instead to lurk in the shadows, observing Li Chi and his companions. After all, despite the loss of one Hawkeye, Kingpin still commanded a formidable array of talents. Consequently, these individuals awaited the moment when Li Chi and his group would make the first move. Only then would they pounce like wolves, ready to feast upon Kingpin. Li Chi, too, did not disappoint their expectations. As dusk fell, he, along with Wanda and Natasha, made their way towards Wilson Tower. In the vehicle, while Li Chi and Wanda remained composed, Natasha was busy arming herself. From the most fundamental bulletproof vests to an array of firearms and an assortment of peculiar gadgets, Natasha armed herself thoroughly. While she was in the midst of changing her gear, she keenly observed both Leech and Wanda. Noticing that they remained unprepared, she deduced that Leech, like Wanda, must possess extraordinary abilities. Similarly, having witnessed the powers of Wanda and Pietro, Natasha was profoundly intrigued by the abilities that Leech might wield. Leech drove swiftly to the vicinity of Wilson Tower, which was a mere few streets away from Hell's Kitchen, remarkably close. However, the street now appeared desolate, devoid of both passers-by and the usual gangsters. As Leech brought the car to a halt, several figures suddenly emerged on a nearby rooftop, brandishing rocket launchers and firing rockets towards them. Just as the icy chill emanated from Leech's arm, Wanda acted decisively, unleashing her chaotic red magic to neutralize the airborne projectiles. Upon witnessing the failure of the rockets, those figures hastily retreated, only to be replaced by a group armed with machine guns, who opened fire on Leech and his companions. Ice Spear. A frigid aura enveloped Leech as ice spears formed behind him. In the next instant, these icy projectiles shot forth with astonishing speed, freezing the gunmen before they could react. On the rooftop, Kingpin, clad in a white suit, observed Leech's display of power and remarked to his subordinates, "The power of ice, but it seems even more formidable than that girl's abilities." Behind Kingpin stood his most trusted allies, the formidable Frost, who had transformed her arms into biomechanical weapons, the Punisher, and the Owl, all notorious figures within the criminal underworld. In addition to these well-known personalities, numerous elite assassins were also present. Despite his calm exterior, Kingpin felt a surge of rage within. He was acutely aware of their movements and was taken aback that, upon merely revealing a hint of fatigue, they would dare to show their fangs. "Do they wish to witness my downfall?" Kingpin lifted his gaze towards Hell's Kitchen, dismissing the petty maneuvers of Madame Gao and her associates with disdain. Below, as Leech's ice spears annihilated the gunmen, Wanda and Natasha advanced towards the tower alongside him. Natasha, trailing behind Leech, was deep in thought. The power of ice appears to be less formidable than Wanda's abilities. To Natasha, Wanda's powers seem both abstract and immensely potent. Conversely, Leech's display of ice manipulation, while impressive, does not quite meet Natasha's expectations of strength. As the two enter the building, gang members who had been waiting surge forward, brandishing submachine guns and shotguns, unleashing a hail of bullets towards Li Chi and his companions. Frosty moment. In an instant, half of Li Chi's body transforms into solid ice, emitting an overwhelming chill that radiates outward. Wherever the cold touches, it freezes instantly. The bullets that strike Li Chi prove ineffective, merely shattering a few ice fragments without any substantial impact. Witnessing this display, Natasha finally comprehends Li Chi's true power. It is not solely the terrifying force of his ice abilities that astounds her. It is also the realization that he remains undeterred by firearms. Just moments ago, Natasha had seen bullets pierce his form, yet in the next instant, with the ice shattering, she understands that Li Chi possesses an immunity to bullets. This realization elevates her perception of his danger significantly. As the initial wave of adversaries is vanquished, Li Chi and his allies ascend further. Meanwhile, Jean Bing, observing through the surveillance monitors, loses his previous composure. "With such capabilities, can you defeat him, Mary?" He inquires of the formidable Shanjan Mary, who stands beside him. Among Jean Bing's subordinates, Shanjan Mary is undoubtedly the most powerful. She can conjure spiritual shields or force fields, unleash destructive energy, levitate, fly, absorb, and control flames, and communicate telepathically. Her other persona can even manifest weapons and armor from her being. These abilities underscore her strength, albeit her unstable mental state often hinders her from fully harnessing her potential. "Perhaps I should give it a try." Shanjan Mary gazes at Li Chi on the screen, her eyes brimming with a fierce intensity. Clearly, the most dangerous aspect of her personality, bloodthirsty Mary, is currently in control. Nodding in response to her words, Jean Bing asserts, "Let us proceed to welcome our guests." Leading a cadre of elite operatives, he steps into the elevator. Upon reaching the second floor, Li Chi and his group notice the descending elevator. "It seems our power has been underestimated by our foes," Li Chi muses, recognizing that Jean Bing's actions reflect a blatant disregard for him and Wanda. Natasha, in contrast to the unwavering confidence exhibited by Li Chi and his companions, raised her firearm, aiming it at the elevator doors. Ding! As the elevator arrived, its doors slowly opened. At the forefront, both the formidable Mary and the executioner launched their assault even before the doors had fully opened, targeting Li Chi and his group. Chapter 22 Boom. A wave of shock and explosive energy surged towards Li Chi and Wanda. Having been prepared, Wanda immediately extended her arms. An energy shield materialized, successfully deflecting all the attacks from the executioner and Mary. In the next moment, a figure burst forth from the crowd like a cannonball, the immense Kingpin, who displayed an unexpected agility. Rat-a-tat-tat. Natasha redirected her weapon towards Kingpin and opened fire. Although Natasha was not as skilled a marksman as Hawkeye or Bullseye, her proficiency with firearms was of the highest caliber. All the bullets struck Kingpin, yet, alas, her weapon was merely an ordinary firearm. The bullets merely bounced off him, causing no harm whatsoever. Despite lacking superpowers or enhancements, Kingpin's relentless training had endowed him with strength that surpassed many superhumans. Disregarding Natasha, he swung his cane towards Wanda's head. To everyone's astonishment, Wanda's magical barrier shattered instantly under Kingpin's assault, but just before the cane could connect with Wanda's skull, it halted. Should I call you Kingpin or Wilson? The one who had thwarted Kingpin's attack was Li Chi, though his physique was unassuming. His strength far surpassed ordinary expectations. Just call me Kingpin, Kingpin retorted, twisting his wrist as Li Chi seized his arm, releasing a plume of crimson poison. Sinister, Wanda swiftly enveloped the toxic mist with her chaotic magic, annihilating it in an instant. Mary, as Kingpin's words echoed, the others, including Mary, launched their attack against Li Chi and his companions. Click! An ice bird erupted from Li Chi's arm, soaring swiftly towards Mary and her cohorts. The frigid air instantly froze everything in its path. The speed of the ice bird was remarkable. Aside from a few quick-moving individuals and the trio of Mary, the remaining elite were instantly encased in ice. Meanwhile, Wanda was now engaged in combat with Kingpin. Finger gun. In a moment of swift action, Wanda appeared beside Jean Bing. Her arm entwined with chaotic magic as her fingers pierced into his body. A gaping wound materialized on Jean Bing, yet little blood flowed from the injury. To his astonishment, he realized that his physique, largely composed of muscle, rendered such an attack utterly ineffective. That hardly hurts at all, Jean Bing declared, swinging his arm toward Wanda. In stark contrast to Wanda, his assault was a pure embodiment of speed and strength. His punch struck her with such force that she was immediately sent flying. Subsequently, Jean Bing charged toward Li Chi alongside Shuang Han Mali, prepared to witness the true essence of the six styles. Gale kick. As the duo approached, Li Chi unleashed a kick, sending a blue wave of slashing energy radiating outward. The might of his Gale kick, powered by such terrifying physical prowess, far surpassed anything Wanda could muster. The reach of the slashing attack extended over several dozen meters, its destructive force capable of cleaving through anything. As Jean Bing faced the oncoming wave, a chilling sense of mortality gripped his heart. Despite his frantic attempts to evade, he found himself severing half of his arm. Meanwhile, Shuang Han Mali, though she summoned a protective barrier in time, was still struck by the attack, shattering the shield and rendering her unconscious. The executioners behind them met a far worse fate, cleaved in twain by the onslaught. Who are you? Jean Bing stammered, hastily wrapping his severed arm with cloth. His expression darkening as he glared at Li Chi and his companions. His shock was mirrored by Natasha, who stood nearby in equal disbelief. The instant freezing of a group of foes by the violent raptor, coupled with the display of the Gale kick, left her astounded. Such formidable power, she mused, would undoubtedly overwhelm not only SHIELD agents but also the military, should they confront Li Chi at this moment. Jean Bing comprehended his defeat. Although he still possessed numerous tactics yet to be employed, he recognized that against the terrifying strength of Li Chi, his reserves would likely prove futile. Let me go, and I shall compensate you. He spoke again, his gaze fixed on Li Chi as a cunning villain. Jean Bing believed that survival would allow for a resurgence. Spare you? Are you jesting? Li Chi responded, incredulous at Jean Bing's suggestion. Forgive me, but I have no interest in your so-called compensation. With that, a frigid aura began to emanate from Li Chi's arm. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed as a group of uniformed police officers rushed up from below. The elderly man at the forefront gazed at Jean Bing and Li Chi, stating, Wilson, you are under arrest. What transpired here? Although he claimed to apprehend Wilson, his eyes remained fixated on Li Chi and his companions, clearly indicating their allegiance to Wilson. These ruffians have intruded into my company and slaughtered my subordinates, he continued. A throng of police officers encircled Jean Bing, who seemed to relax under the circumstances. At this moment, Natasha approached Li Chi and whispered into his ear. This man is the chief of police in New York, Dasland, who has close ties with Jean Bing and is also a candidate for mayor. Upon hearing Natasha's words, Li Chi comprehended that this man was indeed Jean Bing's hidden hand. Typically, a superhero in such a predicament would be forced to watch helplessly as Jean Bing escaped while also facing police scrutiny. However, regrettably for them, Li Chi was not a superhero but rather a terrorist. Ice Age. A frigid aura erupted from Li Chi's feet, instantly encasing the entire building in ice. I'm afraid you cannot leave, he remarked, tilting his head to observe Jean Bing and Das. An ice blade materialized in his hand. Witnessing Jin Bing and the others frozen in place, Li Qi intended to bury them all right there, indifferent to the ensuing consequences. If need be, he would simply return to Europe. Chapter 23. While Li Qi remained unconcerned, Natasha watched the spectacle he had created with wide eyes. Gazing at the ice-encased building, her heart swelled with disbelief. In this era, where superhumans were still scarce, most possessed powers akin to those of a mere typhoid Mary. The ability to encase an entire building in ice, as Li Qi had just demonstrated, was something even Natasha had never witnessed. Although she had only spent 2 days in Li Qi's company, the marvel she observed had ignited her curiosity about the secrets he concealed. Jin Bing, witnessing the magnitude of Li Qi's power, ceased his pleas for mercy. In the face of such strength, all his machinations became futile. As an underground emperor, Jin Bing understood that no amount of cunning could withstand the force Li Qi now exhibited. Meanwhile, the police chief was on the verge of fainting from fright. Natasha regarded Das and, after a moment of contemplation, chose to remain silent. Given Das's current state, even if Li Qi spared his life, he would be rendered ineffectual, and the mayoral position would be utterly beyond his reach. As for whether it would affect Li Qi, Natasha believed that this was something that the scoundrel Nick Fury ought to contemplate. Natasha had no doubt that Nick Fury would be acutely aware of Darz's movements. Since Nick Fury seemed indifferent to Darz's fate, Natasha felt even less concern. Thus, farewell. Gazing at Jin Bing and his companions, Li Qi hurled the ice military knife from his grasp. In midair, the shattering ice knife instantaneously transformed into a chilling mist that enveloped Jin Bing and the others. When the fog dissipated, all that remained were several vividly lifelike ice sculptures. Although the spectacle Li Qi created was grand, it paled in comparison to the uproar generated in Hell's Kitchen. After inviting Jessica, Matt Murdock led her to meet his other 2 companions, Luke Cage and the Punisher. Frank Castle. Initially, Murdock had not intended to invite Castle, as their ideologies were fundamentally opposed. While Murdock operated as a masked vigilante, he did not perceive himself as possessing the authority to judge the guilty. Consequently, the adversaries he encountered were mostly gravely injured but not fatal. In contrast, the Punisher eradicated his enemies without mercy, leaving no survivors. Due to their differing philosophies, the two had engaged in several altercations in the past. However, the current situation was particularly dire, with multiple gangs uniting to obliterate Jin Bing's influence. Even within Hell's Kitchen, this was a matter of considerable significance. Daredevil, I hardly believe a child can contribute anything of worth in this operation. Frank glared at Jessica, who was trailing behind Murdock, suppressing his ire as he spoke. Despite Jessica's seemingly carefree demeanor suggesting maturity, Frank could easily discern her youth. Are you underestimating me? Before Murdock could respond, Jessica lifted a nearby sports car and fixed her gaze on Frank as she spoke. Witnessing the strength Jessica displayed, Frank was compelled to acknowledge that this child indeed had the qualifications to partake in their endeavor. Meanwhile, Luke Cage observed Jessica's actions and felt a sense of kinship. After briefly introducing everyone, Murdock shared the intelligence he had gathered. The factions involved in this operation included the Hand, Russian mobsters, the Black Gang, the Irish Mafia, and a host of other groups, numbering over a dozen. Among them, the most troublesome were Madame Gao, Tombstone, and Hammerhead, whose alliances formed the most formidable force in this gathering. Madame Gao's mastery of the Hand organization is second only to that of Kingpin. Were it not for her inability to utilize the power of her other 4 fingers, she could have easily devoured Kingpin's influence all on her own. The ninjas of the Hand are indeed bothersome. Though their strength is mediocre, they possess an unsettling knack for causing trouble. Luke Cage, having faced the Hand in battle, finds their relentless nature quite vexing. Emotionless and unafraid of pain or death, such beings, despite their average abilities, can create significant chaos. This time, not only the ninjas, but also the mute individuals under Madame Gao's command have been mobilized, clearly indicating her intention to usurp Kingpin and claim the title of true underground emperor. Kingpin, as the underground sovereign, relies not only on his own prowess, but also on the vast network of power he commands. Now, due to the actions of Luke, Kingpin has revealed signs of weakness, becoming a tempting target. Madame Gao, however, is the one unafraid of poison. Are these individuals truly formidable? Jessica, who has only recently begun to navigate Hell's Kitchen, inquired of Murdock, still unfamiliar with many of the hidden intricacies of this world. Although she has become accustomed to the environment, her brief tenure leaves her in the dark about numerous clandestine matters. Madame Gao is indeed a formidable opponent. In a one-on-one confrontation, I would not stand a chance against her. Both the Tombstone and the Hammer have undergone significant physical enhancements, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary thugs. Observing Jessica's puzzled expression, Murdoch took the time to elucidate the situation. Stopping them is quite straightforward. Eliminating Madame Gao would naturally dissolve their alliance. Nearby, Frank, cleaning his grenade launcher, found Murdoch's analysis tedious. In Frank's view, the simplest solution to deal with these individuals would be to eliminate them all, whether through remote explosives or rocket launchers. Eradicating them from a distance seemed far more reasonable than Murdoch's plan to confront them directly. Yet, given that Frank owed Murdoch a favor, he had no choice but to heed Murdoch's strategy. Just as Murdoch was about to speak again, Luke Cage, who had been silent until now, suddenly interjected. The battle at the Wells Tower has concluded. The entire building has been transformed into an ice sculpture. Kingpin has likely lost to the vigilantes. Chapter 24. Luke Cage had been keeping a close watch on the situation at the Wells Tower. This was the moment everyone had been anticipating. Should Kingpin lose, it was likely that Madame Gao and her cohorts would act immediately, plunging all of New York into chaos. Kingpin's ability to maintain stability as the Underground Emperor has largely hinged on his capacity to keep the criminal underworld in a steady state. It seems we have little time left to make arrangements. We should heed Frank's command when the moment comes. Upon hearing Luke Cage's words, Murdoch realized that time was indeed fleeting. As soon as his words fell, anguished cries and exuberant roars echoed from the streets outside. The news of Kingpin's defeat spread like wildfire. The prepared gangs began their actions at that very moment. Hell's Kitchen was instantly engulfed in a chaotic whirlwind, a tempest that continued to expand, drawing more factions into its turmoil. At S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury gazed at the ice-encased Wilson Tower, his only eye widening as he murmured, "Is this truly your power? It is indeed formidable." Fury recalled the last time he had witnessed such overwhelming strength. It had been in Carol. Moreover, the power Carol exhibited surpassed that of Leech. At this moment, Fury felt a twinge of regret. He had contemplated the consequences of allowing Leech to engage in battle, but he never anticipated such a grand spectacle. This frozen edifice would likely ignite worldwide discussion by dawn. As for the current chaos in New York, Fury perceived it as precisely what he desired. He was eager to uncover what secrets lay hidden in New York under the watch of their notoriously flawed S.H.I.E.L.D. After parting ways with Pierce, Fury's suspicions about his former superior began to extend to New York itself. After all, in the past, due to his trust in Pierce, many of New York's arrangements had been orchestrated by him. Now, looking back, it seemed that New York was no longer the place he once knew. At Wilson Tower, Leech and his companions, poised to depart, noticed the commotion erupting from Hell's Kitchen. The chaos over there was indeed remarkable. Wanda, gazing in the direction of Hell's Kitchen, was astonished that such a vibrant place could harbor a locale resembling the turmoil of Serbia. That area, known as Hell's Kitchen, could rightfully be considered the most chaotic part of New York. Upon hearing Leech's words, Natasha nodded and remarked, "With Kingpin now dead, those he suppressed will surely emerge, plunging New York into further chaos." Wanda continued to blink in the direction of Hell's Kitchen. The recent battle had ignited her fighting spirit. Yet Leech's intervention had interrupted the skirmish, leaving her somewhat restless. "Shall we take a stroll? Perhaps we might witness some intriguing events." Observing Wanda's incessant blinking, Leech, having spent many years in her company, comprehended her intent. He also harbored a keen interest in the superheroes residing in Hell's Kitchen. Unlike the yet-to-emerge heroes like Iron Man, street-level champions such as Matt Murdock and the Punisher had been active for some time. Let it be known, should a battle arise, allow He-Man and me to engage. "Do not interfere," Leech said, prompting Wanda to hastily respond, "As you wish." He held little belief that the denizens of Hell's Kitchen could pose a threat to Wanda, who wielded chaos magic. If they could, the Underground Emperor would not be the Golden Army. In Hell's Kitchen, Luke Cage and Matt Murdock found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle. As superheroes, their identities were immediately recognized upon arrival. The factions, previously at odds, instinctively redirected their weapons towards the duo upon sighting them. Faced with an increasing number of foes, Luke Cage charged forward, impervious to the bullets of the gang members due to his unyielding skin. Accompanying him was Jessica, and together, their formidable defenses tore through the enemy ranks like two bulldozers. Daredevil, Matt Murdock, wielded his baton with finesse, entering the fray where every adversary he touched faced grievous injury or even unconsciousness. However, among them, Frank was the swiftest in dispatching foes. In his hands, a rifle transformed into a Grim Reaper, each pull of the trigger signifying a life extinguished. Although Frank had agreed to aid Murdock, he had not acquiesced to the condition of sparing lives. As reinforcements continued to arrive, the standing figures dwindled, and the gang members began to panic and flee. It was at this moment that a group clad in black ninja attire appeared atop the surrounding rooftops, hurling poison shurikens towards Murdoch and Frank. Luke Cage and Jessica were evidently aware that such projectiles would not penetrate their skin, yet the ninjas targeted the more vulnerable Murdoch and Frank. "Young lady, your superhero experience has come to an end." The benevolent Madame Gao appeared before Luke Cage and Jessica. From the onset of Murdoch's actions, she had been fixated on them. Madame Gao is acutely aware of the formidable powers possessed by this assembly of superheroes. Should ordinary thugs attempt to impede these individuals, their numbers would be woefully insufficient. Only by taking matters into her own hands can she hope to vanquish them here. Accompanying Madame Gao are the formidable duo, Tombstone and Hammerhead, both of whom harbor a deep-seated desire to eliminate these superheroes. The presence of Daredevil and his allies has inflicted considerable losses upon them. With Madame Gao leading the charge, they are resolute in their intention to eradicate these vexatious vigilantes. Once they have disposed of these nuisances, combined with the demise of Kingpin, their future prospects appear exceedingly bright. Chapter 25. As Tombstone envisions himself as the Emperor of the Underworld, commanding fear and respect, he charges towards Luke Cage with determination. Luke Cage, undeterred, meets him head-on, unleashing a powerful punch aimed squarely at Tombstone's chest. The impact resonates with a dull thud as Tombstone is sent sprawling, yet he remains largely unscathed. Confused, Luke Cage examines his own fist, realizing that despite exerting all his strength, his adversary stands unharmed. Rising from the ground, Tombstone regards Luke Cage with a sly grin, remarking, "You're not the only one with special abilities." Tombstone's journey bears some resemblance to Jessica's, as both encountered chemical substances that granted him indomitable resilience and control over his body temperature. It is this very prowess that has enabled Tombstone to ascend to the ranks of New York's most notorious crime lords. "Is that so?" Luke Cage replies, nodding thoughtfully. Gaining newfound resolve, he charges once more, having sensed that the strength of this foe is not vastly different from that of an ordinary person. He raises his fist and lunges at Tombstone again. Suddenly, a bullet whizzes past Luke Cage, striking Hammerhead, who had attempted a stealthy attack from behind. Had it not been for Frank's timely intervention, even Luke Cage's formidable defenses might have faltered under Hammerhead's assault. Lacking the experience of a seasoned combatant, Luke Cage, a mere street brawler in comparison to Frank, finds himself at a disadvantage. Hammerhead, though knocked back by the bullet, sustains little harm, as his head has also undergone significant enhancements. Not only is he impervious to blades and bullets, but he possesses tremendous destructive power, capable of shattering even the sturdiest walls. While Luke Cage may boast a body resistant to harm, he is not entirely invulnerable. Although Frank's shot helped Luke Cage evade the ambush from Hammerhead, the resurrected Tombstone charged at Luke once more. The pale skin of Tombstone emanated a significant amount of heat, indicating that he was now fully serious. Meanwhile, the battle between Madame Gao and Jessica was a stark contrast, as Gao, with her countless years of experience, effortlessly outmaneuvered Jessica, who had only recently acquired her superpowers. Each time Jessica attempted to strike, Gao would either skillfully evade the attack or deftly neutralize the force behind it. After several exchanges, Jessica not only failed to inflict any damage on Gao, but also found herself drenched in sweat from the exertion. Faced with Gao, Jessica sensed how formidable her opponent truly was. No matter how she attacked, it seemed futile, even when she did land a hit. It was swiftly countered by Gao's uncanny techniques. "My dear girl, you are clearly different from those others. Why not retreat gracefully?" Madame Gao's piercing gaze discerned the confusion simmering within Jessica. In addition to her martial prowess honed in Kunlun, Madame Gao possessed profound skills in psychological manipulation. With merely her words, she could disturb her enemies' thoughts and invade their minds. This was precisely the aspect where Jessica faltered, despite her formidable physique. Her mental fortitude was notably weak due to her past experiences. Thus, when faced with Gao's seductive rhetoric, Jessica hesitated. Seizing the opportunity, Gao struck Jessica with a powerful palm, the force penetrating her body and impacting her internal organs. Blood trickled from Jessica's mouth, and just as Gao prepared to press her advantage, a short staff swept through the air, forcing Gao to retreat. "Jessica, do not let Gao influence you," urged Matt Murdock, who had just freed himself from his confrontation with the ninja. Among the assembled superheroes, Murdock was the most familiar with Gao's abilities, and he rushed to assist Jessica. Hearing Murdock's words, Jessica snapped back to her senses. Anger flared within her as she regarded Gao. A mere conversation had rendered her momentarily dazed. Had it not been for Murdock's timely intervention, this elderly adversary could have potentially defeated her. The brief respite allowed Jessica to formulate a strategy against Gao. As Murdock engaged Gao, Jessica seized the moment to unleash a powerful punch against the ground. Boom. A formidable force instantaneously shattered the ground into myriad fragments as debris, under Jessica's command, surged towards Madame Gao and Murdoch. Realizing that her combat skills were being comprehensively overwhelmed by Madame Gao, Jessica swiftly adapted her strategy. Recognizing that direct assaults yielded little effect, she decided to expand the area of her attacks. With acute hearing, Murdoch was the first to notice the encroaching debris and promptly evaded, launching a grappling hook that propelled him away from the danger. Meanwhile, Madame Gao's reaction was delayed by several seconds. Initially intending to use her telekinesis to counter the oncoming rubble, she soon realized the sheer force of Jessica's projectiles was formidable enough to break through her mental defenses. Left with no other recourse, Madame Gao hastily maneuvered her body to dodge the onslaught of stones, utilizing her cane to withstand the barrage. Having discerned an effective approach against Madame Gao, Jessica charged forward once more. On another front, Luke Cage maintained his advantage against the attacks of the gravestone and the hammer, seizing the opportunity while being momentarily flung away. He grasped the gravestone's body and crashed it into a nearby shop. Subsequently, he ensnared the gravestone's limbs with a water pipe. Despite the gravestone's formidable strength, its inherent weaknesses rendered it at a disadvantage against Luke Cage. Had it not been for the hammer's support, Luke Cage would have triumphed long ago. Chapter 26. As the skirmish intensified, Leech and Wanda arrived at the scene. Observing the battle below, Wanda expressed her astonishment, remarking, "Those two are incredible. Not only are they immensely strong, but their physical defenses surpass even our ironclad capabilities." She quickly identified Luke Cage and Jessica, compared to the firearm-wielding Frank and Murdoch, who employed stealth and cunning. Jessica and Luke Cage's performances were far more captivating. Both had experienced extraordinary circumstances, boasting bodies impervious to harm and astonishing strength. Leech, observing Jessica and Luke Cage from above, elaborated, "Though their defenses are commendable, they do not reach the level of invulnerability. With sufficient power, overcoming them is not insurmountable, especially for you." In Leech's estimation, Wanda's abilities would easily counter Jessica and Luke Cage. Magical prowess was the perfect antidote to brute force. Meanwhile, Natasha, standing aside, regarded Luke Cage and Jessica with a critical eye, contemplating the apparent shortcomings of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury has been diligently preparing a super soldier initiative, yet he has struggled to find suitable candidates. Surprisingly, in the unassuming Hell's Kitchen, there exist two formidable individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities. Observing the fierce confrontation between Luke Cage and Jessica, it is evident that they are relying solely on their innate powers in battle. With a modicum of training, their prowess could ascend several tiers. Contemplating this, Natasha shook her head in disbelief. Below, Matt Murdoch overheard the dialogue among Leech and the others above. However, faced with the full might of Lady Bullseye, even Murdoch found it challenging to divert his attention. Despite Jessica exerting herself to the utmost, the duo struggled to overcome Lady Bullseye. Instead, she adeptly adapted to their combined efforts and launched a chilling counterattack, withdrawing a long blade from her cane. Each strike left a mark upon Murdoch or Jessica. Although Jessica's defenses were formidable, the weapon in Lady Bullseye's grasp could only be described as a divine instrument of destruction. Besides the skirmishes among the fighters, the hand ninjas continued to surge forth relentlessly. Had it not been for Frank standing firm against the pressure exerted by these ninjas, Murdoch and his allies would have long succumbed to their overwhelming tactics. "What? Are you not planning to make a move?" Leech jested, glancing at Jessica, who was engrossed in the battle. Wanda shook her head in response to Leech's remark, stating, "I anticipated foes akin to Kingpin. Their assaults are too straightforward. I believe I could vanquish them even without employing chaos magic." Wanda felt that the formidable prowess of the Navy's 6 styles could compensate for her shortcomings in combat skills. To her astonishment, a delightful surprise emerged. It seemed they were indeed the ones who had eradicated Kingpin. Just as Leech and the others were engaged in discussion, a voice resonated from behind them. A gentleman clad in a suit had stealthily approached them. With a glimmer of excitement, he addressed Leech and his companions. "Initially, my target was merely Jessica, but I did not anticipate encountering you all. Having dispatched even Kingpin, controlling you should enable me to dominate the entire nation." As he spoke, the man's demeanor grew increasingly ostentatious, leaving Leech perplexed as to his identity. This individual was, regrettably, devoid of any distinguishing features. "Be cautious." Wanda suddenly unleashed her chaos magic, forcefully pinning the man to the ground. "Release me. I command you to let go." The sudden onslaught left the man in disbelief, and he angrily shouted at Wanda. Though the reasons eluded him, It was evident that her powers revolved around the manipulation of others. Red magic surged forth from Wanda, a clear indication that her fury had reached its zenith. "You audacious wretch, how dare you attempt to control us?" As Wanda's wrath intensified, the chaotic magic enveloping the man began to gnaw at his very being. "Control? You must be the Purple Man," he muttered, recalling the infamous adversary of Jessica. This individual possessed the sinister ability to wield pheromones to hypnotize others, capable of commanding thousands when he unleashed his full potential. Yet, in matters of the mind, he was vastly inferior to Wanda, who detected the pheromones the moment they were released. "Damn it, how could you discover me?" The Purple Man was now in a state of panic, fully aware of the strength possessed by Leech and his companions, which had spurred his desire to manipulate them. To his dismay, his powers proved ineffective against them. "We are not like Jessica." Leech, initially inclined to utter further remarks, swiftly conjured a blast of icy energy, encasing the Purple Man in solid ice. Crack! As he beheld the frozen figure, Wanda exerted additional force to shatter him into countless pieces. With the Purple Man dealt with, Leech turned his attention to the battle below, which was nearing its conclusion. With the arrival of the Purity Society, Lady Gao and her associates opted to retreat. Murdoch's operation could be deemed a complete failure. While they had thwarted Lady Gao's group, they could not prevent the devastation inflicted by her underlings. Countless lives had been lost in Hell's Kitchen that night, not to mention the forces aligned with Kingpin outside. After relocating to a safer hideout, Murdoch relayed the intelligence he had gathered about Leech and his companions to Jessica and Frank. Did they eliminate Kingpin's men? Frank had also acquired information regarding Wilson Fisk's inner circle through his own means. Except for the missing Typhoid Mary, all others had perished, including Kingpin himself and the chief of police. What position does this man, Leech, truly hold? Luke Cage pondered curiously about the nature of Leech and his allies. "Uncertain. But they are certainly unlike us," Jessica responded casually, her primary concern revolving around why someone would target her. Chapter 27. By vanquishing the Purple Man, Leech and his companions inadvertently saved Jessica, sparing her from a tragic fate should she have encountered him. Having departed from Hell's Kitchen, Leech brought Wanda and Natasha to his newly purchased residence in Queens. Later that night, once everyone had settled into slumber, Natasha relayed her observations of the day to Nick Fury. Unbeknownst to her, Wanda had been silently observing her every action. Within SHIELD. Upon receiving the report, Nick Fury furrowed his brow. Although he had long suspected that Leech was not the most amiable of individuals, it was Natasha's analysis that truly illuminated Leech's character. Was it impossible to recruit him into SHIELD? Nick Fury's primary intention in sending Natasha to Leech was to draw him into the organization. If they could successfully integrate Leech into SHIELD, then the extraordinary powers he currently possessed would also belong to them. However, after hearing Natasha's assessment, even Nick Fury began to doubt the feasibility of this endeavor. The following morning, upon awakening, Leech promptly checked in. Check-in successful. Reward: Hearthstone X5. Hearthstone? He gazed at the rune-engraved stone that had appeared in his hand, astonished. According to the system's description, the Hearthstone was a relic from the world of Warcraft. Once bound to its user, it possessed the power to transport them back home. This meant that by binding his residence to the Hearthstone, he could teleport there at will. Holding the stone, Leech felt a sense of satisfaction with this latest reward. Indeed, the Hearthstone was the best item he had acquired through daily check-ins thus far. Furthermore, with this teleportation device in hand, he could swiftly return should any urgent matters arise in Serbia. "Wanda," she called as she entered his room, her eyes immediately drawn to the Hearthstone in his grasp. As a magical artifact, the aura emanating from the Hearthstone caught Wanda's attention. "What extraordinary item have you acquired this time?" Having grown accustomed to Leech's occasional procurement of peculiar objects, Wanda was intrigued. "This is called a Hearthstone. It possesses the power of spatial teleportation. By binding it to my home, I can return to my residence instantly." Watching Wanda, Leech disclosed the Hearthstone's capabilities and handed one to her as well. In his view, Wanda's mastery of chaos magic had reached a commendable level, yet he understood that the more profound forms of magic could not be easily attained through mere practice. The only places he knew where one could learn magic were Kamartaj, home of the Ancient One, Asgard, where Odin and his kin resided, and the Darkhold, which was currently in unknown hands. However, these realms were not accessible to either Leech or Wanda at present. In this era, with the emergence of Hearthstone, it is only natural that Wanda could glean some knowledge from it. Upon hearing Leech's words, Wanda nodded in agreement. Feeling the power emanating from the Hearthstone, Wanda sensed an opportunity for learning. As Leech and Wanda descended from the upper floor, Natasha had already risen. The aftermath of yesterday's battle weighed heavily. Fortunately, it would not significantly affect us. The demise of Jean Bing had prompted numerous factions to emerge, eager to carve up his territory. Natasha was taken aback by the magnitude of the turmoil triggered by Jean Bing's death. Throughout the night, various gangs assailed Jean Bing's domain, leading to the swift disintegration of his power. This was merely a struggle among gangs. The commercial realm was even more ruthless. Without Jean Bing's protection, businesses swiftly fell into the hands of others overnight. Listening to Natasha's account, Li Qi began to grasp the tumult that transpired the previous night. Jean Bing's death had unequivocally liberated the underground forces of New York. Others, including the Hand and the Society, could not suppress rival factions as Jean Bing had done. While Li Qi and Wanda engaged in conversation about New York and savored a delectable breakfast, the atmosphere within the New York Police Department was notably somber. In the wake of Dars's death, George Stacy had ascended to the position of police chief. The demise of Sheriff Dars was inextricably linked to this man. It was common knowledge among those with keen insight that the conflict between Li Qi and Jean Bing was well known. George was not surprised by this revelation. However, the case had been transferred to another department, relieving them of responsibility. Observing the grim expressions of his subordinates, George spoke up. He understood their apprehensions. Even they, as police officers, felt a sense of dread towards the power Li Qi had exhibited. After all, the Icebound Tower had withstood a night without incident. Such an individual was far beyond the capabilities of those wielding mere handguns. Fortunately, the military and certain clandestine agencies had taken an interest in Li Qi, alleviating them of the burden of responsibility. Our immediate concern is the missing persons from last night. Reports indicate that over 2,000 individuals have vanished. As he spoke, George emphatically slammed the documents in his hand onto the table. In addition to the gangs, there were unknown forces engaged in human trafficking, which has now become our primary focus of investigation. George looked at his rejuvenated subordinates and nodded in satisfaction. As long as his team was not contending with monsters like Li Qi, they retained their fighting spirit. The previous issue was not an exaggeration of the severity by George. After his early investigation, aside from the civilians caught in gang warfare, there were also thousands of mysterious disappearances. Most of the missing individuals were young men and women in their 20s. This revelation led George to realize that amidst the chaos, a certain group of unknown individuals had been abducting many people. Umbrella, accompanied by Wanda and Natasha, returned to the company where Leach, upon sitting down, received a call from the front desk. A representative from the military wished to meet with him. Upon hearing this, Leach felt no surprise, given the display of his power. The military, eager to recreate Captain America, would undoubtedly seek him out. Chapter 28. Under the guidance of the receptionist, the military representative soon arrived. Leach had anticipated encountering someone familiar, yet to his astonishment, the visitor was a strikingly young woman. He was taken aback, realizing the military had personnel such as her. In Leach's perception, the armed forces of the Marvel Universe were typically represented by figures like Rhodes or the grumpy old Ross. This poised individual before him was indeed a first. "Thank you, though you are not the first to say so," she responded, graciously accepting the compliment and confidently taking a seat opposite Leach to introduce herself. "Hello, my name is Kyle. My superior is General Thunderbolt Ross." Upon hearing that familiar name, Leach nodded. That made sense. Compared to unfamiliar individuals, he was well acquainted with Ross. The fact that Kyle was under Ross's command piqued Leach's curiosity. Being chosen to represent Ross suggested that Kyle was entrusted with significant responsibilities. However, in the original world, such a person as Kyle did not exist. "I'm curious as to why General Ross has sent you," Leach stated directly, studying Kyle. He had some understanding of the hawkish general and knew that Ross had never abandoned his experiments on super soldiers. At this time, with Iron Man and others yet to make their appearance, the various serums circulating in laboratories were merely flawed enhancement drugs. Ross was the largest investor in these projects. Therefore, it was only natural that after Leach demonstrated his formidable abilities, General Ross would dispatch Kyle. "It seemed that your company also possessed profound expertise in human enhancement serums," which certainly intrigued General Ross. Upon witnessing Li Qi's demeanor, Kyle chose to forego any circumlocution and directly articulated the purpose for which General Ross had summoned him. Hearing Kyle's words, Li Qi nodded in acknowledgement. His thoughts aligned closely with this revelation, having exhibited such formidable strength alongside Wanda. It would not be difficult for a discerning individual to uncover the identities of those subordinates Li Qi had previously led. Although these individuals did not possess the extraordinary abilities of Li Qi and Wanda, their demonstrated prowess was far beyond that of ordinary humans. This naturally evoked associations with the super soldier program and human enhancement serums. Thus, Li Qi harbored certain suspicions regarding General Ross's desire to collaborate with him. Li Qi had never placed much importance on the enhancement serums acquired from Hydra. While these serums boasted minimal side effects, they fell short of achieving the level of enhancement exemplified by Captain America. Consequently, in Serbia, Li Qi had consistently regarded these serums as standard equipment. However, upon hearing Kyle's proposition, Li Qi suddenly realized that although the serum he possessed might not rival the extraordinary types, its affordability rendered it a potentially lucrative commodity. Of course, that would be agreeable. However, it would be prudent to wait until my umbrella biotech company is established before we proceed with any collaboration. Li Qi had no intention of rejecting the idea of trading with Ross. It presented an excellent opportunity to leverage General Ross's influence to facilitate the establishment of his biotech enterprise. Otherwise, the endeavor would undoubtedly require considerable effort on Li Qi's part. Now, with General Ross's assistance, the situation was entirely transformed. The general wielded substantial power within the military, making the formation of a biotech company a trivial matter. Sounds good. Kyle responded, not one to decline the offer. Acquiring the human enhancement serums from Li Qi was of paramount importance, far surpassing the establishment of the biotech company. Through their conversation, Li Qi gleaned that General Ross held a significant interest in the enhancement serums, having invested not only in Osborne Industries, but also in smaller enterprises like the Life Foundation. Just as Li Qi and Kyle were deliberating the terms of their transaction, a long-standing group made their entrance into New York. Within a dilapidated tavern, a man clad in a trench coat addressed a black individual, stating, "Elsa has summoned us all. What on earth has transpired?" In response, the bespectacled black man remarked, "It likely pertains to the vampires that have surfaced in New York. A large number of them appeared in the city last night, and notably, these vampires do not belong to any clan." As a vampire hunter, the Blade Warrior had sensed the movements of the vampires last night. He swiftly dispatched numerous vampires. Yet his solitary presence seemed insignificant against the vast numbers of the vampire clan. This was precisely why he had hastened to accept Elsa's invitation early this morning. Seated across from the Blade Warrior was another legendary fighter, the cursed Jack Russell, a werewolf of the night. Besides the two of them and the absent Elsa, there was also a humanoid entity and the voodoo Dr. Jericho Drum. Together, they formed a formidable cadre of hunters, renowned for their prowess in exterminating evil beings, particularly vampires. However, in comparison to the Blade Warrior and the Night Werewolf, the humanoid entity and the voodoo doctor were equally extraordinary. The humanoid, due to his unique nature, seldom interacted with others. It was only through Elsa's influence that he was summoned at all. As for Jericho Drum, his power stemmed from the essence of Roa. Though he could not wield it directly, he possessed the ability to command various creatures such as serpents, dogs, frogs, and birds, as well as control flames and smoke, showcasing formidable strength in the arcane arts. As the group awaited, the tavern door swung open, and Elsa, clad in leather, strode in. "My apologies for the wait, everyone." Elsa, the initiator of this gathering and heir of the Bloodstone family, had gained superhuman strength, agility, speed, regenerative abilities, and endurance through the Bloodstone's influence. Furthermore, she was a sharpshooter, her combat skills among the finest of the group. Chapter 29. Elsa, what have you summoned us for? Inquired the Night Werewolf, observing Elsa's entrance. As the frontline defenders against dark creatures, each of them was exceedingly busy, and this call from Elsa meant they would be even more occupied upon their return. "You must have heard about the vampires that appeared in New York yesterday," Elsa said, hanging her gun by the door and pouring herself a drink at the bar. "I dispatched a few last night. According to them, they are not born of the clans." The Blade Warrior furrowed his brow as he spoke. As one who harbored a deep enmity towards vampires, he was also the most knowledgeable about them. The vampires that had been passed down from Dracula were now predominantly managed by the 13 clans. Regardless of their location, all vampires ultimately fell under the jurisdiction of the 13 clans. However, the vampires that emerged last night were not the progeny of the 13 clans. This implies that some vampires have eluded the watchful eyes of the 13 clans and have successfully evolved. Indeed, these vampires differ from the antiquated ones, according to my investigation. They appear to be influenced by certain forces, which have bestowed upon them greater strength, yet they have simultaneously forfeited the ability to wield the magical arts of their kind. Elsa's intelligence-gathering skills remain exceptional, as she managed to uncover a significant amount of information in just a day's time. The newly emerged vampires are distinctly different from the ordinary ones. Although they possess the capacity to feed and create other vampires, they lack the ability to perform those magical feats. Consequently, in the absence of these powers, their inherent strength has witnessed a remarkable enhancement. with both speed and regenerative capabilities elevated to unprecedented levels. Most crucially, these vampires do not adhere to the regulations set forth by the 13 clans. They regard humans solely as sustenance. The regulations mentioned by Elsa are of paramount importance, for in this modern age, the existence of vampires is no longer a secret to the upper echelons of humanity. It is precisely due to the rules established between the human elite and the 13 clans that these vampires have maintained a semblance of stability until now. Even vampire hunters like us cannot recklessly engage this group. The current batch of vampires, however, has chosen to disregard these conventions, which is the primary reason Elsa has summoned everyone. Upon hearing Elsa's words, the Blade Warriors and the Night Werewolves grasped the gravity of the situation. If these vampires are not contained, it is feared that within days, a vast army of vampires could emerge in the city. Once that happens, addressing the issue will not be a trivial matter. Recognizing that they understood the seriousness of the predicament, Elsa promptly stated, "I have located the hideout of these beings. We must act swiftly." Umbrella. After seeing off Kyle, Leech gazed at the briefcase on the table, somewhat surprised by General Ross's generosity. The meeting had culminated in a cooperation agreement, yet the initial gift alone amounted to $5 million. While not an exorbitant sum, it certainly underscored General Ross's magnanimity. It seems that collaborating with General Ross is indeed a commendable choice. Tossing the briefcase to Wanda, Leech remarked, and upon hearing his comment, Natasha rolled her eyes. If there were no money involved, Natasha could hardly believe that Leech would have considered an alliance with General Ross. In Natasha's heart, it is evident that someone like Li Chi would hardly collaborate with Nick Fury. This situation arises not solely because both Nick Fury and Li Chi possess assertive personalities, but rather due to Nick Fury's reluctance to offer substantial benefits to Li Chi. Natasha is acutely aware of this. Nick Fury prefers to leverage notions of human righteousness to motivate others to work for him rather than providing tangible rewards. From Natasha's perspective, she doubts Li Chi would be swayed by Fury's manipulative tactics. "Hey, the matters concerning the biotech company are in your hands. Should any issues arise, feel free to communicate with Kyle," Li Chi instructed. He had entrusted Natasha with the affairs of the biotech company, relying on the already compromised operatives as his most effective subordinates. These individuals would not only diligently fulfill their assigned tasks, but also utilize their existing networks to enhance the execution of those tasks. Upon hearing Li Chi's words, Natasha grew increasingly suspicious about her own exposed identity. As a former operative from the Red Room, she had discerned Li Chi's attitude towards her quite early on. There was a palpable distrust, yet he chose to rely on her significantly. This contradiction perplexed her, leading her to believe that he must have known her true identity all along, which explained his reliance coupled with his lack of trust. Having witnessed Li Chi's formidable abilities, Natasha, despite her suspicions, found herself unable to confront the truth directly. After all, this man was entirely different from the targets she had encountered before. His strength suggested he would not be concerned with S-H-I-E-L-D. Once Natasha departed, Wanda turned to Li Chi and questioned, "Why do you still keep that woman around?" Wanda harbored a strong aversion towards Natasha, not merely because Natasha was a spy, but also due to her persistent presence around Li Chi. Wanda, who already held a disdain for Natasha, felt a surge of resentment upon witnessing Natasha's attempts to entice Li Chi. Unbeknownst to Natasha, she left Li Chi and returned to the S-H-I-E-L-D base, awaiting Nick Fury's arrival. "Hill, where's Nick?" Natasha inquired as she entered the S-H-I-E-L-D facility, soon spotting Agent Hill. Within S-H-I-E-L-D, Hill is a rather distinctive figure. Compared to Nick Fury, Maria Hill enjoys greater esteem among the council members. Unlike Natasha and Coulson, who are mere subordinates of Nick Fury, Hill possesses considerable autonomy and does not place complete trust in him. It is precisely for this reason that, upon receiving the information regarding Nick Fury's evacuation from New York, he chose to remain here. Nick, that enigmatic fellow, seemed to be engaged in some mysterious endeavor, having not left his office for an entire day. Upon learning that Natasha was seeking Nick Fury, Hill instinctively sensed that these two were conspiring in secrecy. Had it not been for Natasha's disinterest in conversing further, given her focus on her attire, Hill would have inquired about their recent activities. Both Nick Fury's inexplicable decision to withdraw all operatives from New York and the enigmatic mission Natasha was undertaking were perplexing. Ignoring Hill's presence, Natasha strode directly into Nick Fury's office. Upon encountering Nick Fury once again, Natasha's eyes widened in astonishment. The lone eye remaining to Nick was bloodshot, and he appeared exceedingly haggard, as though the mere days apart had aged him several years. "Nick, what in the world has happened to you?" At her words, Nick Fury set down the documents he had been perusing. Ever since he became aware of the issues surrounding Pierce, Nick had embarked on an investigation into the matters that transpired during Pierce's tenure. The deeper he delved, the more alarmed he became, particularly when the intel began to intersect with the Claw plan, leading Nick to the grim realization of Pierce's true affiliations. Hydra. Nick had not anticipated that the organization he thought vanquished would resurface, now utilizing S-H-I-E-L-D as a mere FAAD. Upon uncovering the connection between Pierce and Hydra, Nick felt a surge of anxiety. Especially troubling was the revelation that many individuals who had been closely associated with Pierce over the years could very well be Hydra operatives themselves, leaving Nick with a stark realization that he had very few individuals within S-H-I-E-L-D he could genuinely trust. Aside from Natasha, Coulson, Barton, and Hill, he found it difficult to place his faith in anyone else. Natasha, your return is indeed timely. Observing Natasha's arrival, Nick felt a sense of relief wash over him. With Natasha's assistance, he was confident in his ability to contain the internal turmoil within S-H-I-E-L-D. I truly apologize, Director Nick, but I fear I cannot return just yet. Though Natasha was unaware of the extent of Nick Fury's discoveries, his current state suggested that matters were more dire than even the situation with Leech. Not to mention, the uncertainty of her ability to extricate herself from Leech's grasp left Natasha unwilling to become embroiled in the internal schisms of S-H-I-E-L-D. Having safely exited the Red Room, her priority was self-preservation. The Natasha of now was no longer the one willing to sacrifice herself for the Soul Stone. Devoid of the bonds shared with the Avengers, Natasha remains merely a competent agent. Upon hearing her words, Nick Fury's expression darkens. Observing this, Natasha hastily remarks, "It seems that Li Chi and his associates are aware of my identity. If we withdraw now, we might irreparably damage our relations." Fury, upon hearing Natasha's explanation, feels a sense of resignation. Ever since he learned that Li Chi and his group have been opposing Hydra, he no longer dares to underestimate them. As one of the individuals most knowledgeable about Hydra's existence, Fury understands the formidable nature of this organization. The fact that Li Chi's group has managed to compel Hydra to resort to the resources of S-H-I-E-L-D speaks volumes about their strength. Furthermore, with Li Chi now collaborating with General Ross, they are poised to establish a biotechnology company to develop super soldier serum. After hearing Natasha's words, Fury chooses to remain silent. He is reluctant to provoke Ross, a hawkish figure whose political resources and personal influence are exceedingly formidable. It is fair to say that even S-H-I-E-L-D would prefer to avoid antagonizing him on home soil. However, in this moment, Fury begins to entertain other thoughts. Utilizing Li Chi to counteract Hydra's presence within S-H-I-E-L-D could indeed be a clever strategy. Had Natasha been privy to Fury's thoughts, she would undoubtedly mock his fanciful notions. Although their time of acquaintance has been brief, Natasha has discerned several traits in Li Chi's character: assertiveness and a keen focus on profit. If Fury wishes to leverage Li Chi, he must present sufficient incentives. Since that is not feasible at the moment, it is best for Natasha to remain with Li Chi for the time being. As for S-H-I-E-L-D, he will summon Barton and Coulson back. Upon hearing Fury's words, Natasha realizes the extent of the troubles within S-H-I-E-L-D. Calling back both Barton and Coulson signifies that Fury has exhausted his resources. Meanwhile, under Elsa's leadership, the Midnight Suns have launched a surprise attack on a vampire stronghold. As professional vampire hunters, they would never choose to strike at night. Clearly, the hours after sunset are far more advantageous for vampires to exert their powers. This particular vampire lair is cleverly disguised as a bar, a common tactic among their kind. After all, it is entirely normal for a bar to remain closed in the morning, and the chaos of a bar serves to facilitate the vampire's search for prey. As the door was shattered by a humanoid figure, the vampires within the bar were roused from their slumber. One by one, these pallid yet robust creatures emerged from the shadows. Upon spotting the group at the entrance, one vampire, with a hint of terror in his voice, exclaimed, "Daywalker." It's the Daywalker. Among the vampires of New York, the name of the blade was indeed formidable. The titles of Daywalker and Vampire Hunter were widely recognized and spoken of in hushed tones. After all, unlike others, Blade was singularly relentless in his pursuit of vampires, rarely diverting his attention to combat other dark entities. This singular focus allowed these vampires to immediately recognize him. Chapter 31. After identifying Blade, The vampire initially attempted to flee, but then seemed to recollect something, turning back to confront him with a roar. "We are not what we once were. Perish here, you wretch." With that, the vampire lunged forward. As he advanced, the physiques of the other vampires began to shift, their bodies swelling as they transformed. Their clothing was torn to shreds by the burgeoning muscles, and their forms grew larger. The fastest among them reached Blade in the blink of an eye. Yet these adversaries were facing the Daywalker. As the vampire charged towards him, Blade swiftly unsheathed his silver longsword, driving it into the creature's skull. Before a scream could escape its lips, the vampire was reduced to ash. Simultaneously, the other members of the Midnight Suns did not remain idle. Elsa, producing 2 handguns seemingly from thin air, unleashed a barrage of silver bullets upon the advancing vampires, each bullet turning its target into dust upon impact. Meanwhile, the humanoid and the nocturnal werewolves plunged into the throng of vampires, their rugged forms maintaining an advantage even against the empowered foes. The voodoo doctor, from a distance, wielded his magic to eradicate one vampire after another. In the brief skirmish, Blade and his allies noted the distinct differences among these vampires. Compared to those they had previously encountered, these vampires exhibited greater physical strength and accelerated healing capabilities. Whereas a single silver bullet had once sufficed to vanquish a vampire, now, if the head or heart was not struck, they could not be dispatched so easily. This realization heightened the difficulty of their battle, yet fortunately, they were no ordinary combatants. Among the vampires, Blade wielded his silver longsword with unparalleled skill. The unparalleled combat prowess of the Blade Warrior enables him to navigate the onslaught of vampires with remarkable ease. His longsword harvests the lives of one vampire after another, instilling a profound fear within the ranks of the undead. "We must flee. We are no match for these fiends." One vampire cries out in desperation, hastily retreating into the shadows. As the first vampire succumbs to panic, the remaining ones, who once possessed the courage to fight, also find their resolve evaporating. With the initial cowardice displayed, the others feel no hesitation in their choice to flee. Humanoid. As the vampires attempt their escape, Elsa urgently calls out. Heeding her words, the humanoid expands its form, utilizing its abilities to transform the surroundings into a quagmire. Those vampires who failed to make their getaway find themselves ensnared, forced to halt their flight. As Elsa and her companions quicken their assault, the vampires swiftly turn to ash. Let us proceed and uncover the truth behind these creatures. With the vampires vanquished, Elsa addresses her companions. Upon entering the bar, they are immediately engulfed by a heavy stench of blood, a scent that even the finest spirits cannot mask, especially for the few extraordinary individuals among them. The Nightwolf, in particular, struggles to restrain itself, highlighting the intensity of the sanguinary aroma within the establishment. Following the scent, they swiftly arrive at the bar's cellar. What was once a storage for fine wines is now cluttered with an array of blood extraction devices. Dozens of individuals dangle from the ceiling, undergoing the gruesome process of bloodletting, with the collected blood stored in barrels nearby. Witnessing this abhorrent scene, Elsa grits her teeth, exclaiming, "These wretches have truly sunk to new lows." It has been ages since she encountered such a butchery-like spectacle. With the advancement of time, vampires have gradually succumbed to the might of various high-tech weaponry. The tales of yore have become mere legends, as most vampires now collaborate with hospitals to procure blood from reserves. Only rebellious or newly turned vampires cast their gaze upon the living. Yet, such barbarity as they now witness is a sight not seen by Elsa and her companions for many years. It appears this group of vampires possesses a great deal of confidence in their strength, remarks the Blade Warrior, confirming that these individuals are beyond saving. The Nightwolf, having scoured elsewhere for clues, emerges with a laptop in hand, revealing that yesterday's assault was no mere coincidence, but rather a premeditated act. These individuals refer to themselves as the New Blood Clan to distinguish themselves from the 13 clans, yet the source of their power remains ambiguous. The Night Werewolves were able to uncover such extensive information precisely because this New Blood Clan possesses a chatroom. Clearly, this forward-thinking group is engaging in discussions within that very space. Observing the intelligence gathered by the Night Werewolves, the others realize that this adversary could not be vanquished easily. Regardless of their schemes, we must not remain complacent. Setting aside their enmity with the vampires, their sense of responsibility alone would prevent them from allowing these creatures to roam free. "Jessica, what brings you to me?" While waiting for various factions to arrive at the company, Li Chi was taken aback by the arrival of Jessica. "Thank you for your assistance yesterday. I wish to understand the nature of that purple figure." Although Jessica had not noticed Li Chi and the others, Murdoch had overheard their conversation. He learned that there was an entity known as the purple figure who sought to confront him, only to be inadvertently dealt with by Li Chi and his companions. After hearing this from Murdoch, Jessica became somewhat disoriented, even questioning whether everything she had experienced was orchestrated by that purple figure. However, with the purple figure now deceased, the only leads remaining were those connected to Li Qi and his associates. With such thoughts in mind, Jessica promptly made her way to Umbrella upon waking. Chapter 32. Gazing at Jessica before him, Li Qi found himself puzzled as to why she inquired about the purple figure. The purple figure. I do not know much about him either. Li Qi had no intention of deceiving Jessica. He truly had limited knowledge of the purple figure. He was aware that this individual had initially targeted Jessica, even going so far as to imprison her. The purple figure possessed a unique ability to manipulate others through pheromones emitted from his own being. If one's mental fortitude was insufficient, even someone of Jessica's caliber would be unable to escape his grasp. Thus, he intended to use such power to control me? Although Jessica was still at the beginning of her journey, her intellect was commendable. Upon hearing Li Qi's explanation, she understood the purple figure's intentions towards her. Jessica was quite aware of her own condition. Her habitual indulgence in alcohol left her with little resolute will. Against someone like the purple figure, she realized she would be unable to break free from his influence. In other words, that individual fixated on me only after I acquired my powers? Upon hearing Jessica's soliloquy, Li Qi finally grasped the situation. Although it may be inappropriate to say, the events that transpired in your life were indeed mere accidents. Observing Jessica, Li Qi felt compelled to speak. Gazing at the girl before him, he couldn't help but reflect on the tragic origins of these street heroes. Luke Cage, Matt Murdock, and the Punisher, each one of them harbors a past far from idyllic. Even the future Spider-Man and Iron Fist are not without their own harrowing experiences. Perhaps such suffering has become the inevitable fate of these urban champions. I am profoundly grateful for your revelation. Upon learning that her misfortunes were not the result of some malevolent design, Jessica breathed a sigh of relief. She then rose to express her gratitude to Li Qi. Just as she was about to depart, the office door swung open, revealing Wanda, who was accompanied by a figure bound by magical restraints. A vampire? Spotting the woman's sharp fangs, Jessica recognized her identity. Having encountered vampires on several occasions, especially in a place like Hell's Kitchen, where one could stumble upon all manner of peculiarities, she was not surprised. Indeed, this individual startled me with her sudden assault. Acknowledging Jessica's recognition, Wanda nodded, casually dangling the captive aside and addressing Li Qi. Li, this individual is not affiliated with our company. Her target is me. Frustration flickered across Wanda's expression as she regarded the vampire. It troubled her that she had barely arrived in New York before being singled out, leading her to question her suitability for travel. A vampire? Li Qi felt no unfamiliarity with the creature before him. Europe, after all, is the true cradle of vampires. During his encounters with Hydra, he had dealt with these beings more than once. Yet, aside from their formidable regenerative abilities and an assortment of strange magic, they were not particularly challenging foes. A silver bullet or a UV flashlight could easily extinguish their lives. How amusing it is that these beings dare to set their sights on us, Li Qi mused, observing the vampire under Wanda's control with a bemused expression. These vampires are no match for Wanda. She could easily dispatch them all on her own. Unless Dracula himself were to be awakened, ordinary vampires would stand no chance against her. Meanwhile, Jessica, who was originally preparing to leave, found herself intrigued by the vampire under Wanda's manipulation, scrutinizing her with keen interest. This vampire is somewhat different from the ones I encountered previously, Jessica remarked after a moment of observation. The vampire I encountered is considerably more astute than this fellow. Upon hearing Jessica's words, Li Qi scrutinized the vampire before him. Indeed, he discerned an anomaly in this particular vampire, with which he was somewhat familiar. Typically, vampires appear indistinguishable from ordinary humans. It is only those newly transformed into vampires who become delirious at the sight of blood. However, the creature before him behaved in a manner entirely divergent from the expected vampire conduct. Wanda, investigate the nature of this being, Li Qi urged, his interest piqued. The vampire's choice to attack Wanda was evidently not a mere coincidence. Given the unique circumstances surrounding him, Li Qi was eager to uncover the truth. Heeding Li Qi's request, Wanda summoned her magic. A crimson aura enveloped the vampire's head, and soon, the creature's memories were laid bare to Wanda's probing. This individual was originally an ordinary vampire, but in their pursuit of power, they underwent modifications provided by an entity known as the Life Foundation. Following these alterations, they transformed into their current form. Their intent to target us stemmed from the belief that by turning us into vampires, they could usurp the 13 clans' dominion and ascend as the new leaders of the bloodline. At Wanda's revelation, Li Qi nearly succumbed to laughter. The audacity of these vampires was indeed remarkable. Setting aside the feasibility of their plans to transform both themselves and Wanda into vampires, the inherent disparity in power between these beings rendered their ambitions implausible. It is likely that the majority of vampires possess little magical prowess and seldom employ such abilities. Yet, the spells they wielded were inherited from Dracula and bore considerable potency. Eliminate him. He is nothing more than a worthless wretch, Li Qi remarked, his interest in the vampire waning. If the 13 clans could be so easily overthrown, they would not have persisted into this era. Upon hearing Li Qi's command, Wanda unleashed her scarlet magic. The vampire was instantly vanquished, its entire form reduced to ashes. Who could have anticipated that with Kingpin's demise, these vampires would emerge? Jessica, observing the scene, noted the significant upheaval triggered by Kingpin's death. Chapter 33, Li Qi, upon hearing Jessica's comments, paid them little heed. Kingpin's existence had been more beneficial than detrimental to New York, though he was notorious for his nefarious deeds. He simultaneously maintained a semblance of order amid the chaos. With the demise of Jean Bing, the fragile order of the underworld has completely collapsed. Upon Natasha's return, she overheard Li Qi and others discussing vampires, a topic of considerable influence in this realm. Wanda, intrigued by Natasha's words, listened intently. Noticing Wanda's gaze, Natasha elaborated. It is essential to recognize that although the vampire's existence has diminished, the wealth they amassed in the past remains beyond the imagination of ordinary people, particularly in a nation governed by capital. The vampires, especially the 13 clans, have accumulated fortunes over millennia, a wealth that could rival nations. Furthermore, the existence of vampires provides a lifeline for many affluent individuals who wish to evade death. Natasha continued, the vampire's survival in the present day owes much to their capabilities, as even the elite must eventually face mortality. In such moments, the power of vampires becomes a desperate refuge for these individuals. Thus, it appears the schemes of these characters are destined for failure. Li Qi, however, was rather indifferent to the forces behind the vampires. Frankly, the only vampire worthy of concern was Dracula, the progenitor of their kind. Although not the first vampire, he certainly stands as the most formidable. The terrifying nature of his immortality made even Li Qi reluctant to provoke such an entity. It is said that Dracula's power originates from Varna, who in turn drew his strength from the Dark Grimoire. Li Qi pondered whether Wanda could harness the power of the Dark Grimoire. His thoughts drifted to the source of Dracula's strength, Varna, an Atlantean, transformed into the first vampire after encountering the Dark Grimoire, and subsequently bestowed all his power upon Dracula, indicating that the essence of vampire strength derives from the Dark Grimoire. This tome, mere remnants of the might left by Zisith on Earth, shares a lineage with Wanda's crimson magic. Li Qi recalled having seen a narrative where Wanda possessed the Dark Grimoire, although that version of Wanda seemed to have succumbed to darkness due to its power. Natasha and Wanda observed Li Qi lost in contemplation, unsure of what was unfolding in his mind. Ultimately, Li Qi decided to ignore the vampires unless they posed a threat to them, shifting his focus to Natasha and inquiring, how are matters with the biological company progressing? To which Natasha responded, under General Ross's leadership, the establishment of the biological company is proceeding smoothly. It is anticipated that once the laboratory is completed, the company will be fully operational. Although Natasha did not seek out Ross, she was still informed of the progress on his end through her own channels. Upon hearing Natasha's words, Li Qi nodded in acknowledgement. He had already communicated with Aaron and arranged for a contingent from the base to be dispatched to maintain the influence in New York. Otherwise, it would be rather cumbersome for either Li Qi or Wanda to intervene in any unfolding events. Natasha was unaware of this arrangement. The series of events had left her in a state of uncertainty regarding her next steps. The turmoil in New York, Li Qi's enigmatic nature, and the internal issues within S.H.I.E.L.D. were all sources of her growing agitation. In the following days, while New York maintained an outward semblance of calm, chaos brewed beneath the surface. Numerous factions sought to ally with Li Qi, including Osborne and the Life Foundation. However, having already collaborated with Ross, Li Qi regarded them with indifference. Meanwhile, the conflict between the Midnight Suns and the vampires intensified, with even Johnny, who had exiled himself, summoned by Elsa. As Johnny entered Elsa's tavern, he appeared dejected. Yet, upon witnessing the scene within, he was taken aback to see the members of the Midnight Suns, each bearing wounds. This alone signaled to Johnny that the vampires were formidable adversaries, though Elsa and her companions were not as powerful as the vampires. Their remarkable healing abilities meant that injuries typically required no bandaging. Grabbing a bottle of liquor, Johnny approached Elsa and inquired, "What on earth is going on? Speak, please." As the Ghost Rider, Johnny held little interest in battling vampires, and was even somewhat averse to his own identity as the Ghost Rider. His assistance to Elsa stemmed from the fact that she had awakened him when he was under the Ghost Rider's control. This connection compelled him to come forth this time. The vampires had adapted, collaborating with the Life Foundation to produce a bloodline serum that granted them enhanced powers, albeit at the cost of their sanity, rendering them increasingly savage. Observing Johnny, Elsa relayed the findings of their recent investigations. Delving into the vampire situation was not excessively challenging. After dismantling several vampire strongholds, they uncovered the link between them and the Life Foundation. It was indeed the bloodline serum developed in conjunction with the Life Foundation that had significantly augmented the vampire strength. As their investigation progressed, the vampires they faced grew ever more powerful, resembling grotesque monsters. Behold, Elsa unveiled her mobile device, showcasing a video that depicted their fierce battle against a vampire. This creature had mutated to such an extent that it was barely recognizable as human, its massive, grotesque wings and hideous limbs resembling those of a demon from the depths of hell. This abomination was their latest creation, now entirely immune to ultraviolet light. Only silver could inflict damage upon it, and its remarkable regenerative abilities meant that if not swiftly vanquished, it would soon recover. It was precisely due to this monstrosity that Elsa had summoned Johnny. For only his judgment I could effectively eliminate this beast. Chapter 34. Johnny gazed at the creature displayed on the phone, perceiving it as a being straight from the inferno. Had it not been for Elsa and her companion's assertions, one could hardly fathom this entity as a vampire. Aside from its two prominent fangs, there was nothing left to suggest any resemblance to its vampiric origins. What methods had they employed to transform these vampires into such abominable forms? Johnny fancied himself well acquainted with bizarre phenomena, having even encountered the Lord of Hell, Mephisto. Yet, he had never witnessed a vampire morphed into such a grotesque visage. The intricacies of this transformation remained elusive. The Life Foundation had been collaborating with vampires for some time, and it was the vampire's wealth that facilitated the Foundation's rapid development. It was Blade, the vampire hunter, who spoke next, possessing a deeper understanding of vampires than the others. While they could not glean much from the Life Foundation, the remnants left by those vampires suggested that the so-called bloodline serum appeared to be derived from a certain creature. This was the extent of the information available, for even Blade and his allies were not privy to further details. After all, they could not simply eliminate the Life Foundation as they would a vampire. Upon absorbing the intelligence gathered by his companions, Johnny grasped the situation at hand. To his astonishment, even among these antiquated vampires, an anomaly had emerged. Johnny did not possess extensive knowledge of vampires, as his endeavors were primarily associated with the lower realms. However, prolonged exposure to the dark underworld had granted him some insights into vampires. He had encountered several of the ancient ones and understood their disdain for anything novel. Yet, this particular faction of vampires was evidently different. Collaborating with the Life Foundation and producing a creation like the bloodline serum indicated that these individuals were anything but ordinary. Beyond the two factions, I believe there must be other forces at play. Otherwise, the so-called vampire serum would not have been developed so smoothly. While the Life Foundation possesses considerable influence, it is not particularly adept in serum research. At that moment, Elsa suddenly contemplated additional possibilities and spoke up again. Upon hearing her words, the Blade Warriors nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Life Foundation's foundation pales in comparison to conglomerates like Osborne, and their research is rather disjointed. In contrast to serum development, they seem more preoccupied with extraterrestrial life forms. It is somewhat unrealistic to think they could have produced the vampire serum so swiftly. Regardless, these vampires cannot be allowed to run rampant. The power of such vampires is formidable, and few could contend with it. The night werewolf recalled the strength of a particular vampire and felt a twinge of concern. If the number of those who had injected the vampire serum were to rise, the military and police forces would be utterly incapable of stopping them. We must swiftly locate these vampire strongholds. It stands to reason that a suitable environment would be required for serum injection, and it cannot be done casually. Jericho Drum remarked to the group. The injection of the serum is not merely a matter of inserting a needle, especially for something as perilous as the vampire serum. The others nodded in agreement, finding no fault in his statement. After all, the sophisticated equipment observed at the site of the earlier vampires' demise clearly indicated that these individuals do not undertake serum injections lightly. We must conduct a thorough investigation. Particularly concerning the Life Foundation, I have an inkling that they may provoke even greater troubles. At home, upon returning from the company, Li Chi observed the sullen Wanda and remarked with interest, "What's the matter? You haven't smiled all day." Hearing Li Chi's words, Wanda lifted her small face, expressing her frustration. "This place is utterly dull. there's nothing to do. Wanda had grown accustomed to life in Serbia, where freedom was abundant, in stark contrast to the multitude of rules here. After the initial novelty wore off, Wanda found the inconveniences of this place to be overwhelming. Nestled beside Li Qi, the thought of those who had been tailing her made her wish to eliminate them all. Those vermin hiding in the shadows could not escape Wanda's keen gaze. Were it not for Li Qi's admonition, she would have already taken action against them. Li Qi felt a sense of helplessness upon hearing Wanda's words. Not only Wanda, but most of the children rescued from Serbia by Li Qi were also struggling to adapt to their new surroundings. Their formidable powers had made them somewhat combative. In Serbia, all was well, surrounded by companions who had undergone enhanced injections and mastered the art of the Navy Six style. However, upon encountering the common folk, their indiscriminate violence could easily claim lives. This stark reality rendered their time in Serbia comfortable, yet upon arriving in the bustling metropolis, they felt a palpable constraint. In contrast to those around them, Wanda, having revealed her prowess, became a figure of greater intrigue. The number of individuals surveilling Wanda was not fewer than those watching Leech. Once Barry and Wudao arrived, they would handle those nuisances. It was not just Wanda who harbored disdain for the Watchers. Leech, too, felt a surge of murderous intent towards them. While he did not mind being tested once or twice, especially considering the uproar caused by his slaying of Jean, the persistent probing from these individuals was becoming intolerable. If he did not take some action soon, they might misconstrue his restraint as weakness. Were Jean and his cohorts to learn of Leech's thoughts, they would undoubtedly scoff at the notion of anyone being weak enough to be bullied, especially since he had dealt with such matters rather decisively in the past. Despite the growing animosity towards those monitoring them, Leech had no intention of taking matters into his own hands. Barry and Wudao had already arrived, and he deemed it best to leave such tasks to them. Dealing with these adversaries would be a mere trifle for Barry and his team. Once they had dispatched these pests, he and Wanda could enjoy a period of tranquility. Chapter 35. The following morning, Leech went about his routine of checking in. Daily check-in, red crystal. Upon completing his check-in, a red crystal materialized before him. Initially, Leech felt a surge of joy, as this red crystal, akin to the previously acquired blue crystal, was an artifact from the League of Legends universe. However, to his disappointment, this red crystal turned out to be merely an ordinary one. Aside from its higher monetary value, it bore no distinctive qualities. He casually tossed the red crystal into a nearby box, intending to gift it to Wanda later. Such items, valued solely for their economic worth, ranked among the least desirable of his check-in rewards. Upon entering the hall, he was met with the sight of Natasha, her eyes red-rimmed, clearly exhausted from a lack of rest. Leech was taken aback by her disheveled state. "What happened to you?" he inquired. Natasha, instead of revealing the truth, recounted an incident from the previous night, stating, "General Ross is quite anxious. Cal contacted me last night to discuss the establishment of the bio company." Upon hearing Natasha's words, Li Qi nodded in agreement. He held a strong belief in this agent who had emerged from the Red Room. Meanwhile, Wanda seemed somewhat agitated today. Barry and Wudao were due to arrive shortly. The anticipated arrival of Barry and Wudao, who had lived alongside her for many years, brought Wanda immense joy. Li Qi pondered over their flight schedule and then addressed Wanda, suggesting they should arrive in the afternoon. Perhaps you could go and greet them. With thoughts of Barry and the others landing in New York later that day, Li Qi decided to entrust Wanda with the task of picking them up. Upon hearing this, Wanda nodded. Such a minor task posed no challenge for her. "You can count on me." Having wrapped up matters at the company, Li Qi refrained from visiting Umbrella and instead remained at home to hone his abilities. His ice fruit power was on the brink of awakening, requiring only a catalyst to unleash its full potential. Meanwhile, Wanda dutifully stayed by Li Qi's side, studying the magic inscribed upon the hearth. In the afternoon, Wanda drove the car she had obtained from Natasha to the airport. Before long, Barry and his companions emerged from the terminal. "Everything all right at the base?" Wanda inquired of Barry. "Nothing significant. Ever since Pietro dealt with those fellows from Serbia, they have been rather scarce in our vicinity," Barry replied earnestly. It was precisely due to Pietro's warning that the Serbian insurgents had ceased their activities. To them, Pietro's abilities were rather formidable. Nodding in understanding, Wanda reflected on her concerns for the base, having never been away for so long before. Barry's arrival was fortuitous, allowing her to gain insight into the base's current situation. Recently, several individuals from neighboring countries have fled to our territory due to the ongoing turmoil. Without you and the Master, we were unable to ascertain the identities of those people, so we had to accommodate them nearby. Barry recounted the recent events at the base. Typically, newcomers would undergo Wanda's assessment before being introduced to Li Qi for further arrangements. However, with both Wanda and Li Qi absent, Aaron and the others were at a loss regarding how to manage these individuals. Wanda drove the group back to Queens. In a sudden burst, the formidable Dogma declared, "Boss, we are being followed." Unlike the others, Dogma was undoubtedly one of the most diligent trainees in the base, exhibiting remarkable proficiency in the Navy's 6 styles. While he could not fully master all 6 techniques like Wanda and the others, he had adeptly mastered 3. Furthermore, Dogma possessed a particularly meticulous and perceptive character, which enabled him to be the first among them to detect their pursuers. These individuals were indeed tenacious. Upon hearing Dogma's words, Wanda furrowed her brow. However, recalling what Li Chi had told her the previous day brought her joy. She then addressed the 4 individuals beside her, saying, "Those people are unknown to us. They seem to be a faction that Li has specifically left for you." Upon hearing Wanda's remark, the group exchanged glances and alighted from the vehicle. Meanwhile, in a white car behind them, a man in a suit, observing the halted vehicle, quickly spoke into his phone. Wanda's car has suddenly stopped, and the individuals picked up from the airport have also disembarked. They have vanished. Those individuals have disappeared. The man, who had been fixated on Wanda, abruptly realized that the 4 individuals who exited the car had seemingly vanished into thin air. In the next moment, a powerful arm tore through the car door, yanking the man out. "Are you looking for me?" Barry inquired, delivering a single punch that obliterated the man's skull. "Barry, you are excessively brutal," remarked Wuda, who had also dealt with his target, albeit with a less gory outcome, leaving merely a small hole in the chest of his adversary. It was no surprise. The technique known as the finger gun was indeed challenging to master, which was why he could not achieve the same level as Barry. Indeed, both Barry and Wuda employed the finger gun technique. However, their training paths diverged significantly. Barry, unable to master the technique fully, amplified its power by relying on his physical strength to endure the pressure it exerted. In contrast, Wuda, gifted with natural talent, had mastered the technique well, yet needed external assistance to execute it effectively. Without the fingerless gloves he wore, Wuda would be the first to sustain injury when attempting the move. There were numerous pursuers. Not just these 2. Dogma and Karila also identified their respective targets. Mastering the moonwalk, Dogma charged into a room on the 3rd floor. The man, who was monitoring Wanda with a camera, swiftly drew a submachine gun and aimed it at Dogma as he pulled the trigger. Regrettably, the formidable Dogma, among the few strongest, would not be struck by such an attack. In an instant, Dogma vanished from his original position, evading the man's onslaught entirely. The next moment, he materialized before the man, wielding his dagger with lethal precision, severing the man's throat. "I am the sole one here," Dogma remarked to Kayla, observing the absence of any other presence around them. "I have also dealt with my share." Kayla confidently strode past the 3 corpses, returning towards Wanda while communicating through the intercom. As the only woman among the 4, Kayla had mastered the Navy's 6 styles, specifically the paper drawing and gale foot techniques. Perhaps due to her physique, most individuals in the base who excelled in paper drawing were women, with only a select few exceptionally gifted men capable of mastering this technique. Similarly, the gale foot and moonwalk techniques demanded an extraordinary physical condition, making it rare for women to acquire them. "All is resolved," Barry declared upon rejoining Wanda. Observing Barry, drenched in blood, Wanda felt immensely relieved that she had promptly cast her chaotic magic to disorient the senses of any onlookers. Otherwise, given the nature of these individuals, they would surely have attracted a crowd. In that moment, Wanda finally grasped the sensation Natasha experienced while shopping with her. "All right, it won't be long before the forces behind them arrive. We should leave at once," Wanda urged her companions as she tousled her hair. "The forces behind them? Why don't we eliminate them right here?" Wanda exclaimed, slightly exasperated at the bloodthirsty demeanor of her companions. Just as they were returning to the Queen's area, the Midnight Suns finally located another laboratory of the vampires. Inside the bar, the night werewolf expressed his frustration. "Hell's Kitchen is utterly chaotic. Before I even encountered those vampires, I was ambushed by a gang. Thankfully, I was swift. Otherwise, I might have been compelled to eliminate them all." The night werewolf glanced at his newly regrown fur-covered arm, feeling a sense of relief. They had not anticipated that the self-proclaimed noble vampires would establish their laboratory in Hell's Kitchen, a place where the vampires living there constituted the lowest strata of the vampire hierarchy. Only those who were truly desperate would choose to survive in Hell's Kitchen. After all, the inhabitants there often mixed drugs with their blood. If it weren't for genuine hunger, no vampire would opt to dine in such a place. Indeed, Hell's Kitchen is inherently chaotic, and coupled with the historical habits of vampires, we had not considered this angle. Elsa also noticed that they were rather hasty. Despite several clues pointing towards Hell's Kitchen, they had, due to the previous behaviors of vampires, instinctively overlooked the location. They completely forgot that this particular vampire was entirely different from those of the past. However, this visit to Hell's Kitchen was not without its rewards, as they encountered a new type of drug circulating in the area, Blood Diamond No. 1. Observing her despondent companions, the night wolf retrieved a small pouch of red crystals from his clothing. It was this innocuous little item that had drawn the attention of that gang, for I detected the scent of that monstrous vampire upon it. As the night wolf opened the Blood Diamond No. 1, the Blade Warriors instinctively rose to their feet. It bears a striking resemblance, Blade Warrior remarked first. This substance is undeniably linked to the vampires. As Elsa examined the bloodstone, she too confirmed that this so-called new drug had a definitive connection to vampires. Meanwhile, Johnny, standing aside, was somewhat puzzled by their fervent reactions. To put it bluntly, dealing with vampires was still foreign territory for Johnny. His expertise lay in confronting demons from the depths of hell. The scent of this substance is strikingly similar to that of the vampire monsters, and its mere presence is enough to provoke a reaction in my bloodstone. It's anything but ordinary. Gazing at the pouch of drugs, Elsa pondered the intentions of the vampires. Regardless, we must make another trip to Hell's Kitchen, Jericho Drum stated as he rose. Upon hearing Jericho Drum's words, the group nodded in agreement. Each of them had other pressing matters to attend to, so they acted with remarkable decisiveness. Without further delay, they quickly readied their gear and set off for Hell's Kitchen. In the off-road vehicle, Elsa, eyeing the Blood Diamond No. 1 in her hand, expressed her concerns to Blade Warrior, saying, "These vampires are unlike any we have faced before. They are far more acclimated to this society." Blade Warrior nodded in acknowledgement of Elsa's words. The vampires they had previously encountered were merely those who lurked in nightclubs, secretly feeding on blood. Yet, the current batch of vampires not only collaborated with the Life Foundation to create the Bloodline Serum, but had also ventured into drug trafficking. In Blade Warrior's eyes, these vampires had significantly surpassed their predecessors. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Blade Warrior sent out a text message. Shortly after the group's vehicle entered Hell's Kitchen, their tires began to fail one by one. Scattered nails along the roadside served as a harbinger to a select few. This was no mere accident. A band of flamboyantly adorned individuals, brandishing ostentatious weaponry, encircled them from all directions. The leader, a boy adorned with an array of earrings and nose piercings, addressed them with a confrontational tone. "You lot are the ones who pilfered our goods, aren't you? We have been preparing that shipment for quite some time." Upon hearing his words, Elsa brandished Blood Diamond No. 1 and inquired, "Are you claiming that this artifact is of your making?" "Indeed, it is our treasure," the boy retorted. But Elsa shook her head. She harbored no belief that these ordinary individuals could possibly create something as extraordinary as Blood Diamond No. 1. "Hand over the goods swiftly, or we might consider selling you to those corporations," he threatened. Chapter 37, Corporations? Elsa recognized the gravity of the situation upon hearing the youth's words. "Why waste words with you? Attack." The boy, realizing he had perhaps divulged too much, commanded his subordinates to charge at Elsa and her companions. Observing the approaching gang, Elsa and her allies chose not to hold back. This was no ordinary group of delinquents. Their connection to the vampire faction was unmistakable. Such entities would not be treated as mere adversaries. Just as the gang was nearly upon them, a short staff descended from above, knocking the leader to the ground. In the next moment, the red-clad night devil emerged, wielding the staff with precision, dispatching each member of the gang with a single blow. The gang's leader, upon catching sight of Murdoch, was instantly seized by fear and attempted to flee. Observing this, Johnny brandished his chain from his waist, ensnaring the man and dragging him back. In a matter of moments, Murdoch had subdued the entire gang. "Long time no see, Eric," Murdoch remarked, stowing away his staff and approaching Blade. Though Murdoch's sight was limited, his acute hearing allowed him to discern that none among them were ordinary. However, he was able to identify Blade amidst the throng based on his heartbeat. While he was unfamiliar with the others, he had crossed paths with Blade on several occasions. This gang of delinquents was likely connected to the recent emergence of vampires. According to our investigations, one of their laboratories was purportedly located in Hell's Kitchen. Blade, fully aware of the situation, understood that locating the traces of the vampires in Hell's Kitchen would be significantly easier with Murdoch's assistance. As for the vampires, Murdoch was no stranger to the recent emergence of these creatures. He had encountered them several times within Hell's Kitchen, yet their swift movements had thwarted his attempts to keep them in sight. Upon hearing Blade mention these vampires, Murdoch realized that inaction was no longer an option. "Follow me," he urged. "If we wish to establish a laboratory in Hell's Kitchen, a reliable power source is indispensable. Aside from the occupied areas, the most suitable location is that one." As Murdoch contemplated the conditions outlined by Blade and the others, a frown creased his brow. Growing up in Hell's Kitchen, he had committed every corner of it to memory. There were indeed several potential sites for the laboratory, as mentioned by Elsa and Blade, but most had already been transformed into various factories. After much deliberation, he concluded that the most viable option lay on the outskirts of Hell's Kitchen. The others, observing Murdoch's expression, felt a sense of relief. With a local like Murdoch among them, they would not have to flounder aimlessly in their search. Under Murdoch's guidance, Elsa and the others swiftly arrived at the designated location. Being on the periphery of Hell's Kitchen, the area appeared significantly cleaner and less chaotic than its core. The night werewolf sniffed the air and spoke to the group. Indeed, this is the place. The scent of those vampires is unmistakably strong. Upon hearing this, the others grew serious, and even Murdoch tightened his grip on his short staff. With the vampire's hideout confirmed, Murdoch was resolute not to overlook the situation. Led by the night werewolf, they soon discovered a discreet hidden door. Bang! Elsa, upon seeing the locked door, wasted no time and fired a shot, shattering the entrance. The gunfire roused the vampires within the laboratory, and they exchanged alarmed glances. Their eyes glowing red. One of them spoke, "Adjust the surveillance. See who it is." Responding swiftly, another vampire relayed, "It's Blade and his crew. Quickly, release those test subjects." The rest of vampires were thrown into a frenzy at the realization of their visitors. In recent days, the relentless pursuit of vampires by Elsa and her companions has been evident to all present. Soon, a group of experimental subjects was unleashed from the laboratory. After several days of modifications, these creatures, dubbed Crimson Behemoths, now appeared less monstrous than before. In a fleeting moment, Elsa and her allies surged forward. Leading the charge was Johnny, who let out a furious roar. Flames erupted from his body, incinerating his flesh and skin in an instant, transforming him into a vengeful spirit. The chains he wielded ignited with hellfire, and with a swift motion, any vampire that came into contact with them was reduced to ashes. The night werewolf also morphed into its Lupin form, joining the Blade warriors in their assault against the vampires. However, it was ultimately the vampires' territory, and a group armed with rifles emerged from all sides, targeting Elsa and her companions with hollow eyes. Bullets flew, and both Elsa and the voodoo doctor swiftly evaded the onslaught. Despite the enhancement from the Bloodstone, Elsa, being merely human, could not withstand such a barrage of gunfire. As she dodged, she drew her own weapon to retaliate. Although Murdoch lacked specialized weaponry against vampires, his powerful strikes were sufficient to incapacitate them momentarily. In a short span, the group managed to eradicate all the vampires on that floor. It appeared that the laboratory extended further underground. Murdoch struck the ground with his baton, sending sound waves resonating through the expansive space, allowing him to discern the layout of the laboratory. There were 4 more levels below, teeming with vampires. Chapter 38. Let us go. Johnny swung his chain and retracted it, speaking first. As he finished, flames erupted from his mouth, melting the ground into a gaping chasm. Navigating through an elevator in such hostile territory was perilous. Even in his vengeful spirit form, Johnny would not be so foolish. Upon seeing the newly created passage, Elsa and her companions leaped down. A throng of vampires awaited them below. Compared to those on the first floor, these vampires were evidently more formidable. Their robust physiques complemented by their weaponry. Murdoch, even with his strength, could be severely injured if he let his guard down. Yet, it was the humanoid entity that leaped down first, unafraid of such assaults. It plunged into the fray, wielding its power with reckless abandon. Despite the enhancements endured by the surrounding vampires, they remained unable to thwart the formidable prowess of the humanoid entities. One by one, they were sent flying. Swiftly descending to the ground, the Blade warrior and Elsa began to eliminate the vampires in their vicinity with fervor. These scoundrels, observing the continuous demise of their comrades. One of the vampire leaders seized a walkie-talkie and exclaimed, "Is our behemoth ready yet? We are on the brink of collapse here." The vampires, possessing a keen awareness of their limitations, recognized that charging recklessly would only serve to provide their adversaries with further opportunities to strike. Thus, they joined their compatriots below in their cries for assistance. With a chime, the elevator doors gradually parted to reveal 3 vampires, their eyes ablaze and muscles pulsating, bursting forth. Upon seeing these formidable beings, the remaining vampires engaged in battle hastily retreated into the adjacent rooms. The vampire holding the walkie-talkie cursed into it. "You could have at least informed me before sending them up. Do you wish to eliminate me as well?" Even this vampire felt a twinge of dread regarding these experimental creations. After all, these entities viewed even their kind as mere sustenance. Recalling the harrowing events that transpired in the laboratory, he quickly sought refuge. Without a defined target, The trio of crimson brutes shifted their gaze towards Elsa and her companions. These monsters appear to have been significantly enhanced. The voodoo doctor, observing the crimson brutes before him, noted that they were far more potent than the demonic creature encountered initially. We must ascertain how these beings came into existence. After loading a specially designed bullet into her firearm, Elsa aimed at the central crimson brute and fired. The specialized bullet struck the brute's chest, causing an instantaneous explosion at the impact site, leaving a gaping hole the size of a basketball. Were it an ordinary vampire, such a shot would likely have rendered them into mere fragments. Yet, the physical resilience of this crimson brute was astonishing, sustaining only such damage. Flesh and blood began to regenerate from the edges of the wound, and within mere breaths, a significant portion had healed. Compared to their vampire counterparts, the self-repairing capabilities of these crimson brutes were even more terrifying. However, as the wound mended, their appearance began to diverge from that of humanity. It appeared their genetics were unstable, and the monstrous forms they assumed were not what they desired. Observing the transformation of the crimson brute, the night wolf could not help but speak up. At this moment, Johnny was on the verge of losing control over the immense power surging within him. From Johnny's perspective, the three individuals before him exuded an overwhelming aura of malevolence. With a sudden motion, chains entwined with hellfire lashed out, ensnaring the fastest of the crimson brutes. With a forceful tug of his arm, Johnny yanked the crimson warrior into the air. As the creature was brought before him, Johnny seized its head. "Look into my eyes," he commanded, activating his judgment eye. The crimson warrior, once favored by the vampire, let out a wretched howl in response to Johnny's extraordinary might. Yet, this crimson brute was no ordinary foe, nor akin to the denizens of hell. Flames incessantly scorched its form, yet its remarkable regenerative abilities were equally at play, depleting its strength. The clash of these two forces elicited continuous cries of torment from the crimson warrior. Witnessing this scene, Elsa and her companions exhaled in relief. Recalling Johnny was indeed the wisest course of action. They all recognized that it was merely a matter of time before Johnny vanquished this crimson brute. The remaining two crimson warriors charged forward, met by the blade warrior and the two others, a humanoid and a night werewolf. The power of these crimson brutes proved formidable, making it impossible for even the humanoid to fully subdue them. Although the silver longsword wielded by the blade warrior could inflict damage, the brute's extraordinary healing abilities allowed them to recover almost instantaneously. Seizing the opportunity while the blade warrior engaged the crimson brute, Elsa swiftly approached their side, reloading her firearm with specialty bullets. With the gun barrel pressed against the head of one crimson warrior, she pulled the trigger with a sudden force. A bullet erupted upon impact, scattering red and white matter across the ground. Yet, the crimson brute did not succumb to death. Its flesh twisted grotesquely in a chaotic struggle. "Is it still alive?" murmured Murdoch, taken aback by the unsettling sounds emanating from the creature. "Be careful." Dr. Voodoo was the first to notice the body's abnormality. The once shattered skull was now reassembling, appearing even more grotesque than a demon from hell. The body of the crimson warrior had undergone a significant transformation, covered in scales with grotesque, malformed arms sprouting from its back, rendering it a truly bizarre sight. The resurrected crimson berserker lunged toward Elsa with ferocity. In the monitoring room located at the very depths, a bespectacled man watched the unfolding scene on the screen, becoming somewhat entranced as he exclaimed, "Incredible! This creature is truly remarkable. Even the legendary demons cannot possess such capabilities. An immortal beast has been brought to fruition under my command." It was evident from the man's words that the crimson berserker was his creation. Dr. Carolambos expressed his admiration for the crimson berserker's formidable regenerative abilities. However, he noted that their offensive capabilities were still rather feeble. "As long as our numbers are sufficient, we vampires can certainly vanquish him," remarked Busra, who observed Dr. Carolambos with a furrowed brow. Although the crimson berserker was a product of collaboration between their vampire clan and the Life Foundation, the technological prowess was solely attributed to Dr. Carolambos. The vampires contributed primarily by supplying experimental materials and vampire genes. Indeed, your kind should inherently possess greater power. Yet, when fused with the blood orchid's essence, it becomes uncontrollable. Dr. Carolambos nodded in agreement with Busra's insight. As one who aspired to create angels and demons akin to a deity, he found the current iteration of the Crimson Berserker to be insufficient. If we could harness the powers of those two individuals, our Crimson Berserker would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Dr. Carolambos lamented the missed opportunity of acquiring the ideal specimens he envisioned. "Regrettably, even if we vampires manage to approach Leech and Wanda, we are no match for them." The formidable strength exhibited by Leech and Wanda was coveted not only by Dr. Carolambos, but also deeply envied by the vampire clan. Despite their attempts, several groups had been dispatched, some never even reaching Wanda and Leech, while others vanished completely upon contact. This was a source of great disappointment for Busra. Nevertheless, he mused, it matters not. If we could obtain their powers, I am confident that we could elevate the Crimson Berserker's strength to a superior level. Although Dr. Carolambos felt regret over the inability to acquire Leech and Wanda's powers, he could not help but greedily admire the strength displayed by the Blade Warrior and the Night Wolf on the screen. However, I do not underestimate you, Doctor. These individuals are formidable entities in the Dark Realm. Relying solely on 3 Crimson Berserkers to subdue them would be unrealistic. In contrast to Dr. Carolambos' unwavering confidence, Busra felt that depending merely on 3 Crimson Berserkers to defeat the likes of the Blade Warrior was indeed impractical. If the Blade Warriors were so easily vanquished, they would not have remained a formidable presence to this day. I am fully aware of their might, yet one must not underestimate the strength of humanity. Charalambos gazed at the progress displayed on the screen beside him, filled with anticipation. In addition to the Crimson Behemoth, he had concocted a batch of unique products, the nature of which even Bloss was unaware. Meanwhile, the mutated Crimson Behemoths had experienced a significant enhancement in power. Even the combined efforts of Elsa and her companions could not subdue them. With Murdoch's assistance, the humanoid entities managed to restrain the Crimson Behemoths. Though they could not defeat them, the Voodoo Doctor continuously channeled his sorcery, and as his power coalesced, flames erupted from his hands, consuming the mutated Crimson Behemoth in a fiery blaze. Under the onslaught of flames, the mutated behemoth, pushed to its limits, began to crumble. However, it was Johnny who first dispatched the enemy. With a wail of anguish, the Crimson Behemoth ultimately succumbed to Johnny's eye of judgment. Witnessing the behemoth reduced to ashes, Johnny swung his chains with fervor. The hellfire-infused chains pierced the mutated Crimson Behemoth, igniting the inferno from within. Outside, the flames conjured by the Voodoo Doctor raged, while hellfire burned from within. Despite its enhanced strength, it could not withstand such an assault and was reduced to cinders in mere moments. Only one remained, and these adversaries proved to be quite formidable. Observing the last of the Crimson Behemoths, the Voodoo Doctor felt a twinge of reflection. He had not anticipated that this life foundation possessed such power, transforming these relatively weak vampires into monstrous entities. The final Crimson Behemoth was swiftly eliminated through the combined efforts of the group. While they battled, the other vampires had seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to flee. Dr. Charalambos, caught off guard by the rapid demise of the Crimson Behemoths, found his contingency plans rendered unnecessary. Meanwhile, as the surveillance on them was neutralized by Dogma and his team, they entrusted the enhancement serum they had brought with them into the hands of Leech. Upon receiving the news, Kyle did not keep Leech waiting long. He arrived during dinner. General Ross placed great importance on this transaction, presenting it as a gift from the general. Kyle opened the box at his feet and retrieved a compact life support device. Within the apparatus, several vibrant red orchids float gracefully in the nutrient solution. This extraordinary specimen is known as the blood orchid, a remarkable discovery from Borneo, for which we have sacrificed many lives. Kyle glanced at Li Chi and offered an introduction, though it was unnecessary, as Li Chi was already familiar with the term blood orchid. He had heard of the film Anaconda, which had acquainted him with its lore. The blood orchid, also referred to as the immortal flower, is a miraculous entity that lies dormant for 7 years, blooming only for half a year. It harbors unique chemical compounds capable of extending cellular longevity and enhancing certain species. The original serpents transformed into impervious beasts due to their consumption of the blood orchid. In this world, its significance is evidently magnified. If it merely prolonged life, General Ross would not hold it in such high regard. Chapter 40 reveals that the quantity of blood orchids is rather limited. Absent breakthroughs in research, only a fixed allocation is available each month. Observing Li Chi's understanding of the blood orchid, Kyle inquired, which other organizations are researching the blood orchid? Li Chi, intrigued, sought to ascertain which companies were involved in such studies. The Life Foundation and the Osborne Group are among those conducting research, along with several other biological firms. Nodding in acknowledgement of Kyle's words, Li Chi recalled the vampire he had previously captured. It now seemed that those vampires had likely harnessed the powers of the blood orchid, explaining their formidable strength. The transformations of those vampires showcased the potency of the blood orchid's capabilities. Regrettably, Li Chi lacked the scientific prowess to merge the blood orchid's power with enhancement serums, necessitating the expertise of the scientists at the base. May our collaboration be fruitful. Li Chi extended his hand toward Kyle. Indeed, may it be a pleasurable partnership. Kyle reciprocated, their hands clasping in agreement. Nearby, Natasha observed their handshake with a slight grimace. She, too, was well aware of the blood orchid's properties, as SHIELD had previously acquired some. However, following the military's complete takeover of Borneo, they had ceased to obtain new specimens. Even from Natasha's perspective, the blood orchid was astonishing. Its application could directly extend life without alteration. The military's choice to collaborate with biological firms stemmed from the extraordinary potential of the substances within the blood orchid. Unlocking its secrets could very well lead to the key to immortality. After bidding farewell to Kyle, Wanda and the others returned from outside. Lee noted that the number of those pesky flies had indeed diminished significantly. During this outing, Wanda also observed a considerable reduction in the number of individuals surveilling them. Although a few still lingered, they were far less than before. By the way, I've noticed that the media has begun reporting on the vampire situation over the past couple of days. Having spent quite some time in New York, Wanda had become privy to many developments. Creatures such as vampires were not known to the average person. However, the recent disturbances caused by these vampires had caught the attention of several journalists. These vampires were indeed audacious. Before Lee could act, Natasha promptly seized the newspaper. The article depicted scenes of a group of vampires being eradicated. Although the identities of their vanquishers were not captured, the photograph served as proof of the vampire's existence. Observing the portrayal of vampires in the report, Natasha felt a twinge of exasperation. Due to internal matters within SHIELD, Nick Fury, who would typically take action at such a time, was confined within the organization's premises. Having lost contact with Fury for a while, Natasha found herself questioning the current state of SHIELD. The recent transformations of these vampires were likely connected to the blood orchid. After all, the last vampire's memory core had mentioned the Life Foundation. Noticing Natasha's furrowed brow, Lee became curious about her keen interest in the vampire issue. As her subordinate, he shared with Natasha the information he had gathered. The Life Foundation? Upon hearing Lee's words, Natasha began to rummage through her memories regarding the Life Foundation. This company had only emerged in recent years, conducting a rather disordered array of research. Natasha herself had gone undercover within the organization for a time, but had not uncovered any issues during that period. The vampires appeared rather unimpressive, easily dispatched with silver weapons. Wanda, while glancing at her phone and observing online discussions about the vampires, felt perplexed. The vampires seemed to possess rather mediocre strength. Even Pietro could effortlessly eliminate them. Yet, the online discourse revealed a surprising number of admirers for these vampires. When Lee heard Wanda's bewilderment, he explained, "To you, the vampires may seem feeble, but in comparison to ordinary humans, these creatures are indeed formidable beings." Lee discerned that Wanda perceived the vampires as overly weak and could not fathom why they were being so glorified. However, this merely reflects Wanda's ongoing engagement with him and Pietro. Compared to vampires, they are the true anomalies. Whether it be chaotic magic or Pietro's incredible speed, such phenomena are far from ordinary. To compare them with vampires is to unduly elevate the latter's status. Yet, when juxtaposed with ordinary humans, even the most inept vampire far surpasses them. Their formidable physical prowess and prolonged lifespans are attributes that any average person could only yearn for. The mere price paid is a trivial fear of darkness and a disdain for blood. One could assert that vampires thrive in this era largely due to the existence of the Haguis. Each of these Haguis, though human, faithfully serves the vampires. Listening to Li Qi's introduction of vampires, Wanda realizes her previous understanding was somewhat superficial. Nonetheless, why have these vampires been so active of late? Li Qi is equally perplexed, unable to fathom the sudden resurgence of vampire activity. According to his recollections, vampires typically engage in schemes to resurrect blood deities or figures like Dracula. However, the current actions of vampires do not seem to align with such intentions. Natasha, overhearing Li Qi's musings, interjects, "I've heard that these vampires wish to alter their very nature, seeking to eliminate their weaknesses to sunlight and silver." Natasha has gleaned some information about these vampires through her own channels, albeit she remains unaware of the specific identities involved. Considering the number of vampires in New York is quite substantial. Chapter 41. After placing the blood orchids carefully, Li Qi rises and addresses Wanda and Natasha. "Let us go. We have visitors at the company today." The news of the Osborne Group's visit catches Li Qi by surprise. In contemporary America, the Osborne Group undoubtedly holds a preeminent position in biotechnology, much like Stark Industries does in weaponry. Hence, Li Qi's curiosity about their visit is understandable. On this occasion, he brings only Wanda and Natasha back to the company, allowing the others to pursue their own activities. As Li Qi drives towards the company, he notices a dwindling number of people on the surrounding streets. There is no need for him to activate his commander's sight. Even the observation haki alone reveals the hidden figures lurking around. Suddenly, a rocket-propelled grenade hurtles towards them from a distance. A surge of frigid energy erupted, and an icy wall materialized instantaneously before Li Qi and his companions, effectively halting the incoming rocket fire. However, this time, the assailants were evidently well aware of Li Qi's capabilities. They understood that a solitary rocket was insufficient to subdue him and his team. In swift succession, dozens of rockets approached from all directions, raining down upon them. Without needing to intervene, Wanda, having sensed the presence of adversaries, waved her hands, enveloping their vehicle in chaotic magic. The crimson energy proved impervious, withstanding the barrage of rockets without sustaining any damage. It appeared these adversaries had meticulously prepared for this encounter. Observing the figures emerging from the surroundings, Li Qi surmised that they were likely agents of Hydra. After all, the advanced weaponry they wielded was clearly beyond the means of ordinary factions. Attack! With this command, the ambushed assailants unleashed their onslaught upon Li Qi and his group. Blue energy beams erupted from their weapons, striking Wanda's chaotic magic shield, which no longer seemed entirely ineffective. Ripples cascaded across Wanda's barrier, indicating that these energy attacks could indeed inflict harm. Natasha, witnessing the weaponry employed by the attackers, widened her eyes in astonishment. While Li Qi and his companions had merely encountered these weapons before, Natasha had witnessed their development firsthand. Now, seeing them in the hands of foes, she finally comprehended the dire challenges Nick Fury faced. The assailants, realizing their attacks were effective, escalated their offensive. As the frequency of their strikes intensified, Wanda's complexion began to pale. "That's enough. Leave the rest to me." Observing Wanda's condition, Li Qi felt a sense of satisfaction. Wanda's transformation during their time in New York was undoubtedly the most significant outcome of this visit. Compared to her life in Selvia, her experiences in New York had evidently fostered her growth. Upon hearing Li Qi's words, Wanda commenced the retraction of her chaotic magic. The intensity of the chaotic magic she had unleashed was unprecedented for her. The destructive capacity of these energy weapons far surpassed that of ordinary arms. In the moment Wanda withdrew her chaotic magic, a wave of cold energy erupted from Li Qi Ice Age. The chill swept over the area, instantly freezing those brandishing weapons. A few scattered attacks were intercepted mid-flight by Li Qi's formidable ice. Clearly, they were confident in their own strength. Observing the enemies frozen in ice, Li Qi found himself engulfed in perplexity. With such formidable power, how could Hydra dare provoke him? Crack! Crack! Just as Li Qi was preparing to depart with his companions, a series of sharp sounds pierced the air. Upon turning his head, he discovered that the group, which should have been completely encased in ice, had somehow broken free from his grasp. However, they paid a severe price for their escape. Their bodies were battered and torn, rendering them hardly recognizable as complete beings. Yet, in the next moment, these wretches began to heal at an alarming rate, their once mighty physiques now appearing gaunt and frail. The previous sounds echoed once more. "Li Qi, after battling you for so long, do you truly believe we were unprepared? Scurrying shadows, if you dare to present yourselves before me, I might regard you with a modicum of respect." Hearing the taunts emanating from an unknown source, Li Qi retorted. He held no regard for such cowardly creatures. How could these beings possibly be vampires? Natasha, observing the distinctly marked figures, was equally astonished. After all, during their initial assault, these individuals had been mere mortals. The transformation into vampires was almost beyond belief. It must be a contingency mechanism. It activated while they were frozen, Li Qi speculated, noting the shattered vials amidst the ice fragments. The reason for their metamorphosis into vampires was likely due to the effects of that serum. It appeared that Hydra had indeed played a role in the vampire's resurgence. With a slight chuckle, Li Qi regarded the grotesque beings that had undergone this transformation. Unlike the vampires he had encountered before, these creatures, enhanced by the serum, evidently possessed significant deficiencies. While they were not averse to sunlight, they were akin to mindless beasts devoid of intellect. As soon as they regained their footing, they lunged towards Li Qi and his companions with remarkable speed. Even though Li Qi's subordinates, adept in their skills, surpassed them in swiftness, this speed was still among the elite within the realm of vampires. Nevertheless, to Li Qi, they were merely an inconvenience. Icebird, unleash your fury. A colossal icebird soared from Li Qi's arm, as he summoned the full extent of his power. The frigid air that erupted was far beyond anything previously witnessed, and the temperature in the vicinity plummeted rapidly. The swiftest of the vampires were instantly encased in ice, their bodies shattering upon impact. Under the control of Li Qi, the freezing technique obliterated half of the foes. These vampires, devoid of intelligence, continued to charge at Li Qi even after losing numerous comrades. As a vampire approached, Li Qi refrained from utilizing his freezing powers once more, wishing to gauge the decline of his martial prowess. With a sharp crack, a vampire lunged, only to be met with the sound of metal colliding. A dark, armored hue enveloped Li Qi's arm, rendering the vampire's attack utterly ineffective, resulting in the loss of a tooth. After years of training, Li Qi's mastery of Haki had reached unprecedented heights. With a swift counterpunch, he crushed the vampire's skull. In the next moment, he surged into the throng of vampires. Executing the Gale Foot technique, a blue slash severed the vampires in twain. While an ordinary person might have succumbed to such an assault, the vampire's resilience allowed them to rise once more after a brief recovery. Just then, a gunshot rang out, and one vampire, just regaining its footing, was shot in the head. In the next instant, a werewolf and a black man charged forward. The Blade Warrior? Li Qi instantly recognized the classic figure of the Blade Warrior. Yet the night werewolf remained unfamiliar to him. The woman wielding a shotgun was even more of a mystery. Faced with the formidable Blade Warrior and night werewolf, the already outmatched vampires stood no chance. Li Qi, initially poised to continue the fight, returned to the side of Wanda and Natasha. Observing the prowess of the vampire hunters, he marveled at their professionalism. Soon, Elsa Bloodstone approached them, introducing herself. "Hello, I am Elsa Bloodstone. I would like to inquire about these vampires. They seem rather peculiar." Upon engaging, Elsa sensed something amiss. Although these vampires bore a resemblance to those she had encountered previously, their power disparity was stark. Meanwhile, the Blade Warrior and Night Werewolf joined them, with the former commenting to Elsa and Li Qi, "They are not true vampires. They appear more akin to humans." Upon hearing the words of the Blade, Li Qi cast him a glance. The performance of this daywalker truly took him by surprise. His understanding of this individual was rather limited. He only knew that this was a hybrid of human and vampire, a vampire unafraid of sunlight. Beyond that, his knowledge was scant. These beings were once ordinary humans, transformed into vampires after the injection of a certain serum. Elsa, recalling Li Qi's words, thought of the experimental subjects they had encountered in the Hell's Kitchen laboratory. It seemed that this was indeed connected to Dr. Carolambos. That individual had truly created something remarkable. Looking at the few individuals before him, Li Qi deduced they were the ones who had been battling vampires recently. Suddenly, a sense of danger surged through Li Qi's observation, prompting him to swiftly summon an ice wall to encircle the group. Bang! Bang! The sound of impact echoed as several towering creatures collided with the ice spikes. They were the Crimson Brutes. Having already familiarized herself with these entities, Elsa's expression darkened. She knew that defeating these formidable foes one-on-one would demand considerable time and effort. Yet now, 7 of them had appeared, and with Johnny absent, resolving this situation would not be easy. Crash! One of the Crimson Brutes shattered the ice wall and lunged at Li Qi in response. Crimson chains erupted forth, ensnaring the creature. It was Wanda, now recovered, who had intervened upon seeing the monster dare to attack Li Qi. Infuriated, Wanda unleashed a terrifying surge of chaotic magic. The inherently robust Crimson Brute found itself utterly defenseless against Wanda's spells. Boom! Under the onslaught of Wanda's chaotic magic, the Brute's head exploded, leaving no chance for recovery. Reduced to mere ashes. In that moment of frozen time, before the other ice walls could shatter, Li Qi launched his assault. Cold energy erupted from beneath his feet, instantly encasing the remaining 6 Crimson Brutes in ice. However, similar to the previous vampires, Li Qi's freezing ability could not yet obliterate them at the cellular level. Thus, their formidable self-healing capabilities allowed them to struggle against the encasing frost. Li Qi believed that awakening the powers of the ice fruit would render these adversaries easily vanquishable. Nevertheless, the display of strength exhibited by Li Qi and Wanda left Elsa and the others in awe. "You are the one who killed Kingpin." At this moment, Elsa too recalled the individual responsible for Kingpin's demise, especially since the ice-encased building had only recently begun to thaw. While they conversed, Elsa and her companions continued their assault unabated. The Scarlet Warriors, once formidable foes, found their regenerative abilities considerably hampered by the freezing, rendering them far easier to vanquish. As these Scarlet Warriors fell, the Night Werewolves reverted to their normal state. To her astonishment, Elsa realized the true strength of her companions, having previously thought it mere rumor. Observing Leech and Wanda, she reflected that such power on their side might only be matched by Johnny's prowess. "Your abilities are not to be underestimated. A werewolf, a vampire, and a bloodstone." Glancing at the bloodstone adorning Elsa's chest, Leech recalled its significance. Though he had only seen fragments of its power before his traversal, the bloodstone was indeed remarkable when it came to dark beings. "This is not the place for idle chatter. We should depart," Natasha interjected. sensing the conversation between Leech and Elsa was about to deepen. Upon hearing Natasha's words, Leech surveyed their surroundings, recognizing the urgency to leave. After all, Hydra's plan had already unraveled, and the lockdown would likely be lifted soon. As Leech activated his fruit ability, the icy surroundings shattered instantaneously, with fragments of ice dispersing into the air before dissipating. The breathtaking spectacle left Elsa and her companions in awe. "Let us go." Leech beckoned them to accompany him to Umbrella. Elsa, pondering many questions she yearned to pose to Leech, was perplexed by the sudden appearance of so many vampires they had been tracking for so long, not to mention their attack on Leech. Surely, he must possess a wealth of knowledge about the matter. Upon reaching the company, Leech found himself momentarily preoccupied, for it was none other than Norman Osborn who had come to see him. Leech had not anticipated this esteemed individual would visit in person. "Greetings, Mr. Leech," Norman Osborn remarked, observing the youthfulness of Leech with palpable astonishment. Osborn marveled at how fortunate it was to possess such power, allowing him to establish a significant legacy at such a young age and collaborate with General Ross. Without the strength he had exhibited during his battle with Kingpin, such achievements would have been utterly unattainable. "Hello, Mr. Osborn. I did not expect you to seek me out in person," Leech replied, finding it difficult to reconcile the affable gentleman before him with the maniacal green goblin he knew would emerge in the future. Under the leadership of Leechy, Norman Osborn also entered the lounge. Meanwhile, Elsa and the others were escorted away by Natasha. It was unclear what Mr. Osborn's purpose for being here was. Observing Norman Osborn before him, Leechy inquired, "I trust you are aware of our company's prowess in biotechnology. We have been researching the superhuman serum and have developed our own products." Norman Osborn did not directly disclose his intentions. Instead, he engaged Leechy in a discussion about Oscorp. As he listened, Leechy nodded in agreement. He held a certain respect for Oscorp's capabilities, particularly given their impressive advancements in technologies such as lizard serums and rhino armor. It could be said that if a person of noble intent were to wield these innovations, they could easily assemble a team of superheroes. "I am well aware of Oscorp's strengths. However, I presume Mr. Osborn's visit is not merely to extol the virtues of his company," Leechy remarked, confident that the man before him was not one to engage in trivialities. Indeed, upon hearing Leechy's words, Norman Osborn responded, "I have come to seek collaboration. I wish to involve myself in the human enhancement serum being developed in conjunction with General Ross. Likewise, I am willing to share my own formula for human enhancement with you." Norman Osborn gazed at Leechy with utmost seriousness. It was no surprise that he was making such significant decisions. The family ailment had begun to manifest. The formulas produced by his laboratories had proven ineffective against it. During a casual conversation with General Ross yesterday, the general had alluded to the enhancement serum being developed by Leechy's team. Driven by desperation, Norman Osborn had forsaken his usual composure and sought out Leechy with urgency. The human enhancement formula he offered was indeed a bold gesture. Leechy marveled at Osborn's willingness to part with such a pivotal aspect of his transformation into the Green Goblin. The fact that Norman Osborn was prepared to share this formula indicated his genuine desire to collaborate with Leechy. As Leechy pondered the necessity of partnering with Norman Osborn, he reflected on the human enhancement serum he possessed, which originated from Hydra. While it exhibited commendable stability, its enhancement capabilities were rather ordinary. In contrast, the formula in Osborn's possession promised far more potent enhancements. The prospect of collaboration, fueled by Oscorp's advanced technologies, intrigued Leechy. "Let us embark on this partnership with enthusiasm." Upon hearing Leechy's words, Norman Osborn extended his hand as well. Meanwhile, in another corner of the lounge, Wanda and Elsa engaged in light conversation. It was alarming to discover that these vampires were once human. Should such serums fall into the wrong hands, chaos would surely ensue. Blade pondered the savage creatures he had just vanquished. These vampires, transformed by serum, posed a greater threat than ordinary ones. At least the typical vampires retained some semblance of reason, capable of weighing pros and cons, whereas this new breed was driven solely by a desire for destruction. Jack Russell was acutely aware of the stark contrast between these beings and their more conventional counterparts. They bore a resemblance to the mindless scarlet brutes, both groups being devoid of rationality. Elsa speculated that these beings might be byproducts of the scarlet brutes. "Miss Wanda, do you have any insight into these individuals?" she inquired, having grown more familiar with Wanda along their journey. Wanda responded without hesitation, "If all goes according to plan, they should be affiliated with Hydra." "Hydra? How could that be? Haven't they been eradicated?" Elsa and Natasha exclaimed, astonished by Wanda's revelation. "Indeed, it's Hydra. They have remained quite active in Europe, and we have been entangled with them for a considerable time. We have no idea how many of them we have dispatched. Although Wanda had heard tales of Hydra's former glory from Li Qi, her experiences in recent years had made her realize that they were not as formidable as he had depicted. Elsa exchanged incredulous glances with Blade, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. They were well acquainted with Hydra, having faced them in battle during their time in America. In Chapter 44, the prospect of Hydra being involved seemed entirely plausible. As someone who had fought against them, Blade reflected on Hydra's past might. The emergence of abominations like the Scarlet Brutes was not beyond the realm of possibility. However, it was Natasha who appeared most astonished. The weapons wielded by the assailants were unmistakably those of S.H.I.E.L.D., and if Hydra was indeed involved, it confirmed the presence of another faction within their organization. Realizing the implications, Natasha felt compelled to inform Nick Fury. Hydra was unlike any other force. Was it truly Hydra? Why had there been no word of them for so many years? Elsa harbored a lingering doubt that perhaps Wanda and the others had erred. After all, the history of Hydra is exceedingly ancient. Hydra has never truly been eradicated. Even those who were vanquished in the past were merely the faction led by Red Skull. As Leech entered after bidding farewell to Norman Osborn, he overheard several individuals engaged in conversation regarding Hydra and interjected without hesitation. Moreover, the initiative orchestrated by the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, known as the Paperclip Project, is likely familiar to you all. It was precisely this scheme that allowed those Hydra operatives to conceal themselves. Natasha, listening to Leech's words, felt a profound shock within her. If the Paperclip Project indeed unfolded as Leech described, then it might not be traitors within S.H.I.E.L.D. that they faced, but rather, the organization itself could be the true betrayer. Hey man, Wanda's voice jolted Natasha from her cold sweat. At that moment, Natasha had come to the realization that her identity had long been known to Leech and his companions. Given their extensive knowledge of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, how could they possibly remain oblivious to her status as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent? Just call me Natasha. I imagine you have already deduced that, she remarked, observing that Wanda and Leech exhibited no visible reaction upon hearing her name, prompting her to exhale a sigh of resignation. What now? Do you wish to return to S.H.I.E.L.D.? You are still under my command. Leech remarked upon Natasha's acknowledgement of her identity. However, Natasha shook her head in response. I think I shall remain here for now. I can no longer comprehend S.H.I.E.L.D. As she grappled with the intricate entanglement between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, a sense of confusion enveloped her. After all, her escape from the Red Room was motivated by a flicker of justice, yet it now appeared that S.H.I.E.L.D. bore little distinction from the Red Room. Perhaps it would be wiser to stay with Leech. Observing Natasha's demeanor, Leech chose not to press the matter further. Instead, he turned his attention to Elsa and the others, stating, "The vampires you currently face are likely backed by Hydra and the Life Foundation. It will be exceedingly difficult for just a few of you to eliminate them." Having been attacked by these vampires, Leech was certainly not inclined to let them off lightly, especially with capable allies at hand. Upon hearing Leech's words, Elsa felt a surge of hope. Are you planning to assist us in confronting these vampires? They had witnessed Leech's formidable strength. Even the most powerful among the vampires, the Crimson Berserkers, were effortlessly dispatched by him. If it were another adversary, they would likely face an even swifter demise. I have some matters to attend to, but Wanda and Natasha will be able to assist you. I shall also seek additional help for you. Upon hearing that it involved dealing with these vampires, Wanda nodded in agreement. Like Li Qi, she harbors a strong sense of vengeance. I have no objections, but all my equipment is with S.H.I.E.L.D. So I will need you to provide some gear for the battle. Upon hearing Natasha's words, a box materialized in Li Qi's hands. This item is known as Kyokulkin, a most extraordinary weapon. As Natasha received the box, she promptly opened it, revealing weapons that resembled flesh and blood. Frowning, she grasped the handle and extracted Kyokulkin. As the weapon emerged from the box, the fleshy mass swiftly assembled itself into a rifle-like form. The raw material of this weapon is Yuhua, capable of firing both solid projectiles and energy blasts, easily dispatching even creatures as formidable as vampires. Li Qi had acquired Kyokulkin long ago. However, most individuals find little utility in wielding such a weapon. Wanda and Pietro, for instance, do not require it to encumber themselves, as Yuhua's sole advantage lies in its long-range capabilities. Yet for Natasha, this Kyokulkin serves as an excellent remedy for her current shortcomings. Observing Natasha's satisfaction, Li Qi proceeded to contact additional personnel. Given the circumstances, we shall prepare as well. I have some resources at my disposal. Noticing Wanda and Natasha, Elsa felt that this was indeed the opportune moment to eradicate the vampire threat. Thus, she suggested they separate, for Johnny and Dr. Voodoo awaited their return. Very well. Watching them depart, Wanda approached Li Chi and remarked, "Their abilities are commendable, yet it appears they are not aligned with us." Wanda could discern that both Blade and the Night Wolf bore heavy burdens, and only Elsa seemed somewhat akin to her group. Indeed, we do not require their strength. However, it would be advantageous if Jessica were to join us. In New York, so many superheroes and villains have emerged. Yet the only one to pique Li Chi's interest is Jessica. She possesses tremendous abilities but seems reluctant to utilize them. Otherwise, she would not merely be a street hero surviving in Hell's Kitchen. Her capabilities could easily be likened to a lesser version of the Hulk, albeit with the rationality that the Hulk lacks. While listening to Li Chi and Wanda's conversation, Natasha chose not to interject, instead focusing on the Kukulkan in her hands. Chapter 45. Upon returning to the tavern, Elsa encountered Johnny and the others. Their demeanor was notably somber, reflecting the stagnation in their investigations regarding the vampires. In recent days, the vengeful spirit within Johnny had also become increasingly active. Despite the suppressive influence of Elsa's bloodstone, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain control. Recognizing the potential danger of becoming the greatest adversary to Elsa and her companions, Johnny resolved to temporarily withdraw. After expressing his concerns to Elsa, she felt a sense of helplessness. Assisting Johnny and aiding the night werewolves were fundamentally disparate concepts. Although the bloodstone could momentarily restrain the vengeful spirit, the disparity in their respective powers remained considerable. While it could suppress the spirit for a time, it could not do so indefinitely, especially given that Mephisto's machinations were far beyond the capabilities of a mere bloodstone. Perhaps it was unnecessary to continue suppressing the power within you. After all, the vampires were backed by Hydra, an organization that thrived during World War II, and those individuals would likely meet your criteria. Elsa understood that Johnny's vengeful spirit sought to condemn wicked souls to hell. Whether it be Hydra or the vampires, both would certainly align with Johnny's aspirations. Hydra? Upon learning that the shadowy figures behind this affair were Hydra, Johnny's interest was piqued. Having grown up reading Captain America comics, he was no stranger to this nefarious organization. Although he was uncertain why Hydra still existed, he was confident that they would satisfy the appetites of the vengeful spirit. However, if these figures were indeed associated with Hydra, confronting them would not be a trivial endeavor. At this juncture, Jericho interjected. In his view, if the vampire situation involved Hydra, dealing with them would be far from straightforward. Regardless of how Hydra had managed to endure, such a large-scale organization was beyond the capabilities of their small group. Jericho was acutely aware of their limitations. Aside from Johnny, whose unique nature set him apart, the others would find it challenging to contend with Hydra. Fortunately, we do have allies concerning Hydra, specifically, the group that recently dealt with Kingpin. They have been actively battling Hydra. Upon hearing Jericho mention Hydra, Elsa recalled Lee and his companions. Their strength was formidable, and they had demonstrated their power earlier that day. Considering Lee's ability to freeze the very air around them, the sheer number of adversaries had become irrelevant. Elsa firmly believed that Lee possessed the strength necessary to vanquish Hydra. Such formidable power, Elsa pondered how Hydra could possibly prevail. If strength indeed resembled what you claim, then vanquishing this horde of vampires, along with the Hydra and the Life Foundation lurking behind them, would not be an impossible feat. Jericho gazed at the resolute Elsa and the night werewolf before him, and he too believed that if their assertions held true, they could indeed eradicate this vampire faction once and for all. Without further ado, let us locate the stronghold of these vampires, and then we shall ensnare them all in one fell swoop. Upon witnessing the consensus among the group regarding her proposal, Elsa eagerly continued, "Speaking of their lair, we have yet to investigate the site I previously tracked those vampires to." At this moment, the night werewolf recalled the location he discovered after pursuing the vampire's trail in Hell's Kitchen. That place should not be their base. I cannot fathom that those superior vampires would establish their stronghold near a garbage dump. In response to the night werewolf's remarks, Blade interjected. As one most familiar with the existence of vampires, Blade understood that while these vampires may vary, their intrinsic nature would not change significantly. In Blade's estimation, Hell's Kitchen represented the limit for those vampires. A garbage dump, a place where even ordinary humans would not linger, was certainly not a refuge for vampires. I told you, that place is undoubtedly a trap. Listening to Blade's words, the humanoid creature expressed his delight in recognizing it as such, while only the night werewolf remained oblivious. The others regarded the enthusiastic humanoid with a sense of exasperation. Ever since transforming into a swamp monster, His intellect had fluctuated unpredictably. Upon hearing the humanoid's remarks, the night werewolf felt somewhat disheartened, as he had indeed pursued the scent of those vampires to that repugnant garbage dump, only to find nothing and leave him unable to eat for an entire day. Although these vampires were connected to Hydra, the most crucial lead now was still the Life Foundation. Jericho observed the group and felt they should not let Hydra's emergence divert their focus. They had previously located the vampire's laboratory by following the trail of the Life Foundation. If they rashly shifted their objective, they risked losing the vampire's trail once more. The others nodded in agreement with Jericho's sentiments, sharing the belief that they should remain undeterred by Hydra's influence. Umbrella. After handing over the human enhancement formula to the researcher who had traveled from Serbia, Li Qi inquired, Yuri, what do you think of the efficacy of this human enhancement formula? Indeed, the chief researcher under Li Qi was named Yuri. However, he bore no relation to the Yuri associated with mind control. The talent he exhibited had been bestowed upon him by Li Qi as a reward for a monthly task, granting him the designation of 48. The personnel at the base, having already possessed formidable learning abilities, were further augmented by the effects of 48, rendering Yuri a veritable genius scientist. Yet, in comparison to the other Yuri, this one had merely begun his narrative. Chapter 46. This human enhancement formula is significantly more potent than the enhancement drugs we have injected. Ours is merely a truncated version in many respects. Yuri's first project upon completing his studies was the human enhancement drug, and the enhancement drug currently employed at the base was indeed developed by him. Although this formula is complete, it comes with severe side effects. Its enhancements primarily affect the physical aspect, while the adverse effects manifest in the brain. Consuming this enhancement formula tends to render users exceedingly radical. Listening to Yuri's words, Li Qi felt a sense of satisfaction. Just as Yuri stated, the side effects of the human enhancement formula brought by Norman Osborn were glaringly apparent. Perhaps this was not a formula that Norman Osborn had used himself, but he would eventually become inextricably linked to the Green Goblin and this formula. Furthermore, Norman Osborn's research on the formula was primarily aimed at selling it to General Ross to treat his family's hereditary ailments. Thus, the effects of the enhancement formula predominantly impacted the physical body. Li Qi pondered whether this formula would hold any utility for them and directed his gaze towards Yuri. Indeed, this human enhancement formula offers far superior enhancements to the body compared to ours. By integrating this formula, perhaps we could develop a new version of our enhancement drug, Yuri confidently asserted. He lamented the limited knowledge he had previously accessed, most of which had been imparted by the fallen Hydra. Otherwise, with Yuri's current intellect, he would have already created something extraordinary. Observing Yuri's unwavering confidence, Li Qi decided to entrust the newly established Umbrella Laboratory entirely to him once it was operational. Yuri accepted this responsibility with a calm demeanor. Upon returning home after parting ways with Yuri, Li Qi discovered Natasha engrossed in tinkering with a quinqua. So, you seem to have taken a liking to this weapon. Natasha had already sensed his arrival. Therefore, she was not startled by Li Qi's sudden remark. This weapon was truly remarkable. It appeared less like a conventional armament and more akin to an organ. Natasha was deftly maneuvering the quinqua in her hand. Her curiosity about the myriad secrets surrounding Li Qi piqued. After her assessments, she concluded that this weapon rivaled the energy weapons currently developed by S.H.I.E.L.D. In fact, it might even surpass them in certain aspects. In terms of portability and energy efficiency, it clearly outmatched S.H.I.E.L.D.'s creations. This revelation left Natasha somewhat incredulous, considering the immense resources S.H.I.E.L.D. had expended to develop those energy weapons. Yet here was Li Qi, effortlessly producing an item that seemingly eclipsed their efforts. It was evident that Li Qi harbored even more secrets. Indeed, this quinqua was derived from the organs of some extraordinary entities. Upon witnessing Natasha's recognition of the quinqua's uniqueness, Li Qi candidly disclosed its origins. Even the well-informed Natasha, upon hearing Li Qi's unguarded admission, gasped in surprise. Just as Li Qi and Natasha were poised to converse further, Wanda poked her head down from the second floor. Li Qi, come quickly. Seeing Wanda's excited expression, Li Qi sensed she had delightful news to share. Leaping gracefully, he landed on the second-floor balcony before her. What is it? Do you have good news for me? He asked, gazing at Wanda with affectionate indulgence. Under his attentive care, Wanda had blossomed into an even more exquisite version of herself. Even her previously unremarkable features now held a striking allure. Wanda noticed Li Qi's gaze upon her, and, rather than feeling shy, she stood a little taller with pride. I initially intended to surprise you, but you figured it out so quickly, she pouted playfully. In the next instant, Wanda clasped her hands. A chaotic red magic materialized around her, collapsing inward. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from her spot. Almost immediately, a similar chaotic magic appeared behind Li Qi, and as it expanded, Wanda re-emerged there. Just as she was about to reach out and startle him, Li Qi turned his head first, astonished as he exclaimed, "Teleportation magic?" Wanda's recent display was strikingly reminiscent of scenes he had witnessed in films, particularly those depicting the mutant known as Quicksilver during his teleportation. Although one left behind traces of sulfur and infernal energy, one aspect pertains to the power derived from chaotic magic. Upon hearing her abilities articulated by Leech, Wanda nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, she retrieved the hearthstone that Leech had bestowed upon her not long ago. During this period, I have harnessed the power of this hearthstone to delve into the intricacies of this magic. With that, Wanda invoked her chaotic magic, enveloping the hearthstone. In the blink of an eye, the hearthstone appeared before Leech. As it stands, aside from myself, I can only teleport inanimate objects, and the destination must be familiar to me. Currently, the range is quite limited, confined to within the borders of the United States. Listening to Wanda's words, Leech refrained from comment. It is indeed remarkable that Wanda has achieved such prowess in a mere few days since acquiring the hearthstone. The prospect of one day opening teleportation portals to the 9 realms, akin to Heimdall, no longer seems far-fetched. This ability is undeniably formidable, and one must not become complacent. With mastery, you two could traverse between our homes at will, much like Pietro. Leech perceives Wanda's current teleportation prowess as exceedingly powerful. It is worth noting that in this world, mutants do not exist, and the only entities capable of opening portals, aside from the Tesseract, are the sorcerers of Kamartaj. As for the denizens of Asgard, they do not quite fit into this category. After all, Heimdall activates the Bifrost using a key rather than relying solely on his innate abilities. As Leech observed Wanda's display of talent, he couldn't help but acknowledge her remarkable aptitude for magic. Merely utilizing the limited runes on the hearthstone, she has self-taught the art of teleportation. Should she receive a systematic education in magic akin to those at Kamartaj, it is conceivable that the next supreme sorcerer may not be strange. In Leech's eyes, Wanda's potential is astonishingly formidable. Upon receiving Leech's praise, Wanda nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I have already grasped this magic. With a bit more effort, I shall achieve what you envision. Wanda also harbors fond memories of Eileen and the others. If her magic reaches the level Leech described, she could return to Serbia by day and reunite with Leech by night. The ensuing days remained relatively calm, with the midnight suns seeking traces of vampires. Meanwhile, Leech continued to progress steadily. According to Natasha's intelligence, SHIELD has commenced a cleansing operation against Hydra. The long-missing Nick Fury has returned to New York, and this time, Captain America stands beside him. Originally, Nick Fury intended to have Natasha return to assist him, yet the confused Natasha made the rare choice to decline. Nick Fury, understanding her predicament, refrained from pressing the matter, especially with the presence of Captain America, who was well acquainted with Hydra. He believed that Hydra could no longer incite any turmoil, thus he remained silent regarding Natasha's decision. Meanwhile, Li Qi found himself in a state of resignation as he signed in once more to receive the Phantom Ninja. The rewards from the past few days had been exceedingly repetitive, each time yielding a variant of the Phantom Ninja, differing only in quantity. Over the course of several days, the number of Phantom Ninjas had surpassed 200. The sole source of joy for Li Qi was the emergence of a Shadow Kingdom within his shadow following the acquisition of the Phantom Ninja. These ninjas resided in a fixed location, reappearing there if vanquished. As Li Qi lamented his fortune, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he surmised that Elsa and the others had likely discovered the whereabouts of the vampire clan. It was early morning, and such a call could only mean urgent news. Indeed, as soon as he answered, Elsa's excited voice came through. We've located the lair of the vampires. These cunning beings have their laboratory and resting quarters entirely separate. We nearly fell into their trap. From her tone, Li Qi could discern that Elsa was overly exhilarated. All right, share the location with me. I will send assistance your way. Li Qi expressed his indifference toward the vampires, but was particularly intrigued by the so-called laboratory. The serum capable of transforming humans into vampires and enhancing vampires into formidable monsters surely held significant value. Are you not going to intervene? These vampires are backed by Hydra, and I worry that if Hydra intervenes, our small group will be ill-equipped to handle them, Elsa cautioned. She was not one to feign strength. Her understanding of her team's capabilities was clear. While they could manage the vampires, facing an entity like Hydra posed a daunting challenge, given the advanced weaponry they possessed compared to the brute force of the vampires. Rest assured, I will personally handle Hydra. They will not have the opportunity to confront you. Li Qi reassured Elsa, genuinely intending to confront Hydra himself. This was a plan formulated after receiving intelligence from Natasha. The ongoing conflict between Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. had intensified, although both sides had skillfully avoided bringing their struggle into the open. However, the casualties on both sides continued to escalate. Were it not for the timely intervention of Captain America, it is likely that S.H.I.E.L.D. would have been on the brink of collapse. Moreover, Leach has set his sights on the vast assets controlled by Pierce and his Hydra faction. Even if he were to obtain a mere fraction of those assets, it would suffice to satiate his desires. Not to mention, Hydra has long been at odds with him. If Hydra were to refrain from action, our side would face no significant issues. Upon hearing that Leach intended to confront Hydra, Elsa felt a sense of relief. Dealing with vampires posed no concern for their seasoned team. Furthermore, she had witnessed Wanda's formidable prowess firsthand. With Wanda's assistance, even formidable adversaries like the Scarlet Marauder could be easily managed. Additionally, they had Johnny, the Ghost Rider, on their side. After conversing with Elsa, Leach pondered whom to send against the vampires. Originally, he had planned to dispatch Wanda and Natasha along with Dagmar for assistance. However, given that he also needed to confront members of Hydra, he would require Natasha's presence. This left him feeling uneasy about sending Wanda alone. Unsure of what hidden cards the vampires might hold, it was then that he thought of Jessica. Although she lacked specialized skills against vampires, her immense strength and defense would make her a valuable ally in this battle. With this in mind, Leach retrieved Jessica's number, which she had left the last time she visited him. After dialing, it rang for a moment before being answered. Hello? A muffled voice came through the receiver, and Leach could easily imagine how much alcohol Jessica had consumed. Jessica, it's Leach. Upon hearing his voice, the sound on the other end fell silent for a moment. After about a minute, Jessica's voice returned, noticeably clearer than before. Leach, what do you need? You mentioned you owed me a favor last time. Now you have the opportunity to repay it. Jessica acknowledged the debt owed for Leach's prior assistance in dealing with the Purple Man. Therefore, upon hearing his request, she responded decisively, as long as it does not conflict with my principles. Chapter 48. I will not violate your principles. This time, I need your help to confront a group of vampires. Jessica had anticipated a request that would put her in a difficult position, but was relieved to discover it involved dealing with vampires. From the methods employed by Li Qi to deal with Jean Ben, it is evident that he is no paragon of virtue. Consequently, Jessica harbors concerns that Li Qi might compel her to assist him in executing some nefarious scheme. Upon learning that their target is vampires, Jessica promptly declared, there is no issue with dealing with vampires. In response to her assertion, Li Qi elaborated, the number of enemies this time will be considerable. If your companions are able to intervene, I shall ensure they are adequately compensated for their vengeance. Indeed, aside from Jessica, Li Qi intended to enlist her in abducting Murdoch and his band of street heroes. Even if it required a financial outlay, it was of little consequence. Annihilating these vampires would yield sufficient wealth to offset any incurred losses. Originally, Li Qi found himself at a loss regarding how to seize the vampires' riches. Even if they succeeded in slaying these creatures, others would invariably emerge to claim their wealth. However, with Ross's support, the plunder of the vampires' riches was no longer an unattainable ambition. These vampires, having existed for countless years, had amassed a staggering fortune that even General Ross could not overlook, especially given the financial demands of the super soldier program he championed. With Li Qi's formidable strength at such a lavish banquet, he was poised to claim his rightful share of the spoils. Unbeknownst to Jessica, who remained unaware of Li Qi's true intentions, she felt confident that Murdoch and his allies would not refuse the extermination of vampires. Thus, she informed Li Qi, all right, I will consult with them. After concluding the call, Jessica began reaching out to Murdoch and Luke Cage. As for the Punisher, Jessica opted not to contact him. Despite their limited interactions, she understood his character well. The Punisher's sole focus remained on the criminal underworld, endlessly driven by the desire for vengeance. As long as the vampires did not impede his quest for retribution, they would likely not attract his attention. Following his conversation with Jessica, Li Qi sought out Natasha, who was engaged in her training regimen. Since her identity had been revealed, Natasha had shed her previous cautious demeanor. The disguises she once donned had been completely discarded, allowing her to joke freely in Li Qi's presence. Well, you're up surprisingly early today. This is not like you, Natasha remarked, slightly taken aback by Li Qi's unexpected appearance. After living together for such a lengthy period, she had never witnessed him rise early. He typically stirred only as lunchtime approached. Awakening at such an early hour this time was decidedly unusual. Noticing Natasha's peculiar gaze upon him, Li Qi felt a tinge of helplessness. Nevertheless, he spoke up. I, too, would prefer not to have been roused so early. But Elsa has already alerted us. They have discovered the lair and laboratory of those vampires. Upon hearing Li Qi's words, Natasha halted her workout and inquired, "Are you planning to take action?" Li Qi had previously shared the details regarding Hydra with Natasha, thus she refrained from probing further. Indeed, as Elsa had mentioned, the Ghost Rider among them was on the verge of losing control. The fiery skeleton that had recently appeared in New York was none other than he. Johnny was now unable to suppress the spirit of vengeance, and each night, he roamed the streets of New York, transformed into the Ghost Rider. Many had fallen under his judgment, sent to the depths of hell. In this city of sin, there were countless souls deserving of his reckoning. It could be said that the presence of the Ghost Rider had instilled a sense of dread among numerous politicians in New York. Meanwhile, Steve's return to S.H.I.E.L.D. had prompted many who had not succumbed to brainwashing to reconsider their allegiances, resulting in several clashes during this period. Natasha, having her friend Barton stationed at S.H.I.E.L.D., was well aware of the unfolding events within the organization. Had it not been for Nick Fury's efforts to bring Steve back, S.H.I.E.L.D. might well have been renamed Hydra S.H.I.E.L.D. However, it was precisely Steve's emergence that swayed the neutral factions and those not entirely brainwashed within S.H.I.E.L.D. to align once more with Nick Fury and his allies. From where should we initiate our attack? Li Qi inquired of Natasha. Regarding Pierce's faction of Hydra, Li Qi possessed limited intelligence. However, he was acutely aware that this branch of Hydra was both formidable and numerous. To defeat them, a surprise attack for a swift resolution was imperative. The S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters had already been seized by Pierce, and Nick Fury had been stripped of his position. If they could eliminate Pierce and the Hydra members within, the remaining factions would pose little threat. Understanding Li Qi's intent to confront Pierce, Natasha remained vigilant. Through his analysis, he recognized that while Hydra's members were exceedingly secretive, such secrecy meant that their leaders would become entirely untraceable upon death. Currently, the majority of Hydra's high-ranking officials were gathered within the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, with Pierce himself working from there. In his current identity, Pierce felt assured that no one would dare to confront him directly. After expelling Nick Fury and others from S.H.I.E.L.D., he chose to remain and command the personnel from within the holographic interface. Is that so? At Natasha's words, Li Qi nodded in agreement. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. possesses weapons specifically designed to counteract you. Your wide-ranging attack capabilities would likely be significantly diminished. We need to gather additional personnel. Li Qi was not surprised that his abilities were being targeted. In the Marvel Universe, advanced technology is ever present, and his powers were exceedingly conspicuous. It would be more concerning if no one sought to counter him. Chapter 49. Li Qi remained indifferent to the prospect of his abilities being studied. The devices they were developing would be rendered obsolete the moment his devil fruit powers awakened. After all, the difference between the awakened and unawakened states of a devil fruit user is immense. Even if Hydra or S.H.I.E.L.D. devised methods to counter him, those strategies would become useless once his powers manifested. As for personnel, you need not worry. Li Qi glanced at Natasha beside him. Recognizing that his recently acquired shadow soldiers would serve their purpose well, each of these shadow soldiers is formidable. Despite being overwhelmed by Jackie Chan's group, they had a clear advantage against the agents of the 13th District. The ninjas from the shadow soldiers, equipped with a variety of lethal tools, are more than capable of dealing with ordinary individuals and even elite soldiers. Li Qi firmly believed that with these shadow soldiers, they would be sufficient to confront Hydra. After all, these shadow ninjas are immortal. Even if they perish, they will be resurrected in Li Qi's shadow realm. To eradicate them entirely would require magic or powers of a higher order. Mere gunpowder weaponry would prove ineffective. Seeing Li Qi's confidence, Natasha chose to trust him. Compared to the operation against Hydra, Elsa and her team's mission against the vampires was evidently more urgent. Upon receiving Wanda's call, they agreed upon a meeting place, the quaint tavern where Elsa and her group were currently gathered. Wanda, accompanied by Dagmar and others, set out, this time without Li Qi. She would need to assume command herself, which made her somewhat anxious. In the past, she had the assistance of Pietro or Eileen. Now, she was alone, and that made her quite nervous. Dogma, this time our adversaries differ significantly from those we have previously encountered. This time, we face a horde of vampires. And you must exercise utmost caution. Do not overly rely on the powers of the six forms. As they prepared to depart, Wanda reminded Dogma and the others. Those who have mastered the Navy's six forms often find themselves somewhat dependent on these formidable techniques. Even though Dogma and his companions are proficient in various martial arts and firearms, their instinct in battle is still to employ the Navy's six forms. While dealing with foes armed solely with conventional firearms was manageable, this time, Our enemies not only include vampires, but potentially also Hydra operatives wielding energy weapons. Wanda had witnessed the potency of Hydra's energy weapons firsthand. Even her chaotic magic was adversely affected when confronted with such devices, underscoring their formidable nature. The adults have briefed us on these matters, and we have equipped ourselves with weapons. Upon hearing Wanda's words, Veda appeared somewhat flustered. He had not anticipated that Wanda viewed them as mindless brutes. Though they lacked Yuri's innate talent, after administering enhancement serums, they surpassed ordinary humans in numerous aspects. They were well aware of their own strengths. Employing the Navy's 6 forms against weaker adversaries allowed them to swiftly dispatch foes. However, they would not be foolish enough to charge headlong into a large-scale enemy force using the 6 forms. Upon hearing Veda's remarks, Wanda nodded in satisfaction. Regarding the vampire's abilities, Leech had already informed Wanda. Apart from the exceptional Crimson Berserkers, the remaining vampires posed little threat in her eyes. Furthermore, Dogma and his companions wield silver weapons, which are particularly effective against vampires. In Elsa's bar, Johnny, today you will confront those vampires. Once they are dealt with, you may leave, Jericho said, observing Johnny, who sat brooding with a drink. The power of the spirit of vengeance was undeniably overwhelming, even with Elsa's bloodstone assisting in its suppression. Yet the infernal force nearly toppled everyone. Fortunately, Johnny had reached a point where he could withstand some of the spirit's madness. Otherwise, when transformed into the Ghost Rider, he might have inadvertently condemned their souls to hell. After all, in the eyes of the Ghost Rider, they could be deemed as irredeemably wicked. Indeed, New York is not like other places. You have stirred quite a bit of trouble lately. Even Blade has found himself somewhat exasperated by the events you've set in motion. In recent days, among those consigned to hell by Johnny, many held significant power and influence. Their demise has drawn considerable attention towards Johnny. Fortunately, Elsa and Jericho possess certain affiliations that have aided in concealing Johnny's past. It is all the fault of that scoundrel Mephisto. Upon hearing their words, Johnny was filled with a profound loathing for Mephisto. Were it not for that fiend's temptations and deceptions, he would not find himself in his current predicament. However, over the years, Johnny has discerned a peculiar distinction within the vengeful spirit that resides within him. He is not the sole chosen one among the malevolent riders selected by Mephisto. During his years of evasion, Johnny has encountered other vengeful spirits. Yet, none of them exhibit the same characteristics as the one within him. The other spirits appear lifeless, as though governed by a mere program, whereas the entity within him is particularly tempestuous. This group of vampires has been utterly forsaken, abandoned by both the 13 clans and other factions. At this juncture, Elsa revealed a piece of information. According to the intelligence she had gathered over the past few days, both the 13 clans of vampires and other beings have expressed discontent towards these rule-breaking vampires. Their ability to locate the stronghold of these vampires with such ease is undeniably linked to the efforts of these individuals. Clearly, they intend to use them as instruments to eliminate the forsaken vampires. Upon hearing Elsa's words, the patrons within the tavern displayed no surprise. They were already aware of this development. Vampires are indeed peculiar creatures, desperately trying to adapt to the new era while rigidly adhering to the customs of the past. The Blade Warriors, who have long hunted vampires, find themselves baffled by their behavior. Having encountered numerous vampires, the Blade Warriors often wonder if these beings have simply lived too long. They have witnessed far too many deranged vampires. As Elsa's phone rang, Wanda and the others arrived at the tavern's entrance. Soon, Elsa stepped outside to usher Wanda and her companions inside. Upon seeing Wanda, Jericho expressed a hint of surprise. Jericho's power stems from the essence of the Roja. Although he cannot wield it directly, he can nonetheless sense the formidable magic emanating from Wanda. This immediately alerted Roja to Wanda's status as a powerful sorceress. Noticing the presence of Dagmar and Kayrilla following Wanda, he could also perceive that they were not ordinary individuals. At this moment, Jericho and the others had come to believe Elsa's earlier words. However, just as Elsa was about to introduce them, the door swung open once more. Here they are. Clad in simple attire, Jessica entered the tavern, accompanied by Murdoch and Luke Cage, who had already donned their Night Devil costumes. Upon spotting Wanda, Jessica realized she was indeed in the right place. "This fellow's boss has hired us to assist you," Jessica explained upon noticing the bewildered expressions on Elsa and the others' faces. Among the trio, aside from Murdoch, the famed Night Devil who had already made a name for himself in Hell's Kitchen, Jessica and Luke Cage still lacked notoriety. Following her previous conversation with Leech, Jessica had reached out to Murdoch and the others. Luke Cage had readily accepted the offer, motivated both by the need to confront the malevolent vampires and by his own financial constraints. As for Murdoch, His decision to aid Jessica stemmed purely from a desire to combat these vampires. Having witnessed the dangers posed by those vampires in their last encounter, he could not bear the thought of allowing them to continue their existence, potentially harming countless innocents. This time, Murdoch was equipped with silver weapons. Determined to avoid the sense of helplessness he had felt while using ordinary batons against the vampires previously, Murdoch had become somewhat familiar to Elsa and the others, so they felt a sense of joy upon his arrival. There were two locations where this group of vampires congregated. One was their resting place, and the other was the Life Foundation's laboratory. Once everyone had gathered, Elsa produced a tablet and marked both locations upon it. These two sites are quite distant from each other, necessitating our separation in action. Otherwise, any alert from one side could lead to complications, Elsa stated. Just as she finished speaking, Blade interjected, "They hold this laboratory in high regard, and its defenses will certainly be more formidable than those at their resting place." Listening to their words, Murdoch inquired, "Do we have an exact count of their numbers?" To Murdoch, the quantity of the vampires was paramount. Charging an unprepared would be an utterly imprudent act. There won't be too few of them. Although we have managed to eliminate a considerable number recently, many vampires still remain. However, estimating the precise number of this batch of vampires was indeed challenging. Unlike the vampires of the 13 clans, who would not recklessly create new vampires, this group produced them without restraint, making it impossible to gauge their numbers. The exact quantity of ordinary vampires was not something to overly concern oneself with. Kara reminded them at that moment. Our leader has provided several large ultraviolet irradiation devices, which should prove quite effective against those ordinary vampires. Since learning of the various shortcomings of these vampires, Kayla and her companions have developed a certain disdain for them. Their own strength is nothing remarkable, and they are riddled with weaknesses. They fear silver, are averse to light, and even dread objects like crucifixes and garlic. Kayla finds it perplexing how such flawed beings could ascend to the status of notorious villains in stories. With these devices at hand, ordinary vampires indeed seem rather inconsequential. Blade nodded in agreement with Kayla's remarks. In his past encounters with vampires, he had also employed ultraviolet light and concentrated garlic juice. These methods are often more effective against ordinary vampires than silver weapons. The others, witnessing this exchange, ceased to debate the numerical advantages. For with ultraviolet light as a formidable weapon, common vampires pose little threat. The concern now shifted to the potential emergence of the Crimson Beasts, creatures that are far more challenging to contend with. Johnny, having faced the Crimson Beasts most frequently, shared his insights. Their regenerative abilities are, even for him, quite troublesome. A mere handful of them could easily ensnare them. However, there is no need for undue concern regarding the Crimson Beasts. I have procured a serum specifically designed to counteract them. At this moment, Blade retrieved a case of serum from beneath the table. Due to the urgency of the situation, while this serum may not eliminate the Crimson Beasts outright, it can indeed curtail their regenerative capabilities. The group was taken aback by Blade's revelation. For the most formidable aspect of the Crimson Beasts is precisely their ability to heal. Restricting this power would simplify their task significantly. In that case, let us depart, Wanda remarked, observing that everyone was well prepared. After a brief discussion, Wanda, Elsa, Johnny, Kayla, and Jessica would oversee the laboratory, as current intelligence suggested that the threats there far exceeded those at their resting place. The remainder of the group, under the guidance of Blade and Jericho, would confront the gathering of vampires. Chapter 51, St. Hope Rescue Center, a well-known shelter for the homeless, even in New York. Who could have imagined that this place would serve as a site for experimental research by the Life Foundation in collaboration with vampires? Elsa gazed at the bustling entrance of the St. Hope Rescue Center and spat in disdain. These individuals believe they are rescuing the homeless, yet they remain oblivious to the fact that their actions are ultimately sealing the fate of these souls. Ever since they discovered that this place serves as a base for the collaboration between the vampires and the Life Foundation, Elsa and her companions have come to understand the origins of the experimental subjects. The homeless, often overlooked, can be considered the most suitable material for human experimentation. Under the guise of the St. Hope Rescue Center, the agents of the Life Foundation and the vampires are able to conduct their experiments with impunity. The sheer number of people here necessitates a dispersal of the crowd. Jessica furrowed her brow as she observed the homeless and volunteers within the St. Hope Rescue Center. "I will handle it," Wanda volunteered upon hearing Jessica's words. Among the group, only Wanda possesses the capability to execute this task effectively, as her magic is the sole means to achieve the desired outcome. With Wanda prepared to take action, the others offered no objections. Given the current circumstances, there is no more suitable solution than Wanda's intervention. The power of chaos magic emanates from Wanda's hands. This form of magic, which influences others, is not yet fully mastered by her. The death of the purple being has granted Wanda a clearer understanding of the impact of emotions. Inside the St. Hope Rescue Center, as chaos magic is unleashed, the homeless and volunteers emerge, bewildered, from within. This anomaly did not go unnoticed by the surveillance personnel in the underground laboratory of the St. Hope Rescue Center. It seems these are the superheroes that have recently appeared. The vampire leader, Drago, observed his partner from the Life Foundation, Jock. This group truly refuses to fade away, having tracked them down to this location. Jock harbors a deep disdain for Elsa and her companions. Had it not been for their relentless destruction of their laboratories, their research findings might have already been released. Send someone to intercept them and transfer the experimental data first, he commanded. As a faction of the Life Foundation, Jock has no intention of resolving matters with Elsa and her team here. Their capabilities have been thoroughly assessed through numerous encounters. Jock does not believe that their currently imperfect Crimson Brutes could detain this group of superheroes. Thus, the best course of action is to relocate their materials before they arrive. If this place is destroyed, it would be disastrous. All their research data is stored here, and failure to relocate it would result in severe losses. I will release the blood slaves to obstruct them. Without the Crimson Brutes, we cannot hold them back. Although Drago harbors ambition, he is not devoid of intelligence. He understands that the annihilation of Elsa and her companions cannot be accomplished by mere blood slaves newly transformed into vampires. As the inhabitants of the St. Ho Rescue Center departed, Elsa and Wanda, along with others, made their way inside. One by one, vampires emerged from the underground, filling the once desolate St. Ho Rescue Center anew. Leave these fiends to me, Jessica declared, wielding a large spotlight, as she followed Elsa and the others into the fray. Upon their entrance, the vampires lurking in the shadows leapt forward in an instant. The newly transformed vampires exhibited remarkable speed, swiftly closing the distance to Elsa and Wanda. However, augmented by the Bloodstone, Elsa reacted with alacrity. Drawing her shotgun from behind, she aimed at the nearest vampire and pulled the trigger. Bang! The projectile erupted from the gun, shattering the vampire's skull. As for the vampire charging at Wanda, before she could act, Kyra intervened, dispatching it with haste. Meanwhile, Jessica, adhering to protocol, activated the large spotlight. A fierce ultraviolet light surged forth, and the vampires rushing towards them disintegrated like ice under the scorching sun the moment they were illuminated. The freshly transformed blood slaves exhibited little to no resistance to ultraviolet rays, save for a few who sensed danger and evaded initially. The majority fell victim to Jessica's sweeping onslaught. Ha ha ha, this contraption is indeed effective, Jessica exclaimed, her admiration for the spotlight evident as she gazed upon the ashes of the vanquished vampires. In the subterranean laboratory, Drago's visage darkened as he witnessed the swift demise of the blood slaves. Cursed be it, these human technologies are excessively tailored to our detriment, Drago seethed, wishing fervently to traverse the divide and eliminate the inventor of such ultraviolet weaponry. Were it not for these innovations, vampires would not be relegated to lurking in shadows as they currently are. The advancement of technology is an unstoppable force, is it not? Jark pushed up his glasses. Observing the footage of Wanda and her companions, who had successfully eliminated the remaining vampires and were now searching for the entrance to the laboratory, he promptly issued an order to detonate the elevator. Prepare for evacuation. We cannot halt these superheroes now. Drago, lacking confidence in overcoming Jessica and her allies, resolved to retreat alongside Jark after summoning the Crimson Berserkers. Yet, at that moment, a surge of red energy materialized within the basement. Wanda and her companions emerged from the radiant energy. Upon witnessing the destroyed elevator, Wanda was reminded of the teleportation magic she had recently mastered. Harnessing her newfound ability, she instantly transported Elsa, Jessica, and the others down to safety. As they materialized before him, Drago promptly commanded the Crimson Brutes to launch an assault on Wanda and her companions. Stop them, he bellowed. In an instant, Drago transformed into his vampiric form, sharp fangs, pointed ears, and a visage reminiscent of a skull. His lineage was evidently pure, and the power that surged forth upon reclaiming his true appearance was formidable. With a single punch, he sent Jessica hurtling several dozen meters away. Had it not been for the sturdy wall behind her, she might have soared even further. So swift, Elsa thought, quickly regaining her composure. Chapter 52. As a new generation of Bloodstone, Elsa had fought numerous vampires. However, she had seldom encountered one as powerful as Drago. The speed and strength he exhibited surpassed even that of the Crimson Brutes, though he remained hindered by his own weaknesses. With Drago's explosive emergence, the released Crimson Brutes charged toward the group. Johnny, witnessing the oncoming beasts, transformed into the Ghost Rider. Seizing the opportunity, Kayla swiftly loaded the special potion obtained from Blade into her rifle. Among them, Her marksmanship, second only to Elsa's, was unrivaled. Aiming at the fastest of the crimson beasts, she fired a specially crafted bullet. Bang! The bullet struck the beast, instantly morphing into a cloud of black mist that was absorbed by the creature. In the next moment, black toxins coursed through the blood of the crimson beast. Observing this, Johnny swung the chain enveloped in hellfire, ensnaring the beast. The infernal flames raged fiercely, and unlike before, the crimson beast could not withstand the purifying fire. Within mere seconds, it was reduced to ashes. Seeing the efficacy of the potion brought by Blade, Kayla rapidly cycled the rifle's action, firing shot after shot. Jessica, having regained her footing, charged defiantly towards Drago. The earlier blow had merely caught her off guard. Had she been prepared, Drago would not have easily dispatched her. With determination, Jessica approached and delivered a powerful punch aimed squarely at Drago's head. Bang! Jessica's strike failed to connect with Drakel's head, even with 2 additional attempts at speed. It would be a formidable challenge for her to reach him. As an ancient vampire, Drakel undoubtedly possessed immense power. However, there were still those capable of contending with him. With a swift motion of her arm, Wanda unleashed the force of chaos magic. In an instant, the afterimage of Drakel was struck, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Elsa, witnessing this, unsheathed her silver longsword from her back. Should that blade find its mark, even Drakel would face significant constraints. Suddenly, as the sword and Wanda's ensuing assault were poised to descend upon Drakel, an explosion erupted within the underground base. The violent blast interrupted their offensive. Observing the precarious situation from behind a throng of crimson brutes, Jock made a decisive choice to detonate the bombs within the facility. In his estimation, Drakel and his cohorts stood no chance of victory. He certainly did not wish for his research to fall into the hands of these so-called superheroes. The explosion provided Drakel with an opportunity to retaliate. However, the fear instilled in him by Wanda had stripped him of any will to fight. Rising from the ground, he made a dash for the exit. Yet, no matter how swift Drakel might be, he could not outpace magic. Wanda's chaos magic surged forth, conjuring chains that ensnared Drakel, rendering him immobile. The crimson chaos magic emanated from Wanda, tightening the chains until Drakel could not suppress his cries of agony. The vampire's vaunted self-healing abilities paled in comparison to the chaos magic's might. At the very least, the wounds inflicted upon Drakel by the chaos magic were beyond his capacity to mend. Meanwhile, the Ghost Rider was also in formidable form, wielding chains ablaze with hellfire. He struck with relentless fury, while the crimson beasts, deprived of their healing capabilities, were utterly defenseless against the infernal flames. Once her ammunition was spent, Kayla joined Elsa in purging the remaining crimson beasts. Balky, observing the unfolding scene, began to regret his earlier decisions. He regretted having placed his trust in Drakel's boasts. The vampire was incapable of safeguarding himself. As Balky stealthily made his way toward the exit, he was intercepted by Jessica. It appeared that those remaining here were not as formidable as they seemed. As Jessica pulled Balky back, she pondered how overly optimistic Leech had been regarding these vampires. Unlike the resounding victory achieved by Jessica and her companions, the vampires stationed within their lair proved to be far more formidable than anticipated. In fact, the entirety of the vampire clan's power was amassed within these walls. Although Murdoch and his team initially dispatched the newly transformed vampires with relative ease, upon breaching the ancient castle, they were confronted by an overwhelming number of foes. Hundreds of newly converted vampires filled the space, accompanied by dozens of their ancient counterparts. While the absence of a creature as fearsome as the Crimson Behemoth was noted, each of these vampires represented the elite of their kind. The reckless intrusion into this domain forced even Murdoch and his allies into a precarious position. A powerful ancient vampire had ensnared one of their own, the humanoid entity, under a spell, rendering their 2 strongest members ineffective. It was only due to Jericho's intervention that they managed to impede the creature's advance. Otherwise, halting it would have been exceedingly difficult. Damn it, the intelligence was flawed. Blade exclaimed coldly as he cleaved through a nearby vampire. The lantern was shattered by our haste. Luke Cage, feeling a twinge of guilt, replied, I apologize. Had it not been for my actions, the lantern would not have been destroyed. Like Wanda and her group, the lantern and Murdoch's team had been wielded by the strongest among them, Luke Cage. Regrettably, his approach was rather reckless compared to Jessica's. After dispatching the blood slaves outside, the lantern was carelessly slung over his shoulder, leading to its destruction upon their entrance. Had they maintained the lantern's presence, these vampires would not have unleashed their fury so brazenly. It seemed they could only await favorable news from Jessica's side. Murdoch, after repelling a vampire with his staff, maneuvered to evade another's spell alongside Blade. To their astonishment, these vampires possessed such formidable capabilities. Murdoch had long believed that vampires were merely bloodsuckers. their strength and speed surpassing that of humans. He never imagined they could wield magic as well. Chapter 53. Kayla, an ancient vampire who had lived for over 5 centuries, held a status second only to Drackle among their kind. She was one of the few vampires adept in the arcane arts. The magical powers possessed by their clan were scarce and derived primarily from their bloodline, including the spell that had clouded the humanoid's mind. Observing the steadfast blade warriors below, Kayla began to conjure bats formed from blood in her palm. The bats, woven from magic, swiftly took flight from Kaylee's hands. One by one, the blood bats soared towards the blade warriors. Jericho, who was currently engaged with the humanoid entities, could no longer conceal his power upon witnessing the swarm of bats. Daniel, hidden within Jericho's being, surged forth in a spectral form, colliding with the humanoid creature, which had been under Kaylee's influence, now falling under Daniel's control. The humanoid, endowed with human-like intellect, seized one of the nearby vampires and hurled it towards the approaching bloodbats with the finesse of a baseball throw. A corrosive sound echoed as the vampire met the bloodbats, instantly disintegrating into a puddle of crimson liquid. "Be cautious. These sorcerers are formidable," Jericho cautioned, now rejoining his comrades, casting a wary glance at the blade warriors. "Understood." The night werewolf, having torn apart a vampire, became increasingly agitated. "Jack, be mindful of yourself," Jericho urged, concerned that the recently restored humanoid might soon turn against them. "I am aware," Jack replied, fully cognizant of his predicament and worried about his inability to suppress his primal instincts. Kaylee, observing the dwindling number of vampires below, could no longer afford to hesitate. She rallied the elder vampires to launch a collective attack. "Do not hesitate. If they continue their slaughter, we shall not survive." At her command, the vampires transformed into their feral forms, their speed and strength substantially augmented. The swiftest among them, Luke Cage, quickly became the focus of their assault. The elder vampires surpassed him in both combat experience and inherent power. Their movements were nearly imperceptible, and they appeared at Luke's side in an instant. A flurry of attacks rained upon him, leaving Luke no time to catch his breath before he was sent flying. Even with his formidable defenses, Luke found himself in a dire state, blood pouring from his mouth, clearly grievously injured. The night werewolf and the blade warriors, upon witnessing this, broke through the encirclement of vampires and charged at the elder vampires. Although Murdoch possessed decent strength, it was insufficient to contend with the elder vampires. Meanwhile, the humanoid entities in Jericho were entangled with numerous vampires, unable to extricate themselves. Bang! Bang! The blade warrior relentlessly pulled the trigger at the vampire elders. Yet his efforts proved futile. Their swiftness rendered the bullets from his handgun inconsequential. In contrast, the night wolf, utilizing its innate abilities, was able to pursue the vampire elders, its sharp fangs and claws effortlessly tearing through their flesh. Under the moonlight, the vampire fortress was engulfed in chaos and bloodshed. As the battle raged on, the vampire elders grew increasingly formidable. Kale's magic further suppressed the blade warrior and his allies. Among the group, it was not the ordinary Murdoch who first retreated, but rather Luke Cage. As an enhanced individual, Luke Cage lacked a steel body. His only advantage lay in the heightened density of his muscles and bones. While he could typically rely on his physique to overcome ordinary foes, he now found himself at a disadvantage against these powerful vampire elders. Each attack from the elders shattered his defenses, rendering him unable to employ his past experiences in combat. After a brief exchange, he sustained severe injuries. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Night Wolf, Luke Cage might have been transformed into a blood slave by one of the vampire elders. However, the defeat of Luke Cage came at a significant cost to the vampires as well. Their ranks were now diminished, with half of the ordinary vampires injured and 2 elders slain in the recent skirmish. One met his demise at the hands of the blade warrior, who severed his head with a silver blade, while another was torn apart by the night wolf. Yet, the true toll was borne by Murdoch and his companions, whose stamina had suffered gravely. "I have informed Elsa. They have completed their task." Jericho's words alleviated the tension that had gripped the group. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news, Elsa prepared to lead Wanda and the others to support Murdoch, with the strongest among them present. Both the Spirit Knight Johnny and Wanda could easily contend with the vampire elders. The hidden strength of these vampires, however, was unexpectedly formidable. Upon learning that the vampires on Murdoch's side wielded magic, Wanda's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was well aware that Leech had been gathering magic for her, but progress had been slow over the years. If she could acquire the magic from the vampires, Leech would surely be pleased. With this thought in mind, Wanda contemplated using teleportation magic to directly reach the vampire fortress. Yet, unfamiliar with the terrain, she found herself unable to cast the spell. There was no alternative. Wanda and the others could only take Elsa's vehicle to the castle. Within Leech's villa, he was observing the unfolding battle alongside Natasha via satellite. It appeared that the issues at S.H.I.E.L.D. were indeed significant, as they had caused quite a commotion, yet their agents were nowhere to be seen. Leech, noticing the absence of S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives in the footage, gestured towards Natasha. As for the current state of S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha found herself equally perplexed. It seemed that Hydra and vampires had established their presence within S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, Nick Fury seemed increasingly unable to command those agents, which elucidated his urgency to seek external assistance from Leech to dismantle Hydra's influence. Chapter 54, Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. are, in my view, both nefarious entities. Leech held no esteem for the so-called agency. Whether it was the S.H.I.E.L.D. under Nick Fury's control or that manipulated by Hydra, he regarded them merely as buffoons, lacking true strength. Even the most exaggerated claims of power were futile. S.H.I.E.L.D. fancied itself the last bastion of humanity, yet it was a misstep from its inception. Hydra, too, was a persistent ailment of no consequence to the formidable. Without mentioning Leech's extraordinary prowess, even Quicksilver alone could obliterate S.H.I.E.L.D. At present, the agency was no longer capable of overseeing the grand scheme, especially with the vampire situation being influenced by many powerful figures. Natasha possessed some knowledge regarding the vampires. The group led by Drackle had been deemed renegades by the major vampire clans. The current endeavors of Elsa and her allies had tacit approval from the Dark Underworld, which explained why Kayla and their allies provided no reinforcements. The demise of these vampires seemed inevitable. Even should Elsa's group fail, other forces would surely rise to eradicate them. Nevertheless, the vampires still held considerable depth, and the magic they wielded was likely something few within S.H.I.E.L.D. could contend with. Upon hearing Leech's words, Natasha did not counter them. Had it not been for the cookery in her possession, defeating an adversary like Kayla would have proven exceedingly challenging. Only sharpshooters like Barton stood a chance against such foes. While Leech and Natasha engaged in casual conversation, Elsa and the others arrived at the vampire castle. As soon as they disembarked, Wanda employed her magic to levitate herself. With a swift motion of his hand, a formidable spell shattered the walls of the ancient castle. Johnny, riding his motorcycle, transformed into a vengeful knight, charging into the throngs of vampires, rendering the ordinary vampires mere foot soldiers in his wake. Each strike from the spectral knight obliterated its foes, prompting Kayla to gradually retract the bat wings that had unfurled behind her. It seemed that Draga had met with failure. Upon hearing Kayla's words, Elsa approached and remarked, "Your plans are destined to fail. Even if we cannot thwart you this time, success will elude you." As a new generation of Bloodstone, Elsa commanded considerable respect in the realm of darkness. She was well aware of Kayla, the ancient vampire. This failure stemmed solely from Draga's impatience. Had he waited for the potion to complete, the clans would not have chosen this course of action. Kayla recognized that Elsa's assertion was impossible precisely because of the vampire clans, yet she was not wrong. Once the potion succeeded, it would liberate vampires from the constraints of sunlight and silver, making the clan's vampires their most steadfast supporters. After all, the allure of a vampire without weaknesses was overwhelmingly potent. Observing Kayla's despondency, Wanda soared toward him. "Surrender your magic." Wanda's chaotic magic bristled with energy, ready to unleash its power should Kayla dare to refuse. "Magic? If you desire it, why would I hesitate to give?" To Wanda's surprise, Kayla showed no inclination to resist relinquishing his magic. Instead, it was Elsa who interjected. "The magic of the bloodline is governed by the 13 clans. Should you take their possessions, they would surely place a bounty on your head." In response, Wanda scoffed, "Let them come." With that, her chaotic magic erupted, annihilating 2 elder vampires nearby. Witnessing the devastation around her, Kayla produced a slightly tattered ancient tome. "Here," he offered. This book encapsulated the essence of his dark magic, representing one of the 13 clans' treasures. Though their lineage may not rival the antiquity of the 13 clans, they had existed for a significant duration. This magic was valuable even to the 13 clans, and with their clan's imminent demise, Kayla was eager to see what troubles this woman might bring to the 13 clans. Natasha, observing the scene via satellite, cautioned Li Chi, "The influence of the 13 vampire clans is vast, especially in Europe, where many dignitaries are their supporters." As an exceptional operative, Natasha has diligently investigated the vampires during this period. This group of vampires has existed for millennia, despite numerous events transpiring. The wealth amassed by the 13 clans is extraordinarily vast. Now, due to the presence of the Hagwai clan, the power of these vampires has significantly expanded. How pitiful. A band of rodents lurking in the shadows. Aside from Dracula, there are hardly any vampires worthy of serious consideration. In Europe, the stronghold of vampires. Lychee has also had several encounters with them. The extent of their fear for their own lives is, at times, quite absurd, as even Lychee finds it remarkable. Despite possessing considerable strength, they retreat at the mere display of Lychee's prowess. One wonders what Dracula would feel upon discovering the current state of his kin. Within the ancient castle, after acquiring a tome filled with powerful spells, Wanda escorted Kale away. Enveloped in chaotic magic, Kale transformed into ash and vanished in an instant. Elsa, witnessing Wanda's unyielding stance, approached to utilize the power of the Bloodstone to aid the humanoids and nocturnal werewolves in their recovery. This predicament is a consequence of my actions. Observing the injured, Elsa felt a deep sense of remorse. Had it not been for the intelligence she provided and the division of their organization, Murdoch and the others would not have found themselves in such peril. If it weren't for the swift conclusion of the battle at the St. George Rescue Center, she might have lost several comrades. There is no need for self-reproach. Perfection is unattainable. Luke Cage gently patted Elsa's shoulder, despite being the one most severely injured. He bore no ill will towards her. This battle illuminated Luke Cage's shortcomings. The arrogance stemming from his physical prowess in Hell's Kitchen dissipated with this encounter. You truly are in a sorry state, Cage. Upon hearing Luke Cage's movements, Jessica finally noticed the extent of his injuries. You're not faring much better yourself. Luke Cage, looking at Jessica, weakly retorted. Chapter 55. The Blade Warrior surveyed the surrounding ruins, feeling somewhat disoriented. This was the first time the Blade Warrior felt his strength was inadequate, as the powers of the Ghost Rider and Wanda left him astounded. At last, this matter seems to have reached a conclusion. Murdoch returned the silver dagger to the Blade Warrior, harboring no thoughts of mercy when dealing with vampires. Yet, it cannot truly be said that it has ended. Elsa carefully stored the Bloodstone and explained to the group. Although this plan was initiated by the vampires, the role played by the Life Foundation is of paramount importance. As she spoke, Elsa shook her head slightly. However, such matters were beyond their purview. Just as Elsa remarked, the affairs concerning vampires were theirs to manage. But the capabilities of ordinary individuals like the Life Foundation were not something they could contend with. Should they truly take action against the Life Foundation, it would likely result in everyone becoming a fugitive. Upon hearing Elsa's words, Murdoch pondered for a moment before responding, I will keep an eye on the Life Foundation. While Elsa and her companions could dismiss the Life Foundation, Murdoch could not overlook its existence. The disturbances caused by the Life Foundation in Hell's Kitchen were far more abhorrent than those of any gang. These individuals conducted inhumane experiments on the unfortunate souls of Hell's Kitchen. Moreover, although they had purportedly eradicated the vampires this time, the Life Foundation had merely lost one doctor. And no one knew if there were still research materials concerning the vampire serum within its ranks. It remained uncertain whether the research on the vampire serum would continue. Such matters would never escape Murdoch's vigilance. It was only a superhero of his caliber who would regard such issues with the seriousness they deserved. Unlike Blade and others, he was entirely distinct from conventional superheroes. As for Wanda, after flipping through a few pages of the spellbook, she turned to Kayla and the others, declaring, I will return now. With that, she cast a chaos spell, teleporting herself back to the villa. Upon her arrival, she found Leech and Natasha seated, watching the events unfold on the screen. Ah, so you have been watching us all along. Wanda realized that their actions had been closely observed by Leech. She leapt towards him, and he embraced her immediately. You performed exceptionally well this time. You have gained remarkable control over your powers. Leech had witnessed Wanda's battle from start to finish. Compared to before, her command over chaos magic had grown significantly. Initially, Wanda could only launch attacks akin to telekinesis using chaos magic. However, she had now discovered numerous applications of chaos magic beyond mere teleportation. For instance, reducing a vampire to ashes involved decomposing it at the cellular level, while the deep crimson chains reminiscent of Sidorak were undeniably powerful. One could say that Wanda had now emerged as a formidable force. How did the magic you acquired from that vampire fare? Leech inquired as he regarded Wanda. Although Kayla had not executed many spells, this was primarily due to the absence of his own source of magical energy. In the realm of Marvel, magic is seldom cultivated independently. Rather, it predominantly derives from other dimensions or divine powers. Vampires, despite their ability to wield magic, possess scant magical energy. This distinction sets them apart entirely from Wanda. The chaos magic that Wanda commands originates from Thawne, elevating her above all vampires. It is worth noting that even the inception of vampires is rooted in the dark grimoire crafted by Thawne. Wanda extended her tattered spellbook to Leech, who accepted it and began to peruse its contents. This tome is replete with various spells, predominantly concerning blood magic related to vampires, as well as some formidable dark magics. Thus, the spells contained within this book could indeed augment Wanda's arsenal. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury received intelligence regarding the annihilation of vampires. However, his focus had shifted, leaving him indifferent to such matters. During the investigation into Hydra, the presence of Leech had caused both parties to reveal their positions. Pierce was acutely aware that Nick Fury had begun to suspect internal corruption within S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet Fury's prior actions had liberated New York from Hydra's grasp. At this juncture, eliminating Nick Fury directly within the S.H.I.E.L.D. base was no trivial undertaking, yet Pierce could still manipulate his influence to obstruct the dissemination of Fury's orders. "Director, this is what you requested," Coulson stated gravely as he handed over the dossier to Nick Fury. This document contained the intelligence from Coulson's covert investigation into the identities of personnel within S.H.I.E.L.D. "Director, your suspicions are well-founded. Many agents' identities are indeed questionable." This investigation left Coulson shaken, realizing that as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., he could not ascertain the identities of these individuals within their ranks. This revelation underscored the magnitude of the troubles plaguing S.H.I.E.L.D. I understand. Nick Fury accepted the dossier without examining it, delegating the investigation to Coulson merely for final confirmation. At this point, Fury surmised that the principal issue within S.H.I.E.L.D. likely stemmed from an old acquaintance at the highest level. "Let our agents cease their missions and return to base on standby." Nick Fury was uncertain about whom he could trust, yet he retained a faction whose allegiance to Hydra was unequivocally disproven. This group represented Fury's most significant advantage. The funds he embezzled were not solely allocated for the construction of safe houses. Do not inform Hill of this for now. Regarding Maria Hill, Nick Fury found himself unable to extend his trust. After all, even Pierce is affiliated with Hydra, and no one can guarantee the true identity of Hilmeria. Despite the precarious situation at hand, Nick Fury remains imbued with enough confidence to overturn everything and start anew. This confidence stems not only from his status as the king of spies, but also from the possession of a formidable trump card. However, the uncertain stance of Natasha leaves Fury feeling that his pool of reliable allies is exceedingly limited. Had he a cadre of operatives akin to Quicksilver, he would have long since launched a counteroffensive against Pierce. Thus, Fury finds himself increasingly envious of the power wielded by Li Chi. Chapter 56. With the annihilation of the vampires and the demise of Kingpin, New York underwent significant transformations, while Umbrella experienced rapid expansion over the course of the month. After absorbing Kingpin's influence, Umbrella transitioned from a mere online gaming company to a formidable conglomerate encompassing biotechnology, technology, military, finance, and cyberspace. Leveraging the presence of Quicksilver and others, Li Chi managed to seize a substantial portion of Dracula's assets. Were it not for Li Chi's display of terrifying power and the presence of the highly regarded sorceress, Wanda, the 13 clans of vampires would never have relinquished their riches so easily. Nevertheless, as part of this seemingly effortless transaction, Li Chi consented to refrain from hunting vampires. Compared to the century-long losses of vampires in America, those in Europe are already terrified of Quicksilver. As a speedster, Quicksilver finds it exceedingly simple to dispatch vampires, often eliminating them before they even register the threat. During this month, New York witnessed two significant events: the disappearance of Tony Stark, the largest shareholder of Stark Industries, and a terrorist attack within the city. Li Chi received news of both incidents promptly. Upon learning of Stark's disappearance, he promptly initiated a short-selling strategy on Stark stock. Such a windfall opportunity was not one Li Chi would squander. As for the obligatory task of rescuing Stark, he harbored no inclination whatsoever. Meanwhile, the so-called terrorists were the handiwork of Nick Fury. Even Li Chi found this surprising. Fury had managed to persuade the retired Agent Carter to enlist the help of the likes of Dum Dum Dugan, the assassin monkey, and the member of Howling Commandos, Bucky Barnes. This allowed Fury to completely eradicate Hydra from the New York base. Likewise, after severing ties with Pierce, Fury became the target of Hydra's assassination attempts. Nick Fury and Pierce both harbored a deep-seated fear that the situation might escalate to the point of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s dissolution. in their convoluted minds. Neither dared to report the matter to the council. Natasha, having gleaned this information from Barton, felt a profound sense of disappointment towards Nick Fury. Within the villa, after cleansing his hands and burning incense, Li Qi prepared for this round of draws. 30 daily draws and 1 monthly draw had been accumulated over time. This was a new feature Li Qi had discovered, the ability to accumulate sign-in attempts for a collective use. With anticipation, he initiated a 10-fold draw. Soap, Naval Standard Weapon Set, 6 source codes. The outcome of this 10-fold draw elicited no emotional response from Li Qi. Regrettably, there was nothing of value within this batch. The so-called naval equipment was merely from the world of pirates, consisting of the most ordinary naval uniform, a longsword, and a flintlock pistol. For Li Qi, these items offered no assistance. However, the 6 source codes could be handed to the company for the release of a groundbreaking game, provided the player's graphics cards could withstand it. Without a moment's hesitation, he embarked on a second 10-fold draw. Hogwarts Magic Book, first year. Soybeans, 20 tons. Wind-up toy Poro, 5. This time, the draw brought Li Qi great satisfaction. The Hogwarts Magic Book and the 5 Poros alone were commendable finds. Not to mention, the other items were quite remarkable as well. With a flick of his wrist, 5 fluffy creatures manifested before him. Although the 5 Poros bore a striking resemblance to one another, distinctions were evident. Especially in size, the largest Poro was nearly twice the size of the smallest. Li Qi didn't know much about Poros. Only that these peculiar little beings were not only indestructible, but also altered their appearance based on their owner. Goo goo. The Poros eagerly surrounded Li Qi, and after he distracted them with some pastries he had on hand, he proceeded to conduct one final 10-fold draw. Death's Gatling, Genelia Light, Detonator, 1,000 US dollars, 1 case. Upon reviewing the results of this draw, Li Qi found it hard to believe his fortune. This time, his luck seemed extraordinarily favorable, as he had drawn 2 subordinates. He pondered about their capabilities before summoning Death's Gatling and Genelia Light. The first to appear was Death's Gatling, a man with wild hair and a modified Gatling gun in his left hand. Upon recognizing his visage, Li Qi recalled the identity of this individual, a prominent hero from One Punch Man, who had suffered the loss of an arm at the hands of the evil wolf. "I am Jet, boss," Jet remarked, uncertain of how to refer to himself, prompting Li Qi to nod in acknowledgement. Although this Gatling, known as the Death Gatling, did not particularly shine in the world of One Punch Man, his inherent strength remained commendable. Once unleashed, his modified Gatling could indeed yield impressive results. Please wait a moment. Another companion is on their way. With that, Li Qi summoned Genelia Light. Compared to Jet's rugged, scavenger-like appearance, Genelia Light exuded an air of sophistication and vibrancy, fashionable and radiant. This was Li Qi's first impression of her. "Hello, President. I am Genelia Light." Li Qi gazed at her, somewhat perplexed, as he had not immediately recognized her. He straightforwardly inquired, "What abilities do you possess?" "Magic absorption." With that, a magical circle illuminated around Genelia, and she donned a striking red combat suit. As he beheld Genelia, Li Qi finally recalled her identity from the recesses of his memory, a sorceress from the fairy tale universe. She was a magic user akin to Jeremy, specializing in absorption magic, though there remained a notable disparity in their prowess. "I recall your magic allows you to acquire mechanical powers and abilities, correct?" In response to Li Qi's question, Genelia affirmed, "Indeed, the power I absorb is the soul of machinery, enabling me to harness mechanical strength." Upon hearing her answer, Li Qi felt a surge of anticipation regarding her potential encounter with Tony Stark. Would Genelia, wielding the power of the soul of machinery, be able to absorb Tony's mark armor? If she could, she would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary for Tony. Magic, after all, often defies reason. Chapter 57. After gaining insight into the strengths of Jet and Genelia Light, Li Qi devised a plan for them to become superheroes for the Umbrella Corporation. Unlike Li Qi's other subordinates, Jet and Genelia possessed a strong sense of justice. It would not align with their character to carry out assassinations or instigate wars like agents. Instead, embracing the role of superheroes seemed an excellent choice, as even Jet could be considered a leading hero in this era, let alone Genelia, whose magical abilities were exceptionally suited to the times. The essence of machinery may not shine brightly in the realm of fairy tale, as the technological advancements in that world are rather limited. However, in the present world, there exists an abundance of mechanical marvels for Jenny to exploit. Regarding the arrangement of the 2 individuals, Li Qi swiftly reached a decision in his mind. With 2 superheroes as the front, it is likely that Umbrella's reputation could ascend to a new echelon. Li Qi waved his hand, instructing the pair to await his further instructions. He then proceeded with the final monthly sign-in, with the distribution of rewards from the Shadow Legion, Ninja Corps, Nightbat Corps, Li Qi felt a surge of power within him. Furthermore, the Shadow Kingdom he had previously commanded expanded into a small dimension. This time, Li Qi did not merely acquire a few defeated members of the Shadow Legion. Rather, he attained the full dominion over both the Ninja Corps and the Nightbat Corps, akin to that of the Shadow General. Presently, the Ninja Corps and Nightbat Corps under Li Qi's command do not rank among the foremost legions of the Shadow Legion. Although the Nightbat Corps possesses the ability to fly and emit light waves, their lack of speed and inherent fragility render them less remarkable. Conversely, the Ninja Corps, as the quintessential Shadow Legion, boasts numerous capabilities. Their adept combat skills, weapon mastery, proficiency in ninjutsu, and an extensive arsenal are commendable. Yet, none of these aspects have been perfected, resulting in the Ninja Corps occupying a rather awkward position as cannon fodder. Nevertheless, in the Marvel Universe, the Ninja Corps can accomplish a considerable number of tasks, far surpassing the ninjas cultivated by hand. Previously, when their numbers were merely in the hundreds, Li Qi found them unimpressive. However, the current count of the Ninja Corps has grown to an unmanageable size, representing a formidable force. Just as Li Qi was about to venture into the Shadow Dimension, Wanda and Natasha burst through the door. "Who are you?" Wanda demanded, her hands charged with chaotic magic. Her gaze fixed intently on Jet and Jenny Light. Having been preoccupied with preparing breakfast alongside Natasha, Wanda suddenly sensed an unfamiliar aura emanating from Li Qi's dwelling. While she harbored little concern for Li Qi's safety, her care for him prompted her to bring Natasha along. "These two are our new allies, Jet and Jenny Light," Li Qi interjected, observing Wanda's guarded demeanor. He felt a pang of anxiety at the prospect of Wanda taking immediate action against Jet and Jenny Light. At the dining table, upon hearing Li Qi's intentions regarding Jet and Jenny Light, Natasha inquired incredulously, "Are you aiming to elevate superheroes to the status of celebrities?" Li Qi's thoughts have indeed shattered Natasha's preconceived notions. After all, throughout the annals of time, whether it be the Red Room or SHIELD, the archetype for so-called superheroes has invariably been Captain America. Now, reflecting on Li Qi's words, Natasha finds herself momentarily lost in contemplation. What significance does it hold? Wasn't Captain America initially a mere celebrity? In Li Qi's perspective, Captain America epitomizes the first commercialized superhero. The imagery of him donning a uniform to garner votes is a recurrent theme in every comic featuring him. Thus, Li Qi's introduction of Genelia Light and her companions appears utterly unremarkable. "I have no objections, President," Genelia Light exclaimed with palpable excitement as she regarded Li Qi naturally. She is not one to embrace the mundane. As a top model in the magical realm of fairy tale, she relishes basking in the spotlight. Hence, she harbors no dissent toward Li Qi's arrangements. In contrast, Wanda gazes at Genelia Light with an expression rife with peculiarities. To Wanda, Genelia Light poses a substantial threat. Even Aaron pales in comparison to the menace Genelia Light represents to Wanda. After all, in terms of both beauty and physique, Genelia Light stands as a paragon, rivaling Wanda herself, and even surpassing her in stature. This explains the oddity of Wanda's expression. "Now that we have nearly resolved the company's affairs, are we to return to Serbia?" Wanda temporarily disregarded Genelia Light and inquired whether Li Qi and the others intended to return. This trip to New York primarily served the company's objectives, and now that those matters are settled, the question of returning to the base arises. "We must indeed return. The war in Serbia has lingered long enough. This time, we can bring it to an end." Despite previously regarding Serbia as a mere acquisition due to insufficient manpower, Li Qi had refrained from hastily initiating conflict. However, with Jet, Genelia Light, and the Shadow Legion at his disposal, vanquishing both the government forces and the insurgents becomes a trivial endeavor. "Let us allow Jet and his team to emerge as the heroes saving the nation." The group expressed no dissent regarding Li Qi's plans. Even Natasha saw no issue with Li Qi orchestrating a nation's fate, having accompanied him for so long. She is acutely aware of the intricate relationship between Serbia and Li Qi. She understands that Serbia is utterly incapable of extricating itself from his control. With Pietro and Wanda alone, they could easily upend the military of that country, had it not been for the absence of capable governance. Natasha believed that Li Qi would not have waited until now. Presently, Umbrella has flourished into a veritable conglomerate, sufficiently equipped to support the development of a small nation like Serbia. "Natasha, you should remain in New York. I will arrange for Aaron to assist you." After a moment's contemplation, Li Qi resolved to keep Natasha in New York, a hub for significant events. He could not afford to neglect this place, especially with Tony Stark's return warranting his attention. You merely need to gather intelligence. Should complications arise, allow Kayla and her team to intervene. As for Jessica and her associates, we can assimilate them as much as possible. Chapter 58. Upon hearing Li Qi's words, Natasha nodded. She held no disdain for street heroes like Jessica and her companions. Prior to encountering Kook, Natasha had found herself ill-prepared to contend with such street-level champions. She could certainly discuss the situation of Genelia Light and the others with Jessica. Surely they would not refuse the allure of becoming celebrated heroes. The individuals Li Qi referred to were indeed Jessica and Luke Cage. Unlike Daredevil and the Punisher, Jessica and Luke did not adhere as strictly to their own sense of justice. As newcomers finding their footing, they had yet to carve their own paths. For Natasha, enticing them to join their cause posed no significant challenge. Leave it to me. Just as Li Qi anticipated, Natasha readily agreed, having never entertained the notion of failure. Exercise caution regarding Hydra. They possessed numerous hidden tactics. Li Qi felt it necessary to offer this reminder to Natasha, despite their undefeated record against Hydra. The primary reason lay in Li Qi's formidable abilities. Without his strength, relying solely on Quicksilver and Wanda would render them vulnerable to Hydra's counterattacks. Apart from the faction within S.H.I.E.L.D., other Hydra heads wield distinct powers. For instance, the faction opposing them in Europe possesses inhuman abilities. The entity Li Qi spoke of was Baron Strucker, who commanded a measure of inhuman influence. After advising Natasha, Li Qi instructed Wanda to open a portal, allowing the three of them to return to their base on the outskirts of Serbia. Upon Li Qi's departure, the once desolate castle now stood amidst several newly erected structures. If the previous base was reminiscent of an agrarian era, the current base had transitioned into an industrial age. Aaron, busy organizing weaponry, was elated to see the sudden appearance of Li Qi. However, despite her already mature demeanor, she still did not exhibit the innocence of a young girl. You have worked hard. Li Qi gently ruffled Aaron's hair, feeling a sense of guilt towards her. When it came to management, Li Qi was at a loss. Neither Wanda nor Pietro possessed the requisite skills for such endeavors. Within the entire base, only Aaron was capable of handling these responsibilities, which had resulted in an overwhelming accumulation of tasks on her shoulders. Were it not for Aaron, the diligent logistics chief, Li Qi would not have been able to linger in New York for so long. Pietro, observing the affectionate interaction between Li Qi and Aaron, Wanda could not help but interject, her tone laced with a hint of envy. As Aaron's close friend, she was well aware of Wanda's thoughts, yet she ventured to say, Pietro has been going out every day for some reason. Perhaps he has fallen in love. Her remark left both Li Qi and Wanda wide-eyed in disbelief. Could someone as wooden as Pietro possibly find a girlfriend? Wanda shot a knowing glance at Li Qi, the implication clear. Though Li Qi refrained from voicing his agreement, he silently concurred with Wanda's sentiment. Who knows? Aaron shrugged in response to their inquisitive gazes. Her understanding of Pietro, the speedster, was rather limited. However, this matter did not trouble Li Qi for long, as Pietro soon returned. As a speedster, Pietro's trips were akin to a leisurely stroll. What have you been up to lately? Wanda immediately questioned him upon his arrival, recalling that Li Qi had entrusted the maintenance of the base to Pietro during his absence. Pietro, confronted by Wanda's piercing gaze, shrank back slightly and began to defend himself. I had my own matters to attend to. I encountered someone like me. Another speedster? Li Qi inquired, intrigued to learn that there were others of his kind in the Marvel Universe. In his recollection, the only notable speedster was Quicksilver, as the Marvel realm had not spawned a plethora of speedsters like the presence of the Flash in the universe. His name is Stan Lee Stewart. He hasn't had his powers for long, and his speed is still significantly inferior to mine. Upon hearing the name Pietro mentioned, Li Qi found himself unable to recall who that individual was. You must train harder. In a battle between speedsters, it all comes down to who is faster. Although Li Qi was uncertain of who this other speedster was, he nonetheless offered a gentle reminder to Quicksilver, relying on his own swiftness. Quicksilver often indulges in a degree of laziness. With the emergence of a new speedster, it is likely that he will soon feel a sense of urgency. As Leech spoke, Genelia Light approached, indulging in a dessert while strolling along. Following her were 5 adorable porgs, who instantly became the beloved companions of Wanda and her companions upon their arrival. The charming appearance and demeanor of the porgs wielded an overwhelming influence over Wanda and her allies. Meanwhile, Jet was not present, having gone to the laboratory to enhance his mechanical arm. Currently, Jet's Gatling arm was rather rudimentary, merely an installation of a Gatling gun onto his limb, with only moderate power. After a thorough modification by the researchers, although it could not transform into an energy weapon, it evolved into a highly sophisticated multifunctional arm. In addition to the basic Gatling, the researchers also integrated a flamethrower and a grenade launcher, significantly augmenting Jet's offensive capabilities. The enhancement of Jet's arm was still underway. He remained in the lab, eagerly anticipating the moment to strike. Wanda, observing the arrival of Genelia Light, inquired of Leech, "When shall we make our move?" "There is no hurry. Let our ninja squad take action first." Upon Leech's return, he summoned a multitude of ninjas to infiltrate Serbia for intelligence gathering and assassination missions. In the rebel camp, General Sorsko sat in his office, a look of distress etched upon his face. Despite the myriad of factions supporting the rebels, they remained unable to vanquish the government forces. Furthermore, with the arrival of Leech and his entourage, Sorsko sensed that the faction backing him seemed poised to abandon him. Unbeknownst to Sorsko, the very faction supporting him was Hydra, a chaotic nation serving as an ideal hiding place for them. Chapter 59. As Hydra's support dwindled, Sorsko's control over his troops began to weaken. After all, a faction formed around monetary interests would inevitably falter in their fight when the funds dried up. "Those damn bastards," Sorsko lamented, believing that had it not been for Leech and his meddling companions, he could have at least divided and conquered the government forces, even if he could not seize the entire nation. In his complaints, Sorsko remained oblivious to the figure lurking in the shadows behind him, emanating a sinister red glow. It was not until the following day, when a subordinate pushed open the office door, that they discovered Sorsko had met his demise within his own office. In a state of panic, the soldier promptly informed his superior, and the news of Sorsko's demise swiftly spread from one person to another, gaining momentum exponentially. As the other commanders failed to appear, the lower-ranking soldiers began to sense that something was amiss. After a thorough search, they discovered that the upper echelons of the insurgent forces had been almost entirely annihilated. Before the rebels could recover from their shock, the government troops launched an assault against them. With the onset of the fierce conflict, the rebels within the city also joined the fray. Although these insurgents lacked the backing of any significant power, their numbers were considerable. It can be said that overnight, Serbia was engulfed in chaos. This turmoil was instigated by the assassination orchestrated by the Shadow Legion, which led to the deaths of pivotal leaders on both sides, further exacerbated by deliberate provocation that ignited the existing tensions within Serbia. Within the base, Leechy expressed his satisfaction with the Shadow Legion's operation. This time, only the Ninja Corps had been deployed, achieving such commendable results without drawing attention. Serbia had now descended into utter disorder, and it was time for you to emerge as the heroes to save the nation. Glancing at the intelligence at hand, Leechy addressed Jet and his companion. Upon hearing Leechy's words, Jet looked down at his newly installed Gatling arm. Compared to his previous mechanical limb, this one was not only more streamlined, but also less susceptible to disassembly. As for Genelia Light, she donned a brand new uniform that exuded both style and functionality. A request specifically made by Leechy, who did not believe that Genelia's previous choice of combat attire, a bikini, was appropriate. After ensuring that Jet and Genelia were prepared, Leechy turned to Eileen and Pietro, stating, "Our forces can also be deployed now. This time, our operation must be swift. We cannot afford to give Hydra a moment to react." Leechy intended to execute a blitzkrieg, seizing this rare opportunity. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury and Pierce were locked in a fierce struggle, leaving Hydra, the most formidable force in plain sight, preoccupied with internal conflicts and unable to attend to Europe. The local Hydra presence in Europe had already been expelled from Serbia in recent times. Thus, the situation in Serbia, which should have been a convoluted web of competing powers, was now remarkably straightforward. Once the government troops, rebels, and insurgents were dealt with, no one would be able to thwart Leechy's ambition to take control of a nation. Upon hearing Leechy's words, Pietro vanished from sight. As a speedster, Pietro had, under Leechy's guidance, gathered many Serbian refugees and orphans over the years. It was now time to put them to use. The turmoil in Serbia may not concern many, but for Nick Fury, who desires to maintain control over every situation, the news reached him almost immediately. It appears that Leech has made his move. The thought of this terrorist attempting to orchestrate a nation unsettles Fury. Should Leech succeed, Fury would find it impossible to wield his authority as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. in front of him. Even in smaller nations, Fury, appointed by the Security Council, must be accorded respect. Moreover, the internal divisions within S.H.I.E.L.D. are becoming increasingly pronounced. The fact that Pierce is the leader of Hydra is not something that can be publicly disclosed. Unlike the scenarios depicted in films, Fury has yet to reach a point of desperation that would necessitate sacrificing S.H.I.E.L.D. Similarly, those agents not affiliated with Hydra are wavering amidst this rift. Were Captain America, Steve Rogers, present, there would be no hesitation among the agents. However, Even the personnel within SHIELD cannot offer unconditional trust to Nick Fury, the king of spies. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly intervene in Serbia. Coulson, keep a close eye on the situation in Serbia, Fury pondered, realizing that his focus must remain on Pierce. Eliminating Hydra from within SHIELD is his foremost priority. Understood, sir. During this period, Coulson has had little to do, assisting Fury with various tasks instead of engaging in field work. The battle against Hydra has become exceedingly perilous, with many field agents vanishing silently. They are all acutely aware of this reality. In Serbia, the sounds of gunfire and artillery have been relentless since morning. Rebels, government forces, and insurgents clash in a fierce struggle. However, it is evident that the insurgents, suffering the most casualties, are now showing signs of fatigue. After hours of combat, all sides are weary. Unbeknownst to them, bewildered refugees have appeared without warning. Is it really safe? Can those people truly protect us? Fear not. You have witnessed Quicksilver's prowess. With him, we shall remain unharmed. Trust in them. You wouldn't want this conflict to persist indefinitely, would you? A group of refugees, conversing among themselves, cautiously approached the battlefield, the first to notice them being the government troops. Tense soldiers, upon seeing the group of refugees, reacted instinctively and pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet struck the leading refugee. Fortunately, it merely penetrated the arm without threatening his life. In the next moment, a flash of crimson light illuminated the battlefield, and Jet and Genelia light materialized. To launch an assault on the government forces, one must possess a justifiable cause. At present, the government troops represented Serbia itself. Truly, they were all cut from the same cloth, those rascals. Jet gazed at the government forces attacking the civilians and raised his Gatling gun arm. Chapter 60, Buzzing. The death Gatling on Jet's arm began to whirl, unleashing a torrent of bullets from its barrel. A metallic storm surged toward the government troops. The cover shielding the soldiers was utterly ineffective against Jet's death Gatling, disintegrating as if made of paper. The government soldiers taking refuge behind their barricades were similarly obliterated. The modified death Gatling now possessed even greater power. Neither sturdy walls nor makeshift cover could withstand the onslaught of bullets. It could be said that Jet single-handedly suppressed this contingent of government troops, rendering them incapable of raising their heads. Die, you bastards! An agitated government soldier hoisted a handheld rocket launcher and aimed it at Jet. Normally, wielding a weapon like the Gatling would pose considerable difficulty in terms of mobility. However, in Jet's hands, the death Gatling was as light as a feather. While maintaining his relentless suppression of the government forces, Jet swiftly vacated his position, evading the incoming rocket. The rebels and insurgents witnessing this scene were invigorated, instinctively launching their assault on the government positions. With their offensive, Ginny, who had been waiting in the wings, made her entrance. Prior to arriving at this location, Ginny had already harnessed her acceptance of magic to absorb the capabilities of a tank. Perhaps due to the differing rules of this world, Ginny's mechanical essence had naturally become more formidable, rampaging through the crowd with abandon. The soldiers surrounding her were no match, swiftly scattering before her. Genelia Light raised her arm, which instantly transformed into the barrel of a tank. Aiming at the insurgents in close proximity, Genelia unleashed a round. Boom! A violent explosion engulfed the surroundings. Sparks erupted, and the nearby insurgents were felled en masse. By the time Kevin and the base personnel arrived, the three factions had been entirely vanquished by Jet and Genelia Light. The remaining captives were gathered together, awaiting their fate. We must proceed to the next city. The matters here are entrusted to you. Genelia Light gazed at Kevin and spoke to him. According to Li Chi's strategy, Jet and Genelia Light would serve as the vanguard to thoroughly dismantle the various factions. Subsequently, Kevin and his team would take control of these cities. The entirety of Serbia remains vast, yet the primary regions of interest are the autonomous province of Vojvodina and the autonomous province of Kosovo. Other areas, aside from the capital, hold little significance for Li Chi, primarily due to the stable governance maintained by their respective parties. Furthermore, Li Chi was not inclined to engage with those factions. Securing the war-torn regions of Vojvodina and Kosovo, along with the capital, would suffice for Li Chi to establish his foothold. As the situation steadily progressed, Li Chi received a plethora of favorable news. With the absence of support from the Hydra, both the government forces and the insurgents exhibited a lack of fighting spirit. Upon witnessing the formidable presence of Jet and Genelia Light, soldiers were quick to surrender. Only those leaders benefiting from the chaos were reluctant to relinquish their power, even attempting to negotiate with Li Chi for greater advantages. In response to these individuals, Li Chi dispatched a ninja squad to quietly eliminate them. Within a mere day, Vojvodina had completely fallen under Lichi's control, and upon observing the situation, many in Kosovo began to flee. It can be said that as long as Lichi's forces appeared, resistance was nearly non-existent. Throughout this conflict, Jet and Genelia Light garnered significant attention. Particularly, Genelia Light's displayed prowess left many observers astounded. It was indeed extraordinary. Lichi, reviewing the report delivered by Eileen, felt a sense of frustration. The insurgent forces had been entirely vanquished, and the government troops had retreated to the southwestern region. Aside from a few rebellious factions causing minor disturbances for reasons unknown, Lichi had effectively secured most of Serbia's territory. However, this success revealed a pressing issue: population depletion. Due to years of turmoil, the remaining residents in Serbia, excluding soldiers, were alarmingly few. Eileen's report indicated a population of less than 30,000, with the majority having fled the country. The current population is far too scant to support the restoration of basic infrastructure, and declaring independence would not be a simple endeavor. Serbia had previously witnessed the independence of other provinces. However, it is not a simple matter for Lecce, who controls half of the territory, to declare independence. This is inconsequential, as General Ross has already decided to support me. Moreover, the vampire clans in Europe are also in our favor. At this moment, Lecce revealed his allies. Due to the serum, General Ross's collaboration with Lecce is exceedingly amicable, particularly after Yuri developed a potion based on the blood orchid that can significantly enhance physical attributes and longevity. This has further solidified the leverage of the American military, represented by Ross, in relation to Lecce. Not only is it feasible for Lecce to declare independence for a region, but even the entirety of Serbia would find assistance from Ross. For the vampires, the situation is even simpler. A nation is evidently easier to manage than an independent faction. In the eyes of the 13 clans, if Lecce were to establish a nation, they could exert influence through economic or other means. Even if they could not elevate Lecce to a status recognized by the United States or other European nations, they could at least ensure that Lecce no longer perceived vampires as adversaries. The strength of Lecce's followers is formidable. Any one of them could effortlessly dispatch vampires as if they were seasoned vampire hunters. Upon hearing Lecce's words, Eileen nodded in agreement. With the support of the American military and the vampire clans, Lecce's aspiration to liberate Serbia would no longer pose a challenge. Despite the vampires continually pleading for mercy, the power of the vampire clans is immensely potent. It is solely due to Lecce's overwhelming strength that ordinary tactics pose no threat to him. Otherwise, the vampires would not maintain such a demeanor towards Lecce. Chapter 61. The residents of Serbia awoke to find that, within merely a day, their entire nation had undergone a profound transformation. Upon waking, they discovered a change in rulers. However, the citizens of Serbia exhibited little emotional upheaval in response to this situation. For them, the state of the nation had become inconsequential, as various factions engaged in a perpetual cycle of territorial conquest. Such occurrences had numbed the innocent populace. The two continents could not be governed solely by those stationed at bases, even though the inhabitants of the two states were few. Nevertheless, they were not merely warriors capable of managing the situation. Fortunately, today's attendance granted Lecce a batch of Model 200 bionic assistants, whose presence liberated Eileen entirely. As bionic beings, each of these individuals possessed remarkable abilities. Within just a morning, they had efficiently organized the refugees. Furthermore, subsequent plans for construction have been established. Due to the ongoing conflict among various factions, there are remarkably few intact buildings within Serbia, and most of those are situated within the territories controlled by the government forces. At present, if Lecce aspires to develop Serbia, his foremost priority must be the restoration of basic infrastructure. While it may not be feasible to revive several states entirely, at the very least, the revival of a single city is imperative. In terms of infrastructure development, Lecce intends to reach out to the Eastern powers, as this domain is their forte. Once arrangements are set in motion, Lecce begins to contemplate the nation's reconstruction. Owing to the system's influence, the workforce predominantly comprises the factions or individuals summoned by Lecce. The presence of external residents is not of significant concern to him. Currently, the inhabitants of the base, along with the orphans Lecce has diligently nurtured, amount to a considerable workforce. Nonetheless, to maintain domestic order, Lecce has dispatched a considerable number of ninjas. The ninja clan, adept at operating from the shadows, proves to be the most effective personnel. In light of the upheaval in the United States and certain European nations, Serbia has become irrevocably divided. The half where Lecce and his allies reside retains the name and international standing of Serbia, while the remaining portion has transformed into the Republic of Kosovo. As Serbia steadily progresses, half a month has swiftly elapsed. During this period, It remains uncertain whether the system has taken pity on Li Qi, but a majority of the summoned entities have been personnel. Among them are bioengineered beings, scientific teams from other worlds, and a significant influx of refugees from the Valoran realm. These refugees have been displaced due to the invasion by Noxus, despite being refugees. Their physical attributes are remarkably impressive. Even the individuals within the base who have received serum injections can only manage a 1-to-3 confrontation against these Valoran refugees when unarmed. With the influx of these individuals, the new city has become vibrant. New City is the first city restored under Li Qi's leadership and currently boasts the most advanced state of infrastructure recovery. Li Qi, we are ready to depart. Wanda, now clad in casual attire, gently opened the door and entered the room, addressing Li Qi, who was resting within. The affairs of Serbia can be deemed settled for the time being. What remains is the methodical progression of the nation's development, a matter that no longer requires Li Qi's concern. Yes, this time we will bring Aileen back with us. Presently, Aileen is in New York alongside Natasha, managing Umbrella's affairs. She is truly a managerial talent of remarkable caliber. Whether pertaining to the base's operations or Umbrella's initiatives, Aileen handles everything with exceptional organization. This singular fact has already surpassed many humans. Let us proceed, and this time, let us also bring Pietro along. With the existence of the Shadow Legion, Li Qi no longer requires Pietro to remain in Serbia at all times. With the assistance of the Ninja Clan and the Night Bat Brigade, even Aaron can adeptly handle the matters left behind by Li Qi in New York. At the Umbrella Tower, the Wilson Building, once belonging to Kingpin, has now transformed into Li Qi's domain. Following extensive renovations, it has become a noteworthy landmark in New York. Within the office, Aaron and Natasha are diligently managing the company's affairs. The oral solution extracted from Blood Orchid has officially hit the market. After continuous refinement, this product, known as Superman No. 1, offers a slight enhancement to the human physique. Despite its minimal effects, the popularity of Superman No. 1 has surged, with every batch selling out immediately upon production. It can be asserted that this single product has generated an immense fortune for Umbrella. This is merely the diluted version of Superman No. 1. Had it been the original formulation, the frenzy would have been even more pronounced. When Li Qi and Wanda materialized in Natasha's office, Natasha remained unfazed. She had long grown accustomed to Li Qi's sudden appearances. Wanda's teleportation magic is remarkably efficient, allowing them to traverse from Serbia to New York without losing a moment. If it weren't for the inconvenience, Li Qi could easily wait in Serbia until nightfall to return to New York for rest. Boss, observing Li Qi's arrival, Natasha set aside her documents and addressed him. Has everything been uneventful during this time? Li Qi, not overly familiar with the affairs in New York, had been preoccupied with matters in Serbia since escorting Aaron. He felt entirely at ease in trusting the New York situation to Natasha and Aaron, confident in their capabilities. The issues arising from Kingpin's demise have now erupted. Without his suppression, the gangs are at each other's throats, embroiled in daily skirmishes. The first concern Natasha raised was directly related to Li Qi. His elimination of Kingpin ignited the ambition among the gangs to become the next Kingpin. However, they had initially failed due to Murdoch and his associates, and later, the vampire crisis had rendered them silent for a time. Now that New York has stabilized, the gangs have returned to their former vigor. Those ruffians need not be regarded. They will hardly stir any significant turmoil. For those gangsters who have been disregarded by Li Qi, only the dragon bone sought by the hand holds any significance. Any superhero could easily annihilate them. Not to mention that the Daredevil and the Punisher are currently in New York. Chapter 62. Natasha nodded in agreement with Li Qi's sentiments, expressing that these gangsters do not warrant undue attention. Unless one ascends to the level of Kingpin, they are simply unworthy of consideration. These gangsters are reluctant to provoke us. Aaron chimed in, noting that while this group of gangsters is quite active, they have been remarkably adept at avoiding Umbrella, haunted by the recent memory of Kingpin's demise. Aside from the gang-related matters, General Ross is also eager for us to develop a more potent serum, willing to overlook some side effects. Setting aside the gang issues, Natasha revealed a crucial piece of information. The Blood Orchid variant is quite popular among their ranks. However, its effects are rather slow to manifest, and General Ross wishes to rectify this. The Blood Orchid is the original version of Superman No. 1, significantly surpassing it in enhancing physical capabilities. The serum's development hinges on the Blood Orchid, and without it, Yuri cannot proceed effectively. While the Blood Orchid serum is not lacking in superior alternatives, Yuri has already produced new products. Regrettably, the supply of Blood Orchids is exceedingly limited. With the Blood Orchid variant, General Ross might amplify his investments in Li Qi. It seems unlikely that Superman No. 1 could be mass-produced. Although Li Qi could procure the blood orchids, it would be far less convenient than if Ross were to acquire them. Natasha clearly understood Li Qi's intent and chose not to dwell on it further. The final piece of news was that Stark had been located. Natasha's revelation caught Li Qi off guard. According to the typical timeline, it should have taken much longer for Tony to escape from that terrorist stronghold. How could the time frame have advanced so significantly? It has been less than a month since Tony Stark's disappearance. When Li Qi voiced his confusion, Natasha explained the circumstances. It appears Nick Fury places great importance on Tony Stark, having dispatched Barton, the cybernetic bird, and Coulson to track his whereabouts. If it weren't for Fury's relentless pursuit, Stark would not have been found so swiftly. Upon learning that Nick Fury was involved, Li Qi pondered why Fury would regard Stark with such significance. After all, it remains uncertain whether Stark's Mark armor has even been completed. To everyone else, he is merely a wealthy playboy, a genius at best, confined to the cabin of a passenger plane. Although Nick Fury is associated with Howard Stark, that nefarious character would never descend to such depths. Thus, the urgency with which Nick Fury seeks to rescue Tony Stark must stem from other motives. What has become of S.H.I.E.L.D. recently? After much contemplation, Li Qi can only surmise that there are issues within S.H.I.E.L.D. Otherwise, Nick Fury would not have made such an enormous effort. Uncertain of the situation, and with Barton on a mission, one knows that Nick Fury often speaks with an air of ambiguity. Without Barton as a source of information, Natasha has not been particularly diligent in her intelligence gathering within S.H.I.E.L.D. Given the presence of Hydra, she approaches S.H.I.E.L.D. with utmost caution. Across the Pacific, a transport plane is en route to America. Inside the aircraft, Coulson gazes incredulously at a pile of mechanical components and turns to Tony, asking, "You mean to say you intend to construct a suit of armor to escape from that terrorist base?" Were it not for the existence of a preliminary blueprint for the armor, Coulson would find such thoughts utterly inconceivable. Yet, this is not insurmountable, is it? Having endured this life-and-death crisis, Tony Stark has indeed matured considerably. In the presence of Coulson and the others who saved him, and Ethan, he surprisingly refrains from his usual sarcasm. It is quite remarkable. The mimicry bird observes the arc reactor in Tony Stark's chest, and its perception of the Playboy shifts somewhat. This device is a crucial component for preserving my life. Noticing Barbara Morse's gaze upon his arc reactor, Tony responds with a smile. However, his expression turns grave as he looks back at Coulson. "You previously mentioned that those terrorists were hired by my uncle. Had they not coveted my technology, I should have perished on the day of the test, correct?" Though Tony has maintained a facade of ease throughout the ordeal, turmoil brews within him. Obadiah Stane. This uncle occupies a uniquely significant role in Tony Stark's life. From a personal standpoint, since Howard Stark's passing, Obadiah is the only elder he has left. Professionally, Obadiah has been Tony's most reliable partner, managing the company with such efficiency that Tony need not invest a single ounce of effort into its affairs. In every regard, Tony holds deep feelings for Obadiah. Thus, when he hears Coulson and the others mention that Obadiah hired these terrorists to eliminate him, Tony cannot help but feel incredulous. According to our investigation, Obadiah seeks to seize Stark Industries, and you are the most formidable obstacle in his path. Coulson gazed at Tony Stark, uncertain of how to console him. Truly, what a remarkable uncle I have. Having endured this life-threatening crisis, Tony has come to understand many things. Although Coulson and his team spoke with reason, Tony felt compelled to seek evidence himself. Despite being rescued, he harbored little regard for these agents. Upon Tony's arrival in New York, the news of his rescue spread rapidly. The stock prices, which had plummeted for a month, surged with his return. The increase was remarkable, with everyone associated with Stark Industries celebrating Tony's safe return. Only Obadiah remained in his office, shattering a computer in frustration. How could Tony possibly be back? In that moment, Obadiah realized that the mercenaries had deceived him. Tony had not been killed, but rather kidnapped. Caught off guard, Obadiah panicked, having believed Tony was dead and not yet begun his plans to take control of Stark Industries. Now, Tony had returned. Chapter 63. It seems I must seek another opportunity. After tidying up, Obadiah prepared to meet Tony Stark. Little did he know that his actions had already come to Tony's attention. Otherwise, he would surely be packing his bags to flee. Umbrella. Eileen, you may sell the stocks of Stark Industries. Li Qi, observing the continuously rising stock prices, advised Eileen to dispose of their shares in Stark Industries. Shall we not wait any longer? With Tony Stark's return, there should still be room for the stock to rise. Having spent half a month in New York, Eileen had learned much. In her view, Stark stock still had significant potential for growth. In response to Eileen's comments, Li Qi remarked. With Stark's return, there are many uncertainties. We have already profited considerably. Li Qi was unsure whether the early returning Stark would halt the sale of Stark's weaponry. But regardless, selling the stocks now would yield substantial gains. After all, Li Qi had purchased the stocks at their lowest point. Seeing Li Qi's determination, Eileen ceased to discuss other matters, while Li Qi began contemplating further strategies. Tony's return signifies the opening act of the Marvel saga, heralding the emergence of various formidable entities. Umbrella and Leech are destined to be enmeshed in this tempest. The prior incidents involving Jean and the vampires have already indicated that both Leech and Umbrella possess extraordinary powers. With the grand events now unfolding, it is impossible for Leech and his companions to extricate themselves from these circumstances. At the airport, as Tony Stark descended from the aircraft, he gazed at the familiar skyline of New York and turned to Ethan, exclaiming, "Welcome to New York, Ethan." Observing the bustling streets, Ethan expressed a twinge of envy, remarking, "If only my hometown could transform in such a manner, it would be truly splendid." For Ethan, New York did not hold immense allure. Rather, he yearned to revitalize his own place of origin. Otherwise, given his education, he wouldn't have found himself in such a predicament. "Fear not, I shall assist you, Ethan." Tony Stark, clearly aware of Ethan's aspirations, offered words of comfort. He held profound gratitude for Ethan, his savior. Without Ethan's presence amidst the terrorists, Stark could scarcely contemplate the fate that might have befallen him. Barton and Barbara had already departed the plane upon landing, for as S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, they preferred to remain out of the limelight. Meanwhile, Coulson was entangled in negotiations with military personnel, as the operation to rescue Stark was clearly not to be attributed to S.H.I.E.L.D. The military sought to portray the narrative that they were the ones who rescued Tony Stark from the clutches of the terrorists. As Tony and Ethan stepped out of the airport, a throng of reporters converged around Stark, creating an impenetrable barrier. "Tony Stark, who rescued you? Is your kidnapping related to your arms dealings? What are your thoughts on this ordeal?" The cacophony of inquiries enveloped him. At that moment, a battalion of bodyguards surged forth, forcefully dispersing the journalists and forming a protective barrier around Stark, akin to a fortress. "Tony." A teary-eyed Potts rushed towards him, throwing herself into his arms. "I'm sorry for causing you worry." Tony Stark had initially intended to jest upon seeing Potts, but upon witnessing her haggard demeanor, he could only pat her back reassuringly. "This is Ethan. He played a crucial role in ensuring my survival this time." As Potts emerged from Tony Stark's embrace, she expressed her gratitude to Ethan, saying, "Thank you for your assistance with Tony. All right, Potts, let us convene a press conference. I am sure these individuals have numerous inquiries." She promptly turned to prepare, and at that moment, Obadiah seized the opportunity to approach Tony. "Tony, I am immensely relieved you are unharmed. You cannot fathom the worry I have endured during this time." As Obadiah approached Tony, tears cascaded down his face. To an onlooker, this scene might suggest an exceptionally deep bond between the two men. Even Tony, observing Obadiah's expression, found himself pondering the truth of what Coulson had conveyed to him. "Isn't everything fine now?" Gazing at Obadiah, Tony realized he could no longer place his trust in him as he once had. Soon, a throng of journalists gathered under Potts' organization, while Tony and Ethan found themselves holding a beef burger. As he surveyed the crowd of reporters, Tony, munching on his burger, made a startling announcement. "This incident has imparted significant lessons upon me. I never anticipated that the weapons I developed would wreak such havoc on peace." Upon hearing Tony's words, Obadiah sensed something amiss and hurried towards him. However, it was evidently too late for Obadiah to prevent Tony from speaking. "I declare that, effective immediately, Stark Industries will cease its weapons division." As these words escaped Tony's lips, the reporters rapidly clicked their shutters. Obadiah stood before Tony, attempting to clarify to the journalists. "Tony has just returned and is somewhat disoriented. Further details will be released by our company. I am grateful, and I am indeed the largest shareholder of Stark Industries." Observing Obadiah's eagerness to explain, Tony interrupted him directly. In that moment, Tony discerned Obadiah's genuine concern for the weapons division, intensifying his own suspicions about him. After concluding his announcement, Tony departed with Ethan for home. The news of Tony Stark's decision to shut down the weapons division rapidly spread following the press conference. The stock prices, which had previously been on the rise, plummeted dramatically, sending countless investors fleeing in panic. The abrupt announcement from Stark Industries, a company that had thrived on weaponry, was indeed a terrifying prospect for its shareholders. Chapter 64, Umbrella. Aileen, observing the fluctuations in Stark Industries stock price, was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a decline. Eileen gazed at Li Qi, her admiration for him growing immensely. Had it not been for Li Qi's decisive actions earlier, the stocks they held would have plummeted in value. The decline in Stark Industries' stock price was more rapid than during the period of Tony Stark's disappearance. If they had not liquidated their assets in advance, the shares Li Qi and his associates had acquired would have incurred significant losses. This exemplifies the profound impact of Tony Stark's recent statement. Only Li Qi was aware that the current stock price was not yet at its nadir. The true bottom would signal the opportune moment for him to reinvest in Stark Industries. Meanwhile, Natasha looked at Li Qi with a hint of curiosity and inquired, "How do you know Stark Industries' stock price will fall?" From Natasha's perspective, Li Qi seemed to possess an uncanny foresight regarding all of Stark Industries' maneuvers. Were it not for her knowledge of Li Qi's recent preoccupations with affairs in Serbia, she might have suspected him of having orchestrated Tony Stark's abduction. "I not only foresee Stark's stock price declining, but I also predict it will rise again before long," Li Qi replied, causing Natasha's eyes to sparkle with intrigue. This implied that such an occurrence would transpire once more. In that moment, Natasha entertained the notion of purchasing Stark stocks. The prospect of earning effortless profits piqued even her interest. Previously, as an agent of SHIELD, Natasha's salary was quite substantial. However, compared to the wealthy elite, her financial resources were rather limited. If another such opportunity were to arise, she would certainly seize it without hesitation. Of course, this was a rare chance for men to amass wealth. Even in Li Qi's recollections, such opportunities were exceedingly rare. Stark Industries stock had peaked the moment Tony Stark publicly revealed himself, as Iron Man Barton had informed her that their mission to rescue Stark was primarily motivated by financial constraints. At that moment, Natasha also received a message from Barton, which left her somewhat incredulous. The notion that SHIELD was experiencing a shortage of funds seemed utterly implausible to her. During her tenure at SHIELD, the budget for various projects was, quite frankly, extravagant. The realization that SHIELD could ever face a financial shortfall made Natasha grateful for her decision to depart early. Though she had not formally resigned from SHIELD, her current actions bore a striking resemblance to treachery. It was only due to Li Qi's formidable prowess, coupled with the myriad issues plaguing SHIELD, that Nick Fury had permitted Natasha to exit so easily. After delivering Tony Stark back, Coulson returned to report to Nick Fury. The recent events profoundly impacted Tony Stark. Upon his return, his first action was to shut down the weapons division. Even in Coulson's eyes, Stark's decision to close the weapons division was somewhat astonishing. Stark Industries is predominantly a weapons enterprise, and choosing to dismantle this division seemed akin to self-mutilation. Upon hearing Coulson's words, Nick Fury furrowed his brow. One of the primary reasons for Coulson's mission to retrieve Tony Stark was to secure the support of Stark Industries. Currently, funding from Congress had been obstructed by Pierce, resulting in a significant loss of resources for Fury's numerous projects. He had not anticipated that the scoundrel Pierce would meddle with the budget. Nonetheless, during this period, Nick Fury had not been idle. After a series of cautious observations, he confirmed that Hilmaria was not affiliated with Hydra, but rather with the Council. This revelation provided Fury with a potential ally against Hydra. As a naturally suspicious individual, Fury refrained from directly approaching Hilmaria. Instead, he subtly led her to discover the existence of Hydra, hoping she would take the initiative to confront the threat. Several of Fury's plans were executed flawlessly, though he regretted missing the opportunity to involve Leech. Fury was envious of Leech's capabilities. Enlisting his assistance would significantly ease the struggle against Hydra. However, compared to SHIELD, Leech's operations were evidently more closely aligned with the military. Even their desire to acquire the Blood Orchid required personal purchase rather than benefiting from the military's internal procurement privileges. During their mission to rescue Tony Stark, they discovered he was busy constructing a mechanical suit. Coulson produced the schematics of Mark I, which he had secretly photographed. Although Mark I appeared rudimentary, much could be gleaned from its exterior. An iron suit, one might wonder what powers it. Observing the suit, Nick Fury remained silent. Such a creation was within SHIELD's capabilities, as the technological complexity was not particularly high. The arc reactor, which Tony Stark had miniaturized, garnered Coulson's admiration for Stark's genius. He had previously seen the enormous arc reactor at Stark Industries. Indeed, it is for this reason that Coulson perceives the brilliance of Tony. One wonders if it might be possible to acquire the technology of the arc reactor from Tony. It is no surprise that Nick Fury is overly ambitious, relying solely on this singular act of salvation. He seeks not only financial support, but also the coveted technology of the arc reactor. At this moment in Tony Stark's abode, Tony remains blissfully unaware that he has attracted the attention of a shadowy figure. Upon his return, he has already tasked Pepper and Jarvis with investigating Obadiah. He even declined Obadiah's visit under the pretext of needing rest, having lost all trust in him. Obadiah has since been stripped of access privileges from Jarvis. Ethan, I fear you may need to remain with me a while longer, Tony remarked while designing the next generation of the Mark suits. Given the uncertainty surrounding Obadiah's intentions, Tony dared not allow Ethan to leave freely. Otherwise, it would be difficult to guarantee that Obadiah or the unseen puppet master would not take action against the one who saved him. Chapter 65. We are no longer in the lair of terrorists. Tony Stark possesses all the tools and materials he requires. This time, he is crafting the next generation of the Mark suit. Meanwhile, Ethan assists Tony, managing tasks within his capability. With Jarvis's assistance, the development of the suit progresses at an astonishing pace. The ideas that had long been envisioned are now coming to fruition. As Tony delves into the creation of the new Mark suit, Leach has already reaped substantial rewards. Stark Industries, being the largest weapons manufacturer in America, has faced repercussions following Tony's announcement to cease weapon production, affecting many enterprises. Umbrella has seized this opportunity to absorb numerous downstream industries. Within the villa, Leach, watching a report on Stark Industries on television, smiled at the women beside him, saying, "This time, Stark is likely to face significant consequences." One wonders what Obadiah might do. In Leach's view, Ironmonger has lost the chance to emerge. Without Tony Stark's design blueprints, Obadiah would never conceive of such a creation. General Ross has already responded, reporting a significant discovery of blood orchids, though numerous pythons guard them, requiring some time to transport. Aaron also chimed in regarding General Ross, noting that he did not refuse Leach's request for the blood orchids. However, the pythons near the blood orchid are not easily dealt with, particularly since the use of flames is severely restricted in the jungle. Otherwise, in such a rainforest environment, a single fire would be sufficient to eliminate countless pythons. It seems that General Ross is quite optimistic about our serum. Reflecting on the persistent calls from General Ross during this period, Li Chi understands that their umbrella products are indeed highly regarded by the military. By the way, Natasha, are you familiar with a scientist named Bruce Banner? As Li Chi spoke, he suddenly recalled that Bruce Banner should still be serving General Ross at this time. Given Bruce Banner's intellect, it should not be a daunting task for him to conduct research on the blood orchid. Observing Ross's incessant urging, it is evident that the research on the blood orchid has not been entrusted to Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner? Upon hearing the name from Li Chi, Natasha felt a sense of unfamiliarity. I only know him as a highly accomplished physicist. He seems to be conducting research for the military in a laboratory. Although Natasha found the name Bruce Banner rather strange, after some contemplation, she recognized this eminent physicist. Indeed, Bruce Banner shares a rather peculiar relationship with General Ross. Upon hearing Natasha's words, Li Chi realized that the birth of the Hulk seemingly remained unaffected by his own presence. Listening to the conversation between Li Chi and Natasha, Wanda and Eileen appeared bewildered. Clearly, they were not well acquainted with these international scientists. Who is this Bruce Banner? Is he significant? Wanda tilted her head, gazing at Li Chi, curious about Bruce's identity. After all, someone who prompted Li Chi to mention him must be of considerable importance. A remarkably gifted scientist. Yet his fate as a scientist has been rather tumultuous. Contemplating Bruce Banner's future filled Li Chi with a deep sense of sorrow. As night fell and Li Chi and the others settled down to sleep, Obadiah noticed that Potts was tampering with his computer. Sitting at his desk, Obadiah's expression was one of considerable distress. Have you already discovered it, Tony? Obadiah gazed out the window at the landscape below, his heart in turmoil. To Obadiah, Stark Industries was a venture he co-founded with Howard. It is precisely for this reason that he harbored intentions to eliminate Tony Stark and seize control of the company. But now, Tony has returned and has begun to doubt him. Obadiah was acutely aware that if Tony Stark, the largest shareholder of Stark Industries, were to set his mind to it, there would be no chance for a turnaround. As a capitalist, Obadiah understood that he was left with only two paths, to surrender and confess, or to stake his very life in a desperate struggle. If he had a few more months to gain a firmer grasp on Stark Industries, Obadiah would have had the resolve to confront Tony. Yet, in the current moment, with no actions taken, Obadiah found himself at a loss as to how to expel Tony from Stark Industries. You seem quite bewildered. A raspy voice emanated from behind Obadiah. Who goes there? Tension coursed through him as he instinctively drew his pistol, aiming it at the shadowy figure behind him. Anyone capable of bypassing security and surveillance to approach him undetected was certainly no friend. "Do not be alarmed. I am here to assist you." The man stepped forward, revealing a visage that was somewhat terrifying. Had Wanda or Pietro been present, they would have instantly recognized this grotesque figure as the resurrected Rumlow, previously slain by them. It was unclear what means Hydra had employed to bring him back, but Rumlow's first assignment upon his resurrection was to target Obadiah. "I believe you should take a look at this." Rumlow produced a tablet, opened a document, and extended it toward Obadiah. Obadiah scrutinized Rumlow for a moment, ensuring he posed no immediate threat before reaching out to accept the tablet. The contents displayed were the design sketches of Tony Stark's arc reactor, now miniaturized. One could not deny that the most crucial asset of Stark Industries was Tony Stark's intellect. Upon seeing the arc reactor, Rumlow was equally struck by the sheer brilliance of the design. Such a portable energy source was capable of accomplishing remarkable feats. Meanwhile, Obadiah paid no mind to Rumlow's commentary. Engrossed in the materials provided by Hydra, it became apparent from the documents that Nick Fury had not entirely purged Hydra from the ranks. Otherwise, such intelligence would not have leaked. As Obadiah reached the conclusion of the documents, a wave of fury engulfed him. To Obadiah, this information symbolized Tony Stark's deceit and betrayal. Had he known of Stark's extraordinary capabilities, he would have never allowed himself to be cornered in this manner. Obadiah had not contemplated his predicament. In his view, it was entirely the actions of Tony Stark that had led him to this juncture. "What do you wish for me to do?" he inquired, knowing full well that the formidable influence of Langlo was beyond his capacity to challenge. Upon hearing Obadiah's words, Langlo revealed a smile, though the terror etched upon his visage rendered it somewhat unsettling. "Do not be anxious. I assure you, we are here to assist you." Nick Fury's maneuvers had consistently been under Pierce's scrutiny. Fury's efforts to rescue Tony Stark were, to Pierce, an irksome affront. Under Pierce's relentless pressure, Fury's finances were rapidly dwindling. Should this stalemate persist, Fury would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage in the conflict against Hydra. However, with Tony Stark's backing, Fury would gain a broader scope for action. Pierce had never underestimated his chosen successor, Nick Fury. Were it not for the apprehension of Li Chi's intervention, Pierce would have contemplated another assault on Tony Stark. Yet, with Li Chi currently ensconced in New York, Pierce, the head of Hydra, dared not make any rash moves. Li Chi's extraordinary strength had become a topic of fervent discussion within Hydra in recent years. It was precisely Li Chi's prowess that prompted several Hydra leaders to collectively advance the Super Soldier Serum initiative. The allure of such power was too enticing. Had they possessed it, they would not have remained in the shadows for so long. Hydra's decision to aid Obadiah was not solely to vex Nick Fury, but also to covet the arc reactor, a technology that was undeniably ahead of its time. "Tony has begun to doubt me. How do you intend to assist me?" With his emotions regained, Obadiah inquired of Langlo. Tony no longer trusted him, and even Obadiah was at a loss regarding how to counter Tony's forthcoming maneuvers. "We will help you gain control over the other shareholders and subsequently oust Tony from the board," Langlo replied, causing Obadiah's eyes to widen in astonishment. He had not anticipated such a brazen plan from Langlo and his cohort. The following day, Li Chi awoke in the villa and immediately engaged in a daily signing. With the distribution of rewards, 5 uniquely shaped bat-shaped shurikens appeared before him. Pleased with these bat-shaped projectiles, Li Chi recognized that, as Batman's customary weapon, they embodied commendable technology. The analysis has revealed the potential for Umbrella to innovate in weaponry. Having gathered the bat darts, I intend to find an opportune moment to present them to Yuri. Today, Li Chi has a significant task ahead. After much time spent searching, he has finally located the Dragon Bone. Utilizing the prowess of the ninja clan, he has navigated through various locales in Manhattan, ultimately discovering the whereabouts of this fabled relic. The power it bestows, rumored to grant immortality, piques Li Chi's curiosity. Although Danny's Iron Fist may be lacking, it cannot be said that all artifacts from the Kunlun lineage are subpar. Both the Elder of Longevity and the subterranean Dragon Bone possess formidable strength. Despite possessing the powers of the Ice Fruit, Li Chi hesitates to claim he could rival the ancient beings concealed in the shadows for millennia. "Wanda, this time, you shall accompany me." Contemplating the location of the Dragon Bone, Li Chi resolves to limit his entourage. Although the so-called seal requires the might of the Iron Fist to activate, Li Chi believes that with sufficient strength, any seal can be broken. His Ice Fruit abilities, combined with Wanda's chaos magic, leave him uncertain if any barrier could withstand their combined force. Upon hearing Li Chi's words, Wanda arises immediately. This time, he does not permit her to employ teleportation magic. Instead, he summons the Shadow Legion, leading both himself and Wanda into the realm of shadows. The crimson sky and earth, interspersed with obsidian structures, constitute the entirety of the shadow dimension. The Ninja Clan and the Nightbat faction were birthed within such an environment. The shadow dimension perpetually absorbs darkness while simultaneously releasing it. The more darkness it consumes, the greater the expanse of its architecture and territory, enhancing both the quantity and quality of the Shadow Legion it produces. Within this dimension, Li Qi and his companions traverse swiftly, arriving at the site of the Dragon Bone in mere 3 minutes. As the master of the Shadow Dimension, Li Qi can enter and exit at will. However, Wanda, if unaccompanied by the Shadow Legion, risks being eroded by the dimension's power, ultimately succumbing to its influence. In the subterranean expanse of Manhattan Island, as Li Qi and Wanda emerge from the shadows, Wanda notices the colossal bone from years past. What creature does this bone belong to? She exclaims, observing that even a single bone is thicker than her arm, igniting her curiosity about the identity of this creature. A dragon, Li Qi responds, perceiving through his observation Haki the life force imbued within the massive bone. Were he not already aware that this dragon lay undeniably deceased, he might question whether it could still be revived. Such robust vitality is indeed capable of extending human life, even allowing the deceased to be revived. As Li Qi stepped forward to touch the dragon bone, he sensed a formidable force of resistance. Clearly, the seal that required an iron fist to break was no trivial matter, as he pressed down with great force. A surge of golden energy instantaneously permeated through the rock wall. It was no wonder that those fellows from the hand were unable to breach this seal. Li Qi also felt that the power of the seal was quite formidable, yet not insurmountable. With sufficient strength, this seal could merely serve as a decorative barrier. Wanda. Upon hearing Li Qi's call, Wanda ceased her examination of the dragon bones and approached him. Let us strike together and obliterate this seal, Li Qi declared, releasing a wave of icy energy that cascaded over the dragon bone. However, upon contact, the chill was swiftly neutralized by the aura surrounding the bone. Chapter 67 Crack. Crack. As the cold energy emanated from Li Qi, the aura sealing the dragon bone began to fiercely resist. Wanda, witnessing this scene, gathered her chaotic magic and unleashed a powerful blow against the wall. Boom. Wanda's full-force strike caused the aura on the dragon bone to tremble, inadvertently triggering a minor earthquake. Feeling the tremors, Wanda lowered her hands and glanced at Li Qi, evidently uncertain about whether to proceed. Continue. Li Qi was aware that an earthquake was imminent. This dragon bone had been buried underground for an indeterminate time, becoming one with the subterranean layers of Manhattan Island. The current tremors were merely a prelude. The true earthquake would occur when Li Qi extracted the dragon bone. Following his cue, Wanda resumed her assault with chaotic magic against the wall. With the combined efforts of Li Qi and Wanda, the aura of the seal did not endure for long. As the invisible force dissipated, Li Qi distinctly sensed the resistance waning. Crack, crack. With one dragon bone encased in ice, the seal was entirely shattered. Gazing at the dragon bone now within arm's reach, Li Qi summoned the night bats to commence their excavation. What use does this dragon bone hold? Although the dragon bone was indeed extraordinary, Wanda perceived its utility as limited for them. After all, both she and Li Qi were still quite young. The longevity properties of the dragon bone offered little benefit at this stage. Only its capability of reviving the deceased warranted further exploration. The power contained within this dragon bone was remarkably intriguing, and Wanda was curious about any additional effects it might possess beyond the known. Regarding the dragon bone, the information revealed in the comic is rather scant. Li Qi's quest to seek it out stems from his desire to discover what further insights could be gleaned from this artifact, even if it serves no other purpose. The mere potential for validation and the ability to resurrect is sufficient to capture Li Qi's attention. Should he choose not to claim the dragon bone for himself, it would undoubtedly fall into the hands of the hand or that wretched iron fist, thus rendering it worthless to them. It is better that he benefits rather than allowing it to go to them. The Nightbat team acted with alacrity, their capacity to emit beams enabling them to excavate the dragon bone more swiftly than typical machinery. Within the span of an hour, a mountain of dragon bones had amassed before Li Qi. As the final fragment was extracted, the residual energy dissipated entirely. Without this energy as support, the underground space trembled violently, resembling a structure on the verge of collapse. Let us depart. Upon witnessing the absence of remaining bones, Li Qi turned to Wanda. Grab hold of me. Wanda extended her hand toward Li Qi, and as he grasped it, she promptly employed her teleportation spell to transport them back to the villa. Share some of those dragon bones with me. I wish to see if I can conduct some research on them. Nowadays, Wanda's mastery of magic has significantly advanced, fostering her curiosity about these wondrous powers. Li Qi, without a moment's hesitation, acquiesced to Wanda's request. Given the sheer volume of dragon bones, even if sent to Yuri's laboratory, it would take considerable time to yield any results. It would be more prudent to allow Wanda to explore whether she could uncover something through her magic. At Stark Villa, when Tony received news from the board, he was rendered speechless. Are you saying that Obadiah and the board members have dismissed me from my position? Tony inquired, gazing at the troubled expression on Potts' face. Tony, your previous statements have garnered significant disapproval from the board. In Potts' view, the reason for Tony's dismissal was entirely due to his remarks regarding the closure of the weapons division. As a military-industrial enterprise, such declarations are tantamount to self-sabotage. Even without Hydra's involvement, the board would have strong objections to Tony. Do not worry, these matters are trivial. In stark contrast to Potts' distress, Tony Stark appeared remarkably unperturbed. He could never abandon Stark Industries. Although he had relinquished weapon manufacturing, he had simultaneously prepared a project focused on clean energy, one that he could monopolize entirely. In Tony's perspective, as long as he presented the arc reactor, the board members would surely rally behind him once more. This time, however, they were intent on expelling him. I can discern that the board members are in support of Obadiah. As Potts observed Tony, who was engrossed in studying the Mark's suit, she hurriedly approached him. Obadiah? Tony, who had already confirmed that Obadiah was a problem, furrowed his brow upon hearing that Obadiah was causing trouble again. Since returning, Tony had been preoccupied with developing the Mark's suit, paying little heed to Obadiah. For Tony, dealing with Obadiah was not an arduous task. However, he didn't anticipate that before he could act against Obadiah, Obadiah would strike first. Sir, Agent Coulson has requested an audience. As Tony Stark pondered Obadiah's audacity, Jarvis's voice resonated. Coulson, what brings him here? After considering, Tony decided to admit Coulson. Let us see what our esteemed agent wishes to discuss. Tony held a favorable impression of Coulson. Despite both being agents, Coulson exuded a much more amiable demeanor than others. Upon emerging from his laboratory, Tony spotted Coulson engaged in casual conversation with Ethan. Coulson, what brings you here? Tony inquired rather bluntly while preparing a green drink for himself. I have come to discuss Obadiah, Coulson responded, handing Tony a document. Yesterday, within a single night, Obadiah acquired shares from several minor stakeholders in Stark Industries. However, our investigation reveals that this money did not originate from Obadiah's account. Tony interrupted Coulson. Are you implying that someone is backing Obadiah? Seeing that Tony grasped the implication, Coulson nodded. Indeed, not only is there financial support, but also significant military backing. Several stakeholders who were initially in your favor encountered an unfortunate incident on their way to the office this morning and are currently hospitalized. Those attending the meeting are merely their proxies. Though Coulson did not articulate it directly, Tony understood that these proxies were likely mere puppets. Thus, who was behind Obadiah? Tony was acutely aware that Coulson's extensive discourse with him served a purpose, one evidently connected to the individuals backing Coulson. According to our investigation, Obadiah's benefactor is Hydra. In Hell's Kitchen, within Madame Gao's factory, the fingers of the hand organization had gathered for a rare assembly. Have you all heard about the earthquake on Manhattan Island? Madame Gao turned to the others and spoke candidly. I know what transpired there. One of the other founders of the Hand Association, Alexandra, was somewhat perplexed by Madame Gao's words. It was unclear why she had summoned them. Fool, is there anything about Manhattan Island you are unaware of? Seeing that Alexandra remained so foolish after all these years, the gambler could not help but express his disdain. Madame Gao, has something happened to the Dragon Bone? At that moment, Murakami was also pondering the mysteries hidden beneath Manhattan Island, and he became instantly tense. Not only Murakami, but also Alexandra and Soanda felt a surge of anxiety. At their age, without the Dragon Bone to prolong their lives, they hardly had any days left to live. Moreover, the Dragon Bone they had brought from Kunlun was nearly depleted. Indeed, there was a problem with the Dragon Bone. By the time my people arrived, it was already too late. The Dragon Bone had been taken away. The Hand Association had long been aware of the Dragon Bone buried beneath Manhattan Island, having developed in the United States for so many years. However, without the strength of the Iron Fist, they could not possibly break the seals affixed to the Dragon Bone with merely their 5 fingers. Thus, for years, they had been contemplating ways to unlock the seals while awaiting the arrival of the Iron Fist successor. Just as the successor had yet to appear, the Dragon Bone had already been removed. It is impossible. The Iron Fist in this area has yet to manifest. How could the seal have been broken? Upon hearing Madame Gao's words, Alexandra was unwilling to accept that the Dragon Bone had indeed been taken. Though he appeared youthful, he had lived for countless years. Without the Dragon Bone, his lifespan would be nearing its end. There was no doubt that the Dragon Bone had been removed, and that space had completely collapsed. Seeing that Alexandra still refused to believe, Madame Gao directly produced photographs taken by her subordinates and distributed them to the group. The recent earthquakes on Manhattan Island were likely triggered when the dragon bone was taken. Clearly, without the Iron Fist's presence, they had employed another method to acquire the bone. As everyone studied the photographs intently, Madame Gao remarked, "The dragon bone underground. That scoundrel left us with not a single piece." After viewing the images, Soanda turned to Madame Gao and inquired, "Madame Gao, do you know who currently possesses the dragon bone? The so-called Five Fingers are all cowardly souls. Otherwise, they would not have feared returning to the Dragon Kingdom after their defection from Kunlun. What they fear is the cleansing of their ranks by those from Kunlun. Relying on the power of the dragon bone, they have survived until now, yet the precious resource in their possession is nearly depleted. The dragon bone they had so painstakingly sought has now been claimed by someone else. How could they not feel anxious? According to the lingering energy, the one who took the dragon bone should be Li Qi." Madame Gao enunciated Li Qi's name with precision. Upon hearing this name, the expressions of the other four turned grim. If it were anyone else or any other faction that had seized the dragon bone, they would be willing to sacrifice everything, even the entire Shoha Association. However, the power demonstrated by Li Qi has left them devoid of confidence in their ability to prevail. "Regardless of your thoughts, I shall not relinquish the dragon bone." The gambler, observing the silence of the others, was the first to speak. Currently, he possesses the least amount of dragon bone. Thus he yearns for the one in Li Qi's possession the most. Although Li Qi is formidable, we are not without opportunities to reclaim the dragon bone from him. Suawanda promptly shared his perspective. "There are many dragon bones. Li Qi cannot possibly carry them all. With so many ninjas in our association, we will surely find our chance." Alexandra likewise voiced her thoughts. It was evident that everyone, including Madame Gao, shared a common sentiment. Though they could not defeat Li Qi, they were unwilling to forfeit the dragon bone. "Very well, then let us confront Li Qi." On the other side of Hell's Kitchen, Murdoch was summoned by his master. The Stick. "Murdoch, are you aware of the events transpiring on Manhattan Island?" A group of True Purity Association ninjas stood beside the Stick, who inquired upon Murdoch's entrance. Murdoch, busy with cases all morning, was oblivious to what had occurred on Manhattan Island. Noticing Murdoch's ignorance, the Stick let out a cold snort. "I have told you many times. Manhattan Island harbors what the Shoha Association has long desired. Today's earthquake is connected to that object. Our ninjas from the True Purity Association have discovered that something the Shoha Association was guarding has been taken. And surely the Five Fingers of the Shoha Association are now in a state of panic. As the arch-rival of the Shoha Association, while the Stick may not know precisely what they are safeguarding on Manhattan Island, he is acutely aware that what the Shoha Association values is buried beneath the island. Master, do you intend to take action against the Shoha Association?" Murdoch, clearly understanding his master, recognized that the Stick was indeed plotting against the Shoha Association. "Indeed. Although I am unaware of the secrets hidden beneath Manhattan Island, their significance to the hand is extraordinary. And it is undoubtedly a time of great tension for Lady Gao and her associates. The thought of potentially delivering a crippling blow, or even obliterating the hand, fills Stick with a sense of exhilaration. After years of opposition against the hand, they have finally discerned a chink in their armor. "Master, what would you have me do?" Murdoch expressed his willingness to act against the hand. Thus, he directly inquired Stick about his expectations. "I wish for you to summon your superhero companions. Our forthcoming assault on the hand may very well eradicate them in one fell swoop. We must harness every ounce of our strength." Aware of the hand's elusive hidden power known as the Empty, Stick hoped Murdoch would gather Jessica and the others as well. Upon hearing Stick's words, Murdoch grasped his master's intent. He wholeheartedly supported the idea of rallying Jessica and the others. Recent transformations in Hell's Kitchen had made it abundantly clear to Murdoch that he alone could not vanquish all the gangsters. This time, the hand was likely to employ all their trump cards, and we too must muster our full might against them. As someone who had long kept a vigilant eye on the hand, Stick was acutely aware of the formidable strength of their Five Fingers. Relying solely on the chase would not suffice to eliminate the hand, which elucidated Stick's motivation for training Murdoch and Elektra. Thus, the theft of the dragon bone by Leech directly prompted the chase to plan a full-scale assault on the hand. The following day, Leech arrived at Umbrella. As he stepped into the laboratory, he was met by Yuri's cold voice. "The serum is halfway successful. We now require human trials." Leech approached to observe Yuri reprimanding a group of researchers. "Yuri, have you developed another serum?" Leech recognized Yuri's scientific prowess. Yet he understood that not every serum produced in the lab yielded favorable results. Previous serums had varied effects. Some merely enhanced skin quality, while others improved digestive capabilities. Each serum came at a steep cost, yet their efficacy remained dubious. This realization led Leech to comprehend that Yuri's pursuit of serums was not a blind path. Rather, he tested ideas as they arose. Upon noticing Leech's entrance, Yuri gestured for the surrounding researchers to disperse. He then approached Leech, holding a bag of serum to elucidate his findings. It is a tragedy that our previously developed serum has now given rise to a new generation. One that approaches the efficacy of the super soldier serum injected into Captain America. This serum, enhanced by the properties of the blood orchid, promises not only prolonged longevity for its users, but also augmented regenerative capabilities. Yuri spoke of the vibrant red serum in his hand with measured enthusiasm. The advancements made in this serum render it far superior to its predecessors. Yuri has skillfully integrated the distinctive characteristics of the blood orchid into this formulation. Is that so? Upon hearing Yuri's remarks, Li Qi recognized the exceptional quality of this serum. It can be said that this formulation has liberated itself from the influences of the previous Hydra serum and the super soldier serum, forging a novel path. In contrast to those earlier serums, Yuri's creation is decidedly more gentle. Leader, do you have any directives? After elucidating the merits of the serum in his possession, Yuri inquired about Li Qi's purpose for visiting. I have brought you some remarkable items. With a flourish, Li Qi revealed several pieces of dragon bone that materialized in his hand. This dragon bone possesses extraordinary properties, including the ability to extend life and even resurrect the deceased. However, the specifics of its effects are left for you to explore. Upon hearing Li Qi's words, Yuri's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The dragon bone appeared to be a more advanced specimen than the blood orchid. I shall study it diligently, Yuri replied, accepting the dragon bone from Li Qi with eagerness. His fascination with such enigmatic artifacts has always been profound, much like his previous studies of the blood orchid and now this dragon bone. The allure of these items eclipses all else in Yuri's pursuits. Placing the dragon bone upon the laboratory table, Yuri swiftly immersed himself in his research. Although its appearance suggests it is merely a bone, it is unlike any conventional bone. It resembles a gathering of elemental forces. After placing the dragon bone under the observation apparatus, its unique properties became readily apparent. Although it shares the visual and tactile qualities of bone, it is not true bone at all. Rather, it embodies an energy, a novel amalgamation of elements. Li Qi, listening attentively to Yuri's analysis, nodded in agreement. The energy contained within the dragon bone was palpable to him from the moment he acquired it, and Yuri's insights further validated his own perceptions. I have plenty more of this dragon bone. You may begin your research, Li Qi remarked, entrusting all matters of experimentation and inquiry to Yuri before turning to depart. With little pressing business on his agenda, Li Qi relished the rare opportunity to unwind. He remained oblivious to the plans of the Hand Association, and even if he were aware, he would not be overly concerned. Apart from the formidable demon known as Void, the Hand Association, along with its immortal ninjas and the 5 fingers of the association, are but insignificant entities, akin to mere ants. Within the confines of Tony Stark's villa, the revelation of Obadiah's connection to Hydra has spurred Tony to exert even greater effort in the development of the Mark suits. Currently, the power dynamics of the company have shifted, with Obadiah usurping control. Nonetheless, Tony remains the principal shareholder of the conglomerate. To eliminate Tony, Obadiah would have to orchestrate his complete disappearance, for expelling him from Stark Industries would prove exceedingly challenging. After all, Stark Industries is not akin to Oscorp, and as the largest shareholder, Tony Stark cannot be wholly eradicated. Is it complete? Ethan inquired, his gaze reflecting admiration for Tony as he beheld the assembled Mark III. From the initial, hastily constructed Mark I in the cave, to the recently fabricated Mark II, which bore evident flaws, and now to the remarkably refined Mark III. The evolution of the suits transpired before Ethan's eyes, making him the foremost authority on Tony's prodigious talent. Indeed, it has been successful, Tony replied, eagerly rising to don the Mark III with the assistance of Jarvis. Mechanical arms extended from all around, meticulously enveloping Tony Stark in the suit. As the final piece of armor was secured, Tony's voice resonated from within the suit. Jarvis, activate the flight path. In response to Tony's command, a flight corridor gradually unfurled. In the next instant, the thrusters in Tony's hands and feet ignited, propelling him skyward. Meanwhile, in New York, Li Qi had just savored authentic Chinese cuisine at a local restaurant. Upon stepping outside, he was greeted by a thunderous roar from the heavens. A fleeting glimpse of a crimson figure soared above. Has it succeeded? Iron Man. Gazing at the emerging Iron Man, Li Qi felt it was time to initiate his plan for a star-studded hero. With that thought, he promptly retrieved his phone to notify Ellie, Natasha, and the others. Chapter 70. Upon receiving Li Qi's directive, Eileen swiftly sought out Wanda, who was engrossed in a book. Wanda, Li has instructed you to return and bring Janie and Jet, she conveyed. Setting her magical tome aside, Wanda responded, understood. With that, she utilized her teleportation magic to vanish. When Wanda reappeared, Jet and Janie were already at her side. "What news from Serbia?" Eileen inquired, directing her question towards Janie. Though a superhero in her own right, Janie was equally adept in management. Currently, both Lychee and Aaron are no longer in Serbia, and the affairs of the nation are being managed by Jenny and those imposters. It is commendable that the individuals sought by the president are exceptionally talented. Coupled with the country's infrastructure, the new city has successfully restored all essential amenities. Reflecting on the infrastructural speed of the Eastern power, Jenny felt a sense of awe. In her perspective, such rapid development would typically require magicians adept in earth manipulation magic, even within the realm of fairy tale. Yet, the Eastern power achieved this remarkable feat relying solely on a group of ordinary individuals. Meanwhile, Jet has undergone significant transformation compared to his former self, especially with the death Gatling on his arm. Today, the death Gatling on Jet's arm is already in its 4th generation. It boasts an array of advanced technology, and after the serum injection, Jet's own abilities have experienced a substantial enhancement. Is the president's plan about to commence? Jenny is evidently aware of the reason for their summoning this time. Indeed, your profiles have been registered with the Hero Association, Natasha remarked as she handed over a tablet. Lychee's Star Hero project includes a segment dedicated to the Hero Association. However, unlike the Hero Association in the world of One Punch Man, Lychee's version is a commercialized entity entirely under his control. Upon receiving the tablet, Jenny immediately noticed her own profile along with her codename, Mechanical Queen. It displayed her image post-reception of the mechanical soul, alongside her achievements in rescuing Serbia. Further down, there were details about her personal interests, making the profile strikingly similar to those of idol celebrities. Turning to the next page, Jenny spotted Jet. His heroic codename remains the same, Death Gatling, but he has now been elevated to a national hero of Serbia. Clearly, this is a refinement of Jet's character. After engaging in a brief conversation, Natasha led the duo to the headquarters of the Hero Association. As for Wanda, she did not accompany them this time. Having acquired magic from the vampire, Wanda has now entered the realm of magic. Engrossed in her studies, she has notably refrained from entangling herself with Lychee. Upon Natasha's arrival at the company, she discovered that Jessica and Luke Cage had been waiting for quite some time, transforming superheroes into stars. "It seems only you could conceive such an idea," Jessica remarked, casting a teasing glance at Natasha. Initially, she found the plan quite astonishing. After all, they are superheroes, and every active faction desires their allegiance. Only Lychee remains indifferent to them, even going so far as to elevate superheroes to the status of celebrities. "The president's intentions are beyond our control." Natasha effortlessly persuaded Jessica and Luke Cage to join. With Jessica, who is still a minor, a few grand promises and moral coercion easily secured her membership in the Hero Association. As for Luke Cage, the allure of wealth and fame left him with no room to decline. In the conference room, Lychee sat gracefully in the main seat, observing the individuals entering. He spoke directly. "The world is on the brink of transformation. An influx of superheroes and supervillains will soon erupt." Upon hearing Lychee's words, both Jessica and Luke Cage exhibited expressions of disbelief. While there are indeed numerous superheroes and supervillains in the world today, the majority operate in the shadows, with few aware of their existence. Those vigilantes active in Hell's Kitchen rank among the most exposed. Noticing their reactions, Lychee promptly activated a nearby computer, projecting satellite imagery onto the large screen. "Look," he urged. The footage displayed Tony Stark clad in his Iron Man suit, engaging in battle with a group of terrorists. Tony Stark, the renowned playboy, is also destined to become a legendary superhero. Observing the puzzled expressions of the group, Lychee continued with necessary elaboration. "The emergence of Tony Stark signifies that superheroes will soon be visible to the general populace, consequently giving rise to an increased number of supervillains." Though Lychee's explanation was somewhat hasty, the group understood that a new era had indeed arrived. At that moment, Jessica recalled something and quickly spoke up. "Murdoch contacted us yesterday, hoping we could collaborate with the Purity Society against the Hand." Initially, Jessica saw no issue with this. But after Lychee's remarks, it seemed there was something amiss with the Purity Society's intentions regarding the Hand. "The Hand, you say?" Lychee expressed surprise at the Purity Society's decision to confront the Hand, given that the latter overwhelmingly surpasses them in every aspect. The Purity Society might only be able to cause minor inconveniences for the Hand. Annihilating them is utterly unrealistic. "Should we intervene?" "I have always found that Stick to be rather unreliable," Luke Cage remarked. He held a dim view of Murdoch's mentor, believing that despite Stick's formidable abilities, he often appeared to lack sound judgment. "Why not? This could be your opportunity for fame." In Lychee's view, Compared to other superheroes, Jessica, Luke Cage, Ginny, and Jet possess a distinct advantage. They do not need to don tight suits or conceal their faces during combat. Jet and Ginny have never adopted such habits, while Jessica and Luke Cage are not required to. Other superheroes fear the exposure of their identities and the consequent threats to their loved ones. However, Jessica and Luke Cage stand alone, having lost their families entirely, rendering them free from such burdens. Consequently, their exceptional personal image is likely to attract the following. Chapter 71. This time, you will have to confront the hand, which presents a splendid opportunity for you, Li Chi remarked, gazing at the four of them. The hand does not possess overwhelming strength. As long as they refrain from summoning evil deities, your capabilities remain formidable. According to Murdoch, they plan to launch their attack on the hand in 2 days, and we merely need to thwart the 5 fingers of the hand. Upon hearing Jessica's words, Li Chi nodded in agreement. After imparting some vital information to Jessica and Luke Cage, Li Chi allowed them to depart. Though they are heroes of the Hero Association, Li Chi typically refrains from interfering in their lives, only gathering them when necessary, as he did today. Ginny, in your battle against the hand, there is no need to exert excessive force, Li Chi advised after Jessica and Luke Cage had left. Should Ginny unleash her full power from the outset, the members of the hand would likely be obliterated instantly. Those 5 fingers pose no significant threat to Ginny Liolite. I understand, Ginny Liolite, a star of the magical realm, immediately grasped Li Chi's intent. While a crushing victory would be exhilarating, only a balanced struggle would incite discussion among the masses. This aligns with Li Chi's strategy of elevating superheroes to stardom. Natasha, if you wish, you may join them. However, that would be somewhat of a waste of your abilities, Li Chi remarked to Natasha after speaking with Ginny Liolite. Since departing from SHIELD, Natasha had not engaged in battle for quite some time. Apart from her routine training sessions with Aaron, her remaining hours were consumed with the affairs of the company. Natasha paused at Li Chi's words, having grown accustomed to a tranquil existence for so long that she was nearly forgetting the days of living on the edge. Let it be for now. With Ginny and the others, my presence is no longer required. I shall take action when the time comes. Natasha, content with her current life, finds joy in its simplicity. Observing this, Li Chi refrains from further persuasion. Natasha's combat prowess is not essential on her side. Rather, it is her management skills that Li Chi finds indispensable. 2 days swiftly passed, and images of Iron Man began to circulate across the internet. The hero, renowned for combating terrorists, garnered considerable attention during this period. Meanwhile, Li Chi's efforts in signing in over these days were plagued by misfortune, yielding nothing of value. Aware that today marked the day when the Pure Heart Society would confront the hand, Li Chi deployed the previously acquired spy satellites near Ginny and her allies within the Hero Association. According to intelligence from the Pure Heart Society, all 5 fingers of the hand were currently in Hell's Kitchen. Today, Matt Murdock would join Jessica and the others in their endeavors. Alongside the 4 from the Hero Association, Erica and the 3rd-generation White Tiger, Ava Ayala, would also participate. Ava Ayala gazed in astonishment at the luxurious base of the Hero Association, finding it a stark contrast to her preconceived notions of superheroes. Her mentor had mentioned that the hand was up to something mysterious, gathering most of its members for undisclosed purposes. Erica, unconcerned with the affairs of the Hero Association, conveyed a message from her mentor to Ginny and the others. It seemed the hand was investigating their lost assets on Manhattan Island, which had heightened their aggressiveness. Upon hearing Erica's words, Murdoch added, "The drug manufacturing facilities of the hand in Hell's Kitchen have been shut down in recent days. They are clearly aware of our movements." Uninformed about the matter of the dragon bone, Murdoch merely assumed they wished to ascertain the hand's awareness of their actions. Our mission focuses on the 5 fingers of the hand. The remaining members of the hand will be dealt with by the Pure Heart Society. Murdoch held a deep trust in his mentor. As signals from the mentor arrived, the group boarded the armed helicopter that had long been prepared. This helicopter served not only as their mode of transportation, but also as a means for Ginny to channel her magic, providing energy to the mechanical soul. In Hell's Kitchen, within the confines of a factory belonging to the hand, Madame Gao and Murakami had gathered. According to our investigation, we can confirm that the dragon bone is indeed in the possession of Umbrella, Madame Gao announced, a hint of despondency evident in her demeanor. Had it not been for the absence of dragon bones, Lady Gao would have had no desire to confront Li Chi. Cursed be that fellow. How could he possibly be aware of the dragon bones? Although Alexandra had mentally prepared herself in recent days, she remained reluctant to accept the reality. Alas, without the dragon bones, our days are numbered. This time, let us seize the dragon bones and depart from this country for a while. Sawanda interjected. asserting that as long as they were alive, the Hand Alliance could be rebuilt countless times. Despite being a woman, Lady Gao exhibited more decisiveness than the others. Though the members of the Hand Alliance had invested immense effort, it paled in comparison to their lives. If they could acquire a portion of the dragon bones from Li Qi, Lady Gao would not hesitate, even if it meant the annihilation of the Hand Alliance's ninjas. However, prior to that, we must first deal with those pesky little rodents. At that moment, Bodo entered the room, dragging a corpse behind him. The Purity Society, perhaps? Seeing the individual clad in white, Lady Gao and her companions recognized who had been lurking around them during this time. Much like Li Qi's disdain for the Hand Alliance, they too held the Purity Society in contempt. In Lady Gao's eyes, aside from the old man with a stick, the rest of the Purity Society's members were utterly inept. The ninjas from the Hand Alliance could easily defeat members of the Purity Society, even in greater numbers. It seems our recent maneuvers have given these little rodents a sense of opportunity. Murakami and others sensed the surrounding area of the factory was unusually quiet, evidently. These idiots were part of the forces. Let us first deal with this group. With Sawanda's command, the ninjas of the Hand Alliance sprang into action. As the Hand Alliance ninjas engaged, Jet had already piloted an armed helicopter to hover above the factory. After switching to intelligent driving mode, Jet and his companions leapt down towards the factory. Meanwhile, within the factory, the ninjas of the Hand Alliance were already clashing with the members of the Purity Society. In terms of individual strength, the members of the Purity Society were no match for the ninjas of the Hand Alliance. Fortunately, the old man with the stick stood firm, utilizing his formidable combat skills to fend off dozens of ninjas from the Hand Alliance. Upon landing, Jet immediately extended his arm, unleashing the death Gatling from his right arm, firing a barrage of bullets. Bang, 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 bang. The bullet storm instantaneously shredded a group of hand ninjas, clearing a space for Jessica and her companions as they descended. Jessica and Luke Cage landed without a shred of finesse, relying solely on their formidable defenses, crashing into the throng like cannonballs. Upon impact, they were immediately besieged by the surrounding hand ninjas. However, the ninjas' blades and tridents posed no threat to them whatsoever. Conversely, their casual strikes sent the ninjas flying a considerable distance. In contrast, the subsequent arrival of Matt Murdock, Erica, and White Tiger was marked by a certain elegance. Although not devoid of extraordinary abilities, they lacked the superhuman physiques of their counterparts. Utilizing remarkable agility, the trio descended rapidly, navigating the factory's architecture with finesse. Meanwhile, Jenny, remaining aboard the aircraft, employed reception magic and harnessed the power of mechanical souls to acquire the capabilities of an armed helicopter. Mechanical components swiftly enveloped her body, while the rotor behind her provided astonishing propulsion. Her hands transformed into heavy artillery akin to that of a weaponized helicopter. Inside the factory, Lady Gao and her associates were taken aback by the commotion outside. It was inconceivable that the members of the Chaste could create such a ruckus. Just then, in a sudden turn of events, the gambler grasped a katana and charged outside. Exchanging glances, Lady Gao's group followed suit. Upon emerging, they witnessed Murdock and his allies engaged in fierce combat with numerous hand ninjas. These superheroes were not unfamiliar to Lady Gao. Had it not been for Murdock and his companions' intervention, she might have succeeded in usurping Kingpin to become the new underground emperor. Let us first deal with that one, Swanda remarked, identifying Jet as the greatest threat to the assembly. A mobile point of firepower posed an immense risk to the weapon-wielding ninjas. I'll take care of this, exclaimed Alexandra as she surged towards Jet, unleashing her inner energy to obliterate the Chaste members standing in her path. As a disciple of Kunlun, she wielded the power of Qi in each of her fingers. In the blink of an eye, the gambler found himself face-to-face with Jet, raising his hand to strike at Jet's face. With a mechanical clatter, the death Gatling instantly transformed from its conventional form into a sonic weapon akin to a horn. The low-frequency blast erupted, and Alexandra immediately felt her body slipping from her control. Fortunately, the presence of Qi enabled her to break free from this predicament within mere breaths. Jet surveyed the weapon in his grasp, a glimmer of satisfaction dancing in his eyes. The subsonic weapon, one of the latest modules installed for this occasion, was designed to counter those foes who dared to rush into close quarters. As long as the enemy's physique was not overwhelmingly robust, the subsonic weapon could effectively restrain them. This brief pause granted White Tiger an opportunity. Clad in a sleek White Tiger suit, Ava Ayala, the current incarnation of the White Tiger, possessed formidable strength. Not only did she wield extraordinary magical powers, but her martial prowess was also remarkable. Upon arriving before Alexandra, Ava's body transformed into a formidable weapon in an instant. Her hands, elbows, knees, and feet were capable of launching attacks from exceptionally crafty angles. Hector Ayala, what is your relation to him? Alexandra inquired, recognizing the familiar style of combat. The power of the White Tiger was derived from a jade pendant from Kunlun, and the first White Tiger, Hector, was a descendant of that very lineage. Having once been affiliated with Kunlun herself, Alexandra had crossed paths with Hector before. He is my brother. Ava Ayala's grip tightened, her resolve hardening at the mention of her brother's name. According to her investigations over the past few years, the death of her brother was inexorably linked to the hand and their criminal organization. As Alexandra launched her attack, the other fingers of her hand moved in synchrony. Mrs. Gao single-handedly confronted Jessica and Luke Cage, confident in her ability to defeat them given her prior encounters. The gambler faced off against the duo of Stick and Matt Murdock. Swanda found himself targeted by Erica and Jet, while the remaining Murakami was intercepted by Jenny. Who are you? New York should not harbor your kind, Murakami said, gripping his katana and casting a glance at Jet, who was suppressing Swanda with heavy firepower, before turning to Jenny. We are members of the Hero Association. Here to eliminate your band of criminals, Jenny declared. On a burgeoning online forum, images and short videos circulated rapidly, showcasing the fierce confrontations between the Hand and the Purity Society. The appearance of Jenny and her companions shifted the focus of discussion from the Hand to these newly emerged superheroes. Daredevil Murdoch had garnered a modest reputation in New York, and upon his entrance, forum members recognized him instantly. However, the subsequent arrivals, including Jessica, remained anonymous to the online community until Jenny mentioned the Hero Association, revealing their affiliation with the Umbrella Corporation's superhero organization. Evidently, this forum bears the hallmark of Li Chi, who inspired Natasha to establish it and guide its proceedings. Otherwise, how could the photos and videos be so remarkably clear? The information circulating within the forum, apart from Li Chi, has also caught the attention of a phantom lurking within the network. Inside Stark's villa, as Tony Stark was engrossed in developing the fourth generation of the Mark suit, he suddenly heard Jarvis say, "Sir, I have discovered something that I believe will pique your interest." With that, a projection of the Hand and the Pure Ones, along with details about the Hero Association, materialized upon Tony Stark's workstation. Chapter 73. Where's this? As he gazed upon the images and videos displayed before him, Tony Stark found himself intrigued. Hell's Kitchen. Based on the architectural details revealed, Jarvis swiftly conducted a comparison and soon confirmed that this location was indeed Hell's Kitchen. How fascinating. Since becoming Iron Man, Tony Stark had delved into numerous resources and had even learned about the recent vampire incident through Jarvis. It appeared that this Hero Association was a consortium of superheroes. Tony Stark, being exceptionally astute, deduced that the mechanized woman must have intentionally mentioned the association's name, suggesting that its members were presently observing the battle unfolding in Hell's Kitchen. In the factory, Madame Gao initiated an assault on Luke Cage and Jessica. With a mere thought, Luke Cage was sent sprawling through the air, the sheer force shattering the ground beneath him. As Jessica rushed forward, Madame Gao effortlessly countered her attack with a wave of her hand. Despite the significant disparity in strength between Jessica and Madame Gao, the latter adeptly neutralized Jessica's offensive through sheer skill. What manner of ability is this? Jessica, having been repelled, glared at Madame Gao, her frustration palpable. Though she had experienced Madame Gao's power previously, facing her again left Jessica feeling thoroughly constrained. Within the Hero Association, Li Chi observed Jessica's performance with a shake of his head. It seemed that your guidance had not been heeded, he mused. Li Chi had recognized Jessica's shortcomings from the outset. She possessed formidable strength, yet lacked the understanding to wield it effectively. Currently, Jessica had 100 units of power, but could only exert around 60. In contrast, combat masters like Madame Gao could inflict damage exceeding 100 with merely 50 units of strength. This delineates the chasm between Madame Gao and Jessica. The child remains oblivious to the reasons behind her suffering. Her pain oscillates between intoxication and the throes of a hangover. As for Jessica, Natasha finds herself at a loss on how to guide her. Presently, Jessica lacks the ambition to strengthen herself. Had it not been for Li Chi's prior assistance, she would not have ascended to the status of a hero. One would presume she spends her days drowning her sorrows in a bar. Observing the situation, it is apparent that confronting both of them is no trivial endeavor for Madame Gao. Suddenly, Wanda perceives that Jessica and her companions may indeed possess a chance to overcome Madame Gao. Within the confines of the factory, Jessica, frustrated by her futile assaults, stomped her foot, shattering the ground and sending shards of stone hurtling towards Madame Gao. Under the influence of Jessica's formidable strength, these fragments soared like cannonballs in her direction. This compelled Madame Gao to release Luke Cage, whom she had previously subdued with her telekinesis, to counter the barrage of debris. as her telekinetic powers surged. The stones halted abruptly before her. However, this distraction afforded Jessica and Luke Cage an opportunity. Seizing the moment, they charged forward, and while Madame Gao's vision was obscured, their fists successfully struck her. 2 white streaks marred the ground as blood erupted from Madame Gao's mouth. Had she not employed her protective energy, those blows might have proven fatal. I underestimated you. Madame Gao, rising once more, summoned the full force of her internal energy. In an instant, her speed and strength surged dramatically. Covering several meters in a single stride, she struck Jessica with a palm, sending her energy coursing violently into Jessica's body. The overwhelming power injured Jessica's internal organs, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. As Luke Cage instinctively moved to assist, Madame Gao retaliated with a swift blow to him. In terms of defense, Luke Cage was slightly inferior to Jessica. Yet, after the impact, he summoned the strength to grasp Madame Gao's arm. Crack! With a surge of force, Luke Cage crushed her arm. Humph! Madame Gao let out a muffled grunt, shaking off Luke Cage's grip with a swift motion. Subsequently, she enveloped her injured arm in energy, which rapidly accelerated its healing. It seems your abilities are limited to this, Jessica remarked, clutching her chest as she regained her footing, a smile gracing her lips as she regarded Madame Gao. Though Lady Gao and Luke Cage remained somewhat disheveled, her condition was hardly any better. Just as Jessica and Luke found themselves ensnared in a battle with Lady Gao, Janilia Wright was relentlessly overpowering Murakami. With her propeller-endowed ability to fly, Janilia held an undeniable advantage. Clang! The clash of Murakami's katana against Janilia's arm echoed through the air. Despite the enhancement of his energy, Murakami could not inflict any wounds upon her. Who on earth are you? Murakami discerned that the woman before him possessed strength far beyond their own. Yet for reasons unknown, she appeared to be holding back her true power, displaying a demeanor of distraction throughout their confrontation. Did I not mention? I am Janilia Wright of the Hero Association, she declared, her arm transforming into a cannon aimed directly at Murakami. Boom. At such a close range, although Murakami attempted to evade, half of his body was still left bloodied by the missile's shockwave. Damn it. Faced with such weaponry, his energy was no longer of much use. 2 poison shurikens were hurled towards Janilia, while Murakami swiftly turned to flee. Sodium acetate weighed heavily on him, yet he harbored no desire to fight to the death here. Having recognized that he was no match for Janilia, the will to battle evaporated in an instant. Ignoring the other combatants ensnared in conflict around him, Murakami fled. The shuriken struck Janilia, but had no effect whatsoever, and she showed no urgency as she watched him retreat. Raising her arm, her cannon morphed into a machine gun. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. A barrage of bullets rained down upon Murakami, prompting him to hasten his escape. Chapter 74. Janilia truly enjoys playing. Li Qi observed the skirmish between Janilia and Murakami and realized that Janilia was merely toying with him. Otherwise, it would have been a simple matter for her to create a more evenly matched combat scenario. The prowess of the 5 Fingers was not to be underestimated, yet alas, they faced formidable opponents. Natasha was somewhat astonished by the capabilities displayed by the 5 Fingers, for previous S.H.I.E.L.D. files had merely noted their exceptional hand-to-hand combat skills. Clearly, that documentation only scratched the surface, lacking any mention of their remarkable energy. In Natasha's perspective, the formidable power of mere 5 Fingers would undoubtedly demand an exorbitant cost for S.H.I.E.L.D. to contend with. This energy is remarkably extraordinary, surpassing even many forms of magic. Wanda, observing the energy displayed in the video, expresses her admiration for such an ability. How is your magical research progressing? Upon hearing Wanda's inquiry, Li Qi turns to face her. Quite well, replies Wanda as she extends her right hand, a surge of crimson magic emanating from her arm. Red bats swiftly take flight from her palm. The vampire's magic is indeed quite impressive, boasting considerable practicality. Having fully mastered the grimoire obtained from that former vampire, Wanda now wields the chaotic magic to execute these vampiric spells, their potency exceeding that of the original. Very commendable, Li Qi has always wholeheartedly supported Wanda's development. The number of spells she has acquired is now substantial, eliminating the scenes from the original narrative where she merely utilized chaotic magic as a telekinetic force during combat. You need not worry about the magical aspect. I shall continue to source additional spells for you. As he gazes at Wanda, Li Qi recalls that the White Tiger also seems to possess magical abilities. Excellent. It appears that this Alexandra is on the verge of defeat. Hearing Natasha's remark, both Li Qi and Wanda redirect their attention to the screen. Within the factory, Alexandra, engaged in battle with the White Tiger Awa Aya and Erika, finds herself in a dire predicament. Unlike Jessica and her companions, who struggle with understanding the energy due to their lack of skill. Erica and Aya are both adept masters in their respective domains. Despite it being their first encounter, the two women exhibit an uncanny synergy against Alexandra. Just as Alexandra deflects Erica's trident, Aya swiftly slashes her, leaving several bloody scratches on her body. Attempting to counterattack Aya, Alexandra is thwarted by Erica. Damn it. Damn it all. Growing increasingly frantic, Alexandra unleashes her full energy, launching a frenzied assault on Aya and Erica. Although her attacks are powerful, they lack structure. Seizing the opportunity, Aya delivers a decisive kick to Alexandra's head, causing her to feel a wave of dizziness. Erica capitalizes on this moment, plunging her trident deep into Alexandra's chest. However, Alexandra's disoriented retaliation leaves a significant gash on Erica's abdomen. Had Erica not acted swiftly to cover the wound, her internal organs might have spilled forth. Unbeknownst to me, I fell victim to the hands of these two rascals. Alexandra felt the life within her ebbing away, a moment saturated with resentment. There was no time for further words. The power within her, belonging to the dragon bone, dissipated entirely. In the next instant, before Avaya and Erica, Alexandra transformed into a cloud of ash. At that moment, Jet switched his death-dealing Gatling gun to a flamethrower, forcing the foe, Soanda, into retreat. While tossing a vial of medicine to Avaya, "This is a healing potion from our association. Administer it quickly to save her." Without a hint of hesitation, Avaya received the potion, promptly lifting Erica and injecting it into her body. Alexandra's dying blow was tremendously severe, and without a means of healing, Erica would not survive for long. As the potion coursed through Erica's veins, her previously damaged organs began to mend, and the wound in her abdomen sprouted new tissue. At this rate, she would be restored to her former self in no time. "You go assist. I can manage here." Upon hearing Erica's words, Avaya turned and charged towards Soanda. Meanwhile, Murdoch, engaged with the gambler alongside the Stickmaster, was oblivious to the fact that Jessica had already been rescued. His focus was entirely consumed by the gambler, and sensing Erica's severe injuries, Murdoch struck with even greater ferocity. The Stickmaster, a master of combat, could defeat the gambler in a one-on-one scenario, and now, with Murdoch's collaboration, the gambler was cornered. Were it not for the multitude of hands and ninjas surrounding them, the duo would have already vanquished their foe. "You all seem to be having quite the ruckus. Do you mind if I join?" At that moment, a cheeky voice echoed from above. Clad in his Mark III armor, Tony Stark soared from the villa, his curiosity about the Hero Association piqued. Eager to observe what it truly entailed, as he witnessed a lone figure overpowering Jessica and Luke Cage, he dashed towards them, emboldened by his armor, never contemplating a ranged attack. "Be careful," Luke Cage called out, noticing Tony's reckless advance. "Careful of what? Do you truly think I could be harmed?" Before Tony could finish his retort, a slap from the formidable woman, Madame Gao, struck him. The force penetrated the iron, directly impacting Tony's body. And during the transference of energy, several components of the armor sustained damage. "Sir, structural damage is at 3. As Tony Stark felt a sudden darkness enveloping him, he swiftly maneuvered the Mark III into the sky. After catching his breath, Tony regained his composure. Observing the chaotic scene involving Jessica and others, he was filled with bewilderment. What kind of ability is this? The capacity to strike through the iron suit was something that immediately captured Stark's attention. Meanwhile, Jenny also noticed Tony's arrival. Recalling her leader's assessment of Stark, she effortlessly dispatched Murakami and soared towards him. In Chapter 75, within the villa, Wanda remarked upon witnessing Tony being forced back, expressing her thoughts on Stark's prowess. Although Wanda did not finish her sentence, the implication was unmistakable. It was evident that Tony was at a disadvantage in his confrontation with Madame Gao, leading Wanda to conclude that Stark did not warrant such significant attention from Leech. For someone who relied solely on his iron suit, Wanda believed eliminating him would be exceedingly simple. Stark's true strength had never resided in his armor. It was his cleverness that had always set him apart. Leech, upon hearing Wanda's perspective on Stark, felt a pang of hunger for recognition. Tony's capacity for upgrading his iron suits at an astonishing pace allowed him to tailor his armor to counter various adversaries. In response to Leech's comments, Wanda shrugged, clearly unimpressed with Stark's capabilities thus far. In the factory, after eliminating Murakami, Jenny turned and flew towards Madame Gao and Jessica. Currently, amidst the numerous hands and ninjas struggling to hold their ground, the remaining 5 fingers were on the brink of extinction. The gambler, facing the duo of Matt Murdoch and Stick, was inherently outmatched. The only reason he had lasted this long was due to the strength of his spirit. Without it, he would have surely succumbed to Murdoch and Stick's onslaught. When Wanda faced Jet alone, the situation was manageable. as Jet's combat prowess rested solely in the deadly Gatling gun affixed to his arm. If Wanda could close the distance, her combat skills and experience would allow her to subdue Jet. However, with the addition of White Tiger to the fray, possessing exceptional fighting skills and experience, a one-on-one confrontation might not favor Wanda. Yet, merely entangling Wanda was something Ava Ayala could achieve. "Get out of the way," Jet shouted at Ava Ayala, who was currently entangled with Wanda. At that moment, Jet's deadly Gatling arm had transformed into an anti-tank weapon. Upon hearing Jet's voice, Ava Ayala endured a punch from Soanda and swiftly retreated. In that fleeting moment of Ava's withdrawal, a bullet was discharged by Jet. As an anti-tank weapon, it proved exceptionally effective against mounted foes. Soanda, already poised to evade as Ava stepped back, found his speed insufficient to outpace the deadly projectile. Half of his body shattered in an instant. The formidable strength Soanda prided himself on never had the opportunity to fully manifest before he met his demise. With the power of the dragon bone within him dissipating, he was reduced to ashes. Following the resolution of Soanda, Jet and Ava Ayala retained their combat efficacy and quickly engaged in the fray alongside others. Ava Ayala rushed to assist Mordok and the Stick Elder against the Gambler, further compounding the Gambler's already dire predicament. However, Jet chose not to aid Jessica and her group against Lady Gao. Instead, he turned to eliminate the Hand and Association ninjas. It could be said that the members of the Pure Innocence Society were rather inept, needing 3 or 4 of them to contend with a single Hand and Association ninja. The number of ninjas in the factory clearly surpassed that of the Pure Innocence members. Were it not for the occasional assistance these ninjas provided to the Five Fingers, the members brought by the Stick Elder would have surely perished long ago. As Jet transformed his arm back into a deathly Gatling gun, he swiftly aimed at the Hand and Association ninjas and unleashed an assault. A terrifying storm of bullets instantly suppressed the ninjas, with Jet particularly targeting those who dared to show their heads. Meanwhile, Lady Gao witnessed her former comrades falling one by one. It became evident to her that the Pure Innocence Society had come prepared. This organization, once scorned, now threatened to annihilate them completely. Suddenly, rage erupted from Lady Gao. Jessica and Luke Ketch, nearest to her, were caught off guard and sent flying. Lady Gao now appeared utterly wretched, drenched in blood with one arm grotesquely twisted. A stark contrast to the elegance she once embodied. How infuriating. Observing Jessica and the others, Lady Gao's heart brimmed with resentment. She never anticipated reaching this point. This move had originally been intended for Li Qi. With a fierce glare directed at Jessica and her companions, it was clear that, in Lady Gao's heart, her greatest animosity was still reserved for Li Qi. After all, had Li Qi not taken the dragon bone, they would not have gathered here in such haste. Not only were the members of the Hand Association not fully mobilized, but they also lacked the time to prepare heavy weaponry. Otherwise, equipped with such formidable arms, confronting the current situation would be considerably simpler. As she spoke, Lady Gao ceased to regard Jessica and the others, instead reciting an unknown incantation. Within the Hero Association, observing Lady Gao's actions, Natasha turned to Li Qi with curiosity and inquired, "President, do you have any knowledge of the means the Hand Association has prepared? It seems they possess confidence in using this power against you." In response, Li Qi remarked, "It is a demon known as Beast. This demon is, in fact, the very embodiment of the Hand Association's faith, and its strength is rather unremarkable." Li Qi did not hold the demon known as Beast in high esteem. In his view, if Beast was a dimensional demon, there was no need for concern, for with Ancient One's presence, no matter the strength, dimensional demons could not descend upon Earth. Should it be a demon from hell, then Beast's power would hardly be formidable. Even the Spirit Rider, Johnny, would be capable of handling it. Although the Spirit Rider had yet to unleash even a fraction of his potential, he would undoubtedly manage against a foe such as a demon. A demon? What is its strength? Wanda's interest was piqued upon learning that the Hand Association's trump card was a demon. After all, the vampires had already mastered an array of magic, and it was safe to assume that this impending demon would possess an even greater mastery of the arcane arts. Inside the factory, the onlookers recognized that Lady Gao was up to something. Tony Stark raised his hand and launched a missile. Chapter 76. Observing the missile fired from Tony Stark's arm, a hint of mockery glimmered in Lady Gao's eyes. The demon summoned as a sacrifice was undoubtedly a formidable entity. Just as the missile approached her, a terrifying aura erupted from Lady Gao. In an instant, the missile was consumed by an inexplicable force. Lady Gao underwent a complete transformation. Her eyes glowed crimson, and lines appeared on her face as if etched by time. Her severed arm was violently torn away, replaced by a brand new demonic appendage that sprouted from her shoulder. What on earth is this? Tony Stark stared at Lady Gao, now morphed into the embodiment of darkness, utterly bewildered. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. And even now, he was uncertain whether to continue the fight. On the other side, the gambler gazed at Lady Gao, who had transformed into a vessel of darkness, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even if we lose, you shall undoubtedly suffer. In the gambler's eyes, since the shadow realm had descended, the superheroes brought by the old man could not escape. Take care of yourself first. Upon hearing the gambler's taunt, the old man struck the gambler's head with his staff. At this point in the battle, the gambler had little energy left. When attacked, he could only gather what little remained to shield his head. Jessica and Luke Cage, unaware of the true nature of the shadow realm, charged toward it once more, relying on their formidable physiques. However, as they threw their punches, the shadow realm effortlessly raised an arm to deflect their blows. In terms of strength, it was not inferior to either Luke Cage or Jessica. As an ancient demon, the shadow realm could not manifest its true form directly for certain reasons. Yet, through Lady Gao's body, it wielded power that surpassed a typical corporeal form. Lady Gao's vessel, infused with energy, allowed the shadow realm to unleash a significant portion of its might. Dark energy surged along the shadow realm's arm, and in the next moment, a powerful shockwave sent Jessica and Luke Cage flying. Just arriving at the scene, Janilia Light observed the shadow realm's formidable prowess, perplexed by its abilities. Nevertheless, Lady Gao reminded her of someone, another who could channel a demon's essence. Is this your power? It certainly appears impressive. Tony Stark, soaring above, praised Janilia Light. From the official website of the Heroes Association, Tony had gleaned some information about her. Witnessing her combat stance now was a surprise. In contrast, Janilia Light looked at the armored suit before her and activated the power of her mechanical soul. In an instant, the components of the armed helicopter that adorned her vanished. Replaced by the Mark III, thrusters appeared on her limbs, and in that fleeting moment, Janilia bore a striking resemblance to Tony Stark. However, unlike Tony's impeccably fitted suit of armor, Janilia's was comprised solely of combat and functional components. What the hell is this ability? Tony Stark exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment as he watched Janilia transform before him, donning an outfit reminiscent of his own Mark armor. Tony Stark found it hard to accept that the Mark III, which he had painstakingly crafted, was so effortlessly replicated by another. Although he remained unaware of Janilia Light's abilities, it was evident that the moniker of the Mechanical Queen was well-deserved. Jessica was once again sent flying by Black Void, prompting both Tony Stark and Janilia Light, suspended in midair, to exclaim in unison, "If you're not here to assist, kindly step aside." Hearing Jessica's words, Tony quickly regained his focus, determined to unravel Janilia Light's powers. His response was equally swift. The missile compartment on his shoulder opened, unleashing a barrage of missiles in rapid succession. While Black Void could withstand a single missile, Tony was confident that such an overwhelming number would prove insurmountable. Just as Tony had surmised, Black Void's power, when not in direct manifestation, was indeed limited. Dark energy surged forth once more, yet this time it failed to consume all the missiles, resulting in a devastating explosion that left Black Void severely injured. However, the creature's formidable regenerative abilities soon became apparent, as its battered form mended itself almost instantaneously, albeit with visible demonic traits. It was clear that Black Void had diverged significantly from Lady Death's original form. As Black Void regained its footing, Janilia Light emulated Tony Stark by activating her shoulder missile compartment, launching a massive volley of missiles towards Black Void. The explosions echoed, boom, 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 boom. Amidst the chaos, Tony Stark gazed at Janilia Light in disbelief. "Jarvis, if I am not mistaken, those missiles were just developed by me, correct?" "Indeed, sir," Jarvis confirmed. These compact yet powerful missiles were indeed Tony Stark's latest invention. It was disconcerting to witness his creation wielded by another. Within the Hero Association, Wanda observed Black Void, seemingly unimpressive under the relentless assault of the missiles, and felt she had perhaps overestimated its strength. Do not underestimate this creature. Its inability to manifest its true form speaks volumes, warned Leech. He recognized that the beast inhabiting Lady Death possessed at least the power of a dimensional demon, which explained why it could not fully descend. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed even Tony Stark might be capable of vanquishing Black Void. Leech sighed in response to Wanda's observations, feeling a sense of resignation. Although Wanda and Pietro were not trapped underground for days due to Stark Industries missiles, they harbored an inexplicable aversion towards Tony Stark. This sentiment is precisely why Wanda would vocally criticize him. Despite his inability to manifest his true form, the full extent of the beast's power could not be unleashed, yet defeating him would not prove to be a simple task. Lee was genuinely concerned that Wanda's arrogance might lead to her downfall, and thus felt compelled to offer a serious warning. In Chapter 77, Within the Factory, After enduring 2 rounds of missile bombardment, even the being known as Black Sky was severely injured, exhibiting an increased number of demonic traits. At this moment, Jessica and Luke Cage, having been thrown aside, charged back into the fray, swiftly unleashing their fists upon Black Sky. Aware that their adversary was not human, both Jessica and Luke exerted their full strength. The might they wielded was indeed extraordinary. A single punch landed on Black Sky's form, and even with his partially demonized physique, the impact was sufficient to shatter him. However, in the next instant, Black Sky's wounds began to heal once more, and the demonic transformation intensified. It became increasingly difficult to discern any remnants of Madame Gao within him. He appeared to be nothing more than a feral beast. With a sweeping gesture towards Tony Stark and Ginny hovering above, Black Sky unleashed a powerful shockwave. Though he possessed little in the way of rational thought, resembling a wild animal, he understood that Tony and Ginny posed a greater threat than Jessica and Luke. As the shockwave approached, Tony and Ginny maximized the power of their thrusters. The now more severely demonized Black Sky exhibited enhanced strength, and in an instant, before anyone could react, he ascended into the air. His monstrous arm swung menacingly toward Tony Stark's head. Buzz! The arc reactor in Tony Stark's chest surged to full power, emitting a blue energy beam that struck Black Sky midair. The force of the impact sent Black Sky plummeting, rendered incapable of leveraging his surroundings. In that fleeting moment, Jessica and Luke surged forward, their resilient bodies withstanding the brunt of Black Sky's assault with mere discomfort rather than injury. This time, they quickly managed to restrain Black Sky. The gaping wound in his chest, inflicted by Tony Stark, was attempting to mend, yet with his hands and feet bound. He found himself unable to escape their grasp. In midair, Tony Stark and Ginny descended upon witnessing the scene below. Energy surged within their arc reactors, accumulating until it reached its zenith. Ginny shouted towards Luke Cage and the others, urging them to disperse. Upon hearing her command, Luke Cage and Jessica promptly distanced themselves from the dark void. In the next instant, 2 beams of energy enveloped the shadowy figure. As energy continued to be unleashed from the arc reactors, the dark entity let out a pained wail. The capacity of Madame Gao's body to contain the beast's power was ultimately finite, and her regenerative abilities were not boundless. With the relentless output from Tony Stark and Ginny, the dark figure was gradually obliterated. As the entity met its demise, the remaining members of the Hand were scant. The gambler, engaged in battle with Matt Murdock and his mentor, had just been slain. Just wait. Next time, I will not allow you to steal my abilities again. Having dealt with Madame Gao, Tony's gaze shifted toward Ginny, the woman who had appropriated his powers. In Tony's estimation, his suit must have lacked adequate anti-theft measures for Ginny to replicate it so effortlessly through unknown means. He resolved that when he next upgraded his armor, it would undoubtedly withstand Ginny's inexplicable abilities. Little did Tony realize that what Ginny wielded was not a superpower, but rather magic. Thus, his technological barriers would prove futile unless he too delved into the arcane arts. Only then would Tony possess the capacity to counter the might of the mechanized soul. Feeling embarrassed, he chose not to linger and soared back into the sky. Meanwhile, Ginny landed, somewhat perplexed by Tony's intentions. As she touched down, Jet and the others approached. Thanks to the special serum concocted by Yuri, no one had sustained significant injuries. The most severely affected, Erica, who had been grievously wounded, was now recovering well. Thank you all for your assistance. The old man expressed his gratitude as he approached Ginny. He had been thoroughly startled by the explosive confrontation, never anticipating the sheer power unleashed by 5 fingers in full force. They had managed to catch the Hand off guard, and had they been prepared, the likelihood of overcoming them would have been negligible. In the old man's view, the wisest decision had been to summon these members of the Justice League, and today's battle had enlightened him to the changing tides of the era. In the face of the terrifying creatures from the abyss, one cannot help but ponder the potential sacrifices required to vanquish them, even if victory is ultimately achieved. Yet, the Steel Man and Ginny effortlessly eradicated the abyss using merely their technological weaponry. As the group exchanged pleasantries, Li Chi also switched off the satellite feed. It appears that the Hand Association will soon cease to exist. Without its 5 fingers and the extraordinary dragon bone, this organization, which originated in Japan, has no fertile ground left for survival. The local gangs will not allow the Hand Association to continue feasting at their table. This abyss creature strikes me as weaker than those spawned by vampires. Wanda, observing the video of the abyss being dispatched with such ease, found herself speechless. The Hand Association had prepared far too hastily. Neither the exquisite nor the shell forms were optimal vessels for beasts. Li Chi did not perceive the abyss as particularly feeble. The two sides were simply not of the same caliber. The Hand Association's adversaries were merely street heroes like Murdoch and Luke Cage, who occasionally exhibit extraordinary prowess. In contrast, the vampires contend with a multitude of dark heroes. Moreover, even the mightiest beasts pale in comparison to Dracula, the progenitor of the vampires. Meanwhile, I must attend to matters in Serbia. Lichi stood and advised Natasha. A city has been constructed in Serbia, and he needs to return to oversee the situation. Regarding the 6th Navy and breathing techniques, Eileen is uncertain how to impart this knowledge. After all, aside from those summoned by Lichi, there are many local Serbian residents and others who have fled from various countries. Chapter 78, Inside S. H. I. E. L. D. Nick Fury has become aware of the events unfolding in Hell's Kitchen, and the emergence of the Hero Association has infuriated this agent, who typically conceals his emotions. Although Nick Fury is still entangled with Hydra, he has not abandoned his deep-seated intentions for the Avengers. Previously, through Coulson, he had enabled Hilmaria to uncover Hydra's presence within S. H. I. E. L. D. Initially, all seemed well, but subsequently, Hilmaria discovered evidence of Nick Fury's embezzlement. This revelation transformed her from an ally aiding Nick Fury against Pierce into a formidable independent force, bolstered by the support of the Security Council. While Hilmaria may not have strong control over S. H. I. E. L. D., her external influence is anything but insignificant. The thoughts of this individual remain inscrutable. As Nick Fury contemplated Lichi, he could not help but voice his frustrations. Within merely an hour, a multitude of individuals online began to fervently discuss the news concerning the Hero Association. Director, Agent Coulson, glancing at the browsing data in his hands, could not help but speak to Nick Fury. The commercialization of superheroes had indeed begun in such a manner. Although Nick Fury feigned indifference, he secretly harbored a profound envy for Lichi. The 4 heroes within the Hero Association each wielded formidable power. Such superheroes, even if placed within S. H. I. E. L. D., would certainly surpass the likes of Barton and his colleagues. Yet, it seemed that Lichi did not afford them the attention they deserved. What news do we have from Tony Stark? Ever since learning that Stark had developed the iron armor, Nick Fury had become increasingly invested in him. Stark has been quite resistant to our outreach. Our attempts at collaboration have yielded no favorable responses. Coulson found himself at a loss regarding Stark as well. Stark's personality was undeniably distinctive, and his repeated visits had been met with closed doors. The presence of Hydra, in collusion with Obadiah, did not seem to faze him in the slightest. After a moment's reflection, Nick Fury deduced that Stark's confidence must stem from his iron armor. We must ensure that Stark aligns with our interests. His worth is on par with that of Lichi. Upon hearing Fury's assertion, Coulson nodded in agreement. In Serbia, upon returning from New York, Lichi wasted no time and directly proceeded to the municipal hall to meet with Aaron. What is the current situation in the new city? Seated on the sofa, Lichi casually took a sip of the coffee Aaron had prepared for him. In the days since leaving Serbia, significant changes had unfolded. The reconstruction of New City had resumed, and it had welcomed many new residents. It appeared quite comparable to other nations, given that Europe inherently has a sparse population. During this period, we have seen an influx of numerous refugees and illegal immigrants. Aaron set down the documents in her hands and addressed Lichi. It seems that neighboring countries are intentionally directing those refugees and illegal immigrants toward our nation. As she spoke, Aaron exhibited signs of agitation. For these individuals starkly contrasted with the law-abiding citizens. Chaos, filth, violence, and theft, various unsavory traits were invariably associated with this group. Perhaps it would be unwise to condemn them all indiscriminately, yet a firm approach in dealing with them is certainly justified. Have we not deployed personnel to the borders? Lichi, too, held a lack of fondness for these refugees. His country did not require an excess of inhabitants. The dispatch has already been made. Yet the refugees within the country have begun to cause disturbances. In recent days, the crime rate in the new city has surged alarmingly, with numerous incidents of robbery, theft, assault, and murder occurring daily. Upon hearing Aaron's words, Lichi's expression darkened considerably. Summon Pietro, he commanded. Angered, Lichi's demeanor silenced Aaron, prompting her to hastily reach for her phone to call Pietro. As soon as Pietro learned it was Lichi who sought him, he rushed back without delay. What on earth is going on? What have you been occupied with during this time? Lichi inquired, having entrusted most of the national affairs to Aaron and Pietro. Aaron had been tasked with managing a multitude of matters, while the nation's security issues were primarily assigned to Pietro, who, as a speedster, found this responsibility quite effortless. I have been engaged in combat with another speedster. That individual has shown a keen interest in our nation, Pietro responded. Lichi frowned upon hearing this. Previously, Pietro had mentioned an individual known as the Wind Speedster, and it seemed they had now come to blows. Did I not instruct you on how to deal with speedsters? Li Qi remarked, believing that defeating a nascent speedster should not pose a significant challenge for Pietro, especially with the techniques he had imparted. Not yet. My speed surpasses his. He cannot defeat me. I wish to ascertain his intentions towards us, Pietro replied, leaving both Li Qi and Aaron incredulous. It was surprising to see Pietro employing strategy, as he had always been perceived as a reckless brute. Have you discerned his objectives? Li Qi probed. With a hint of shyness, Pietro admitted. I have only learned that the Wind Speedster is associated with an organization called the Ultimate High School Squad, which appears to have been established recently. The Ultimate High School Squad. Upon hearing this name, Li Qi suddenly grasped why the Wind Speedster seemed familiar. The Ultimate High School Squad is a counterfeit organization imitating the neighboring Justice League. Its members mostly consist of parodies of Justice League members, such as Hebron, a mimic of Superman, Princess Power, a counterpart of Wonder Woman, Amphibious, echoing Aquaman, and, of course, the Wind Speedster, a reflection of the Flash. Though these individuals are mere imitations of the Justice League, their abilities fall considerably short of the originals. It remains uncertain how many members this seemingly newly established Ultimate High School Squad currently possesses. The current incarnation of Speedster pales in comparison to the Flash, and the timeline of his emergence diverges significantly from that which Li Qi remembers. It is evident that the entire team at Ji High School should differ from Li Qi's recollections. In Li Qi's view, the Ji High School team possesses both remarkable potential and considerable limitations. Among them are formidable beings such as Hyperion and Dr. Spectrum, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with members of the Justice League. Yet there are also individuals of lesser prowess, like Amphibian. It remains uncertain what sort of entity Pietro now faces. It is imperative that the speedster not be allowed to escape next time. Capturing him should be the priority. Li Qi perceives that the so-called Ji High School team currently lacks significant strength and does not warrant excessive concern. At this juncture, Iron Man has only just made his debut, and the more powerful superhumans have yet to emerge. It stands to reason that the team at Ji High School would not comprise many members. Understood. Pietro nodded in response to Li Qi's words. He harbored considerable confidence in his ability to defeat the speedster. In terms of speed, his years of training have endowed him with an advantage over the recently empowered speedster. As for law enforcement, he decided to entrust that responsibility to the individuals from Valorant, providing them with the techniques of breathing and the 6 forms of the Navy to manage the issues of illegal immigrants and refugees. Regarding the security situation in the new city, Li Qi contemplated and resolved to delegate it to the group from Valorant. These individuals were summoned by him and are entirely trustworthy. Moreover, the overall physical prowess and innate abilities of those from Valorant surpass those of ordinary people in this world. They would swiftly adapt to the techniques of the 6 forms of the Navy and breathing. In this regard, the Valorant individuals are indeed superior, capable of mastering these skills more rapidly and proficiently. Alright, although Eileen was unaware of the origins of the so-called Valorant individuals, much like she was oblivious to the source of the false beings, her unwavering trust in Li Qi prevented her from questioning these matters further. Thus, she conceded the issue of security to them, yet she recognized that without proper control at the borders, refugees and illegal immigrants would continue to flood in. Eileen understood that while the Valorant individuals could maintain order within the new city, as long as the surrounding nations remained unchanged, the influx of refugees and illegal immigrants would persist. Given the vastness of the land, sparsely populated and under government control, it is indeed the ideal location for immigration. Leave this matter to me, Li Qi confidently asserted after Eileen's comments. Now, the frozen fruit of Li Qi has successfully awakened, making it quite effortless to create unmelting ice walls along the border. Those isolation fences and barriers pale in comparison to the formidable ice walls. Li Qi holds little faith in the capability of illegal immigrants and refugees to brave the bitter cold and scale the ice walls he constructs. If they were to succeed, however, he would not be opposed to their inclusion in the new city. After all, anyone capable of overcoming such a barrier would undoubtedly possess their own unique strengths. Such talents would be welcomed by Li Qi. This task is entrusted to you. Although Aaron is uncertain of Li Qi's intentions, her trust in him compels her to hand over the matter entirely. Upon departing from Aaron, Li Qi immediately traverses to the border via the Shadow Kingdom. Next, he gazes upon the abandoned checkpoints and watchtowers along the border, activating the powers of his frozen fruit. The Ice Age begins. A frigid wave erupts within Li Qi, and an ice wall extends from beneath his feet. In mere seconds, a towering ice wall, thousands of meters long and 100 meters high, is erected. Pleased with his creation, Li Qi acknowledges the length of the border still requires his continuous exertion of power. Fortunately, The existence of the Shadow Kingdom allows him to swiftly reach various locations, sparing him the considerable time that would otherwise be wasted in travel. With the completion of the ice wall, Lychee concludes the influence of the spy satellite on other satellites. The situation in Serbia is also captured by the satellites of other major powers. Aside from a few individuals expressing surprise, the majority remain unfazed. Lychee's formidable abilities are hardly a secret to these nations. This is largely due to his tendency to wield his powers without concealment, resulting in his identity being well known among various intelligence organizations. It is precisely because of Lychee's immense strength that his nation-building endeavors have proceeded so smoothly. The distinction between a powerful being constrained by a nation and one unbound by such limitations is significant. The vampires initially supported Lychee precisely for this reason. S-H-I-E-L-D. What an exaggeration. Nick Fury gazes at the ice wall along the Serbian border, gaining a fresh perspective on Lychee's capabilities. Such earth-shattering powers remind him of the only other individual capable of similar feats, one who is not of this world. In a single night, the Hero Association has garnered nearly 1 million fans, marking the apparent success of Lychee's plan. Coulson has been monitoring the developments within the Hero Association throughout the night. The Hero Association, as the inaugural organization dedicated to heroes and aimed at the public, has attracted considerable attention despite its unofficial status. The military, particularly influenced by the hawkish General Ross and his faction, has expressed an unexpectedly cordial stance towards the Hero Association. This benevolence intensified when Yuri consented to create a superhuman for General Ross. The military hawks subsequently became staunch supporters of the Hero Association. Yuri's assurances were not mere fabrications. He has indeed developed a super soldier serum devoid of side effects. After extensive research on Dragon Bone, Yuri has even managed to extract a semblance of superhuman abilities. Energy. Yuri has uncovered the most enigmatic force within the Dragon Bone and can amalgamate this energy with the serum. Once injected into a human, it bestows the user with the capacity to harness this energy. However, a notable drawback is that this energy is finite. Once depleted, it necessitates replenishment. Yuri is diligently working on methods to increase the quantity of this energy, as currently, the energy extracted from a gram of dragon bone lasts merely 10 days. This is clearly inadequate. Even the military, despite their financial prowess, would be reluctant to invest in such a half-baked product. In Yuri's estimation, the energy derived from a gram of dragon bone must sustain a month of combat to be deemed acceptable. Meanwhile, Coulson gazes enviously at the various hero merchandise displayed by the Hero Association. These individuals, lacking in notoriety, have merchandise nearly rivaling that of Captain America. As a devoted admirer of Captain America, Coulson is understandably envious of the rapid rise to fame enjoyed by Jenny and her companions. Nick Fury, overhearing Coulson's musings, has lapsed into contemplation. Chapter 80. Nick Fury is now deliberating whether to leverage Leech's power to vanquish Hydra. He has come to the realization that persuading Leech to join his Avengers is nearly an impossible endeavor. Attempting to morally coerce Leech with notions of justice or righteousness would, in Fury's view, be a farce. If Leech were truly a virtuous individual, he would not have instigated a massacre in Serbia. Fury possesses records of this bloodshed, noting that the casualties far exceed those resulting from a year of conflict in Serbia. Although he has yet to engage Leech directly, Fury is acutely aware that enlisting Leech's assistance would require a substantial expenditure from S-H-I-E-L-D. Currently, Fury is weighing the pros and cons. Prolonging the stalemate with Hydra not only threatens to stagnate the development of S-H-I-E-L-D, but also risks eroding the Council's trust in their organization. Stark Industries. In Obadiah's office, it has been confirmed. This Iron Man is indeed Tony Stark. Crossbones handed a document to Obadiah, featuring footage of Tony Stark eliminating terrorists in the Middle East and battling in Hell's Kitchen and Black Sky. To his surprise, he had indeed succeeded. Obadiah gazed at the Iron Man's suit in the video, his expression more wretched than if he had consumed something vile. Since acquiring partial blueprints from Crossbones, Obadiah had instructed his scientists to commence the creation of the armor. Yet now, with Stark's evidently superior suit unveiled, his own team had not even completed the initial version. It was apparent that Stark had triumphed. If Obadiah did not hasten his efforts, even with their assistance, he would be unable to safeguard his wealth and status. Crossbones silently chuckled at the dismal countenance of Obadiah. For a man favored by peers, Crossbones deemed Obadiah unworthy of Hydra's investment, merely a capitalist obsessed with power, whom Crossbones held in disdain. Obadiah recognized the mockery in Crossbones' words, yet he found no retort. Rising, Obadiah disregarded Crossbones and strode toward the elevator. Stark's success had made Obadiah acutely aware of the urgency of time. He believed that had he been in Stark's position, he would not permit his company to languish in the hands of others for so long. Upon entering the elevator, Obadiah arrived at his laboratory. A towering suit of armor stood prominently in the center, surrounded by a group of scientists engaged in discussion. How much longer until my ironmonger is completed? Obadiah inquired of the lead scientist, Sia Jugo. The structure has been built according to your specifications, with various weapon ports reserved, but the primary issue now is energy. Upon hearing that the ironmonger was inoperative due to energy constraints, Obadiah shouted in frustration, "The arc reactor is right there. You dare tell me energy is a problem? The arc reactor is too large. It cannot be installed in the armor," Sia Jugo replied. In response, Obadiah displayed the video of Tony Stark. "Look, my nephew has managed to miniaturize the arc reactor in an abandoned cave, and you're telling me in the finest laboratory in America that it's too large." Obadiah seized Sia Jugo's slender frame. He refused to accept that Tony Stark alone was more formidable than the entire team of scientists he had assembled. "Our understanding of the arc reactor is woefully inadequate. To miniaturize it, we must commence our research from scratch, which could take no less than 6 months. This is simply unfeasible. We must contemplate alternative strategies." Upon hearing that such an endeavor would require half a year, Obadiah instantly dismissed the notion. He currently lacks the luxury of 6 months. Even with the assistance of Hydra, he cannot afford to delay until then. Tony Stark would never grant him such an opportunity. If only we could obtain a prototype, we would be confident in replicating it within a week. Upon hearing Obadiah's words, Toshia shifted his perspective. If they could acquire a miniaturized arc reactor, they might be able to decipher its technology. The current ironmonger is designed to be significantly larger than its predecessor, necessitating more energy than a single arc reactor can provide. At least 3 are required to initiate the ironmonger. Obadiah listened grimly to Toshia's remarks. Having severed ties with Tony Stark, acquiring an arc reactor now seemed impossible. However, a glimmer of hope emerged. Just when Obadiah believed all was lost, he recalled Hydra. With its multitude of talented individuals, perhaps one of them could assist. When Obadiah relayed this notion to Crossbones, he too thought of someone. Indeed, there exists an individual capable of infiltrating Tony Stark's residence. Eagerly, Obadiah inquired, "Who is it?" "The chameleon, Dmitry Snygalkov," Crossbones replied. Upon hearing this unfamiliar name, Obadiah sought clarification. "Dmitry Snygalkov, who is he?" "A genius active in the underworld. His disguises are virtually flawless, and he has accomplished many tasks for us," Crossbones explained, expressing his admiration for the chameleon's talent and his own methods of disguise. "How do we locate him?" Obadiah asked, realizing the chameleon possessed significant capabilities. "Simply put, if you have the funds, you can procure his services. The chameleon is not affiliated with Hydra. He operates more like a mercenary. For the right price, Dmitry Snygalkov is willing to work for anyone." That is reassuring. Obadiah's mind began to formulate a plan involving the chameleon. As he now found himself unable to access Tony Stark's villa, only 3 individuals could still enter: Stark's secretary, Pepper Potts, his savior, Ethan, and his close friend, James Rhodes. Regardless of which guise the chameleon assumes, these 3 individuals can undoubtedly gain access to Tony Stark's villa. Chapter 81, Serbia. Li Chi remains oblivious to the events transpiring in New York and is unaware that Spider-Man's nemesis has made an appearance far earlier than anticipated. As Li Chi liberates the Valorant individuals, those previously rampant in the new city are met with a reckoning. The group from Valorant, summoned by Li Chi, executes his commands with unwavering diligence. As Li Chi envisioned, although these individuals from the Valorant continent may not possess the extraordinary talents of champions like Garen, their abilities far surpass those of the average person in this world. For instance, warriors trained in the Marine 6 styles, who have undergone serum injections, require a year to master a couple of formidable techniques. In contrast, these visitors from the Valorant realm can demonstrate such skills within a month, exhibiting remarkable proficiency in their breathing techniques. At the community center, a gathering of African Americans congregates. It seems that the regulations have tightened significantly in recent days. Did they not just claim that the governance of this nation had recently been restored? A heavily tattooed individual among them laments to his companions. "The rulers of this country are quite extraordinary. Perhaps we should consider returning to France if things continue this way. The racial discrimination here is intolerable. Upon my return, I shall expose the injustices of this nation." Another member of the group nods in agreement, having witnessed the combat personnel emerging from the base in recent days. These individuals are entirely different from the police of the past. Some have been executed for merely stealing trivial items. This has led their gang to feel that Serbia harbors an egregious bias against them. In other countries, their skin color would typically elicit no such mistreatment. Indeed, several voices echo in agreement, as they believe that being black should not subject them to such treatment. Just as they converse, a cadre of imposing figures, clad in police uniforms and towering over 2 meters, approaches them. Identification. The leader of the group, Eddie, hailing from the Valorant continent and now a police officer in the new city, commands. What identification? The African-American initially stares blankly at Eddie, before recalling that the so-called identification must refer to the Serbian residency permit. Clearly, as illegal immigrants, they possess none of these documents. Realizing this, one of them turns to flee. In the instant he moves, Eddie and his colleagues spring into action. Compared to these individuals, Eddie and his team exhibit far greater strength. In a heartbeat, the group of African Americans finds themselves pinned to the ground. It appears you lack identification, Eddie remarks. Eddie gazed down at the African man he had pinned to the ground and spoke with a tone of playful irony. You consider yourselves fortunate, for our king believes your crimes do not warrant death. Instead, if you undergo labor reform, you may become residents of the new city. How delightful, is it not? The group of Africans, upon hearing Eddie's words, heaved a sigh of relief, grateful that their fate would not mirror that of their companions from days past, who had been summarily executed. Sir, may I inquire what labor reform entails? We possess no skills, one of the Africans ventured to ask, emboldened by the absence of immediate peril. Fear not, you are more than capable. After all, your ancestors were adept at such tasks. Interjected a returning member from the border before Eddie could respond. This remark shattered the composure of the group, inciting a torrent of vitriolic curses directed at Eddie and his companions, replete with accusations of racial discrimination and violations of treaties. Eddie, observing the most vociferous among them, delivered a swift and forceful punch. The impact reverberated through the air, rendering the man unconscious. With that singular blow, Eddie stripped away the defiance of the remaining Africans, silencing them entirely. Witnessing their subdued state, Eddie and his allies grasped the veracity of their king's words. There was no need to regard these individuals as human. Back in New York, Leach remained oblivious to the thoroughness with which Eddie and the others from Valoran carried out their orders. Even if he had been aware, Leach would have remained indifferent. The fate of this group of Africans held no significance for him. Should anyone accuse him of racism, he would readily concede the point. Within Stark's villa, Ms. Potts entered Tony Stark's laboratory. Ms. Potts, the gentleman has yet to return. You may wait in the living room. Jarvis's voice resonated as Potts pushed open the laboratory door. Paying little heed to Jarvis's words, she began to survey the room. Noticing her actions, Jarvis promptly relayed the information to Tony Stark. Potts. Tony, watching the footage of her, felt an inexplicable sense of unease. However, trusting Potts, he instructed Jarvis to disregard her presence. Subsequently, Tony focused intently on neutralizing the group of terrorists before him. With the permissions granted by Tony, Jarvis ceased to impede Potts's exploration, allowing her to wander freely within the laboratory, where Tony had been diligently researching the next generation of Mark armor. Seeing that there was nothing of significance to take, Potts began to search for anything related to the arc reactor. After a thorough search, she discovered the very arc reactor that Tony Stark had used upon his return from the desert. This must be it. With the object in her possession, Potts turned to leave. Jarvis attempted to intervene, but Stark, preoccupied with his battle, remained unaware of the situation. It was only after Stark had completed his task that he grasped what had transpired. Jarvis, call Potts. Stark was more concerned about Potts' safety than the arc reactor itself. If the individual in the video was not Potts, then where was she? The call connected swiftly. Tony, is there something wrong? Where are you? Upon hearing Potts' voice, Stark exhaled in relief and inquired. I'm at the hospital. What's the matter? The news of Potts being in the hospital made Stark anxious. I accidentally hit a child while driving. I've been here with her all afternoon. As she spoke, Potts lamented about her car, asserting that had the brakes not failed, her driving skills would have prevented the incident. At that moment, Stark realized that Potts' predicament was likely orchestrated by the imposter who had taken her appearance. Chapter 82. Upon returning to the villa, Stark once again reviewed the surveillance footage. The doppelganger bore an uncanny resemblance to Potts, both in appearance and behavior. Who could this individual be? As Stark scrutinized the video of the chameleon-like Potts, he found himself momentarily unable to discern any differences from the genuine article. Just then, Potts entered the room. Tony, what's the urgency? She was evidently well acquainted with Stark. Through their phone conversation, she had already sensed something was amiss with him. You need to see this. As Potts approached, Stark beckoned her over. Upon glancing at the screen, she was confronted with the image of herself stealing the arc reactor. Who is this? Bewildered, Potts stared at the video showing her doppelganger. Had she not been certain of her whereabouts in the hospital all afternoon? She might have questioned whether she had sleepwalked into Stark's villa. This person impersonated you this afternoon to steal the arc reactor I created in the cave. I extracted the fingerprints they left behind. Interestingly, they match yours perfectly, as Tony Stark observed with a curious expression. He marveled at the ability to completely disguise oneself as another individual. This remarkable talent astonished him, as it was a skill he had encountered for the very first time. What, then, was the purpose behind the theft of the arc reactor? Did he not claim that the reactor was nearly depleted of energy? Pepper Potts, upon seeing Tony, was unable to discern the identity of the imposter who had assumed his likeness and chose to divert her attention elsewhere, redirecting her focus towards the arc reactor. She pondered the fact that the disguised individual seemed to have initially targeted the reactor. His prior actions appeared to be mere distractions. Otherwise, he would not have hastily retreated after acquiring the reactor. It was likely that he was sent by Obadiah, who alone displayed such intense interest in the arc reactor. After a moment of contemplation, Tony deduced that this adept imitator must have been dispatched by Obadiah, for no one else would exhibit such urgency regarding the reactor. Obadiah? Presently. Due to his machinations, a substantial quantity of weapons was being sold to the Middle East. During this time, Pepper had not remained idle. Her investigation into Obadiah had continued unabated. Her recent inquiries had unveiled that he was secretly peddling a vast array of weapons. Indeed, that scoundrel. Although Tony had long been aware of Obadiah's illicit dealings, each revelation ignited his fury anew. At Stark Industries, Obadiah sat in his office, gazing at the arc reactor on his desk. He extolled Dmitry Nechayev, saying, "I did not anticipate you would succeed so swiftly, truly deserving of the moniker chameleon." Dmitry's visage appeared pale, resembling that of a malevolent specter. It was evident that the face he wore was not his true countenance. Perhaps only the hunter Craven had glimpsed Dmitry's real appearance. As he toyed with a coin in his hand, Dmitry addressed Obadiah, "Let us dispense with pleasantries. Where's my payment?" He had grown weary of flattery, preferring tangible currency over mere accolades. "Rest assured, you shall not be shortchanged," Obadiah replied, harboring no dissatisfaction with Dmitry's demeanor. Recognizing the value of such a capable individual, Obadiah sought to cultivate a partnership. Today, he had successfully procured the arc reactor from Tony. Tomorrow, Dmitry could aid him in acquiring other valuable assets. As Obadiah executed the necessary arrangements, the funds were promptly transferred to the account designated by Dmitry. Observing the funds that had just been deposited, Dmitry promptly turned to leave. This solitary figure would not bind himself to any single employer, for doing so would render him a thorn in the side of other factions. Dmitry was acutely aware of this reality. Obadiah, witnessing Dmitry's unhesitating departure, felt a twinge of irritation. He had not anticipated that his attempts at persuasion would yield no results, which led him to question his own allure. In Obadiah's estimation, it seemed improbable that he would be unable to attract even a single mercenary. Had Dmitry been aware of Obadiah's thoughts, he undoubtedly would have mocked him. It was indeed laughable for a weapons dealer to aspire to recruit a master of disguise such as Dmitry. Diverting his thoughts from Dmitry, Obadiah, carrying the arc reactor, made his way to the laboratory. "Dr. Tsuchiya, here is the arc reactor you requested." Upon presenting the reactor, Tsuchiya Shijuku's face lit up with surprise as he eagerly accepted it. "Now that I have delivered the item, I expect no further excuses from you." Gazing at the imposing ironmonger, Obadiah issued his final ultimatum to Tsuchiya and his team. In contrast to Tony's Mark series, Obadiah had a particular fondness for the robust and colossal ironmonger. As a weapons dealer, he took meticulous care in outfitting his creation with an array of weaponry, from the most fundamental Gatling guns and grenade launchers to various larger missiles. Coupled with exceptionally thick armor, the ironmonger resembled a fortress of war. Not only did it boast formidable firepower, but its defensive capabilities were also of the highest caliber. Perhaps its only weakness lay in its power source. Despite the potential of installing 3 or 4 arc reactors, such a massive machine could not achieve significant speed. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. As Obadiah admired the ironmonger, Tsuchiya Shijuku suddenly exclaimed. The arc reactor created by Tony Stark in the cave paled in comparison to the refined version Tony currently utilized. Both the materials and design were rather rudimentary, yet the ingenuity embedded within astonished the scientists present. "So, are you now capable of producing it?" Upon hearing Tsuchiya's exclamation, Obadiah turned to him. "Yes, with this prototype, we will soon be able to manufacture it." Tsuchiya nodded vigorously, holding the arc reactor in his hands. Obadiah was quite pleased with Tsuchiya's response. After offering a few words of encouragement, he turned and departed. The Iron Overlord is nearing operational readiness, and within Obadiah's heart, the murderous intent toward Tony Stark has once again surged. To Obadiah, As long as Tony remains alive, his position will always be precarious. Only with Tony Stark's complete demise can Obadiah feel secure. Meanwhile, at Umbrella Corporation, Natasha is briefing Leech on matters concerning the Heroes Association. In recent days, the Heroes Association has garnered a substantial following, with the merchandise we launched generating a staggering $30 million in revenue. While Natasha had contemplated the profitability of commercializing superheroes, she never anticipated such extraordinary success. Merely some posters and shirts, which cost little to produce, are selling for hundreds of dollars. Jenny's poster collection, in particular, is fetching over $1,000, with eager buyers lining up. This is hardly surprising. One must not underestimate the power of fan economics. Idol groups thrive on their fan base, and our superheroes are no different. Leech is not at all astonished by the superheroes' earning potential. After all, the world of the boys has demonstrated how marketing superheroes can elevate a corporation to monumental heights. The mere acknowledgement of Tony Stark as Iron Man caused Stark Industries stock to skyrocket, illustrating the lucrative nature of superhero commercialization. Among the four of them, Jenny and Jet are undoubtedly the most popular, while Jessica and Luke Cage lag significantly behind. Natasha has also assessed the commercial value of these four superheroes. Jenny, being a prominent star in the magical realm, effortlessly amassed a large fan base after a few appearances. Jet's rugged, stoic demeanor has similarly captivated many urban women. In contrast, Luke Cage and Jessica appear quite ordinary in comparison, both in personality and image. Luke Cage's character is immutable, yet Jessica possesses the potential for transformation. Leech believes Luke Cage is destined to remain a less popular hero, and it may be wiser to make him more relatable. Jessica, being younger, still has room for improvement. Additionally, the growth of the Heroes Association has attracted some underground heroes seeking to join. The question remains whether to accept them. As she speaks, Natasha produces a list and hands it to Leech, containing the names of those wishing to join the Heroes Association. As the only existing superhero organization, the Heroes Association holds considerable allure for these heroes, not to mention the logistical support, salaries, and intelligence assistance it offers. Upon receiving the list, Leech notices several familiar names. By who? Awa Ayala, the dual-wielding young man Matthew Hawk, Erica, and the songbird Melissa John Gold. The remaining so-called superheroes are shrouded in mystery for Leech, who is quite curious about the current states of these four individuals he recognizes. It seems that Matthew Hawk has recently ascended to the role of the second-generation dual-wielding hero. His strength remains uncertain. Meanwhile, although Melissa John Gold's vocal cords remain intact, she is unable to harness her vocal energy as she once could. These individuals may be evaluated further before their acceptance. Leech does not intend to obstruct those wishing to join, as the more superheroes there are in the Hero Association, the better. By the way, General Ross is scheduled to visit today, and Yuri has already confirmed this with him. Natasha's reminder brings to Leech's mind the significance of hosting such an important partner today. The Umbrella Corporation is now closely allied with General Ross, with a substantial portion of both the Blood Orchid Serum and the Superhuman Serum being supplied to the military. It can be said that military funding constitutes a significant part of Umbrella's monthly revenue. In the afternoon, General Ross arrived at the Umbrella headquarters accompanied by his subordinates. Leech personally welcomed him. Mr. Leech, this marks our first face-to-face meeting, General Ross remarked, a hint of nostalgia in his voice as he surveyed Leech. Their previous transactions and communications had all been conducted through Kyle. Indeed, I understand your purpose here. Yuri will arrive shortly. As he spoke, Leech assessed the two individuals accompanying General Ross. One was Kyle, while the other appeared to be Blonsky. Whether Bruce Banner has transformed into the Hulk remains unknown, but Blonsky has yet to become the Abomination. As Leech engaged in casual conversation with General Ross, Yuri entered the room. Hello, leader, and this esteemed General Ross. Yuri greeted, appearing somewhat disheveled. He addressed General Ross directly, stating, I have two proposals for you, one biological and one mechanical. I wonder which one you would prefer. Yuri has successfully resolved the challenge of Dragonbone, having developed a serum for super soldiers capable of releasing energy. After testing, users who have injected the Dragonbone serum exhibited remarkable strength. Encased in energy, their defense was significantly enhanced, as was their destructive power. Thus, Yuri elaborated on the Dragonbone serum to General Ross and presented a video showcasing combat scenarios following the serum's injection. Observing the footage on the tablet, General Ross expressed his satisfaction with the Dragonbone serum. However, upon hearing that monthly injections of supplementary agents would be required, General Ross furrowed his brow and remarked, the biological division has already been consulted. What type pertains to the mechanical? In response to General Ross's inquiry, Yuri opened a nearby crate and revealed a pair of colossal gauntlets. Exoskeletal armament. Observing the complete set presented by Yuri, Li Qi was somewhat taken aback. This apparatus was the Hextech Atlas gauntlets from the Battle of the Twin Cities, which Li Qi had acquired a few days prior. However, the version he received was damaged, prompting him to hand it over to Yuri. Upon examining the Atlas gauntlets, Yuri expressed considerable satisfaction. Despite the significant damage, there remained many redeeming qualities. By integrating the technology of the Atlas gauntlets with his research on Jet's Gatling arm, Yuri crafted a new pair of Atlas gauntlets. Moreover, due to their modular nature, utilizing the Atlas gauntlets did not necessitate a complete transformation of the arms into machinery. Additionally, the absence of the Hextech gemstone as a power source made reliance on Yuri's developed battery energy considerably more challenging. Chapter 84. General Ross regarded the gauntlets before him, and the image of Tony Stark's Iron Man suit surfaced in his mind. The military was undeniably envious of Stark's armored suit. Yet Tony Stark was no ordinary entrepreneur devoid of connections. Howard Stark bequeathed to Tony not only immense wealth, but also an intricate web of relationships across various spheres, which constituted a significant asset for him. Nonetheless, Ross discerned that the Atlas gauntlets before him differed from the Iron Man suit. I desire both. Name your terms. After contemplating for a considerable time, Ross found himself unable to relinquish either option when faced with Yuri's two proposals. Their military yearned for such supernatural capabilities, investing countless resources each year, yet successful projects remained scarce. In fact, Umbrella's investments yielded the highest returns for the military thus far. Do you wish for both? Certainly. It was Li Qi who spoke next. Such matters required his guidance. Both the Dragonbone Serum and the Atlas gauntlets held little significance for him, and if he could barter with Ross for greater gains, it would be most advantageous. What does Mr. Li seek? At this moment, Ross appeared akin to an ancient urban gentleman, his demeanor starkly contrasting the typical image of the thunderous general. Supernatural artifacts. It is likely that the military has amassed quite a collection. Rather than allowing them to gather dust in your possession, it would be prudent to entrust them to us for research. If the SHIELD can accumulate such a multitude of supernatural items, it is hard to believe that the U.S. military lacks similar assets. After some contemplation, Ross acquiesced. Indeed, as Li Qi remarked, they possessed numerous supernatural objects. Yet their research yielded little insight. The Dragonbone Serum was to be assigned to Bronsky, while the Atlas gauntlets would be given to Kyle. Bronsky, a valued subordinate of Ross, and Kyle, his trusted assistant, reflected the importance Ross placed on them. In contrast to the Dragonbone Serum, the Atlas gauntlets, which would not affect the user directly, were clearly of greater significance to Ross. Is that acceptable? Li Qi inquired, casting a glance towards Yuri, who nodded in affirmation. No problem, the items are prepared. With that, Yuri led the group to the subterranean laboratory. The Atlas gauntlets were relatively straightforward, requiring only minor adjustments for use. Conversely, the Dragonbone Serum was far more complex, necessitating specialized equipment for injection. Upon arriving at the research facility, Yuri placed Bronsky into a massive incubation chamber. A syringe filled with the Dragonbone Serum penetrated Bronsky's body, and as the serum coursed through him, his vitality surged dramatically. Observing the rise in Bronsky's body temperature, Yuri promptly activated a lever nearby. In an instant, a substantial volume of chilled nutrient solution flooded the chamber. The infusion of the nutrient solution stabilized Bronsky's temperature within a safe range. As his temperature continued to decrease, the rhythm of his heartbeat intensified, indicating that his body was undergoing remarkable transformations. To naturally harness such potent energy without rigorous training is no simple feat.
It is well known that heroes like Iron Fist and others have endured arduous trials and tribulations to master the force of Qi. Yet now,
a single vial of Dragonbone Serum could surpass years of their arduous training, emphasizing the alarming potential of Yuri's invention. As the nutrient solution diminished, Bronsky's physique grew increasingly robust, his height surpassing 2 meters, and his muscles becoming distinctly pronounced. Such transformation, one might imagine, could rival even the legendary Captain America. General Ross, undoubtedly familiar with tales of Captain America, found it astonishing to witness Bronsky's metamorphosis before his very eyes. That should suffice. Yuri gazed at the absorbed nutrient solution and pressed the button to activate the cultivation chamber beside him. A plume of white steam erupted as the chamber opened. Bronsky emerged, stretching his limbs as he stepped out. How do you feel? Ross inquired, approaching Bronsky. I feel absolutely fantastic, Bronsky exclaimed, sensing boundless energy within him. As he clenched his fist, a yellow aura enveloped it. I feel as though I could overturn a tank. He swung his fist, reveling in the power coursing through him. Mr. Li, I've heard of your formidable strength. Allow me to witness it. Bronski, brimming with bravado, charged towards Lee. However, before Bronski could reach him, a chilling aura instantaneously froze him in place. The speed of the freezing took even Ross by surprise. He merely observed as Bronski took 2 steps before transforming into a solid block of ice. This left Ross with a newfound understanding of Lee's formidable power. Bronski, having just acquired his strength, is a bit reckless. Let us not stoop to his level, Ross remarked, looking at the frozen Bronski, and he implored Lee to spare him. With a crack, as Lee's power dissipated, the ice began to shatter. Emerging from the fragments, Bronski gazed at Lee, his eyes filled with trepidation. He had no desire to experience that numbing sensation again. Let us go see if Kyle has completed his preparations, Ross suggested, concerned that Bronski might cause further trouble. The installation of the Atlas gauntlets was no simple task. After all, wielding such massive gauntlets required additional mechanical assistance. Although Yuri had modified the Atlas gauntlets, they could not match the original's agility. Nonetheless, the electrical stimulation of muscles and nerves made it easier for the user to maneuver the gauntlets, and prolonged use could enhance the user's physical capabilities. Upon arriving at another laboratory, they found Kyle had successfully donned the Atlas gauntlets. In addition to the gauntlets, he was equipped with armor on his torso and legs. The batteries attached to the gauntlets could sustain their maximum power output for 10 hours. Chapter 85. After fully donning the Atlas gauntlets, Kyle realized they did not impose much of a burden. Instead, they facilitated his combat abilities, and the subtle electrical currents caused him no discomfort whatsoever. With a vigorous swing of the colossal gauntlet in his grasp, Kyle felt an exhilarating rush. The notion of becoming a superhero had never crossed his mind in the course of his previous existence. How does it feel, Kyle? Ross observed the elated Kyle with a hint of surprise. Traditionally, Kyle maintained a demeanor of cool detachment, seldom revealing such emotions. Meanwhile, Blonsky cast envious glances at the Atlas gauntlet adorning Kyle's hands, believing that having acquired formidable strength, the addition of the gauntlet would undoubtedly augment his power. However, having previously witnessed Li Chi's overwhelming prowess, Blonsky hesitated to voice his innermost thoughts. At that moment, Yuri glanced at Blonsky and then turned his attention to Kyle, suddenly proposing, "Why not have a match between the two of you to ascertain who is stronger?" Upon hearing Yuri's suggestion, Blonsky and Kyle exchanged glances, both eager to gauge each other's capabilities. Ross, recognizing their mutual curiosity, interjected, "In that case, let us determine who possesses greater strength." Umbrella was equipped with a designated training area, perfectly suitable for a duel between Blonsky and Kyle. As the group made their way to the training grounds, they encountered Kayla and her companions, who were taking a respite there. Upon spotting Li Chi, they hurried over. "Boss, it's been a while since we last saw you." Their joy at reuniting was palpable. "You all should take a breather. Our guests are eager to utilize the training facility." Li Chi was pleased to see Kayla and the others adapting well to life in New York. Many children emerging from the bases struggled to acclimate to the vastness of this metropolis, their indifference toward the law rendering them ill-equipped for modern society. Had it not been for the existence of Serbia, Li Chi often pondered how to provide for those children in the base. Soon, after clearing the training area, Blonsky and Kyle prepared to engage. A low hum reverberated as Kyle activated the Atlas gauntlet, and Blonsky seized the initiative, launching an assault on Kyle. The energy coalesced around Blonsky's arm, propelling a fierce strike toward him. Kyle, with the Atlas gauntlet now operational, raised both hands defensively before him. The clash of Blonsky's fist against the gauntlet resonated with a sharp sound. Under the influence of the energy, Blonsky's once mortal arm now rivaled the hardness of steel. As a seasoned combatant within the military, Blonsky's fighting techniques were exceptionally formidable. Faced with the ineffectiveness of his initial strike, he swiftly recalibrated his approach. A swift kick was aimed at Kyle's lower region. In Bronowski's perspective, the most significant flaw of the Atlas gauntlets lay in their disproportionate weight distribution. Being heavily armored above yet inadequately protected below, should Kyle be struck by Bronowski's attack, it would be an inevitable consequence. With a sharp sound, Kyle discerned Bronowski's intentions and promptly activated the charging mode of the Atlas gauntlets. A substantial volume of gas was expelled from the gauntlets, propelling Kyle's fist towards Bronowski with astonishing speed. Although the charging time was less than a second, the force was sufficient to send Bronowski flying like a volleyball. Bang! It was only upon crashing against the wall that Bronowski's body came to a halt. Had he not swiftly enveloped himself in an energy shield, Kyle's punch would have undoubtedly fractured several bones. Remarkable. Ross observed the brief skirmish between Bronowski and Kyle with great satisfaction, though the encounter lasted but an instant. Both Kyle and Bronowski showcased their distinctive attributes. The versatility of the energy and the formidable power of the Atlas gauntlets were vividly illustrated in that fleeting exchange. Bronowski rose from the ground and charged at Kyle once more, while Kyle prepared to charge the Atlas gauntlets again. As Bronowski neared, he unleashed a powered punch aimed at him. Having learned from his previous encounter, Bronowski remained vigilant, readying himself as he saw the gas being expelled from the gauntlets. With the agility of a monkey, he skillfully vaulted behind Kyle. Unaware of the impending attack from behind, Kyle became the perfect target for Bronowski's assault. Enveloped in energy, Bronowski's right arm swung down in a powerful elbow strike towards Kyle's back. Thud! The impact caused Kyle to collapse to the ground. The vulnerability of his back was the sole weakness of the Atlas gauntlets, and even Yuri was unable to provide superior defensive equipment to enhance it. That's enough. Observing the fallen Kyle, Ross called an end to their combat. In comparison, he noted that the Dragon Bone serum exhibited a significantly greater potency. Were it not for the necessity of monthly booster shots, the serum would surpass even the Super Soldier serum. Nevertheless, from General Ross's viewpoint, the Atlas gauntlets were equally formidable. Had Kyle's combat skills been more refined, Bronowski would not have triumphed so easily. Unfortunately, Kyle had always been in a civilian role, despite his overall excellence. He remained at a considerable disadvantage compared to a seasoned warrior like Bronowski. I hope for a pleasant collaboration. Ross, who intends to showcase Kyle and Brodsky, has also extended a hand to Li Chi, a harmonious partnership. In the office of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury received a handgun from Coulson. Director, it appears that Hydra is about to make a significant move. These items were discovered by Barton. Fury's countenance darkened with fury upon seeing the weapon. Damn it. I never anticipated they would be infiltrating there as well. Nick Fury has long been studying the Tesseract, aspiring to create energy weapons. Particularly after witnessing the powers of Li Chi and his allies, Fury's sense of security has diminished, prompting him to intensify the development of the Tesseract. To date, a pistol-shaped energy weapon has been developed, though it has yet to be deployed in combat. Now, however, Barton, while stealthily infiltrating the Hydra base, has encountered Hydra operatives wielding this energy weapon. How could this not incite Fury's wrath? He has invested substantial resources, yet the energy pistol remains untested in battle. Meanwhile, Hydra has clandestinely beat him to it. I have detained all the researchers within the base, Coulson remarked, noticing Fury's distress. Chapter 86. Since discovering Hydra's presence within S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury has become exceedingly diligent in verifying the identities of his subordinates. He has a particular disdain for the scientists and researchers in the lab, wishing to trace their ancestry. Yet, despite such stringent measures, Fury has failed to prevent Hydra from stealing the energy weapon. The occurrence has left him infuriated. Conduct a thorough investigation to uncover who among us is Hydra. In this moment, Fury realized the urgent need to address the Hydra issue. Otherwise, prolonging the conflict would only empower Hydra further. Contemplating his available resources, Fury recognized the vast number of exposed Hydra members, including several high-ranking government officials. If he cannot swiftly eliminate Pierce and the upper echelons of Hydra, their retaliation would be a terrifying prospect. Had Hilmaria aligned with him, Fury would not feel such urgency. However, Hilmaria is currently collaborating with Hydra against him. With the support of the Council, Hilmaria's overall strength is not inferior to that of Fury and Pierce. Though she may lack significant influence within S.H.I.E.L.D., her impact remains considerable. In light of the current circumstances, Nick Fury has resolved to accept any reasonable demands from Leech. If this stalemate continues, S.H.I.E.L.D. is on the brink of disintegration. The Hero Association, though not numerous, occupies a rather spacious building. Recently, the streets of New York have been increasingly overrun by nefarious elements. With the fall of the Hand, a new gang has emerged, and these individuals seem inescapable. Jessica reclines on the sofa, recounting recent events. Since joining the Hero Association, her life has transformed significantly. Although Jessica's family is no longer with her, the backing of the Hero Association and Umbrella has ensured that all insurance claims previously owed by various companies have been settled, rendering her a modest heiress. Yet, perhaps due to her origins in Hell's Kitchen, Jessica's activities remain concentrated in that vicinity. However, she is no longer confined solely to Hell's Kitchen. Such circumstances are inevitable. Just as the Hand was vanquished, new powers will inevitably seize their territory. The allure of profit will compel countless individuals to take risks. Luke Cage observes Jessica's despondency and understands her plight. Before acquiring her superpowers, Jessica was merely an ordinary student, largely oblivious to the harsh realities of society. In contrast, Luke, having navigated the streets from a young age, comprehends these dynamics all too well. Unless these gangs are decisively defeated, new forces will always emerge to fill the void. Listening to Luke, Jessica refrains from further commentary. She is well aware of the truth in his words. Rather than dwelling on these thoughts, they might better utilize their time to train, so they are not left vulnerable when confronted by formidable foes. Just then, Jet enters. Observing the silence between the two and addressing them. Having witnessed their previous battle against Lady Bullseye, Jet believes that despite their formidable abilities, Jessica and Luke have failed to harness their full potential. Under normal circumstances, either one should be capable of holding their own against Lady Bullseye. Yet the reality is that even together, they could not triumph over her. The crux of the issue lies in their lack of combat skills, which pales in comparison to Lady Bullseye's mastery. Understood, Jessica replies, appearing somewhat lethargic on the sofa, lacking enthusiasm for the practice of martial arts techniques. In the present day, the gang members within Hell's Kitchen pose no significant threat to Jessica and Luke Cage. They have not encountered adversaries like Madame Gao in recent days. Newcomers are set to join them soon, allowing for collaborative efforts. Jet is also reminded of the impending arrival of White Tiger and others into the Hero Association. Currently, the organization comprises merely 4 members, barely sufficient to address the myriad issues plaguing New York, let alone the entirety of the United States. The arrival of new members is indeed a welcome relief. Otherwise, one might assume that the Hero Association consisted solely of their small group. As Jessica converses, she notices Ginny returning from an outing and inquires, "Did you find what you were seeking?" Ginny shakes her head in response. Unlike the other 3, Ginny has been tasked with managing the legacy of the Hand organization during this period. The most critical aspects involve the Hand's methods of utilizing dragon bones and matters concerning the Black Sky. As a multinational entity, the Hand oversees more than just the factory in Hell's Kitchen. Each of its 5 fingers wields considerable influence, with their subordinates extending beyond mere hand ninjas, though their utmost trust lies with them. Having uncovered a portion of the information, Ginny deems it unnecessary to pursue the remaining locations. The site she visited today had already been compromised, and regrettably, they were unable to breach the final wall. Had they succeeded, Ginny would not have obtained the items she did today. Nonetheless, she is content with today's findings, which involve the sealing techniques of Qi, akin to binding the dragon bone's power beneath Manhattan's underground islands. After organizing her discoveries, Ginny promptly returns to the villa. Inside the villa, Li Qi engages in conversation with Aaron. The talents of those individuals are indeed formidable, he remarks. After administering Yuri's dragon bone serum, they are able to cultivate Qi. Aaron observes the excitement radiating from Li Qi's face. The dragon bone serum, a remarkable substance, is naturally reserved for their own. In addition to the initial members of his base, Li Qi has also distributed the serum to a few from Valorant. However, he had not anticipated the extraordinary talents of these individuals. Under the influence of the dragon bone serum, they are now capable of harnessing the power of Qi, something that has not manifested in others. This indicates that a substantial number of Qi users will soon emerge under Li Qi's command. Chapter 87. With the ice walls you have created and these Valorant warriors, the domestic environment has indeed improved significantly. Eileen couldn't help but chuckle as she thought of those laboring individuals, often derogatorily referred to. These individuals are currently contributing to the construction of the city. Li Qi, upon hearing Eileen's words, also smiled, harboring no sympathy for these illegal immigrants and vagrants. However, their presence has elicited some unfavorable sentiments on the international stage. Eileen, living in the moment, pulled out her phone and showed Li Qi a few articles. The essence of these articles revolved around allegations of racial discrimination in Serbia and various politically correct issues. Observing these reports, Li Qi expressed his disdain, suggesting that Pietro should pay a visit since these individuals seemed to be enjoying an unwarranted comfort. Li Qi found it perplexing how the media dared to publish such stories, considering the formidable barriers established along the borders should have made it clear that Serbia is a significant power. After their discussion about Serbia, Wanda approached them. She was feeling rather bored, as both New York and Serbia lacked excitement. Having mastered all the magic at her disposal, Wanda found herself increasingly restless. Rest assured, this world will soon be bustling with activity, Li Qi remarked, noticing Wanda's ennui without much concern. The Shadow Ninja, his most adept agent, had already informed him that the Ironmonger had been assembled at Stark Industries. This revelation indicated that Tony Stark's identity as Iron Man would soon be unveiled. It remained uncertain whether, with the advent of the Heroes Association, Tony Stark could still stir up such a significant commotion. In that case, Wanda responded, she could only wait patiently. If you are truly bored, you might consider seeking out Jenny and her companions. Absolutely not, she retorted. Wanda felt averse to spending time with Genelia Light, a woman whose allure surpassed her own. Particularly in Li Qi's presence, Wanda often concealed herself whenever Genelia was around. Although Wanda initially held confidence in her own physique, witnessing Genelia's exaggerated figure diminished that assurance. Then perhaps you should stay by my side for the next few days. Who knows what intriguing events may unfold. Observing Wanda's reaction, Li Qi decided it would be best for her to accompany him. According to the Shadow Ninja's intelligence, the confrontation between Obadiah and Tony Stark was imminent. The prospect of staying close to Li Qi brought a glimmer of joy to Wanda's expression, revealing her true intentions. Li Qi, understanding her thoughts, realized he had been cleverly deceived. Nevertheless, Li Qi remained indifferent to this matter. The following morning, he remarkably rose early. It marked the 3rd anniversary of his arrival in this world, presenting him not only with an opportunity for a monthly sign-in, but also a yearly one. Unlike the daily and monthly sign-ins, the yearly sign-in guaranteed the acquisition of valuable items. After a brief morning routine, Li Qi did not hastily proceed with the yearly sign-in. Instead, he first engaged in 3 daily sign-ins. Reward obtained, Armory 1. Reward obtained, 100 fuel card. Reward obtained, Mechanical crossbow 100. Upon reviewing the rewards from the 3 daily sign-ins, Li Qi exhibited little emotional fluctuation. Among the rewards, only the armory held some utility. The rest were entirely inconsequential. The fuel card was of no interest to him, especially considering its meager limit of 100. As for the mechanical crossbow, despite its fine craftsmanship, it too was rendered useless in his hands. However, the armory was indeed a valuable asset, containing a plethora of weapons and equipment. It boasted a variety of light weaponry, as well as heavy artillery such as armed helicopters and tanks. It appeared that fortune smiled upon me. Observing the armory, Li Qi felt quite fortunate. To obtain something worthwhile from 3 daily sign-ins was a testament to an extraordinarily favorable streak, even for him. Without hesitation, he opted for the monthly sign-in. Reward obtained, Zoan type Inu no Mi, mythical form, great mouth, true god. Gazing at the reward from the monthly sign-in, even Li Qi felt a hint of surprise. It is worth noting that his current development relied heavily on the natural ice fruit. Now, to acquire the Zoan type Inu no Mi, mythical form, great mouth, true god, from a mere monthly sign-in was astonishing. This was no ordinary animal fruit. As the One-Piece version continued to evolve, the mythical Zoan type devil fruits had become even rarer than their natural counterparts. This Zoan type Inu no Mi, in its mythical form, possessed no debilitating side effect of losing strength upon contact with seawater. Its capabilities could be described as fearsome. Delving into his memories, Li Qi recalled the descriptions of the abilities associated with this mythical fruit. He remembered that Kaido had invested considerable effort to procure this devil fruit, ultimately forcing Yamato to consume it. This devil fruit enabled its user to transform into the legendary wolf god, the great mouth, true god, endowing them not only with formidable regenerative abilities and the strength of a beast, but also with the capacity to generate cold air within their body, which could be expelled as a chilling breath to launch attacks. It can be said that by consuming this particular devil fruit, one is destined to become a formidable force. Regarding the ownership of this devil fruit, Li Qi had already made his decision upon acquiring it. Among the core members under Li Qi's command, only Eren lacked the means to protect herself. Thus, this devil fruit was directly reserved for Eren by Li Qi. Surely, Eren would be overjoyed upon consuming this fruit. After securely stowing the devil fruit, Li Qi took a deep breath. As Li Qi's thoughts solidified, the system confirmed the successful sign-in. Reward acquired, dimensional teleportation. In that fleeting moment of receiving the reward, Li Qi felt a surge of potent energy coursing through his entire being. Numerous applications of the dimensional teleportation ability manifested in his mind, enlightening him that this power was not merely a conventional form of teleportation. Rather, it was a means to traverse to entirely different worlds. The potency of this ability not only enabled Li Qi to access various parallel universes within the Marvel realm, but also to venture into universes intricately linked to Marvel. At present, with a mere thought, Li Qi could perceive the essence of dozens of universes. Chapter 88. Among these universes, some resonated closely with the Marvel world he inhabited, while others emanated distinctly different auras. Li Qi understood that the worlds closer to his own bore greater similarities, whereas those farther away exhibited lesser resemblance. However, he remained unaware of the temporal flow across different worlds, thus refraining from recklessly traversing to other realms. Nonetheless, Li Qi was thoroughly satisfied with this year's sign-in. After all, this capability would expedite his growth. One could assert that he was exceptionally fortunate regarding this year's sign-in reward. Otherwise, no other reward could possibly rival the power of dimensional teleportation. Having exhausted his opportunities for draws, Li Qi turned his attention back to the devil fruit. Now that he had received all the rewards, he intended to present this mythical beast-type devil fruit, in its grand divine form, to Aaron. As fate would have it, Aaron had yet to return to Serbia, making it the perfect moment for Li Qi to bestow the devil fruit upon her. Upon entering the living room, Li Qi found Aaron and Wanda engaged in conversation, seemingly oblivious to his arrival. Upon noticing him, the two greeted Li Qi before resuming their discussion. Observing Aaron's demeanor, Li Qi felt compelled to speak first. Aaron, I have procured something remarkable this time, perfectly suited for you. Upon hearing Li Qi's words, Ellie swiftly lifted her head in curiosity. What is it? She inquired, her gaze filled with intrigue. In response, Li Qi produced the devil fruit of the Great Mouth deity. He then posed a question to Ellie. Ellie, have you ever heard of the Great Mouth deity? Unlike the unlearned Pietro and others, Ellie possessed a vast knowledge of literature. Particularly after Li Qi had mentioned that beings and entities from legends truly existed, she had actively sought out various myths and tales. The Great Mouth deity, isn't that a legend derived from the Japanese wolf? She recalled. I remember that the Great Mouth deity is depicted as a ferocious figure, tasked with protecting crops from destruction by boars and deer. It seems to embody the characteristics of discerning right from wrong, punishing evil and promoting virtue, and even quelling fires. Ellie's recollection of such an obscure deity surprised Li Qi. After all, even in Japan, the name of the Great Mouth deity paled in comparison to that of deities like Susanoo. Indeed, had it not been for this devil fruit, Li Qi himself might not have recognized the so-called deity. Since you are familiar with it, that simplifies matters. This fruit is known as the devil fruit and contains the power of the Great Mouth deity. As Ellie gazed at the intricately patterned fruit Li Qi had unveiled, she found it hard to fathom that such a thing could harbor divine power. You are aware of my abilities, Li Qi continued. Observing the puzzled expressions on Ellie and Wanda, I gained my freezing powers by consuming a fruit like this one. Would you like to try it? Without hesitation, Ellie sprang into action, seizing the devil fruit from the table. Without a moment's thought, she opened her mouth wide and took a bite. The moment the flesh of the fruit entered her mouth, her expression soured dramatically. Fortunately, Li Qi acted swiftly, covering her mouth to prevent her from spitting out the devil fruit she had just tasted. Swallow it quickly. It must be consumed for it to take effect. Hearing Li Qi's urgent words, Ellie could only grimace as she forced herself to swallow the pulp. Wanda, observing Ellie's increasingly purple visage, grew curious about just how unpalatable the devil fruit truly was. Once Ellie had managed to swallow the fruit, Li Qi removed his hand. With a grim countenance, Ellie picked up the remaining devil fruits, believing she needed to consume them all to acquire the abilities. There's no need for that. Only the first bite is effective. However, if you enjoy the taste, you may indulge further. Upon hearing that it was unnecessary to consume all the devil fruits, Erin instinctively discarded the fruit as if it were something repugnant in her hand. She took a moment to attune herself to any changes within her being. This particular devil fruit was the Inu no Mi, a mythical Zoan type, manifesting in three forms: human, human beast, and beast. No sooner had Leech's voice faded than Erin began to undergo a transformation. White fur erupted across her form, her hair transformed to a snowy hue, and her visage adopted features reminiscent of a canine, complete with adorably prominent ears, rendering her irresistibly endearing. Even Wanda could not resist approaching to affectionately ruffle Erin's hair. Stop it! Erin shot Wanda an exasperated glance, addressing him directly. Yet, as she spoke, an icy chill emanated from her, fortunately intercepted by Wanda's timely application of chaotic magic. You possess abilities akin to mine. Observing Erin's display of powers strikingly similar to Leech's, Wanda felt a surge of envy. Had he known that this ability mirrored Leech's so closely, he would have certainly contended with Erin for it. Even if Erin ultimately claimed the devil fruit, Wanda would not have remained idle. Is this truly my capability? Erin, startled by her own strength, soon regained her composure. As she felt the power coursing through her, she exhaled a breath of icy air, causing the table before her to freeze instantly into a massive block of ice. This ability is remarkable. Erin could sense that she had yet to fully harness the might of the Great Mouth True God. You have another form to explore. At Leech's prompting, Erin rose to her feet. This time, she comprehended the full potential of the devil fruit's power. In an instant, her body enlarged dramatically. By the time she landed, she had transformed into an enormous white Japanese wolf, accompanied by a vast ring of cold air encircling her. The temperature emanating from this ring swiftly plummeted the surrounding atmosphere. Witnessing this spectacle, Wanda was equally captivated by the extraordinary nature of the devil fruit. At this juncture, Erin reverted from her beast form back to her human-beast hybrid state. However, the colossal ring of cold air remained, suspended behind her. I sense that this form allows me to wield even greater power. Chapter 89. Aaron assessed the strengths of both forms and found the human-beast hybrid state to be far more comfortable for her. Li Qi was not surprised by Aaron's conclusion. The mythical beast fruit was fundamentally distinct from ordinary animal-type devil fruits. The mythical beast, endowed with various extraordinary abilities, could unleash far greater power in its human form than in its beast form. Moreover, as a modern individual, Aaron clearly struggled to adapt to the form of a wild beast. Li, is this devil fruit still available? Wanda inquired, her curiosity piqued by Aaron's display of power, eager to learn if Li Qi possessed any more of these fruits. Currently, there is only this one, but we should be able to acquire others in the future. Upon hearing Li Qi's words, Wanda felt a sense of anticipation about what other devil fruits they might obtain. At that moment, Aaron transformed back into her human form. Though her attire was tattered and disheveled due to the transformation, leaving little to the imagination. Observing this, Wanda swiftly conjured a coat using chaotic magic and draped it over Aaron, denying Li Qi even a moment longer to gaze. With this ability, Aaron, you must train diligently. The limit of the great god devil fruit is not inferior to mine. In Li Qi's view, the strength of animal-type devil fruits remained considerable, not only facilitating awakening more readily than others, but also granting recovery abilities that enhanced the user's survival. Aaron nodded in agreement, acutely aware of Li Qi's formidable power. The prospect that her devil fruit could elevate her to Li Qi's level motivated Aaron to return to Serbia and dedicate herself more earnestly to her training. Just as Li Qi was about to elaborate further, a shadowy ninja suddenly emerged from his shadow. Are you saying that Obadiah is planning to take action against Tony Stark? Li Qi regarded the information conveyed by the shadowy figure with great seriousness. Meanwhile, within Stark Industries, Obadiah, clad in his ironmonger suit, addressed Crossbones from his elevated position. Has that woman been captured? Crossbones, observing Obadiah's ironmonger with satisfaction, believed that although it was currently in Obadiah's possession, it would ultimately return to their Hydra organization. However, he lamented the fact that the scientists who created the arc reactor had been hidden away by Obadiah. Crossbones understood Obadiah's wariness toward them. She has already been captured, he stated, gesturing as a group of individuals brought Potts forward. Obadiah, what do you intend to do? Potts exclaimed, her pupils narrowing at the sight of Obadiah's imposing steel exoskeleton. She had never anticipated that Obadiah would silently create such an enormous mech. What do I intend to do? Naturally, I wish to reunite my dear nephew with his parents. Observing Potts, Obadiah no longer concealed his murderous intent towards Tony Stark. In Obadiah's eyes, today was destined to be Tony Stark's last. Witnessing Potts' astonished expression, Obadiah took out his phone and dialed Tony Stark's number. At that moment, Tony had just received news about Potts being kidnapped. In a state of agitation, Tony even commanded JARVIS to infiltrate multiple satellites in search of Potts' whereabouts. When he saw Obadiah's name flashing on the caller ID, Tony instantly comprehended who had abducted Potts. Obadiah, upon answering the call, Tony shouted, if you dare harm Potts, I will ensure that you are reduced to ashes. Hearing Tony's furious outburst, Obadiah chuckled. I'll be waiting for you, Tony. If you don't come, I'll be forced to eliminate Potts first. With that, Obadiah decisively ended the call. On the other end, Tony forcibly suppressed his inner rage. He understood all too well that blind anger served no purpose. Sir, Obadiah is currently at Stark Industries. Upon hearing JARVIS words, Tony wasted no time in suiting up in his mark armor. After the previous encounters with Madame Gao and Jenny, Tony had gained a wealth of inspiration. The current mark was significantly more powerful than its predecessors, equipped with enhanced defensive measures to prevent a repeat of the incident where Madame Gao nearly incapacitated him with a single blow. Once donned in the armor, Tony soared towards Stark Industries. Simultaneously, Tony dialed Agent Coulson's number. Coulson, Obadiah and Hydra have already made their move. You promised to protect Potts, and it seems I placed too much faith in you. Ever since learning of Obadiah's collaboration with Hydra, Tony had been deeply concerned about Potts' safety, especially after discovering that someone had impersonated her. His anxiety intensified, and at that moment, Coulson had proactively reached out to Tony, assuring him that SHIELD operatives could provide covert protection for Potts. Little did they know that just a few days later, Potts had been captured by Obadiah. It was safe to say that even Tony himself had not anticipated SHIELD's utter ineffectiveness. On the other side, Coulson, who overheard Tony's complaints, also accessed the information regarding the team assigned to protect Miss Potts. However, the news he received was somewhat unexpected. Apologies, but all the members sent to safeguard Ms. Potts lost contact 6 hours ago. The opposing force must possess formidable strength. We will dispatch personnel to assist you in the rescue. Before Coulson could finish speaking, Tony Stark abruptly terminated the call. Despite his disdain for these agents, Tony understood the magnitude of the threat posed by someone capable of rendering an entire team incapable of sending even a single message before their demise. Meanwhile, at SHIELD, upon witnessing Tony Stark hang up, Coulson promptly sought out Nick Fury to relay the information from Tony. It appeared that Hydra placed considerable importance on Obadiah. The fact that Obadiah had kidnapped Potts indicated his belief that he could eliminate Tony. Nick Fury quickly deduced that Obadiah possessed the absolute confidence necessary to eliminate Tony. Otherwise, he would not have acted so recklessly. He instructed Barton to assist Tony and contacted Natasha, requesting aid from the Heroes Association, assuring them of compensation. Chapter 90: The Reluctant. Nick Fury was acutely aware that only by enlisting the help of Lich and his team could they ensure the defeat of Obadiah and the Hydra operative supporting him. Understood, Coulson replied, immediately turning to reach out to Lich. Coulson and his team had been monitoring Lich. Well aware of the formidable powers possessed by the superheroes within the Heroes Association, particularly the renowned mechanized Queen, Janelia Light, whose prowess rivaled that of Tony Stark's armor. At home, monitoring Stark Tower via satellite, Lich was somewhat taken aback by Natasha's sudden entrance. Coulson's call suggests he wants us to intervene and assist Tony Stark against Obadiah and the Hydra backing him. Lich, surprised by Natasha's words, had not anticipated that Nick Fury would seek his assistance. Their relationship was far from amicable, largely due to Hydra's influence. And both Lich and Nick Fury held mutual disdain for one another. Thus, Lich found it unexpected that Nick would turn to him for help. It was unlikely that Nick Fury would approach without a substantial offer. Lich understood Nick Fury's character well enough to know that if he sought his assistance, it was with the intention of making significant concessions. Nick Fury had stated that as long as the demands were not excessive, he would acquiesce. Listening to Natasha's recounting, Lich had already discerned that Nick Fury was not entirely forthright. After all, the so-called reasonable demands articulated by Nick Fury are merely his own interpretations. In due time, if Nick Fury were to utter a single excessive request, Li Chi firmly believes that the cunning individual he refers to as the Black Salted Egg would undoubtedly be capable of such a feat. Inform Nick Fury that I desire nothing beyond a few items classified as 084, and I shall agree to take action. 084. As a former agent of SHIELD, Natasha is certainly aware of what 084 entails. It is evident to her that Nick Fury would not acquiesce to such a proposition. In Natasha's recollection, Nick Fury has always been exceptionally stringent in safeguarding items classified as 084, akin to a guardian dragon, with nothing allowed to exit his domain. Nonetheless, one could inquire further. Li Chi surmises that the likelihood of Nick Fury conceding is substantial, for the current Nick Fury is markedly different from the autocratic director of SHIELD of the past. It is improbable that all items classified as 084 remain solely in Nick Fury's possession, as both Hydra and the Council likely possess their own share. Furthermore, even if Nick Fury were to refuse, Li Chi would not incur any loss. When Coulson relayed this information to Nick Fury, he did not immediately dismiss the proposal. As Li Chi had anticipated, Nick Fury's control over 084 has significantly waned. Were it not for the presence of a sonic bird guarding the 084 items, Pierce and Hill would likely have transferred them all in one swift motion. Nick Fury ultimately decided to acquiesce to Li Chi's request, agreeing to provide him with 2 items, which he would personally select, ensuring that they would not be of an overly mundane nature. Within the villa, Natasha, having hung up the phone, gazed at Li Chi in astonishment and remarked, "It is truly astonishing that Nick Fury has indeed acquiesced to your request." The notion that Nick Fury would agree to furnish Li Chi with items classified as 084 was entirely unexpected for Natasha. Such occurrences had never transpired in her experience. Well, having secured Nick Fury's consent, I shall proceed with my actions, as I am equally eager to ascertain the identity of Hydra's operatives. Li Chi harbors a keen curiosity regarding the Hydra faction behind Obadiah, especially since Pierce's contingent of Hydra is currently at an impasse with Nick Fury. It is improbable that other heads of Hydra would appear in New York at this juncture, leading Li Chi to suspect that Nick Fury has activated the Winter Soldier. Only under such circumstances could one comprehend the sudden surge in Obadiah's strength. Regrettably, the connection between Obadiah and Hydra remained shrouded in secrecy. Even the Shadow Ninja failed to discern the true identities of those affiliated with Hydra. At the moment when Leech and Nick Fury were engaged in their clandestine transaction, Tony Stark had already infiltrated Stark Tower. With the presence of JARVIS, the security system of Stark Tower remained dormant. Ultimately, it was a Hydra sentry that detected Tony Stark's presence and reported this development to Crossbones. Tony Stark has arrived. What do you intend to do? Upon hearing Crossbones' inquiry, Obadiah revealed a sinister smile. I shall make this day Tony's day of reckoning. Your task is merely to fend off those agents. Leave Tony to me. With that, Obadiah sealed the hatch of the Ironmonger. As the arc reactors powered up one after another, the cables and supports surrounding the Ironmonger began to collapse. Tony, I have come for you. The thrusters ignited, and the Ironmonger shattered the ceiling, bursting forth into the open. Tony, upon entering, immediately sensed the disturbance below. Before he could react, the ground erupted with a thunderous roar. Boom, boom, boom. Cracks appeared on the surface, and in the next instant, a colossal figure ascended from beneath. Upon spotting Tony, Obadiah decisively altered his trajectory, hurtling towards Tony Stark. The towering Ironmonger momentarily left Tony Stark in a state of awe, yet JARVIS provided the assistance needed for him to evade Obadiah's charge. Ha ha, Tony, look at your oversized toy. It pales in comparison to my Ironmonger. Standing before the Ironmonger, Tony appeared as diminutive as a mere figurine. I concede, you are a genius surpassing most. But you are just as naive as your father. Obadiah raised his right arm equipped with a Gatling gun. In the next moment, a torrential storm of bullets erupted from the Gatling gun. Stark Industries custom Gatling. Who would have thought its inaugural use would be against its very creator? Observing the metallic tempest unleashed by the Gatling, Tony felt a pang of regret. The Gatling gun equipped by Obadiah was a product Tony had casually devised. Compared to a standard Gatling, this custom version boasted a higher rate of fire, greater firepower, and the capability to utilize various types of ammunition. Chapter 91 Ahaha. Obadiah, witnessing Tony Stark dodging frantically, could not contain his laughter. The tension and anxiety that had built up within him during this time were all released amidst the storm of bullets. Damn it, how many bullets does this guy possess? As Tony Stark evaded, he unleashed a missile assault on Obadiah. Although his Mark suit boasted exceptional defensive capabilities, it was still unable to prevent the surface from sustaining dents amidst such a barrage of bullets. At that moment, Tony regretted not equipping his armor with additional weaponry. Ordinary missiles proved futile against Obadiah's Ironmonger, leaving merely a few charred marks beneath the heavy armor without any significant impact. This clearly illustrated the formidable strength of the Ironmonger. Tony, your attacks are exceedingly rude, Obadiah exclaimed, as two massive cannons emerged from behind him. The powerful grenade launchers were aimed directly at Tony's location. Boom! The grenade detonated midair, sending Tony plummeting to the ground. Upon crashing down, Tony activated his palm thrusters, propelling himself back into the air. Fortunately, this iteration of the Mark suit had enhanced defensive capabilities. Shaking his slightly dazed head, Tony felt grateful for the improved design, realizing that confronting Obadiah, this moving arsenal, would have been a daunting task otherwise. Observing that Tony seemed relatively unscathed, Obadiah charged toward him. Under Obadiah's command, the Ironmonger exhibited surprising agility, defying expectations of clumsiness. Faced with the imposing figure of the Ironmonger, Tony had no desire to engage in combat. However, Obadiah's next move caught Tony completely off guard. As Obadiah lunged forward, his left hand suddenly shot out, catching Tony by surprise. Ha 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 ha, Tony. Let us see how you escape now. Obadiah bellowed, pulling Tony closer and relishing in his apparent triumph. In his eyes, Tony was already a doomed man. Obadiah. Through the cockpit window, Tony caught sight of Obadiah's menacing visage. Meanwhile, in the basement, Potts and Crossbones observed the battle unfolding outside. It appeared that Tony Stark's intellect was not as formidable as rumored. Witnessing Obadiah so effortlessly besting Tony, Crossbones began to doubt the legendary prowess attributed to Stark. Perceiving his Iron Man suit as rather trivial compared to the might of the Ironmonger, Tony is undoubtedly capable of overcoming Obadiah. While Potts harbors concerns for Tony Stark in her heart, she continues to vocally support him. Just wait and see. In Crossbones' view, as long as Obadiah is not a fool, he will swiftly eliminate Tony Stark. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted outside, and the previously seated Crossbones instantly seized a weapon nearby and crouched down. Stay alert. Crossbones commanded his subordinates. Upon hearing his words, the other Hydra members hastily sought refuge. Thud! A dull thump echoed as an arrow pierced through the heavy iron door. It was Hawkeye. The moment Crossbones saw the arrow, he recognized the identity of the assailant outside. Beep, beep, beep. An ominous red glow flickered on the arrow shot by Hawkeye, and in the next instant, the iron door shattered into fragments. Open fire. The moment the door exploded, Crossbones raised his weapon and launched an attack. Blue energy beams erupted from the muzzle, instantly melting the wall behind the iron door. Evidently, Crossbones wielded a newly developed energy weapon from SHIELD, which had been modified to fire like a machine gun. Be careful. Outside, Coulson noticed the energy weapon and shouted to Barton and the others. Unbeknownst to Crossbones and his team, who were engaged in their counterattack, several figures were silently descending from the broken ceiling above. Watch out. Crossbones suddenly felt a sharp pain and, in the next moment, turned around and pulled the trigger. Several SHIELD agents, unable to evade in time, were shot through their bodies, though some managed to drop to the ground. With the unexpected arrival of SHIELD agents, the pressure on Coulson, Barton, and the others outside significantly alleviated. The SHIELD agents, led by Barton, were cautious in their fire due to Potts' presence, compressing Crossbones' operational space while searching for her whereabouts. Spotting Coulson from her bindings, Potts immediately called out, "Coulson, I'm over here." Upon hearing Potts' voice, Coulson swiftly directed his team to rescue her. After eliminating several SHIELD agents, Crossbones' weapon muzzle began to melt. This instability was precisely why Nick Fury refrained from equipping them with energy weapons. Discarding his firearm, Crossbones charged out from his cover, and with a tactical dagger in hand, he swiftly dispatched 3 SHIELD agents. Knowing that Crossbones posed the greatest threat, after dealing with the nearest enemy, he charged towards Barton. Ramlo? Upon seeing Coulson rescuing Potts, he also caught sight of Ramlo. Although Ramlo's face was not visible, Coulson had already identified that the figure before him was indeed the Crossbones who should have perished in Serbia. A dead man had seemingly risen again, due to Natasha's influence. SHIELD had long confirmed Crossbones' demise. Now, witnessing the resurrected Crossbones, Coulson found it hard to believe. Meanwhile, Barton paid no heed to his opponent, unleashing a volley of arrows. Several Hydra members, caught off guard, were instantly struck down. Ramlo narrowly dodged Barton's arrows and rushed towards him, lunging with a dagger aimed at Barton's head. Barton raised his bow to block the attack. Although Barton had always been recognized as a marksman within SHIELD, his hand-to-hand combat and knife skills were equally of the highest caliber. Faced with Ramlo's assault, Barton held his ground firmly. Chapter 92. Barton's specially crafted longbow relentlessly struck against Ramlo. After his resurrection, Ramlo's strength had significantly increased. Several strikes landed on Barton, imbuing him with a sharp sense of pain. However, it was no simple task for Ramlo to defeat Barton. With Ramlo absent as the action leader, Hydra was quickly decimated by Coulson and his team. Observing this, Ramlo threw a flashbang and turned to flee. "Quick, hurry to help Tony," Potts exclaimed to Coulson as her restraints were removed. "Rest assured, Mr. Stark will be fine," Coulson reassured the anxious Potts. Although he was uncertain why Leech and the others had not arrived, Coulson held strong confidence in their abilities. According to SHIELD's internal estimations, even a 1,000-strong army would be ineffective against Leech or Genelia Light. Unless equipped with missile-type partners, ordinary weapons would pose little threat to the two. On the ground, Obadiah, having captured Tony, had already devised a lethal fate for him. "Tony, prepare to meet your end." A long tube extended from Obadiah's body, aimed directly at Tony Stark. A torrent of flames erupted from the tube, engulfing Tony Stark in a fierce blaze. The roaring flames, so perilously close, enveloped Tony Stark, who, despite the fireproofing of his armor, felt an intense heat. "Sir, if this continues, the cooling system will fail in 30 seconds, Jarvis informed him. Sensing the changes within the suit, Tony had equipped his Mark armor with temperature monitoring and circulation systems. Yet he had never imagined being held captive and scorched by a flamethrower. Divert all power to the reactor. Realizing that if he persisted, he would soon become a mere dish for steaming, Tony Stark urgently commanded Jarvis to channel every ounce of energy to the arc reactor nestled in his chest. His intention was to utilize the reactor's power to shatter Obadiah's grip and liberate himself. "Ha!" Obadiah exclaimed, reveling in the sight of the struggling Tony. He had envisioned this moment countless times in his dreams. The thought of Tony Stark perishing at his hands, and Stark Industries subsequently becoming his own, made Obadiah unable to suppress his laughter. Amidst the flames, a flash of blue light suddenly emerged. In an instant, Obadiah's mechanical arm was pierced by a beam of blue energy. Just then, Tony Stark broke free from Obadiah's grasp and soared into the air. In mid-flight, Tony lifted his helmet, releasing a cloud of vapor from his armor. As Obadiah prepared to launch another assault, a red energy suddenly manifested on the ground. From this crimson energy, Leech, Wanda, and Natasha emerged. Is this the Iron Giant? Quite extravagant, Leech mused, marveling at the imposing figure before him, which surpassed the Iron Giant he had witnessed in his previous life. Indeed, the colossal creation crafted by Obadiah aligned perfectly with Leech's aesthetic. Who are you? Obadiah exclaimed, startled by the sudden appearance of Leech, Wanda, and the others. He aimed his Gatling gun directly at them. The calm demeanor of Leech and his companion struck Obadiah as unsettling. At that moment, Coulson and his team emerged from the gaping hole below, bringing Pepper Potts with them. Pepper, come here, Tony called out, relieved to see her safe. His greatest concern had been Pepper's well-being, and with her rescue, much of his anxiety dissipated. Natasha, Barton exclaimed, surprised to see her. It was their first encounter since Natasha's departure from S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon hearing the commotion caused by Barton, Obadiah instantly discerned that the three individuals before him appeared to be allied with Tony Stark. In a swift motion, he aimed his Gatling gun towards Leech and his companions. Before Leech could make a move, Wanda stepped forward, unleashing a surge of chaotic energy that disintegrated the bullets midair. In the next moment, the sound of metal being twisted echoed through the air as Obadiah's arm was contorted like a pretzel. Witnessing this, Tony Stark glanced at his own arm, acutely aware that he needed to devise a countermeasure against Wanda's enigmatic powers. Otherwise, he would find himself as restrained as he had been with the previous adversary, Janilia Light. Seeing his arm incapacitated so effortlessly, Obadiah activated the missile launcher behind him, intent on obliterating Leech and his group. Noticing Obadiah's movements, Leech raised his arm, unleashing a wave of frigid air from his palm that enveloped the Ironmonger. In the span of a breath, the chill dissipated, leaving behind a solid block of ice where the Ironmonger once stood. In the depths of this extreme cold, even the arc reactor embedded within the Ironmonger ceased its flickering glow. Tony Stark, observing the frozen Obadiah below, widened his eyes in astonishment. J.A.R.V.I.S. assessed the temperature surrounding Obadiah. As he gazed at Obadiah, who remained trapped within the ice, Tony was eager to comprehend just how frigid Leech's unleashed cold had become. Both his Iron Man suit and Obadiah's Ironmonger were equipped with temperature regulation systems. Even if the exterior froze, the interiors would typically remain unscathed. Yet now, Obadiah and the Ironmonger had succumbed to the icy grip. Nearby, Potts, Barton, and others rushing towards Tony were equally taken aback by the scene unfolding before them. Only Coulson, who had previously witnessed the situation at Wilson Tower and understood Leech's formidable capabilities, maintained his composure. Nevertheless, witnessing Leech's power at such proximity elevated Coulson's perception of the threat level posed by Leech significantly. At that moment, J.A.R.V.I.S. relayed the temperature findings. Sir, the temperature surrounding Mr. Obadiah has plummeted to minus 200 degrees Celsius. Approaching absolute zero, it was no wonder the arc reactor was affected. Observing the dim glow of the arc reactor, Tony Stark now grasped the gravity of the situation. Following this revelation regarding the temperature, his gaze towards Leech brimmed with curiosity. Tony Stark was eager to uncover the secret behind Li Chi's astonishing feat. The temperature approaching absolute zero was unleashed by Li Chi in an instant. To his surprise, the Ironmonger proved to be utterly ineffectual. Gazing upon the frozen Ironmonger, Li Chi reflected on the overwhelming strength he now possessed. The imposing figure indeed appeared formidable, yet it had become somewhat of a hindrance. Wanda admired the towering Ironmonger, but, upon noticing the occupant within, furrowed her brows, preparing to utilize her chaos magic to eliminate Obadiah. Observing this scene, Coulson hurried over. Please, spare Obadiah's life. As a shareholder of Stark Industries, he cannot meet his end in such silence. Coulson implored, recognizing that the demise of such a public figure would undoubtedly stir chaos. Despite his words, Wanda did not lower her hand, but instead turned her gaze toward Li Chi, urging him, bring Obadiah out. At Li Chi's command, Wanda waved her hand, and Obadiah was extracted from the cockpit, encased in ice. Were it not for the frost clinging to him, the onlookers might have doubted he had ever been inside the Ironmonger. Can he return to his normal state? Tony Stark descended from the air, addressing Li Chi as he surveyed the frozen Obadiah. Of course, Li Chi replied, employing his ice fruit powers to thaw Obadiah. What kind of monster are you? Obadiah's eyes were filled with despair as he beheld the scene. The exhilaration he felt when he plotted to kill Tony Stark now transformed into utter hopelessness. You are simply too weak, Li Qi remarked, glancing at the ironmonger, lamenting its potential wasted on Obadiah. Wanda, let us not forget our spoils. Coulson, having heard Li Qi's words, opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained. All right, Wanda responded, releasing her chaos magic. In an instant, the massive ironmonger vanished from sight, enveloped by the chaos magic. Spatial abilities. Tony Stark observed, realizing the formidable strength possessed by those accompanying Li Qi though silent. He directed JARVIS to compile data on Li Qi, who, at that moment, approached Coulson. Nick Fury promised to deliver what I requested promptly. I hold little faith in the credibility of that dubious character. Upon hearing Li Qi's candid skepticism regarding Nick Fury's integrity, Coulson maintained his composed smile. Fully aware of his superior's nature, Coulson believed that, if possible, Nick Fury would certainly retrieve the 084 he had pledged. Natasha, if you have anything you'd like to discuss with Coulson and the others, feel free to do so, Wanda, and I shall take our leave. At this moment, Li Qi harbored no inclination to engage with Tony Stark. The current Tony Stark had yet to embody the true essence of Iron Man, a transformation likely to occur only once he removes the arc reactor from his chest. Through Wanda's teleportation magic, Li Qi and Wanda returned to the villa. To his surprise, the ironmonger had succumbed so easily. Initially, Wanda had been quite intrigued by the ironmonger, as Li Qi's concern for Obadiah had not gone unnoticed by her. Unlike before, my current strength has surpassed that of the vast majority on Earth. The awakening of the ice fruit had imbued Li Qi with formidable confidence. He perceived that few could contend with him on this planet. Perhaps among the Eternals and Inhumans, there existed a handful of unique beings capable of challenging him. Beyond that, only entities of divine or totemic significance posed any real threat. Characters like Obadiah were utterly incapable of inflicting harm upon Li Qi. Is that so? Then what level does my strength hold? Upon hearing Li Qi's assessment of his own abilities, Wanda grew curious about her standing in his estimation. Your abilities should place you in the top tier, he replied. Wanda, now adept in chaos magic, along with vampiric powers and the teleportation magic acquired from Hearthstone, could be considered a formidable force at the first level. However, as the world grows increasingly chaotic, Wanda must strive to become even stronger, otherwise, she risks descending from that elite tier. After a brief session of physical training, Li Qi settled into a chair to rest. It was not too late when Natasha entered from outside. Did Coulson not invite you back to SHIELD? Li Qi inquired, observing Natasha's return. He did, but I have no intention of going back. Barton also advised me against it. Natasha expressed her surprise at Barton's counsel. However, upon hearing about the current turmoil within SHIELD from Barton, Natasha resolved to closely accompany Leech. Do you know who is leading the Hydra members supporting Obadiah this time? At this moment, Natasha revealed a piece of information that Leech was eager to learn. Who is it? Leech was indeed quite curious about the leader of this Hydra operation. Crossbones, Rumlow. Upon hearing the name Rumlow, Leech furrowed his brow. Hadn't he already been killed by me and Pietro? Wanda, upon hearing Rumlow's name, turned her head to look at Natasha. It was indeed Rumlow, confirmed by both Coulson and Barton. Natasha was quite taken aback by the news of Rumlow's resurrection. However, after being by Leech's side for so long, she had developed a strong capacity for accepting all sorts of peculiar occurrences. At that moment, Leech recalled the so-called Tahiti project of SHIELD. This project, which utilized the corpses of Kree to achieve resurrection, left a deep impression on him. After all, Coulson, who had been slain by Loki, was revived through this Tahiti project. How intriguing, since Rumlow might have been resurrected via the Tahiti project. It also implied that the corpses of the Kree had been discovered by Hydra. Chapter 94. Upon learning that the leader of this operation was Rumlow, Leech chose to disregard it further. Though Rumlow's resurrection was peculiar, Leech was not particularly concerned. After all, in the Marvel Universe, there are numerous powers capable of reviving the dead. The Hand organization, which Leech had previously obliterated, possessed powers of resurrection, although the specific methods of usage had not been discovered. However, after Yuri assembled a research team to investigate, some peculiarities were indeed found. Nevertheless, every form of resurrection comes with certain side effects, so Leech was not overly concerned about these matters. While Leech and the others were resting, Coulson, returning to SHIELD, was reporting to Nick Fury about the day's events. Director, Mr. Leech asked me to remind you not to forget the items you promised. Upon hearing Coulson's words, Nick Fury's already dark expression grew even more somber. However, being well aware of his own reputation, both internally and externally, he understood Leech's implications. Tomorrow, you will retrieve those 2 items and deliver them to Leech. This time, Nick Fury truly had no intention of scheming. Through this collaboration, he had resolved to continue seeking Leech's assistance against Hydra in the future. As Leech confronted Obadiah, Nick Fury experienced a profound realization. He understood that as long as Hydra was dealt with, any losses incurred during this period could be compensated in due course. Since Leech had a penchant for extraordinary artifacts, Fury could continue to employ him and his associates. The losses, provided they did not include the Tesseract, were bearable for Fury. As the king of spies, once he made a decision, Fury acted with unwavering resolve. Turning his attention to Natasha, Fury inquired about her situation. He held a genuine concern for Natasha, who had once been one of his closest confidants. Natasha expressed that she no longer recognized the current S.H.I.E.L.D. and was content remaining with Leech. Coulson understood Natasha's sentiments, and Fury shared that understanding as well. Very well then. And what of Ramlo? Are you certain it is he? Absolutely, Coulson affirmed. Fury remained silent in response. However, once Coulson departed, Fury's expression turned grim. He fidgeted with his communicator, seemingly contemplating reaching out to Carol, who was far away in the cosmos. The Tahiti project was one of Fury's most significant undertakings. Only those truly aligned with him were aware of it. Even Coulson and Barton were kept in the dark regarding Tahiti. Yet with Ramlo's resurrection on Hydra's side, Fury immediately thought of the Tahiti project. If Ramlo had indeed been revived through this project, the traitor involved was likely not human. Nevertheless, Fury kept this suspicion to himself. At present, mere conjecture did not warrant summoning Carol back from the universe. Crucially, Fury's attitude towards Carol mirrored that towards Leech. He had faith in Carol's character. Yet he was uncomfortable with the notion of such immense power being beyond his control. This apprehension was the primary reason he chose not to recall Carol. The following morning, Leech casually logged his daily check-in and acquired a wand from the world of Harry Potter. He was uncertain of its efficacy for Wanda, but decided to hand it over to her nonetheless. After advising that she adhere to Aaron and Natasha's guidance during this period, Leech resolved to harness the power of dimensional travel. As he activated this energy, he felt himself soaring through a wondrous realm, immersed in an infinite expanse where the essence of myriad worlds resonated around him. As Leech harnessed his abilities, the Ancient One atop the Himalayas opened her eyes. Truly, an individual beyond observation, the multiverse had begun to establish connections. As a timeless entity among the 5 supreme deities, the Ancient One possessed profound understanding of the multiverse. She was acutely aware that the ties of their world to others and to the multiverse were rather tenuous. It would only be through a series of future events that these connections would strengthen, allowing their realm to forge closer bonds with the multiverse. Yet, due to Leech's presence, their world had already begun to intertwine with the multiverse. From the moment Leech first appeared in this realm, the Ancient One had taken notice of him. Because of Leech, the Ancient One could no longer casually employ the Time Stone to glimpse future occurrences. However, she regarded this matter with indifference. Her retirement had been predetermined. Once the mantle of the Supreme Sorcerer was passed on, she could peacefully journey to the realms of the Eternal One for further enlightenment. The identity of her successor was of little consequence, as long as they could contend with the dimensional demons. It could be Strange, Wong, or even Wanda or Leech. Unbeknownst to her, the elderly figure, eager for retirement, was currently soaring through the endless expanse of space. However, upon encountering a luminous sphere, he swiftly descended. In the realm of mutants, the U.S. government, due to the machinations of Sebastian Shaw, sought individuals capable of confronting him. Charles Xavier, the foremost proponent of mutant theory, emerged as an optimal candidate. The agent, Moira MacTaggart, had successfully persuaded Charles and planned to assemble a team alongside him to counter Sebastian Shaw. They were en route to a temporary base when suddenly, boom, a beam of light cascaded from the heavens, striking directly before Charles's vehicle. The 2 occupants, initially believing it to be Sebastian Shaw's entourage, hastily armed themselves for retaliation. However, as the brilliance receded, it revealed a peculiarly dressed young man. What manner of world was this? Leech had not anticipated that his transmission would create such a commotion. It was his first unpracticed attempt, manifesting in the atmosphere. He mused that with further experience, future crossings would be executed with greater discretion. Who are you? Although Moira MacTaggart was a woman, her role as an agent imbued her with courage. Beside her, Charles immediately activated his mutant abilities. However, in the next moment, Charles fell to the ground, his face ashen. Chapter 95. Facing Leech, Charles found himself devoid of any thoughts. The instant his mental energy brushed against Leech, it was met with a fierce backlash. Charles, Moira MacTaggart, witnessing the blood streaming from Charles' nostrils, called out to him with genuine concern. Standing before them, Li Qi merely felt as though his head had been struck. Observing the fallen Charles, he grasped the underlying reason. If his assumptions were correct, the individual before him, with hair still intact and capable of motion, was the young Professor Charles Xavier. The woman standing beside him must be Mora, Charles' companion and beloved. Greetings. I am Li Qi, a traveler from another realm. Inside Charles's estate, he marveled at the revelation that the theory of parallel dimensions was indeed accurate. The disclosure of such information would surely drive many into a frenzy. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Charles finally accepted the idea that Li Qi hailed from another world. Does your world also harbor mutants? He inquired, curious about the existence of mutants in Li Qi's realm. No, Li Qi replied, while our world possesses numerous supernatural abilities, there are no mutants as you know them. He clarified that although his world was home to inhumans, they were distinctly different from mutants. Charles, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped that Li Qi's world might also have mutants, which could offer insights into the potential future developments of mutants. Meanwhile, Mora's thoughts wandered far and wide. As an agent, her immediate concern turned to the trajectory of future technological advancements and various significant intelligence events. However, Li Qi paid her no mind, for among the agents he had encountered, Mora was the least adept. Unlike Nick Fury, Natasha, or Coulson, who could maintain their composure, Mora wore her thoughts plainly on her face, making her intentions glaringly obvious. She appeared utterly unfit for the role of a competent agent. I wonder if Mr. Li Qi might join us in confronting Shaw. Charles, noticing Mora's intentions and sensing Li Qi's lack of fondness for her, sought to lighten the atmosphere by initiating a conversation, albeit uncertain of the underlying reasons. In the recent conversation, Charles came to realize that Li Qi is indeed a remarkably powerful mutant. However, he remains uncertain about whether Li Qi embodies good or evil. As for Sebastian Shaw, the Black King, his impression on Li Qi is profound. The ability to absorb all forms of energy for personal gain is a power that would undoubtedly secure a prominent position even in Li Qi's own realm. Unfortunately, Charles's telepathic abilities hold little sway over the mutant population. Once Sebastian Shaw removes his helmet and faces Charles, he finds himself utterly defenseless. Were it not for Shaw's inherent refusal to submit, Li Qi might have contemplated recruiting him for his own purposes. I apologize, but I have no interest in meddling in the affairs of your world, Li Qi stated. He is no superhero, willing to fight for them merely upon hearing a few words from Charles. In contrast to the X-Men they intend to assemble, Li Qi finds himself far more intrigued by Sebastian Shaw's Hellfire Club. Upon hearing Li Qi's rejection, Moira furrowed her brow and spoke with conviction. Sebastian Shaw and his Hellfire Club are on the brink of instigating a war, even if it's merely for the sake of current peace. We must unite to eliminate this terrorist. Listening to Moira, Li Qi silently chuckled, entirely indifferent to her moral coercion. This is your concern, not mine. Moira, witnessing Li Qi's nonchalant demeanor, felt a surge of frustration. Just as she was about to speak, she found herself unable to control her actions. Very well, since Mr. Li Qi is unwilling to assist us, we shall proceed with our original plan. The mutants would now resist Sebastian Shaw, with Li Qi opting not to help. Charles prepared to invite those who had already been selected. After conversing with Charles for a while, Li Qi understood that this world diverged in certain aspects from the mutant world he remembered. While it largely follows the worldview of the X-Men, the number of mutants here is indeed greater. Magneto, Eric Lensher, is currently out inviting other mutants, rather than remaining at the mansion. Having grasped this information, Li Qi bid farewell to the two, intending to explore this world and seek out promising mutants to recruit. After Li Qi's departure, Moira also said her goodbyes to Charles. Observing Moira's hasty exit, Charles furrowed his brow. Through his telepathic abilities, he had already sensed Moira's thoughts. However, due to the nature of their relationship, Charles did not impede Moira's departure. Soon after returning to the command center, Moira sought out Colonel Hendry and conveyed the situation regarding the traveler, Li Qi. You mean to say this individual, Li Qi, is from a parallel universe remarkably akin to ours? Upon hearing Moira's description, Colonel Hendry grasped the significance of Li Qi indeed. Sir, this fellow, Li Qi, must have traversed from a distant future. If we could obtain information from that future, it would undoubtedly empower America to ascend as a true dominator. As an operative, Moira demonstrated remarkable competence, which greatly pleased Colonel Hendry. In that case, let us ascertain Li Qi's whereabouts and discreetly bring him back. Colonel Hendry was keen to keep this matter under wraps, unlike Moira, who possessed a fervent willingness to sacrifice everything for the nation. To Colonel Hendry, controlling Li Qi for his own advantage appeared to be the quintessential path to wealth and power. Surrendering Li Qi would only benefit others. A notion that did not align with Colonel Hendry's interests, which Mora evidently failed to comprehend. Upon receiving Colonel Hendry's orders, Mora promptly prepared to set out. Chapter 96. At that moment, Li Qi, meandering through the streets, remained oblivious to the scrutiny from Colonel Hendry and Mora. Even if he were aware, he would not be overly concerned. In this era, Li Qi was unaware of any weapon capable of inflicting harm upon him, merely relying on the missiles of this world. They would likely fail to reach him before he had already departed. This unique period intrigued Li Qi, with the diverse array of individuals around him vividly showcasing the distinctive characteristics of the time. Simultaneously, his observation Haki sensed numerous mutants lurking in the shadows, lacking the prowess of Charles and his companions. Many even bore grotesque appearances, which contributed significantly to the discrimination faced by the mutant community. In the city, after a brief exploration, Li Qi soon noticed a throng of soldiers surrounding him. Leading the group, Mora approached Li Qi and addressed him. Colonel Hendry invites you to join us for a discussion. I trust you will not decline. In Mora's perspective, even though Li Qi possessed the ability to traverse worlds, it was not particularly remarkable. After all, in their understanding, most mutants were limited to a single power, and since Li Qi could traverse worlds, he was presumed to possess just that ability alone. Although Li Qi's observation Haki may not reach the level of mind reading, it is evident, as previously mentioned, that Mora is hardly a competent agent. Her superficial emotions and inner thoughts were easily discerned by Li Qi. Is your confidence derived from the army behind you? Li Qi spoke slowly, gazing at Mora. Upon hearing his words, Mora refrained from denying them. Even a formidable army of thousands, including powerful mutants, would think twice before acting recklessly. It was only because Sebastian Shaw had yet to invade their headquarters that they exuded such unwarranted confidence. Ice Age, Li Qi uttered softly. What? Mora was unable to comprehend his words clearly, only feeling a chilling wave sweep through her body. Turn around and see if your confidence still remains. Li Qi regarded Mora with a detached gaze. Under the weight of such scrutiny, Mora trembled. As she swiftly turned around, she beheld the soldiers she had brought with her, now transformed into crystalline ice sculptures. A gust of wind blew, causing several of the frozen soldiers to topple over, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Crack! The icy bodies shattered upon striking the hard surface, scattering into pieces. Mora, witnessing this scene, gaped in shock, rendered speechless. How does it feel? Your bravado seems rather ineffective. Li Qi found amusement in Mora's reaction. When she had come to confront him, she had been brimming with aggression, as if a mere refusal from him would lead to her capturing him. Yet, upon witnessing her soldiers being defeated in an instant, she transformed into a stunned figure. How could you do this? They are elite soldiers, meticulously trained by our nation. Once she regained her composure, Mora glared at Li Qi, her expression filled with fury. She could not help but shout at him. Even if you refuse to return with us, you could have simply stated it. Why resort to such brutality? Observing Mora's aggrieved demeanor, Li Qi scoffed. Firstly, I am not one of your Americans. The fate of your soldiers holds no significance for me. Furthermore, this is the only way for you to learn what it means to show respect. With that, Li Qi unleashed his conqueror's Haki. An overwhelming aura erupted, enveloping the entire city in the might of his presence. Both ordinary citizens and non-psychic mutants succumbed to unconsciousness. Mora, positioned closest to Li Qi, bore the brunt of his extraordinary power. The entire figure collapsed onto the ground, twitching as though caught in a nightmarish reverie from which it could not awaken. Not far away, the ice-sculpted soldiers lay shattered under the weight of overwhelming despair. Within the suburban confines of Xavier's estate, Charles sensed the ominous aura emanating from the city. Yet, at that moment, he remained oblivious to the nature of this phenomenon. His curiosity piqued as he conversed with Eric Lenshare. Was this individual a visitor from another realm? Clearly, Charles was sharing insights about Leech with Eric. However, Eric's contemplations ran deeper than those of Charles. In their world, was he the sole individual capable of traversing to theirs, or had he acquired the means to navigate between dimensions? To Eric, if only Leech possessed such abilities, it would be manageable. Yet, should this power be widespread in that world, their own existence would be perilously threatened. It was likely that only Mr. Leech himself wielded such capabilities. During their exchange, although Leech spoke little, his demeanor suggested he belonged to the most formidable echelon of his society. Charles, not merely a mutant but a prodigious intellect, wielded the gift of telepathy, which rendered him a formidable psychologist. In his dialogue with Leech, he discerned a distinctly assertive personality. Is that so? Eric held steadfast to Charles's judgment, willing to embrace this notion due to Charles's conviction. He had initially intended to extend an invitation to Leech to join their cause against Shaw, yet was met with refusal. A hint of regret flickered in Charles's eyes as he reflected on this. However, Eric's perspective diverged. In their world, devoid of mutants, they could hardly empathize with their plight, let alone concern themselves with the conflict between Shaw and them. To Eric, the absence of mutants in Leech's world signified a lack of awareness regarding the predicaments faced by their kind. The motivation behind Charles and his allies' desire to confront Shaw was not only to avert the outbreak of war, but also to reshape the public's perception of mutants. Indeed, just as Charles concluded his thought, his phone rang. "Hello, Charles. Moira has been injured and remains unconscious. Would you like to come and see?" Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Charles promptly inquired, "Hank, what on earth has transpired?" The voice belonged to Hank, the mutant currently at work, who would later be known as Beast. "I'm not sure. I only know she went to execute Colonel Hendry's orders, and he returned alone. Other soldiers seemed to have encountered misfortune. As a mutant, Hank's standing was rather low, and his knowledge was consequently limited." Chapter 97. After ending the call, Charles's expression was notably grim. Currently, Charles and Moira shared a strong bond, and upon hearing that Moira had been in a coma for half a day without regaining consciousness, he felt a surge of anxiety. What had transpired? Observing Charles's demeanor, Eric inquired about the situation. Moira had embarked on a mission, but it was unclear what peril she had encountered that led to her unconsciousness. Despite his concern, Charles took a moment to elucidate the circumstances to Eric. Moira had been preoccupied with the affairs concerning Shaw. It was perplexing that she would suddenly undertake a mission. Eric was acutely aware that Moira's foremost priority was to assemble a team of mutants to thwart Shaw's warmongering ambitions. Why would she abruptly engage in a task? This line of thought prompted Eric to recall their previous conversation about Leech. Could Moira's mission be connected to Leech in some way? With Eric's reminder, Charles reflected on the feelings he had sensed when Moira departed, leading him to conclude that the issue likely stemmed from Leech. Moira had intended to investigate Leech's matters and the events of another timeline before her departure. Charles, seeking to elevate Moira's intentions, noted that Eric, without needing further elaboration, grasped the underlying situation. "You should go and ascertain the truth," Eric suggested. Upon arriving at the hospital, Charles discovered that the entire city had inexplicably descended into paralysis. A vast majority of individuals had simultaneously succumbed to unconsciousness, though most awakened after a mere 10 minutes. Currently, only Moira remained unresponsive. Upon entering the ward, Charles encountered Hank. "Hank, how is Moira?" he inquired. It was peculiar. Under normal circumstances, Moira should have regained consciousness by now, yet no method seemed capable of rousing her. Before Charles's arrival, Hank had attempted numerous approaches, but none had succeeded in awakening Moira, leaving him perplexed. Is that so? Charles reflected on Hank's words. Understanding that Moira's predicament was not rooted in her physical state, but rather in her psyche or spirit. Contemplating this, Charles took a seat and utilized his telepathic abilities to delve into Moira's inner world. While Charles had ventured into many minds before, he had never encountered a mental landscape as tempestuous as Moira's current state. Soon, Charles found Moira curled up in that chaotic space. "Moira, is that you?" Upon hearing Charles's call, Moira lifted her head from the corner. Gone was her previous composure. Instead, she appeared timid and withdrawn. The sound of Charles's presence alleviated her initial panic. What had transpired? Observing Moira's current state, Charles was eager to uncover the truth. Why had she transformed so drastically in such a short span after leaving him? "I informed Colonel Hendry about Leech, and he instructed me to bring Leech back." However, just the thought of Leech's methods filled Moira with dread. Witnessing her distress, Charles quickly utilized his powers to soothe her. Under the influence of Charles's formidable mutant abilities, Moira's mental space began to stabilize. The tempest that had once raged within her gradually dissipated. As Moira's emotions calmed, her fear of Leech diminished significantly. "I went to find Leech, but perhaps my demeanor was less than favorable," inciting his wrath. "He slaughtered all the soldiers I brought with me." The memory of those soldiers turned to ice sculptures filled Moira with profound regret. Had it not been for my arrogance and greed, those capable soldiers would not have perished so easily. "It is not your fault." Charles discerned her guilt and offered words of comfort. With Charles's guidance, Moira recounted the events that had transpired. The sight of 1,000 soldiers being instantaneously dispatched by Leech astonished Charles. He recognized that he himself possessed similar capabilities, thus realizing Leech's formidable power as a mutant. Even among mutants, Leech was an Omega-level being. "Let us exit for now." With that, Charles employed his abilities to lead Moira out of the mental space. Upon awakening, Moira approached Charles by the bedside. "Thank you, Charles." A nearby officer, noticing Moira's revival, expressed gratitude towards him. Charles, however, paid little attention to the officer's thanks. In his view, it was their own greed that had provoked Leech's wrath. Initially, Charles had been confident that he could persuade Leach to align with them. However, following their uproar, Charles could only ascertain that Leach would no longer align himself with Sebastian Shaw. Initially, the mere presence of Sebastian Shaw, coupled with the Hellfire Club, was already sufficient to instill a sense of trepidation. Yet now, Leach, who once leaned towards their side, had transformed into an unpredictable entity, heightening Charles's anxiety. Just as Charles had surmised, there indeed existed an undercover member within the Hellfire Club who had reported today's events back to Sebastian Shaw. Upon learning of these developments concerning Leach, Sebastian Shaw promptly commanded the Torrent to extend an invitation for Leach to join the Hellfire Club. A formidable being capable of annihilating an army of over 1,000 was worthy of significant attention, even from Sebastian Shaw. "Are you truly contemplating an invitation for that enigmatic mutant?" inquired the White Queen, Emma Frost, as she regarded Sebastian Shaw with curiosity. Although they were acutely aware of Leach's formidable track record, they remained oblivious to the fact that he was not of this world. Indeed, that individual's prowess could easily warrant relinquishing the title of White King without issue. Emma Frost was somewhat taken aback by Sebastian Shaw's pronounced interest in Leach. Meanwhile, the Torrent, having received Shaw's directive, activated his abilities and swiftly took flight. The location of Leach had already been discerned by the undercover agent embedded within. Chapter 98, Torrent, whose real name is Genos Quizette, was originally a member of the mutant team known as the Marauders. However, he has since joined the Hellfire Club under Sebastian Shaw as leadership. Torrent's abilities, in comparison to those of other mutants, are somewhat unique. He can generate tornadoes for both offensive maneuvers and mobility through his own body. Additionally, his skeletal structure can produce calcified substances that are expelled through his skin. The potency of these calcified materials surpasses that of bullets. Utilizing his exceptional agility and formidable combat skills, Torrent has ascended to a mid-tier position within the Hellfire Club. Although he does not rival the leaders such as Black King, his status is considerable, particularly in the absence of a chosen bishop for the current conflict. Upon confirming Leach's location, Torrent rapidly began to spin his body. A towering tornado, several meters high, quickly formed his Torrent world, creating the illusion that he was riding upon it. Manipulating the vortex, Torrent soared into the sky. At that moment, Leach had already gathered a wealth of intelligence through the Shadow Ninja, gaining insights into the contemporary relationship between humans and mutants. In this contemporary era, the relationship between humans and mutants, albeit strained, has not yet descended into mutual animosity. It could be posited that, absent Charles's theory on mutants, these individuals might merely be regarded as aberrant humans or deformities. Indeed, it is Charles's singular efforts that have allowed the mutant community to extricate itself from the broader human populace. Leach has instructed his shadowy ninjas to keep an eye on those mutants endowed with unique abilities. Having resolved to carve out his own path in this world, Leach also requires a cadre of subordinates. However, before the return of his shadow ninjas, Leach is unexpectedly greeted by the arrival of a swift figure. "You must be Mr. Leach. Our Black King wishes to extend an invitation for a meeting." The swift figure is acutely aware that Leach, being favored by Sebastian Shaw, possesses considerable strength. Thus he addresses Leach with profound respect. "Sebastian Shaw, you say?" The mere mention of his name piques Leach's interest. As previously stated, Leach harbors no inclination towards the conflict between Charles and Sebastian Shaw. Yet, the Hellfire Club is distinctly different. Although Sebastian Shaw is its Black King, it does not imply that the entirety of the club is under his dominion. One must consider that the White Queen, Emma, is likewise an ambitious mutant, her telepathic prowess rivaling that of Charles. Moreover, the Hellfire Club is not merely a collective of mutants. It also encompasses a plethora of wealthy and influential ordinary individuals. Let us proceed. After a moment's contemplation, Leach resolves to meet with the Black King, Sebastian Shaw. Upon hearing Leach's acquiescence, the swift figure extends his hand, eager to escort Leach. However, recalling the experience of being dragged by a whirlwind, Leach promptly steps back. "Just provide me with the address. I can manage on my own." Possessing the power of dimensional teleportation, Leach is adept at ordinary teleportation as well. Upon receiving the address from the swift figure, Leach vanishes instantaneously from his location. Witnessing this spectacle, the swift figure is reminded of the Red Devil, who also resides within the Hellfire Club. This teleportation ability renders the Red Devil an invaluable asset to the organization, given the strategic significance of such power. The inability of nations to contend with Sebastian Shaw is largely attributable to the Red Devil's capabilities. Even missile strikes cannot eliminate him. The Hellfire Club, outwardly resembling a private theater, conceals a lavish interior. However, on this particular day, the club is notably sparse in attendance. Sebastian Shaw, the Black King, Emma Frost, the White Queen, and Azazel, the Red Devil. With a brilliant flash, Li Qi materialized within the Hellfire Club. He found himself somewhat perplexed, for the dazzling light was rather overwhelming, akin to the signature teleportation of the Red Devil and his ilk. The sudden appearance of Li Qi took both Sebastian Shaw and Emma by surprise. They had not anticipated that Li Qi possessed abilities akin to those of the Red Devil, which prompted Sebastian Shaw, who already held Li Qi in high regard, to pay even more attention to him. Greetings, Mr. Li Qi. As the foremost antagonist in this realm, Sebastian Shaw exuded the air of an ancient gentleman. Beside him, the White Queen, Emma, embodied the elegance of a refined lady. So you are Shaw? I wonder what brings you here. Surveying the surroundings, Li Qi casually selected a chair to sit upon. Young man, you are rather audacious, aren't you? A tall, slender man regarded Li Qi's demeanor towards Sebastian Shaw with evident displeasure. And who might you be? Upon seeing the man step forward, Li Qi racked his brain but could not place him. I am Frenzy. With that declaration, Frenzy activated his mutant ability. In an instant, flames enveloped him, transforming his clothing and flesh into fire. Li Qi instinctively assumed this fellow was a version of the Ghost Rider from this world. However, once Frenzy completed his transformation, Li Qi discerned that the flames emitted by this individual were merely ordinary organic fire, lacking any extraordinary attributes. It could be said that he was a weakened variant of Pyro, his skeletal structure visible through the flames. This also reminded Li Qi of the fact that this individual was known by another name, Matchstick. Freeze time capsule. A wave of chilling air surged from Li Qi's palm, encasing Frenzy the moment they made contact, rendering him frozen within. Ordinary natural flames were utterly incapable of withstanding Li Qi's fruit-based abilities. This display caused the mutants who had initially anticipated a spectacle to adopt a more serious demeanor. Even Sebastian Shaw appeared somewhat taken aback. It was Emma who, sensing the shift in atmosphere, spoke up. This time, we wish to extend an invitation for you to become the White King of the Hellfire Club. Frenzy may have spoken out of jealousy. Upon hearing Emma's words, Li Qi turned to her, acknowledging her keen intellect. He had to admit that Emma was undoubtedly the most astute individual he had encountered since arriving in this world. Rather than employing telepathy like Charles to gauge him, she directly demonstrated her sincerity following Frenzy's attack. Indeed, the position of the White King in the Hellfire Club has remained vacant for quite some time, and we wish to extend an invitation to you for this esteemed role. Upon realizing this, Sebastian Shaw similarly extended an invitation to Leech. Chapter 99. Listening to the words of Sebastian Shaw and Emma, Leech pondered whether he should accept their offer. Joining the Hellfire Club presented both advantages and disadvantages for Leech. The advantage lay in his ability to harness the resources of the Hellfire Club to further his own endeavors. However, becoming a member of the club would also entail inheriting the troubles that rightfully belonged to it. Observing Leech in deep contemplation, neither Sebastian Shaw nor Emma felt any urgency. They believed that joining the Hellfire Club would be solely beneficial for Leech, devoid of any drawbacks. Furthermore, their invitation was not intended for him to become a subordinate of the likes of Sebastian Shaw, but rather to ascend to the rank of White King, a position second only to Sebastian Shaw's Black King. After careful consideration, Leech resolved to accept the role of White King within the Hellfire Club. He felt confident that, with his abilities, he could tackle any challenges that arose from his affiliation with the club. Should he encounter insurmountable obstacles, he could always transition to another world. For this realm of mutants was not his original domain. With Leech's acceptance of the title, Sebastian Shaw and Emma expressed their elation, recognizing that the addition of a powerful ally like Leech would yield greater advantages and status for the Hellfire Club. Let us welcome our White King, Sebastian Shaw proclaimed, raising his glass in celebration. Emma, standing beside him, began introducing Leech to the various mutants present. The Hellfire Club was home to a considerable number of mutants, many of whom Leech could recognize. Yet, there were still numerous unfamiliar faces among them. In this contemporary era, the population of mutants had grown significantly. Meanwhile, as Leech celebrated his new role in the Hellfire Club, Charles and Magneto gathered a group of passionate mutants. Among them were Charles's friend Mystique, Hank McCoy, and Eric Lensher. They were joined by Sirin, Alex Summers, Darwin, and Angel, all summoned by Charles and his allies. Colonel Hendry, observing the mutants showcasing their abilities in the lounge, felt a profound sense of envy. These mutants truly possessed extraordinary gifts. Moira nodded in agreement upon hearing Colonel Hendry's sentiments. As an ordinary individual deeply acquainted with the mutant community, Moira harbors a profound admiration for the abilities possessed by these mutants. While many of their powers may appear trivial when compared to those of humans, the emergence of a formidable mutant, such as the Ravager, can dramatically showcase their immense strength. Were it not for the current scarcity of mutants, the balance of power in this world might not rest in human hands. If not for the looming threat of Sebastian Shaw, Colonel Hendry would never have permitted Charles and Eric such significant authority. In Hendry's perspective, the mutant populace is inherently uncontrollable. Although he acknowledges the value in Charles's philosophies, as an ambitious man, Hendry firmly believes that the more potent mutants, akin to Sebastian Shaw, are the most prevalent. Perhaps, Moira interjected, having spent considerable time with Charles and generally accepting his theoretical framework. Colonel Hendry, reluctant to delve deeper into this topic, glanced at the mutants gathered below. His thoughts drifted to Leech, a mutant who had once obliterated one of his battalions. A powerful mutant like Leech is something Hendry yearns to command. Presently, however, he finds himself lacking in strength. Yet, he can still manipulate the mutants currently at his disposal to further his own ambitions. Unbeknownst to Hendry, Charles is acutely aware of how perilous his abilities are in the eyes of these officials, which is why he refrains from utilizing them within this base. Charles fears that if his powers were to be revealed, it would only incite further animosity towards him and the other mutants. Nonetheless, to leverage these mutants effectively, he must first divert the attention of the two men present. In Hendry's estimation, only Charles and Eric warrant his concern among the mutants, including Raven. The others are merely tools in his eyes. Below, Alex, clad in a designated uniform, gazed at Charles and Hank with sheer delight. This was truly remarkable. Alex's abilities are undeniably powerful, yet he had long struggled to control them. However, now, adorned in this specific uniform, Alex finally found himself capable of mastering his strength. What an extraordinary power. Meanwhile, Angel Salvador observed Alex's prowess with envy. Although her abilities are diverse, they pale in comparison to the straightforward might exhibited by Alex. Indeed, in comparison to you all, I find my abilities to be rather lacking. The African-American Amon, seated nearby, also heard the angel's words, and in contrast to their lives, his plight is the most tragic. Being a person of color has subjected Amon to relentless discrimination, and since becoming a mutant, he has been perceived as a monster due to his inability to control his powers. This has rendered his aspiration to live a normal life utterly unattainable. His mutant abilities are in constant flux. Eric, observing the individuals around him flaunting their powers, expressed his concerns to Charles. Can we truly triumph over Shaw with just them? Eric harbors doubts about the mutants before him, believing they do not measure up to the standards of exceptional warriors. While their abilities are commendable, their potential remains uncertain. Certainly, we can prevail. Shaw's side is not solely composed of mutants. Due to Emma's influence, Charles has limited knowledge of the Hellfire Club, and he is unaware that it has evolved into the most formidable mutant organization. In Charles's view, Sebastian Shaw is flanked by formidable figures such as the Blob, Mystique, and Emma Frost, the White Queen. Thus, he perceives defeating Sebastian Shaw as a manageable task. Each of them possesses extraordinary gifts. With adequate training, they shall become capable warriors. Upon hearing Charles's words, Eric remained silent, while Raven, curious, engaged Hank in a discussion about Leech. Chapter 100. Leech spent the night within the Hellfire Club, which afforded him greater insight into its workings. At present, the Hellfire Club has grown immensely powerful, with its influence permeating various sectors across multiple nations. To Leech, it resembles a gray area hydra, albeit one that relies more heavily on its leaders. The Black King, White King, Black Queen, White Queen, along with 2 bishops and 2 sentinels. However, the current iteration of the Hellfire Club, primarily composed of mutants, has yet to assemble a complete cadre, as only 1 sentinel remains human. The largest faction within the Hellfire Club consists of arms dealers, which elucidates Sebastian Shaw's motives for instigating conflict. Beyond his desire to harness the energy of nuclear weapons for unparalleled power, financial gain is also a significant objective. So what do you think? The Hellfire Club is quite impressive, isn't it? As Leech stepped outside in the morning, he encountered Emma, who had evidently been waiting there for some time. Fortunately, observing Emma Frost, one cannot help but marvel at the uniqueness of this woman. Possessing dual mutant abilities, Emma holds a rather exceptional status within the Hellfire Club. With her telepathic prowess, she has compelled numerous officials and politicians to serve the interests of the club. However, this formidable power also creates a barrier between her and the ordinary members of the club, who tend to keep their distance from Emma. After all, as mere mortals, they cannot guarantee immunity from her influence. Not everyone possesses the means to forge a helmet like Sebastian Shaw's, which can shield against psychic abilities. Thus, the only recourse for these ordinary individuals is to maintain their distance from Emma to ensure their safety. Emma's particular concern for Leech stems from an instinctual sense of danger she perceives in him. It seems that should she attempt to probe his mind, she would encounter something terrifying. Although the reasons for this remain unclear, Emma is inclined to trust her intuition. Shaw's plan is already in motion, and those on his side pose no threat to our endeavors. Should you be interested, you may join us. Sebastian Shaw's actions represent the most significant undertaking within the Hellfire Club to date. It must be acknowledged that Shaw possesses a certain charisma that attracts many mutant followers within the club. When approached by Aaron to assist Shaw, Leech declined outright. He perceived Shaw as excessively confident. Otherwise, he would not have been bested by Charles and Eric. The assembled mutants, while not particularly formidable, overlooked the leadership of Charles and Eric. Without the helmet to shield him from Charles's powers, Shaw would have been defeated long ago. Charles's abilities are undeniably potent, and even Leech finds himself at a disadvantage when confronted with such mental prowess. It is only due to his own resilience that he can ensure he remains unaffected by these psychic abilities. Otherwise, upon first encountering Charles, Leech would have chosen to eliminate him. Emma, upon receiving Leech's rejection, displayed little reaction. The Hellfire Club, in essence, is a rather loose organization. There are many who do not support Shaw's plan, yet their opposition cannot halt his progress. Shaw's strength is undeniable, and those within the club can only express dissent verbally without taking further action. Moreover, it is worth noting that the opposing faction has not abandoned their intentions regarding you. Their mutant squad appears to have targeted you specifically. In the early morning, Emma was somewhat taken aback when she received intelligence about spies. She had not anticipated that those individuals would exhibit such relentless determination. It appeared that the power displayed by Li Qijian had sufficiently awakened them. They were merely an espionage organization, entirely distinct from a military force. The thousands who had been annihilated by Li had already dealt them a grievous blow. Yet, to her astonishment, they still sought to provoke trouble with Li. Hearing that they intended to employ that so-called mutant squad against her, Li couldn't help but find it amusing. The mutant squad, instantaneously dispatched by Sebastian Shaw, had little merit beyond the likes of the Ravager and Darwin. The rest were, without exception, utterly inept. Li admired Charles and his team for managing to find such a motley crew. Among this gathering of mutants, Li held particular regard for the Ravager, Alex, and Darwin. However, he was uncertain whether this Alex Summers was related to the one known as Cyclops, considering that Cyclops' brother, also named Alex Summers, was dubbed Havoc rather than Ravager. Although their abilities bore some resemblance, there were notable differences in their nuances. The Ravager's power involved projecting high-energy beams from within, while Havoc absorbed environmental radiation, electromagnetic energy, or heat, converting it into energy shockwaves released through his body. In terms of ability, Havoc was evidently more versatile, as his powers were not limited to emission from his chest alone. As for Darwin, in Li's perspective, his worth surpassed that of all other mutants. The notion of survival of the fittest sounds deceptively simple, merely adapting to external environments through automatic mutation. Yet, within the realm of scientific research, this ability is extraordinarily profound. Rather than presenting issues due to side effects, it evolves into its optimal form based on various influences. If harnessed by geniuses like Yuri or Bruce Banner, its potential would be magnified 1,000-fold. However, for Darwin, it was merely a passive ability, a testament to the limitations of his species. Within the base, the intelligence Emma received was remarkably precise. Colonel Hendry, realizing he could not mobilize greater authority, reported Li's situation to Director McKeon, who grasped Hendry's intent. Consequently, McKeon requested Moira to persuade the mutant squad to confront Li. Following their previous conflict, Moira had developed a profound fear of Li. Upon hearing McKeon's command, Moira began to counsel, stating, "The power of Leech is exceedingly formidable. It is utterly impossible to confront him relying solely on these few mutants." Chapter 101. McKeon and Colonel Hendry appeared unmoved by Moira's words. As Moira observed their silence, she continued to urge, "These mutants have not yet undergone any training, and their abilities remain untapped. Engaging that monster could very well lead to their demise, much like the previous soldiers." She reflected on the man's profound indifference to life. It dawned on Moira why Leech was so decisive in his actions. He was not a denizen of their world, and the lives of its inhabitants were inconsequential to him. Seeing Moira's demeanor, McKeon remarked, "Whether facing Sebastian Shaw or that Leech, sacrifice is an inevitable plight." Colonel Hendry added, "If you truly harbor concerns for their safety, you could enlist Charles and Eric to join them. It would also provide us an opportunity to gauge the capabilities of this mutant squad." Moira felt an icy chill at Hendry's words. It became painfully clear to her that they cared little for the lives of Alex and the other mutants. Their intent was merely to observe the confrontation between Leech and Charles and Eric, regardless of the toll it might take on either side, allowing them to reap the benefits from the aftermath. Moira, being a member of their ranks, possessed intelligence, though she had often acted foolishly in the past. Faced with the two officers, she found herself at a loss for words to refute them. Noticing her hesitation, McKeon revised his stance, saying, "Given your unwavering conviction, we shall defer this matter for the time being. You may leave now." With McKeon's order, Moira exhaled in relief and promptly departed. Observing her exit, Hendry turned to McKeon, asking, "Is that all there is to it?" Seeing the discontent in Hendry's expression, McKeon questioned his earlier judgment in bringing this foolish individual into his fold. Of course not. Moira's closer ties to Charles do not alter the fact that any of our mutants could serve the purpose just as well, McKeon stated. At this revelation, Hendry's eyes brightened, as he finally grasped the true meaning behind McKeon's words. Moira occupies a unique position at Charles's side, as their special relationship necessitates her continued involvement. However, for the newly recruited mutants, Moira merely appears as an ordinary member. Thus, even if they believe the liaison to be past, their perception remains unchanged. One might casually approach a familiar face, yet the individual named Leech must be firmly under our control. Listening to McCown's words, Hendry grasped the necessary course of action. Throughout the night, the number of mutants in the lounge increased, yet the latest arrivals lacked the distinction of their predecessors. Not only did their abilities pale in comparison, but their appearances also bore numerous imperfections. Most strikingly, one individual possessed 3 arms. "Greetings, I am Agent Reyna," announced a carefully selected agent as he entered amidst the discussions among the mutants regarding their future. In contrast to Moira, Reyna exuded a sense of familiarity. Engaging in conversation with the mutants, he seamlessly integrated himself among them. Only the Angel Salvador remained wary of Reyna, while the others seemed eager to divulge their innermost secrets during their discussions. Reyna, in turn, complimented this batch of mutants with veiled praise. "Is our enemy the one known as Sebastian Shaw? Is he intent on igniting war?" inquired the sea creature Sean Cassidy, curiosity piqued by Reyna's mention of Shaw's nefarious intentions. "Indeed, Sebastian Shaw is scheming to instigate a new war, and our task is to thwart his plans," Reyna replied. The mutants present were all young, yet had long felt overlooked due to their abilities. Now, under Reyna's persuasive rhetoric, they were filled with righteous indignation, eager to embark on a mission to eliminate Sebastian Shaw. Only Salvador and Alex maintained their composure, not swayed like the others. "Are we truly capable of confronting him?" Adu expressed his self-doubt, feeling that his abilities were insignificant compared to those of the other mutants. "Yes, based on your description, Sebastian is formidable. Can our strength truly measure up?" questioned another newcomer, uncertain if their powers could contend with the seemingly fearsome Sebastian Shaw. "To face Shaw, you may require a period of training. But dealing with another individual may be feasible now," Reyna suggested, capturing even Alex's interest. Observing the mutants gathered around him, Reyna realized that his plan had succeeded in part. Who were these individuals? Among them was a mutant named Li Chi, who, despite his brief appearance, had already claimed the lives of thousands. Even Moira had suffered considerable injuries at his hands. Thousands? How could that be possible? Was this man a murderer? Upon hearing Reyna's assertion that Li Chi had killed so many, the mutants present were struck with disbelief. They simply could not fathom how Li Chi had managed such a feat. Reyna refrained from divulging the actual circumstances to the mutants, instead emphasizing Li Chi's malevolence and ferocity. The mutants listened, their indignation mounting, when fortuitously, an agent previously stationed outside entered. "Commander Reyna, Colonel Hendry has ordered you to apprehend the malevolent mutant Li Chi." Upon hearing the agent's words, Reyna did not hastily mobilize. Instead, he earnestly turned to Alex and the others, inquiring, "I will not pressure you. As you have yet to undergo systematic training, if you feel unprepared to confront Li Chi, we can afford to wait a while longer. No problem. But if we delay further, that fiend may kill even more." Alex, bewildered by Reyna's words, stepped forward to volunteer for the mission to capture Li Chi. The other mutants, inspired by Alex's initiative, eagerly expressed their desire to participate in this endeavor. Chapter 102. McKeon and Hendry, positioned on the second floor, observed the fervent mutants below, nodding in satisfaction. McKeon was uncertain whether these mutants could defeat Li Chi. However, he knew that should anything go awry, the formidable mutants Charles and Eric would undoubtedly intervene. This was precisely why McKeon had instructed Reyna to entice the mutants. "Have we located Li Chi's whereabouts?" McKeon inquired of Hendry, who stood beside him. In an era where surveillance was lacking, tracking an individual was no simple task, particularly when that individual possessed extraordinary powers. "Not yet, but our personnel are already deployed. Once Li Chi makes an appearance, we will surely be able to pinpoint him," Hendry quickly explained under McKeon's scrutiny. Since losing track of Li Chi the previous day, Hendry had augmented his search efforts. Yet, after a night had passed, no trace of Li Chi had been found. "Deploy more personnel. In these extraordinary times, we may need to employ unconventional methods," Observing Hendry, McEwen conveyed that there was no need for strict adherence to protocol in their current situation. Upon hearing McEwen's words, Hendry's eyes lit up with newfound determination. He had long been prepared to employ unconventional methods, yet the reluctance to shoulder the burden alone was evident in him. Rest assured, while Hendry and his companions were diligently searching for Li Qi had already returned to the Marvel Universe. In stark contrast to the commotion that accompanied his departure to the world of mutants, his return to the Marvel realm was remarkably serene. Aside from the unavoidable brilliance that accompanied his appearance, he did not provoke any further disturbances. In the office of Serbia, the suddenly appeared Li Qi regarded Eileen and inquired, "How long have I been away?" 3 days, Eileen replied, somewhat surprised by his sudden presence, but refraining from probing further. Although she was unaware of Li Qi's activities during his absence, she had never been one to pry into such matters. 3 days, indeed. Upon hearing Eileen's words, Li Qi realized that the flow of time differed between the two worlds. He had spent approximately a day in the mutant realm, while 3 days had elapsed in the Marvel Universe. Has anything significant transpired during this time? Having grasped the disparity in time flow, Li Qi inquired about any developments in Serbia. Nothing major has occurred, but we have recently received a considerable number of immigration applications, and some of them are rather indecisive. Eileen explained, summarizing the issues that had arisen over the past few days. However, the topic that concerned her most was immigration. Our country has gained a certain notoriety in Europe recently, particularly regarding our policies towards illegal immigrants and the black population, which has led many nations to perceive us as a racially discriminatory country. Eileen chuckled slightly as she spoke. Ironically, this very notoriety had attracted numerous individuals burdened by political correctness seeking to immigrate to their nation. Upon hearing Eileen's remarks, Li Qi understood the source of her amusement. The accusations levied against Serbia were, in reality, trivial. They were not a nation beholden to capitalist constraints. As for immigration, just manage it as you see fit, but ensure that we are not inundated by too many people at once. Presently, Li Qi's expectations regarding Serbia's population were no longer as stringent as before. As long as the influx did not overwhelm their capacity for management, it sufficed. Eileen, having consumed a substantial portion of the divine fruit, had significantly enhanced her own strength, further bolstered by the power retained by Serbia. Even in the event of war, Serbia now possessed the capability to contend effectively. Eileen's prowess, combined with the warriors in Serbia who have mastered the 6 powers of the Navy and various breathing techniques, is more than sufficient to contend with conventional warfare. How is the development of the devil fruit abilities progressing? Having confirmed that all is well in Serbia, Li Qi inquired about Eileen's advancement with the devil fruit. Although Li Qi had previously utilized the ice fruit, he had imparted some insights and his understanding of Zoan-type devil fruits to Eileen before their parting. Let us give it a try. Upon hearing Li Qi's words, Eileen was filled with eagerness. Since consuming the great god fruit, she had tirelessly trained her abilities. While in New York, she had the assistance of Wanda, but upon returning to Serbia, she found herself without a sparring partner. Thus, hearing Li Qi's suggestion ignited her enthusiasm. Observing Eileen's fervor, Li Qi noted a marked change in her demeanor. Previously, Eileen had shown little interest in combat, largely due to her insufficient strength. However, it was evident that her interest in fighting had grown. The two entered a specially constructed training ground. As soon as they stepped inside, Eileen activated her fruit's power, transforming into her hybrid beast form. The frigid aura emanating from her created a layer of frost upon the ground. However, this temperature posed no challenge to Li Qi, who had consumed the ice fruit. Fortunately, Li Qi had no intention of using his devil fruit powers this time. Otherwise, Eileen would undoubtedly have been at a disadvantage. The ice fruit's counter against the great god fruit was exceedingly pronounced. "I'm coming," Eileen declared as she charged toward Li Qi in an instant. Enhanced by her devil fruit abilities, her physical prowess had become formidable. In the blink of an eye, she was upon Li Qi, her claws aiming for his face. Li Qi raised his arm, his haki enveloping him instantly. Clang! The white claws collided with Li Qi's dark arm, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal. Impressive strength. Li Qi praised as he observed Eileen retreating. The force behind her strike was remarkable. Even with his haki activated, he could feel the power contained within. Few could withstand such an assault unscathed. Oomph. Noticing Li Qi's relaxed demeanor, Eileen opened her mouth and unleashed a torrent of icy energy. The white frost coalesced into a beam, resembling a laser, hurtling towards Li Qi. Faced with Eileen's attack, he chose not to evade. Erin allowed her attacks to land upon herself. The torrent struck Li Qi, instantly freezing him twice. Yet, in the next moment, Li Qi elementalized and emerged from the icy confines. As he stepped forth, he gazed at Erin, realizing for the first time her remarkable talent in combat. Erin's recent maneuver. Even in Li Qi's discerning eyes, was commendable. Chapter 103. The technique Eren had just executed was not only swift, but also possessed considerable might. Ordinary foes could be immobilized in the blink of an eye, and the inherent force would shatter the frozen adversaries instantaneously. Such power appeared formidable even to Li Qi. Observing that her assault failed to inflict harm upon Li Qi, Eren chose to withdraw. Her mastery over the devil fruit was still nascent, and her proficiency paled in comparison to Li Qi's. The fact that she could wield the fruit to such an extent already testified to her extraordinary aptitude. Not yet. There remains a vast chasm between us. Eren approached Li Qi and reverted to her human form. The specialized combat attire crafted for her by Yuri maintained its integrity, even in her beastly transformation. How long have you possessed this ability? Your current performance is commendable. Noticing Eren's slightly despondent demeanor, Li Qi reassured her. The Zoan-type devil fruit enables intense training. If it weren't for these bureaucratic burdens, your strength would surely surpass what it is now. Li Qi recognized that had it not been for the need to address affairs in Serbia, Eren's capabilities would have undoubtedly been greater. Even with a fraction of her time dedicated to training, she had already displayed such prodigious talent, which alleviated Li Qi's concerns about entrusting Serbia to her leadership. After all, in a superlative nation, the leader's strength is paramount. Are you leaving? Eren inquired, her gaze fixed on Li Qi if possible. She wished for him to remain in Serbia a while longer. I need to check on the situation in New York, and if all goes as planned, I may be away for some time. Li Qi was acutely aware of Eren's sentiments. However, New York required his attention, as did the arrangement of the mutant universe. In Li Qi's view, among those around him, Wanda was currently the only one likely to accompany him to the multiverse. After all, Wanda and Pietro existed within the realm of mutants. Eren was not one to create unnecessary disturbances. Upon understanding Li Qi's intentions, she began her training anew. The Navy's sixth style is now arguably the most suitable technique for Eileen, whose formidable physique allows her to wield it without regard for any adverse effects. Likewise, the extraordinary regenerative capabilities bestowed by her Zoan fruit enable Eileen to recover from training-induced injuries with remarkable speed. In New York, at Umbrella, Natasha inquired, "Has Leech not returned yet?" Wanda, floating nearby, replied, "Not yet, but it should be soon." The absence of Leech, who had ventured into other worlds, profoundly affected Wanda. Ever since they had fought their way out of the Hydra base, Wanda and Leech had never truly been apart. Even when one resided in New York and the other in Serbia, Wanda could easily teleport to Leech's side whenever she wished. However, in recent days, Leech had fallen completely silent, leaving Wanda feeling especially sensitive, perhaps due to her emotional state. Wanda's understanding of chaos magic had remarkably surpassed an entire year's worth of progress in merely 3 days. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared before Natasha and Wanda, prompting Wanda to withdraw from her communion with chaos magic upon sensing a familiar presence. Upon seeing Leech so close, Wanda rushed into his embrace. "What has happened to you?" Leech questioned, perplexed as he held Wanda, who had changed so dramatically in just a few days. The vibrant red energy emanating from her was almost overwhelming, reminiscent of a darker version of the Scarlet Witch. Realizing her overly excited reaction, Wanda stepped back and gazed intently at Leech, exclaiming, "Why have you been gone for so long?" Sensing Wanda's growing infatuation, Leech quickly responded, "I encountered some intriguing events in that world." Without waiting for Wanda's reply, he began to recount the general circumstances of the mutant world. It truly is a fascinating realm where everyone has the opportunity to gain superpowers. Natasha, intrigued by Leech's account, shared her curiosity about a world filled with numerous superpowered individuals. "It's rather remarkable, but the humans there harbor a strong animosity towards mutants," Leech added. Wanda, puzzled, questioned, "With such immense power, why would they fear humans?" To Wanda, possessing great strength should grant them the ability to seize a nation without concern for human sentiments. The mutants are far from united. A significant portion of them retains a closeness to humanity. The Charles I encountered epitomizes this sentiment. After listening to Charles's theories and ideas, Natasha scoffed, remarking, "This fellow is truly hypocritical, a vacillating individual who will garner no favorable impressions from either mutants or humans." Natasha perceives Charles's notions as overly idealistic. Were someone like Nick Fury, with his brazen demeanor and ruthless heart, to occupy Charles's position, he would not concern himself with the X-Men confronting Sebastian Shaw, but rather allow Shaw to wreak havoc. Only such individuals would come to recognize Charles's significance. Setting aside matters on that front, how has New York been of late? Observing Natasha and Wanda still eager to engage in discussion, Li Qi proactively inquired about the situation in New York. As you previously mentioned, ever since Tony Stark revealed himself as Iron Man, the entire world has descended into chaos. Speaking of Tony Stark, Natasha frowned. She had long heard Li Chi speak of an impending new era, but had yet to grasp its meaning. However, upon Stark's announcement of his Iron Man identity, the gravity of the situation became clear to her. Noting Li Chi's inquisitive gaze, Natasha elucidated, ever since Tony Stark disclosed his identity as Iron Man, what once were mere gangsters and thugs have transformed into high-tech criminals and superpowered felons. In Hell's Kitchen alone, a plethora of nefarious entities has emerged, and even previously defeated foes have been summoned once more. Natasha continued, Stark's press conference was akin to breaking a seal, awakening supervillains who had long lurked in the shadows. Chapter 104. Upon hearing Natasha's account, Li Chi comprehended the current state of affairs. Following Stark's revelation, superpowered individuals have proliferated, and many dark entities that should remain hidden have begun to surface frequently. Creatures such as vampires and werewolves have made multiple appearances in the media. Fortunately, a recent skirmish between Li Chi's group and vampires resulted in significant losses for the New York vampires. Their activity is now limited to just a few stray entities in Linshan. Ironically, those who have unexpectedly gained superpowers seem to cause even more turmoil. Due to the prominence of the Hero Association, many individuals with newfound abilities or advanced technology aspire to become superheroes, with the first choice being to join the Hero Association. After all, the Hero Association now enjoys substantial renown, and becoming a superhero within an organization is undoubtedly more advantageous than going solo. Not everyone possesses the fortitude to act solely on unwavering faith, as Murdoch does. The majority of extraordinarily fortunate lives are far from flawless. However, the emergence of the Hero Association has provided these individuals with a new avenue. Otherwise, one can only speculate how many among them might have succumbed to a life of crime. In merely 3 days, over a dozen individuals have joined the Hero Association. Yet their prowess remains rather modest. They can be deemed street heroes, capable of handling minor thugs, but confronting organized crime syndicates necessitates a collective effort. Besides those who have enrolled in the Hero Association, a segment has opted to remain in the shadows, akin to Murdoch, embracing the path of solitary vigilantes. Yet, a more significant number have surrendered to their desires, transforming into formidable supervillains. This has contributed to the overwhelming chaos in New York, where the perpetual struggle between superheroes and supervillains unfolds daily. Consequently, the agency tasked with addressing these issues, SHIELD, has found itself under scrutiny. Within SHIELD, Nick Fury, having concluded a phone call, resolved to take decisive action. Initially inclined to delay reaching out to Li Chi, he now deemed it imperative to contact him sooner. Fortunately, the 084 item he had prepared for Li Chi was ready. Coulson, I need you to make another trip to Umbrella, Nick Fury stated, realizing he had few suitable subordinates available for the task. After careful consideration, he concluded that Coulson was the most appropriate choice to communicate with. Li Chi understood, sir. Coulson responded, treating the matter with nonchalance. In his view, this was merely a minor issue. He harbored no grievances with Li Chi and found their previous encounters to be quite amicable. Having assented to Fury's request, Coulson promptly retrieved the 084 item and set off for Umbrella. His actions were swift, and upon his arrival at Umbrella, he discovered that Li Chi had yet to depart. Mr. Li Chi, here is the 084 item we discussed, Coulson announced, placing 2 boxes on the table without hesitation. As he opened the boxes, they revealed 2 items, a piece of metal and an object resembling a battery. Nick Fury truly is generous. He has relinquished such a substantial piece of vibranium. Indeed, the metal within the box was the renowned vibranium, and given its size, the quantity was not insignificant. Coulson was somewhat taken aback by Fury's liberality, especially in an era when Wakanda had yet to disclose its existence, making vibranium both exorbitant in value and scarce in availability. This single piece of vibranium alone could fetch hundreds of millions of dollars. Our commander is indeed quite sincere. Upon hearing Li Chi's words, Coulson also spoke up, fully aware that this was merely an effort to bolster their SHIELD credibility with Li Chi. Otherwise, they would harbor no confidence in the forthcoming transaction. The energy battery is an object we stumbled upon inadvertently. Noticing Li Chi stow away the vibranium, Coulson proceeded to introduce another item. The function of this energy battery is quite straightforward. It absorbs and releases energy, capable of harnessing both electrical and thermal energy. As Coulson elaborated, Li Chi realized that this energy battery was far more complex than it initially appeared. While it may not provide infinite energy, its capabilities surpass those of many other energy sources. At the very least, the energy battery possesses a versatility akin to a universal remedy. able to supply energy to any object. Li Qi was quite pleased with the two items presented by Coulson, although neither possessed overwhelming power. They were certainly not ordinary objects and met Li Qi's criteria for trade goods. Seeing Li Qi's satisfaction, Coulson breathed a sigh of relief. He then continued, I have another request. We wish to invite you to join us in confronting Hydra. After speaking, Coulson fixed a calm gaze upon Li Qi. Hydra, you say? Li Qi instantly recognized that Coulson referred to the faction led by Pierce, which was clandestinely embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. Yes. Our commander hopes our transaction can proceed, and we will offer item 084 as remuneration for confronting Hydra. Li Qi refrained from providing an immediate response. During this period, Hydra had been remarkably subdued. None of its factions had troubled Li Qi, however. He understood that the animosity between himself and Hydra could not simply dissipate. Their current restraint stemmed from a clear understanding of their inability to eliminate him. Moreover, Pierce's faction represented the most formidable segment of Hydra. Should they be vanquished, the repercussions for Hydra would be incalculable. Let us proceed with item 084. However, this time, it cannot be limited to merely two. Li Qi regarded Coulson and offered his reply. Confronting Hydra was a task he deemed necessary. Collaborating with S.H.I.E.L.D. posed no issues. At least from Li Qi's perspective, their assistance would simplify the management of subsequent challenges. Nevertheless, he would demand his due recompense without fail. No problem. Upon hearing Li Qi's words, Coulson let out a sigh of relief. As long as Li Qi could agree to confront Hydra, the price to be paid was deemed acceptable. After all, if S.H.I.E.L.D. continued to remain in a stalemate with Hydra, the outcome could only lead to mutual destruction. Currently, the internal strife with Hydra had already garnered significant disapproval from the Council towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 105 finds Coulson having received good news. Returning to S.H.I.E.L.D. to relay this information to Nick Fury, who had long been mentally prepared for such developments. Even if it meant sacrificing additional items of 084, as long as they could vanquish Hydra, those offerings would be deemed sufficient. Within Umbrella Corporation, after Coulson's departure, Natasha approached Li Qi with an inquiry. Are you prepared to take action against Hydra? Indeed, Hydra's existence is akin to a persistent ailment, while not fatal. It is undeniably bothersome. In Li Qi's view, Hydra no longer constituted a primary adversary. However, the eradication of such a clandestine organization proved exceedingly challenging. Even for Li Qi and his companions, the complete annihilation of Hydra within a short time frame was unattainable. Nonetheless, inflicting significant damage upon Hydra was a more feasible endeavor, particularly given how easily identifiable Pierce's faction was. Allowing Hydra to continue unchecked was not a viable solution. Natasha nodded in agreement upon hearing Li Qi's sentiments. This time, let me join you in this endeavor. After a moment's contemplation, Natasha spoke to Li Qi. She held a deep-seated affection for S.H.I.E.L.D. And in the current situation against Pierce's Hydra, she was eager to contribute. Very well. Launching a full-scale assault on Hydra will not be a simple task. Nick Fury will need to make certain preparations before we can proceed. After addressing matters here, Li Qi also intended to return to the world of mutants. Upon learning about the mutants, Yuri expressed a desire for some mutant blood for research purposes. Li Qi did not refuse, as he held great respect for Yuri's research capabilities. Currently, no one matched Yuri's scientific prowess in Li Qi's view. Perhaps only geniuses like Tony Stark and Bruce Banner could rival Yuri in the realm of scientific inquiry. I leave this matter in your capable hands. I shall make another visit to that world. Upon hearing Li Qi's words, Wanda, who had been nearby, seemed poised to speak, but ultimately refrained. After employing his dimensional teleportation abilities, Li Qi vanished amidst a radiant shimmer. When Li Qi reemerged, he found himself in the realm of mutants. This time, his descent took place on the streets rather than within the confines of the Hellfire Club. In the Marvel Universe, Li Qi had not spent even a full day, and although time flowed swiftly in the mutant world, only a little over a day had elapsed. Observing the startled pedestrians who were taken aback by his sudden appearance, Li Qi resolved to first visit the Hellfire Club to ascertain the progress of Sebastian Shaw's plans. Unbeknownst to him, news of his reappearance would swiftly reach others. McKellen, intent on dealing with Li Qi, exerted considerable effort, employing not only his own personnel, but also hiring numerous gang members and underground brokers. The commotion surrounding Li Qi's return was significant, and it was eagerly relayed by those with vested interests. Upon receiving the news, McKellen instructed Reyna to gather the mutants to confront Li Qi. Meanwhile, Charles and his companions had already been dispatched by Colonel Hendry. Without the oversight of Charles and Eric, these mutants lacked any decisive agency. Upon hearing Reyna mention that they had located Li Qi, Alex was filled with enthusiasm and insisted on mobilizing. It was imperative to track Li Qi's whereabouts. He must not vanish from their sight again. McKellen, glancing at Colonel Hendry beside him, voiced his thoughts. The formidable power Li Qi displayed only intensified McKellen's desire to bring him under his control. While Alex and his group might not pose a significant challenge to Li Qi, Charles and his allies undoubtedly possessed the strength to contend with him. Unbeknownst to Alex and the others, they had become mere pawns in McKellen and Hendry's eyes, disposable at any moment. At this juncture, Alex and his companions still fancied themselves as heroes destined to save the world. Li Qi soon arrived at a stronghold of the Hellfire Club, a CAF adorned with a distinctly retro aesthetic. This establishment served merely as a temporary refuge for members, predominantly populated by ordinary individuals, with only a handful being mutants. "White King," exclaimed a mutant who was preoccupied with tending to small creatures, upon witnessing Li Qi's entrance. Immediately adopting a tone of utmost respect, Li Qi's visage had become widely recognized within the Hellfire Club, as he had rapidly ascended to prominence as a formidable force, leaving an indelible impression on all who beheld him. "Hello," Li Qi acknowledged, nodding at the mutant with pronounced canine teeth before him. After a brief acquaintance, Li Qi learned that the mutant before him was named Jane, who possessed the ability of beast transformation. Jane could metamorphose into a colossal wolf, and his regenerative capacity was remarkably impressive. Upon hearing about Jane's abilities, Li Qi acknowledged that this individual wielded considerable strength. In addition to Jane, there was another mutant in the stronghold capable of communicating with plants. The remainder of the group consisted solely of ordinary individuals. However, they belonged to the affluent or influential class. As the conversation unfolded, Li Qi's observation Haki suddenly sensed that several individuals were approaching him. "You all should tidy up and depart. Trouble is on its way," Li Qi advised, glancing at Jane, who he found quite perceptive and intriguing. In response to Li Qi's words, Jane led the others to evacuate through a secret passage, leaving Li Qi alone in the CAF. Reyna had been listening to the squad's reports, and upon learning that Li Qi remained in the CAF, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Li Qi's teleportation ability was exceedingly troublesome. Had he utilized it to leave, locating him again would require considerable time. Soon, Reyna guided the mutant team to the exterior of the CAF. Peering through the window, Li Qi recognized the silhouettes of Alex and a few others. However, many of the mutants present were unfamiliar to him. Reyna observed Li Qi but had no intention of approaching him. She was acutely aware of the outcome involving Mora. That person was indeed Li Qi. Alex caught sight of Li Qi seated within and found it incomprehensible how this individual could be responsible for the deaths of thousands. Although Alex did not grasp the underlying reasons, he understood that someone like Li Qi could not be allowed to roam freely. Otherwise, countless innocents could become ensnared in the chaos. In contrast to Alex, the siren standing nearby was more eager to showcase his abilities. Observing Li Qi inside, he opened his mouth and unleashed his power. A formidable sonic wave erupted from Cassidy's lips, shattering the glass before Li Qi and directly impacting him. However, what should have been a devastating sonic assault inflicted no harm upon Li Qi with a physique akin to that of a monster. Li Qi had transcended the realm of humanity. Just like Cassidy's sonic wave, which posed a lethal threat to ordinary individuals and even typical mutants, it proved utterly ineffective against Li Qi, yet Li Qi remained utterly unperturbed in the face of such an onslaught, a testament to the formidable strength of his physique. How could this be? Observing Li Qi, who sat intact and unscathed, Cassidy's expression morphed into one of sheer terror. His mutant ability had been Cassidy's sole reliance, yet now, confronted by Li Qi, it proved utterly ineffectual. The remaining mutants, witnessing Li Qi's demonstration, could no longer afford to hesitate. They launched a concerted attack against him without delay. Leading the charge was Alex, the most powerful among them, who unleashed a crimson energy shockwave from his chest. This time, however, Li Qi did not merely stand idly by awaiting the impending assault. While he had faith in the resilience of his body, he was no masochist. Recognizing the formidable nature of Alex's attack, Li Qi refused to remain stationary. In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing amidst Alex and his companions. The speed at which he moved left the inexperienced group utterly bewildered, and it was only when Li Qi executed a sweeping kick that they finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. With a resounding impact, Li Qi's casual strike wreaked havoc upon the mutants. The force of his kick inflicted severe damage on those nearby. Had it not been for a few exceptionally gifted individuals standing in the way, Li Qi's strike could have decimated half of the group. The one who truly bore the brunt of Li Qi's assault was Adu, whose mutant ability allowed him to transform his body into a robust granite upon impact. Another was a mutant unfamiliar to Li Qi, who could generate an energy shield around himself. Yet, even with such defenses, the remaining mutants suffered injuries from the shockwave of the kick. The most tragic fate befell a mutant standing beside Salvador, who lost an arm to Li Qi's strike. Rising from the ground, Adu, emboldened by his granite form, charged at Li Qi. Salvador, shaken by the ferocity of Li Qi's attack, spat a glob of venom toward him. In response to these mutants, Li Qi unleashed his Ice Age. However, he refrained from fully unleashing his power, aware that such a display in his current awakened state could easily encase the entire city in ice. Darwin, the one charging the fastest, was the first to feel the chilling terror of the frozen realm. The principle of survival of the fittest compelled Darwin to begin transforming his body the moment he encountered the extreme cold. In a mere few seconds, Darwin's body underwent several transformations. Ultimately, he became a cluster of blue and white crystals, still trapped in a state of icy confinement. However, Li Qi could sense that Darwin had not succumbed to unconsciousness, unlike others who had been encased in ice. Salvatore reacted swiftly, the insect wings on the inner sides of his shoulders unfurling as he ascended into the air. Alex turned his massive form, unleashing a powerful energy shockwave aimed directly at Li Qi. Yet, Li Qi's frigid aura reached Alex first, encasing him in an icy sculpture in an instant. Nonetheless, due to the continuous shockwaves emanating from Alex's chest, he was not entirely immobilized by the frost. Meanwhile, Rena, who had initially chosen to evade, was unable to escape becoming an ice figure. Observing the transformed mutants before him, Li Qi produced a syringe, preparing to draw some blood. At that moment, a burst of red mist suddenly erupted beside him. The Red Devil, accompanied by a torrent, appeared before Li Qi. Impressive, he remarked, noting how quickly the situation had been resolved. Azazel, the Red Devil, surveyed the frozen mutants around him, surprise flickering in his eyes as he regarded Li Qi. Although he had witnessed Li Qi freeze frenzy in an instant back at the Hellfire Club, seeing so many mutants turned into ice sculptures simultaneously was still unexpected. "What brings you here?" Li Qi inquired, puzzled by the Red Devil's arrival. "We received word from Jean and intended to assist you. We didn't anticipate that they would falter so quickly against you." The Red Devil expressed a newfound respect for Li Qi, acknowledging his formidable strength, which he had only witnessed in Sebastian Shaw. "You arrived just in time. I was about to draw some blood here," Li Qi said with a smile, recalling the Red Devil's unique mutant abilities. "Take these individuals back with you. Their powers are quite intriguing." He gestured towards Darwin, Alex, and Salvatore. Among these mutants, only they piqued Li Qi's curiosity. Whether it was Alex's nearly limitless energy shockwaves, Darwin's adaptability, or Salvatore's peculiar mutant abilities, all were worthy of exploration. Particularly noteworthy was Salvatore, whose powers, though seemingly insect-related, allowed him to manipulate both fire and ice, which was precisely why he had not been completely encased in frost. After all, in the face of the onslaught from the glacial realm, merely soaring into the sky would not suffice for evasion. Following the direction indicated by Li Qi, the Red Devil also cast a glance towards the trio. No problem. Although unaware of Li Qi's intentions, the Red Devil was more than willing to assist with such trivial matters. Approaching the three individuals, the Red Devil allowed their bodies to come into contact with his own. In the next moment, a crimson mist enveloped them, and they vanished from sight. Chapter 107. After the Red Devil escorted Alex and the others away, Li Qi resumed his previously interrupted actions, extracting some blood from the mutants' bodies. Though he held little regard for these mutants, it was possible that something of value could be discovered among them. Just as Raven's abilities led to the creation of formidable Sentinel robots from her genetic material, one could never predict the potential outcomes of such research. Once the blood was secured, Li Qi activated his teleportation ability and proceeded to the Hellfire Club. Meanwhile, atop a distant skyscraper, McCown and Hendry observed the entire battle unfold. Damn it! Who would have thought that Li Qi would entangle himself with Sebastian Shaw? McCown was well acquainted with the Red Devil. It was precisely due to the Red Devil's presence that Sebastian Shaw could effortlessly extricate himself from the King's relentless pursuit. Now, witnessing Li Qi converse with the Red Devil, McCown and his companion realized that Li Qi had indeed intertwined himself with Sebastian Shaw. However, this was of little concern. It rendered Charles and his team's intervention all the more justifiable. McCown pondered that, under the current circumstances, having Charles take action against Li Qi seemed increasingly reasonable. In their minds, dealing with Li Qi had become a matter of greater significance than thwarting Sebastian Shaw. After all, even if Sebastian Shaw instigated a war, it would merely result in the loss of a few civilians. Yet, if they could seize control of Li Qi, it would secure their future. Within the Hellfire Club, upon Li Qi's arrival, Emma awaited him with anticipation. I never expected you to create such a commotion upon your departure. The mutants we painstakingly gathered have all fallen into your hands so easily. Observing Li Qi, Emma couldn't help but lament their misfortune. The carefully assembled mutant team had suffered complete devastation on their very first mission. Such losses were indeed a grievous blow. Who asked these fellows to target me? Li Qi was indifferent to whether his actions would affect the ongoing struggle against Sebastian Shaw. Are there any peculiar traits in the 3 mutants you brought back? Emma inquired, casting a glance at Leech. She had witnessed the trio that the Red Devil had returned with and felt a twinge of curiosity about what made them so special in Leech's eyes. Emma could sense Leech's arrogance and indifference. She realized that within the Hellfire Club, only she, Sebastian Shaw, and Azazel garnered his regard. The rest, be they mutants or humans, were met with his disregard, akin to how humanity overlooks ants. This perception fueled her intrigue regarding the 3 mutants specifically brought back by the Red Devil. Their abilities were intriguing, presenting greater value for study than those of ordinary mutants. With Yuri absent from this realm, Leech had resumed his research after a long hiatus. The laboratory was provided by the Hellfire Club, and Emma and the others paid no mind to Leech's endeavors regarding the mutants. After all, they were not virtuous individuals. Meanwhile, within the base, Charles and his companions returned from the outside, only to feel as if the sky had fallen upon them upon learning of the annihilation of the entire mutant squad. Alex and the others were among the few mutants nearby willing to lend their strength to assist them. Yet, such rare talents had perished within a mere day of absence. What could have transpired? Eric's gaze was icy as he fixed his stare upon Colonel Hendry. Eric had witnessed the capabilities of Alex and his comrades. Although he deemed them lacking in battle experience and not particularly formidable, they should not have been so easily dispatched. It was that fellow Leech, who has mingled with Sebastian Shaw, Colonel Hendry remarked, casting a glance at Charles. You should never have allowed Leech to roam freely. Had you done otherwise, these individuals would not have met such a swift demise. Upon hearing Colonel Hendry's words, Charles's expression darkened considerably. At that moment, Charles was still a passionate youth, not yet the mature professor he would later become. In the midst of Colonel Hendry's speech, Charles had already begun to employ his abilities against him. Under the weight of Charles's formidable mutant powers, the hidden thoughts nestled in Hendry's heart were laid bare before him, causing Charles's demeanor to grow increasingly grim. Initially, Charles had believed that Moira's attack on Leech stemmed from her personal motives. It now appeared that the root of the issue lay in the greed of those in high positions. Beside them, Eric observed Charles' changing expression and realized he must have uncovered something significant. To prevent Charles' transformation from drawing attention from others, he directly addressed Colonel Hendry, standing nearby, stating, "Since that Leech is mingling with Sebastian Shaw, we shall confront them together when the time comes." Clearly, in Eric's perspective, dealing with Sebastian Shaw took precedence over confronting Leech. Upon hearing Eric's words, Hendry felt a twinge of displeasure. After all, Leech posed a greater threat to them. How could they afford to neglect this perilous mutant? Given that Sebastian Shaw's whereabouts were currently unknown, their immediate focus should be on Leech. Upon hearing Hendry's remarks, Eric cast a disdainful glance in his direction before conferring with Beast and Raven about how to reassemble the mutants. Eric was acutely aware that they could not rely solely on Shaw's subordinates, for they would be utterly incapable of contending with him. To successfully regroup the mutants, they would have to venture further afield, as they had already made contact with all nearby mutants. Raven, upon hearing Eric's statement, felt a sense of helplessness. The task of rallying the mutants primarily fell upon her and Moira, and now, the squad they had painstakingly assembled had been decimated. Feeling ignored by Eric, Colonel Hendry turned his attention to persuading Charles. However, having grasped the intentions of Hendry and the others, Charles was unlikely to become a tool in their hands. He merely feigned interest in Hendry's words. Chapter 108. Seeing that neither Charles nor Eric acknowledged him, Colonel Hendry grimly returned upstairs to inform McKellen of the situation. From our observations, Charles appears to harbor profound feelings for mutants. Under these circumstances, it is only logical to seek out trouble with Leech. McKellen, listening to Hendry's words, wore a grim expression. As he noticed Hendry continuing to ramble, McKellen erupted in anger. "You fool, do you not comprehend? Charles already knows all your thoughts." In an instant, Hendry, who had been incessantly chattering, fell silent as if struck by a power outage. At that moment, he finally recalled the extent of Charles' abilities. How dare he? The realization that his innermost secrets had been exposed to Charles filled Hendry with dread. It seemed evident that Charles and his allies were ultimately not of the same ilk as them. Such occurrences must never transpire again. We must possess means of counteraction. McKeon, albeit with a degree of skepticism regarding Charles's assurances from the onset, found himself swayed by the interactions over time, leading him to trust in Charles's promises. Yet, the unforeseen events of today have compelled McKeon to recognize the necessity for devising devices capable of resisting telepathy. The dilemma lies in the fact that we currently lack such technology. Henley understood McKeon's sentiments, yet the nature of this targeted ability eluded their comprehension. The failure of their plans necessitated a re-evaluation of strategies to confront Li Qi and Sebastian Shaw. Similarly, Charles and his associates had become uncontrollable elements in McKeon's perspective. Meanwhile, within the laboratory, Li Qi delved into the peculiarities of mutant genes. Each mutant gene represented a wholly distinct power, and astonishingly, these genes proved to be far more stable than Li Qi had anticipated, suggesting their potential for transplantation into others. At this juncture, Li Qi contemplated the origins of mutants. If memory served him correctly, mutants were ostensibly artificially created beings, their genes imbued with dubious elements. A sudden knock echoed through the room. Emma leaned against the doorway. Gazing at Li Qi, "What's the matter?" "The 3 children you brought back have awakened." Li Qi was taken aback by Emma's words. After all, those frozen by his abilities, despite exhibiting vital signs, would find awakening a formidable challenge. Thus, hearing that Alex and the others had roused themselves was a testament to the extraordinary gifts possessed by these mutants. "Let us go and meet these young ones," he proposed. In the depths of the Hellfire Club, Alex and the others were experiencing a significant blossoming of their abilities. Alex had halted the relentless surge of his shockwaves emanating from his chest. He had already tested the limits of his powers, discovering that they could not penetrate the confines of the underground chamber. What material was this subterranean structure constructed from? Weary yet determined, Alex scrutinized the walls around him. In contrast, Salvador maintained a calm demeanor, suggesting, rather than exerting our energy in futile resistance, we might as well rest. It seems the puppeteer does not wish for our demise. He glanced at Alex, harboring little concern for their predicament, as the mere fact of their survival indicated that the orchestrator did not intend to eliminate them. At this moment, Adu was also in the process of regaining his human form, yet the frigid environment rendered him a figure of pallid complexion. Just as Alex was about to articulate further thoughts, the door to the basement swung open. To his surprise, the basement was quite well constructed. Upon entering, Li Qi noticed the marks left on the wall by Alex's powers. It was only after hearing Li Qi's words that Emma became aware of the impressions beside her. The sight of that trace astonished Emma. She was acutely aware of the basement's robust construction. Yet, the fact that this mutant had left such a conspicuous mark on the wall left her in awe of Alex's destructive capabilities. "You truly possess an excellent eye," Emma remarked, observing Alex within the confines of the basement. "Not bad," replied Li Qi, stepping inside and gazing at the dissipating frost on the trio, pondering the uniqueness of these individuals. "Li Qi, what exactly do you intend to do?" Upon seeing Li Qi, Alex's chest began to emanate a radiant glow. However, before he could unleash his abilities, a dazed expression enveloped him. What a mischievous character! Emma approached Alex, clearly intrigued by his mutant powers. The changes in Alex were evidently orchestrated by Emma's influence. This situation revealed the formidable strength of mental mutants like Emma and Charles. Without appropriate defensive measures, confronting them would be utterly futile. As Alex's transformation unfolded, Salvatore and Adu observed, recalling Charles. To their astonishment, not only did Li Qi possess formidable power, but he was also accompanied by a woman with abilities akin to Charles's. This realization led Salvatore to conclude that the strength on this side appeared to surpass that of the other. "What is it that you truly desire?" Presently, Alex was under Emma's control, while Adu had yet to fully revert to his former state. Only Salvatore remained capable of conversing as a normal individual. "Nothing much. Merely that your mutant abilities stand out remarkably in my eyes," Li Qi stated as he approached Salvatore, revealing the reason for keeping them around. "Unlike other mutants, your powers are both unique and formidable." Upon hearing Li Qi's words, both Salvatore and Adu found themselves intrigued. Li Qi was the first to commend their mutant abilities. After all, it was immediately apparent whose powers were more potent when compared to Alex. "Indeed, your abilities are rather peculiar. Flight, mastery over fire and ice, and venom. Each remarkable in its own right, yet you possess them all simultaneously. In this era, the existence of multiple mutant abilities is exceedingly rare, with Emma being one such example. However, what significance do these powers hold if they lack true strength?" Upon hearing Gao Li Qi's words, Salvador interjected, fully aware of his own abilities, although diverse. Their potency remained rather mediocre. Not only Salvador, but the nearby Adu also lifted his head. In contrast to Salvador's striking abilities, Adu's mutant powers appeared rather inconspicuous. After all, Salvador's powers at least had an aesthetic allure, while adus seemed rather mundane, occasionally even causing considerable inconvenience. Yet, in the eyes of Li Qi, their abilities had transformed into something remarkably impressive. Is my ability truly that unique? Adu, now restored to his normal state, gazed at Li Qi, expressing his concerns. He feared that Li Qi's words were mere deception. Your ability is indeed exceptional. You simply have yet to harness it effectively, Li Qi reassured him. Emma, turning her gaze toward the seemingly unremarkable Adu, listened attentively. Your ability allows for survival of the fittest. It enables you to adapt to any environment. Just like my ice. Though you may be encased in ice, your power allows you to sustain your life in an alternate form. Li Qi patiently elucidated the distinctiveness of Adu's abilities. Emma, absorbing Li Qi's words, began to comprehend the extraordinary nature of Darwin's powers. As an individual well-versed in various matters, she recognized the uniqueness of Darwin's ability to alter his form in accordance with his surroundings, something she had never encountered before. At this juncture, Emma released her control over Alex. Having just experienced manipulation, Alex had grown considerably more compliant. Although he had been controlled, his consciousness remained intact, and he was acutely aware of how Emma had governed him. As the fervor within him dissipated, he grasped his current predicament. Observing the now docile Alex, Li Qi inquired, "Do you have any brothers or sisters?" He sought to ascertain the connection between Alex and Cyclops. "I have no siblings. I am the only one in my family." Although Alex was uncertain why Li Qi posed such a question, he nevertheless shared his circumstances. Upon hearing Alex's words, Li Qi nodded in acknowledgement. "For the time being, you shall reside here." Observing the trio, Li Qi realized he had no suitable accommodations for them, so it would be best to let them remain in this basement. The three made no further comments in response to Li Qi's statement, fully aware that, as captives, they had little room for choice. After extracting several vials of blood from the trio, Li Qi returned to the laboratory. Once he had properly stored the blood samples and experimental data, he directly returned to the Marvel Universe. The technological standards in the realm of mutants were alarmingly low, utterly inadequate to support Li Qi's research on mutant genes. On the very day of Li Qi's departure, Nick Fury began to devise a strategy to dismantle Pierce's perplexing machinations. With Li Qi as a formidable ally, Nick Fury also unearthed Steve Rogers. "Captain, the war is not over." Nick Fury addressed the awakened Steve Rogers. "How long have I been asleep?" Steve inquired, attempting to shake off his stiffened body. 70 years, Captain." Upon learning that he had slumbered for 7 decades, Steve Rogers realized he would miss the dance he had promised Peggy Carter. "So what is the current situation?" Quickly adjusting his mindset, Steve surveyed his surroundings and understood that the battle must still be ongoing. "Hydra has resurfaced. We need your strength." Nick Fury, gazing at Steve Rogers, recognized that the task of vanquishing Pierce and his Hydra would be remarkably straightforward. Over the past 70 years, tales of Captain America had continued to circulate. Even within S.H.I.E.L.D., there existed a multitude of admirers of Steve Rogers, like Coulson, who, upon witnessing the revived Steve Rogers, was nearly rendered speechless with excitement. "Hydra? Haven't they already been defeated?" Steve expressed his bewilderment at the notion of facing Hydra once more. Nick Fury and Coulson exchanged glances before gradually revealing the details concerning Pierce. These matters were impossible to conceal. In order to enlist the aid of Steve Rogers, it was imperative to disclose the situation regarding Hydra to him. Upon learning that Hydra had managed to resurrect itself with the assistance of S.H.I.E.L.D., thanks to his dear friends Howard Stark and Peggy Carter, he found himself at a loss for words. It was unimaginable that the adversaries they had tirelessly combated for decades had returned in this modern era, now more formidable than ever. Regardless of the circumstances, Hydra remained his enemy. Unable to fathom these developments, Rogers resolved to cast aside such thoughts. In this era that had diverged so drastically from his own, all he could contemplate was the prospect of reclaiming his shield to engage in battle once more. Nick Fury, upon hearing Steve's sentiments, felt a surge of satisfaction with Rogers' involvement. Regaining control of S.H.I.E.L.D. would become a relatively straightforward endeavor. At the very least, the faction led by Maria Hill could be swayed through Steve Rogers' influence. Meanwhile, upon returning to the villa, Li Qi was approached by Natasha. Nick Fury was preparing to take action against Hydra. So soon? Li Qi was taken aback to learn of Fury's rapid mobilization against Hydra. They had located Captain America. "I see." Realizing that they had found Steve Rogers, Li Qi understood the urgency of the situation. With Steve Rogers on their side, many internal issues within S.H.I.E.L.D. would likely be alleviated. Currently, not every member of Pierce's faction within S.H.I.E.L.D. was affiliated with Hydra. Many were ordinary agents ensnared in the chaos. While it would be a formidable task for Nick Fury to persuade the disillusioned to abandon their dark allegiances with Captain America, it was conceivable that not only ordinary members, but even some Hydra affiliates would reconsider their loyalties. Chapter 110. Nick Fury's maneuvers were significant, and Pierce had taken notice of his activities. Aware that Fury was likely preparing for a decisive confrontation, he began to seek external assistance. In this regard, Pierce had somewhat overestimated the cohesion within Hydra. The other factions were reluctant to expend substantial resources on Pierce, only providing a few expendable assets. None of the core forces were willing to make themselves available. This predicament led Pierce to vent his frustration by damaging his office. Fortunately, Pierce had not spent these years in vain. While he could not utilize the aircraft carrier, he possessed other resources that were not inferior to Fury's. This time, Pierce intended to activate all the Winter Soldiers. Originally, a portion of these Winter Soldiers belonged to other factions within Hydra. However, Pierce now intends to take decisive action, approaching Nick Fury, the very individual he once elevated, with utmost seriousness. Director, I am concerned that this time Nick Fury will involve Leech in our operations. Ramlo expressed his apprehension while gazing at Pierce. After the previous encounter with Obadiah, Ramlo felt fortunate for his survival. Had he encountered Wanda instead of Coulson and Barton, he harbored no illusions about his chances of survival. Ramlo was acutely aware of Wanda's formidable powers. I understand. This time we are not without preparation. Upon hearing Ramlo's words, a sinister glint appeared in Pierce's eyes. Were it not for Leech's umbrella being located in New York, Pierce would never have so readily relinquished the city to Nick Fury. Pierce had been preparing for the operation against Leech and Wanda ever since the vampire incident. The emergence of the Hero Association, orchestrated by Leech, solidified Pierce's belief that Leech represented the greatest hindrance to Hydra's quest for global dominance. It was Nick Fury's unexpected move that caught Pierce off guard, leaving many of his plans unprepared. Nevertheless, he harbored no fear of war with Fury. After all, Pierce currently held a position superior to Fury's. Should circumstances become untenable, Pierce would not hesitate to dismantle S.H.I.E.L.D. The things Hydra could not possess would surely be a detriment in the hands of their adversaries. Within the villa, Natasha, now clad once more in her combat attire, exuded an air of confidence as she prepared to confront Pierce and his Hydra faction. She had resumed her training, having found the period spent in Leech's company to be excessively tranquil, with no call to arms. Presently, apart from Leech, a being of extraordinary caliber, there were also Wanda and Jenny, formidable in their own right. Moreover, the superheroes within the Hero Association were each exceptionally powerful. Under such circumstances, Natasha found herself primarily occupied with managing umbrella affairs and coordinating communications among various factions. During Aaron's presence, they had enjoyed leisurely outings, a luxury Natasha had long desired. This time against Hydra, do exercise caution. Driven to desperation, Pierce may reveal part of Hydra's true strength, Leech advised as he regarded Natasha. Although he had never underestimated Hydra, he remained acutely aware of the dangers they posed. Without delving into the energy weapons that existed during World War II, who can ascertain what other forces Hydra may harbor in the shadows over these past 70 years? Moreover, Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., certainly possesses his share of formidable resources. Rest assured, although this period has been tranquil, my skills have not waned in the slightest. As she spoke, Natasha effortlessly demonstrated a backflip for Leech. Furthermore, I still possess the quinqua you previously bestowed upon me, Natasha said, drawing forth the quinqua from beside her, an instrument with which she had grown quite familiar. This weapon, now wielded by Natasha, is utilized with remarkable proficiency. It is potent and conveniently portable, rendering her strength even more formidable than during her tenure at S.H.I.E.L.D. Had she not previously injected herself with the super soldier serum, she would have been able to further amplify her power, especially considering her concerns about the unpredictable reactions of the serums currently being developed by Yuri. Just be prepared. In this upcoming confrontation with Pierce, Leech intends to refrain from invoking the power of the Hero Association. He is acutely aware that the Hero Association has become a significant eyesore in the eyes of other factions, involving themselves in the conflicts of S.H.I.E.L.D. would only provoke further resistance against the association. With just himself and Wanda, Leech is confident in their ability to vanquish Pierce. Their previous reluctance to engage stemmed from concerns about potential repercussions and the sheer number of Hydra operatives. It would be exceedingly difficult for Leech and Wanda to eradicate them completely. Much like the Hydra presence in Europe, despite their prolonged efforts. Leach and his team could only ensure that their territory remained free from Hydra influence. The media sensationalizing Serbia may very well be linked to Hydra's machinations. Inquire with Nick Fury regarding the timing of their impending action. I have other matters to attend to and cannot afford to wait for him indefinitely. After wishing Natasha well, Leach turned to head towards Umbrella. Yuri, having received word from Leach, had been awaiting his arrival. Chief. Upon seeing the box in Leach's hands, Yuri's eyes brightened instantly. Is this the extraordinary genetic samples you mentioned? Ever since Leach had first discussed mutants with him, Yuri had been captivated. The existence of mutants is indeed astonishing. And as a scientist, particularly a biologist, Yuri finds the study of such beings irresistible. Let us delve into this research. The genes of these mutants are truly remarkable. After handing the box to Yuri, Leach spoke, having conducted a rather rudimentary examination of the mutant genes himself. In the realm of mutants, the level of scientific advancement is woefully inadequate. Even though Li Chi possesses considerable research capabilities, he finds himself constrained in his ability to make significant discoveries. Similarly, having recognized the extraordinary nature of mutant genes, Li Chi harbors a curiosity about the distinctions between mutant genes and those of the Inhumans. He recalls that the Inhumans were seemingly conceived as a substitute for mutants due to copyright issues, sharing numerous similarities in both their lore and abilities. Upon entering Yuri's laboratory, Li Chi observed as Yuri eagerly immersed himself in his equipment, delving into his research. Li Chi has granted Yuri substantial autonomy, particularly regarding research endeavors, reserving only specific projects for himself. Most of the remaining work is independently undertaken by Yuri. Occasionally, Li Chi contemplates recruiting additional researchers to assist Yuri. Yet such individuals are not easily obtained. As Yuri toiled away at the study of mutant genes, he frequently expressed astonishment. Clearly awestruck by the implications of such power, a temptation that is undeniably irresistible to any scientist. After a few days of absence, Li Chi noted the emergence of various minor products in the laboratory. Upon examining their descriptions, he discerned that their effects were not as impactful as initially anticipated. Upon exiting the laboratory, Li Chi received a call from Natasha. Nick Fury had commenced actions against Pierce and his associates, and their task was to assist Fury in breaching Pierce's headquarters. The remaining members of Hydra would be left in the capable hands of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents led by Fury. Upon reviewing Fury's operational plan, Li Chi found it to be exceedingly rudimentary, uncharacteristic of the so-called king of spies. In his eyes, the plan was riddled with flaws, suggesting that Fury likely harbored his own ulterior motives. With the simplistic plan in hand, Li Chi surmised that Fury had a deeper strategy at play. With this thought in mind, he summoned a multitude of shadow ninjas to surveil the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, eager to uncover Fury's true intentions. As night fell, Li Chi and Natasha, utilizing Wanda's teleportation abilities, arrived in Washington. Pierce's headquarters was located in this city, which also represented the most profound infiltration point for Hydra. Gazing upon the resplendent skyscraper in the distance, Li Chi employed his observation haki and the vision of the commander to perceive the multitude of adversaries within. Through the heightened senses afforded by his haki, he discerned that many of these individuals exuded a presence far surpassing that of ordinary humans. It appeared that Pierce had indeed made extensive preparations. Meanwhile, Nick Fury cast a glance at the unexpectedly arrived trio of Li Chi, his eyes brimming with envy. "Long time no see, Natasha," he exclaimed, feeling a pang of regret as he regarded her. She was once his most capable subordinate, yet had chosen to switch allegiances due to a single mission. At that moment, Li Chi and his companions took note of the individuals accompanying Nick Fury: Hawkeye Barton, Captain America Steve Rogers, Mockingbird Barbara, Iron Rider May, and Coulson. These were Fury's formidable aides, each a powerful agent in their own right. Natasha felt a wave of nostalgia upon seeing Steve Rogers. Well aware that Coulson was an ardent admirer of the captain, to fight alongside one's idol must be an exhilarating experience for him. "I'll leave it to you all," Nick Fury said, turning to Li Chi as he eyed the distant skyscraper. In this operation, Li Chi was Fury's greatest asset, and he had unwavering faith in his ability to draw the majority of Pierce's firepower. Suddenly, as the group conversed, several rockets surged toward them from afar, indicating that their movements had been detected by Pierce and his men. Observing the imminent missiles, Steve Rogers sprang into action, raising his vibranium shield to intercept one of the rockets. Natasha swiftly drew her Quinjet and fired at another approaching rocket. Boom, boom. Two explosions resonated as one missile was obliterated midair, and the other was successfully deflected by Steve's shield. "We'll take our leave first," Li Chi declared to Nick Fury as he turned toward Steve Rogers and the others. With that, he focused on Wanda, who grasped both Li Qi and Natasha, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. Watching the trio depart, Nick Fury addressed Steve Rogers, saying, "Captain, the next phase is in your hands. I have some matters to attend to." With a composed demeanor, Fury entrusted command to Rogers, who accepted without hesitation and directed the team to charge toward the nearby skyscraper. Surrounding members of S.H.I.E.L.D., poised to draw their weapons, were suddenly halted by the sight of Captain America at the forefront. As a figure who had nearly become a pillar of American faith, Steve Rogers held a significant place in the hearts of these agents. Faced with his presence, they hesitated, uncertain whether to proceed with their intentions. In that moment, adhering to Nick Fury's previous instructions, Steve Rogers called out emphatically, "Pierce has betrayed our nation. Do not aid the wicked." S.H.I.E.L.D. is proclaimed as a global organization, yet, being funded and based under the auspices of the U.S. Congress. It largely operates as an American entity. Indeed, for many young agents, S.H.I.E.L.D. embodies the essence of an American intelligence agency. Upon hearing Steve Rogers' words, numerous agents lowered their weapons, caught in a web of indecision. Had anyone else uttered those words, the impact would have been negligible. However, spoken by Captain America, many chose to believe. The identity of Captain America had already been confirmed by the recent rocket attack. Members of Hydra, observing the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents ensnared in doubt, swiftly made their decision. Without hesitation, they aimed their weapons at their former comrades and pulled the triggers. In an instant, over 80% of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents fell victim to the onslaught of Hydra members. The remaining agents, witnessing this betrayal, were compelled to trust in Steve Rogers' earlier declaration. Seeing the unfolding chaos, Hawkeye swiftly knocked several arrows and loosed them into the fray. Upon reaching the crowd, they detonated explosively. A cacophony of explosions ensued, sending Hydra operatives sprawling. Coulson and others advanced, launching their assault against the Hydra members. Hawkeye's arrow had effectively disrupted Hydra's formation. Observing this, Steve Rogers charged forward without a moment's pause. His vibranium shield swung with precision, sending nearby Hydra members reeling. Coulson, Barbara, and others coordinated with Hawkeye to systematically dismantle the Hydra forces. Under their combined efforts, the Hydra soldiers suffered severe losses. At that moment, a group of masked individuals emerged from behind, led by a figure with a metallic arm. Compared to the surrounding Hydra members, these masked individuals exuded an aura akin to that of machines. They were the Winter Soldiers, activated by Pierce, wielding advanced energy weapons. As the elite force under Pierce's command, the prowess of the Winter Soldiers was undeniably formidable. In the present day, with the advent of newly developed energy weapons, even Steve and Coulson must exercise caution. "Damn it. We have yet to be equipped with these energy weapons," May lamented to Coulson, who stood beside her. Although May had transitioned from fieldwork to administrative duties, her prowess had not diminished significantly. However, in comparison to the others, she appeared somewhat weaker. It was surprising that Hydra's weaponry had persisted until now. After Steve Rogers felled a Hydra soldier, he turned to Barton and spoke. Steve was no stranger to such energy weapons. After all, when he led the Howling Commandos against Hydra, Red Skull had already unveiled similar armaments. Barton felt a twinge of awkwardness upon hearing Steve's words. He found it difficult to inform Steve Rogers that these energy weapons were not the creation of Hydra, but rather the clandestine work of Nick Fury, who had unwittingly allowed Hydra to utilize them before the frontline personnel were even aware. Such revelations were indeed a source of embarrassment, and even Barton hesitated to share this with Steve. With the addition of the Winter Soldier, the intensity of Steve and his team's offensive was abruptly countered. Meanwhile, Leach and Wanda had reached the office on the top floor. Pierce addressed Leach, stating, "You must be aware that our Hydra is not entirely unified. We have little connection with the European branch." Leach understood that Pierce was attempting to draw him away from the conflict between himself and Nick Fury. "Romlo is your ally, is he not? And the Hydra faction aligned with the vampires is also under your purview?" Leach found amusement in Pierce's words. When they had been targeted, it was not merely one or two heads of Hydra that had mobilized, but the entire organization had been involved. Otherwise, they would not have endured such prolonged battles in Europe. Upon hearing Leach's response, Pierce recognized the futility of the situation. Aware of this, he began to subtly maneuver his fingers along his sleeve. Bang! Sensing Pierce's movement, Wanda wasted no time in unleashing her magic, shattering Pierce's head. At that moment, Natasha stepped forward to examine Pierce's body closely. Furrowing her brow, she turned to Leach and remarked, "This individual appears to be a decoy. He is not the real Pierce. That is why I sensed something was amiss." Upon entering the room and observing Pierce, Natasha had indeed felt that something was off. In her past as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha had numerous encounters with Pierce, becoming quite familiar with him. However, upon his recent utterance, she sensed a dissimilarity in his demeanor. Upon inspecting Pierce's lifeless form, she was struck by its youthful appearance, merely in his 20s, suggesting that he had been raised as a decoy from a young age. Upon hearing Natasha's analysis, Leach readily concurred. He believed that figures of their ilk, seasoned operatives, often possessed multiple doubles. Not to mention, the extent of Nick Fury's own decoys was likely a mystery to all. Suddenly, the sound of metal locking echoed through the office, sealing it shut. In that instant, Leach's observation Haki sensed an impending threat. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the power of his ice fruit, encasing the entire office in a frigid prison. The ensuing explosions reverberated from all directions. Yet the formidable ice shield mitigated their impact. As the chaos subsided, Leach shattered the ice, realizing that this decoy was merely a pawn. Pierce had acted decisively. The decoy served as bait, rigged to detonate regardless of who entered. The effectiveness of the trap hinged on whether it ensnared someone like Steve Rogers. Evading such a perilous trap was indeed no small feat. The explosions alerted the Hydra members within the building to the invasion. Natasha, hearing the commotion outside, drew her quinqua, aiming it at the door. As Hydra agents rushed in, Natasha swiftly eliminated them before Leach and Wanda could even react. Observing the relentless onslaught of Hydra agents falling to Natasha's precision, Leach voiced his bewilderment. Are these Hydra operatives truly this inept? He found their combat prowess alarmingly subpar. Even without Leach and Wanda's intervention, Natasha alone was more than capable of dispatching the incoming foes. It appeared that not only did Nick Fury have his schemes, but Pierce, too, harbored his own machinations. After hurling a grenade that forced back the Hydra agents, Natasha remarked that these individuals felt less like elite operatives and more akin to street thugs. While Leach managed the situation with relative ease, outside, Steve Rogers and his companions found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. Bucky's metallic arm posed significant challenges for Steve Rogers, who found it difficult to swiftly overpower him even with his vibranium shield. Meanwhile, the remaining Winter Soldiers charged into the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents like a relentless war machine, wreaking havoc. Clint Barton drew his bow, launching several specially designed arrows that encircled the Winter Soldiers. As he pressed the button on his bow, an electric current linked the arrows, forming a net that ensnared the soldiers in an instant. At the same time, the expert agent, Barbara, showcased her prowess, employing her dual batons against the Winter Soldiers. Not all of these soldiers possessed the same extraordinary abilities as Bucky. Chapter 113 reveals that while the Winter Soldiers were a crucial project for Hydra, Bucky stood out as the most exceptional among them. His mechanical arm granted him immense strength, enabling him to effortlessly lift a car. Even when facing Steve, who wielded a shield, he maintained his edge. The other Winter Soldiers, while formidable, still lagged considerably behind Bucky. After dodging an energy weapons attack, Barbara held her own against two adversaries. The brainwashing had instilled an intense aggression in these Winter Soldiers, which allowed Barbara to quickly exploit their weaknesses. With a resounding thud, Bucky's powerful punch struck Steve's shield, the immense force absorbed entirely by the vibranium. Steadying himself, Steve delivered a swift kick to Bucky's calf, causing him to buckle slightly. Following this, Steve swung his shield, striking Bucky on the head with all his might, sending him crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, with Coulson's assistance, Barbara successfully dispatched one of the Winter Soldiers. By merging her batons, she transformed them into a spear, swiftly disarming another Winter Soldier of his energy weapon. May, be careful, Barton called out as he observed Barbara's situation stabilizing and began to support May. Although May bore the nickname of Iron Rider, she still faced a considerable disparity against the Winter Soldiers. Even with the help of some S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, she struggled to maintain her footing. The energy weapons in this confrontation were overwhelmingly powerful, rendering the makeshift cover of walls and wrecked vehicles ineffective. Conversely, the bullets they fired were consistently evaded by the agile Winter Soldiers. As Steve Rogers prepared to press his advantage and eliminate Bucky, the latter suddenly lifted his head and uttered a single word. The recent blow from the shield had knocked off Bucky's mask, revealing his true visage. It was this revelation that momentarily stunned Steve, allowing Bucky to deliver a powerful punch that sent him flying. "Bucky, it's you," Steve exclaimed, quickly regaining his footing and staring in shock at the figure before him. 7 decades had not left many marks upon Bucky's face. The effects of freezing had preserved his appearance remarkably well, allowing Steve to recognize him instantly. However, gazing upon Bucky extinguish Steve's desire to fight. At that moment, Bucky had been transformed into a ruthless killing machine, devoid of any memories of Steve Rogers. Without a word, Bucky drew a pistol from his chest and began to pull the trigger while advancing towards Steve. Steve, raising his shield to evade the shots, shouted, "Bucky, it's me, Steve." Yet, his pleas fell on deaf ears as Bucky continued his relentless approach, forcing Steve to engage him in combat. Meanwhile, Coulson, having overheard Steve's words, looked up and immediately recognized the man who should have perished 70 years prior, Captain America's dear friend. To his astonishment, he realized that Bucky had become a weapon of Hydra. Seizing an energy weapon that had fallen from the Winter Soldier, Coulson swiftly dispatched an approaching Hydra operative. It must be acknowledged that the prowess of Barton and his companions had caught Nick Fury's attention, despite being outnumbered by the Winter Soldiers. They managed to stabilize the situation and eliminate several foes. As the tide of battle shifted favorably, despite the complications between Steve and Bucky, Barton and his team pressed forward towards the building. "You didn't think this was the end, did you?" Ramlo appeared at the entrance of the building, seemingly unfazed by the chaos unfolding above. Upon seeing Ramlo, Barton wasted no time and shot an arrow straight at him. Thud. This time, however, Ramlo did not evade. He allowed the arrow to pierce his body, laughing as he did so. "I am no longer the same." His crimson eyes revealed a transformation that left Barton understanding the gravity of the situation. "It appears you have completely forsaken your humanity and transformed into a vampire." As Barton spoke, he discreetly pressed the bottom of his quiver. Several pure silver arrows were silently fitted onto his bow. His specially designed quiver contained numerous arrowheads. Recently, as vampires rampaged, he had prudently prepared some silver arrows for precaution. Just as Barton prepared to take advantage of Romulo's inattention to strike him down, the bodies of the previously slain Winter Soldiers suddenly began to swell. In the blink of an eye, these Winter Soldiers morphed into grotesque creatures with blood-red eyes and fearsome forms. If Leech and the others were present, they would instantly recognize these beings as the previously encountered Crimson Brutes. However, unlike the original versions of the Crimson Brutes, these had undergone a distinct transformation. They were considerably smaller than their initial counterparts, yet their claws and skin had become more terrifying, appearing to exist solely for the purpose of battle. "Are these monstrosities the gifts you prepared for us?" At that moment, Steve Rogers was also forced back by these Crimson Brutes. Observing Bucky, Steve felt an overwhelming sense of dread. After all, Bucky appeared no different from the Winter Soldiers, and Steve was deeply concerned that his dear friend might also become one of these hideous creatures. Fortunately, the surviving Winter Soldiers had not undergone any changes. "Do any of you possess silver weaponry?" Barton inquired of the retreating group. Only silver weapons could inflict the maximum damage on these vampires. However, Coulson and Barbara shook their heads in response to Barton's question. Who would have anticipated the emergence of vampires today? They were utterly unprepared for such an eventuality. Barbara, eyeing the vampire before her, licked her lips. Suddenly, with a resounding roar, Barton and the others simultaneously looked up. A Quinjet hovered above them. Chapter 114. This unexpected Quinjet was not a product of Hydra's might, but rather reinforcements from S.H.I.E.L.D. The pilot of the Quinjet was none other than Peggy Carter's niece, Sharon Carter. Sharon was also a contingency left behind by Nick Fury. Nick Fury was well acquainted with Pierce. He understood that even with Leech and the others drawing much of Pierce's fire, it would not be a simple task for Steve and his team to break through. Thus, early on, Nick Fury had made preparations, dispatching an unrecorded Quinjet for Sharon to pilot. The spies of Hydra proved to be a challenge even for Nick Fury to eradicate completely. Thus this time, assistance could only be derived from the resources within his own private treasury. 2 powerful machine guns extended from the sides of the Quinjet, and under Sharon's command, they unleashed a relentless barrage upon the Crimson Marauders below. The storm of bullets swiftly tore through the bodies of these Crimson warriors. However, the non-silver projectiles failed to inflict any significant damage. Even when reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, the Crimson Marauders could rapidly recover within a short span of time. Unfazed by the onslaught of bullets, the Marauders continued their relentless advance. Observing the aerial support, Barton could only draw forth arrows tipped with silver. Drawing back his bowstring, he released an arrow that soared forth with precision, piercing the heart of a vampire. The modified Crimson Marauder, though now controllable, had lost much of its previously uncanny regenerative prowess. The Marauder, struck in the heart by the silver arrow, staggered a few steps before disintegrating into ash. With several arrows remaining, Coulson, witnessing this scene, inquired of Barton if the supply of silver arrows proved sufficient, in conjunction with the Quinjet above, they could indeed vanquish these Crimson Marauders. Only 3 arrows remained. Barton was acutely aware of his inventory. Merely 4 silver arrows would make it exceedingly difficult to eliminate these foes. Upon overhearing their exchange, Steve Rogers seized his shield without hesitation and charged towards the Crimson Marauders. Though Steve was uncertain of the origins of these peculiar entities before him, he placed his unwavering faith in the shield he wielded. With a resounding impact, Steve collided with one of the Marauders, sending it sprawling. The super soldier serum endowed Steve Rogers with the strength to contend with these formidable foes. Witnessing Steve's bold advance, Coulson and the others immediately joined the fray, retrieving scattered energy weapons from the ground and launching a counterattack against the Marauders. It must be said, the energy weapons devised by Hydra surpassed those utilized within S.H.I.E.L.D. in terms of efficacy. A single shot could dismantle a portion of the Marauders' form. It was evident that these energy weapons bore a resemblance to those crafted by the Red Skull during World War II. Barton. At the sound of his name, Barton turned to see Steve returning the previously launched arrow. Clearly, Steve's intent in charging forward was to assist Barton in reclaiming these precious silver projectiles. Upon witnessing this scene, Barton swiftly unleashed an arrow from his bow. Unfortunately, this assault caught the attention of Rumlow, who promptly raised his firearm and shattered the arrow mid-flight. Barbara, let us confront Rumlow. May, having adapted back to her body after a brief skirmish, rallied alongside Barbara, who, after dispatching a member of Hydra with her spear, charged toward Rumlow. As Rumlow spotted Barbara and May, he discarded his sniper rifle, exuding a newfound confidence in his vampiric prowess. His muscles taut, his fangs prominently displayed. He surged towards the duo with alarming speed. Before May could react, Rumlow was already upon him, delivering a swift strike aimed at his head. Observing this, Barbara quickly hurled her spear, piercing Rumlow's arm. Grasping the rear of the spear, she twisted it, transforming it into 2 shorter sticks. With Barbara's assistance, May evaded Rumlow's onslaught and closed the distance. The speed Rumlow had just demonstrated made it clear to May that maintaining distance was futile. Rather than being caught off guard by Rumlow's unpredictable strikes, it was more prudent to engage him directly in combat. Meanwhile, with Rumlow momentarily occupied, Barton resumed his offensive, utilizing silver arrows against the Crimson Marauders. This time, Steve Rogers, no longer deceived by Bucky, reclaimed his mantle as Captain America. With his vibranium shield, he stood resolute against the onslaught of the Crimson Marauders, unwavering despite their ferocious attacks. In the sky, Sharon Carter piloted her Quinjet, methodically eliminating Hydra operatives. The Crimson Marauders, having lost their need for Sharon's assistance, found themselves thwarted by the seamless collaboration of Coulson, Steve Rogers, and Barton. Within the confines of the building, Leech and Wanda faced Hydra's assault with remarkable ease. The strength of these Hydra agents paled in comparison to their external counterparts. Leech and his companions dispatched them with minimal effort, revealing that this location was merely a decoy set by Pierce. It remained uncertain whether Nick Fury had discerned this ruse. Leech had come to understand that this so-called Hydra base was a fade, weak and hollow. The true forces were not present, those left behind, including Rumlow and the Winter Soldier, were but cannon fodder discarded by Pierce. Nick Fury did not remain with us. Perhaps he has uncovered something significant. Natasha, having effortlessly dispatched a Hydra agent, turned to Li Chi and remarked that a cunning individual like Nick Fury could not possibly be oblivious to the issues at hand. His decision to abandon the group in their confrontation with Hydra speaks volumes. The Hydra operatives here are nothing more than poorly trained pawns, recently subjected to indoctrination. Regardless, I find myself rather intrigued by what Pierce and his cohorts may conjure next. Li Chi understood that neither side was exerting their full potential in this internal conflict within S.H.I.E.L.D. Moreover, with Maria Hill remaining detached, it was evident that neither Nick Fury nor Pierce would tolerate such a situation. As we descended through the floors, the resistance from Hydra grew increasingly feeble. I discerned that these individuals possessed no heavy firepower whatsoever. Through the window, Wanda witnessed the chaos outside, observing the rampant Chitauri fighters in the sky and lamenting the fate of the Hydra agents. They were utterly forsaken, otherwise they would not allow a Chitauri ship to engage in battle overhead for so long. The capabilities of the Mockingbird were also formidable. Hearing Wanda's words, Li Chi noted Barbara and May, who were currently engaged in combat with Rumble. Among the two, Barbara was the primary powerhouse, although May was no slouch. Her lack of suitable weaponry hindered her from fully unleashing her potential. Barbara's prowess was not significantly inferior to mine or Barton's, but she exhibited certain specializations. Upon hearing Li Chi's remarks, Natasha briefly introduced Barbara as an outstanding agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Barbara, codenamed Mockingbird, was among the elite individuals recruited alongside Natasha and Barton. Had it not been for her lack of versatility compared to Natasha and Barton, her reputation within S.H.I.E.L.D. would not be markedly lower than theirs. Rumble's power, on the other hand, seemed to fluctuate considerably. Wanda was particularly interested in Rumble, as he ought to have met his demise at her hands from the very beginning. Yet, he was not only alive, but had also acquired vampiric abilities, which left Wanda feeling somewhat irked. "What's the matter? Do you wish to engage?" Li Chi questioned, his words devoid of any issue. Although Rumble's vampiric abilities were formidable, they paled in comparison to Wanda's chaos magic. If it were Dracula, it might be a different story. Nodding in response to Li Chi's words, Wanda acknowledged the sentiment. Regarding Ramulo, he indeed garners some concern. "Let us depart. The Phantom Brigade can manage here." As he spoke, a multitude of phantoms emerged from the shadows, advancing towards the Hydra members without the need for Leech to issue commands. In the face of death, the Hydra members were utterly no match for the Phantom Legion. After all, even in death, the Phantoms could resurrect within the Shadow Kingdom. Natasha, witnessing the sheer number of Shadow Ninjas, could not help but gasp in astonishment. Having only seen a mere dozen before, she had grossly underestimated their numbers. "You are indeed quite formidable," she remarked, observing Leech's composed demeanor. Upon hearing Leech's consent, Wanda wasted no time in teleporting the three of them outside. Coulson, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the trio, initially feared some calamity had befallen them. However, before he could speak, Natasha interjected, "The area has been thoroughly cleared. This is a decoy left by Pearson." Although Coulson remained silent, his hastened steps betrayed his urgency. Meanwhile, with a wave of her hand, Wanda summoned a swarm of blood bats, which surged towards Ramulo in the distance. This spell was one she had learned from the vampire elder. Engaged in battle with Barbara and the others, Ramulo remained oblivious to Wanda's presence. Had he noticed her, he would have fled without hesitation, for the psychological scars she left upon him were profound. Faced with Wanda, Ramulo was devoid of any inclination to resist. By the time he sensed the commotion behind him and attempted to evade, it was too late. The blood bats latched onto Ramulo, beginning to siphon his blood. The sight of a vampire being drained by blood bats was strikingly macabre. Despite his formidable prowess, Ramulo found himself unable to withstand even a single blow from the now mature Wanda. Leech, observing the modified Scarlet Sentinels, found them intriguing. Compared to the previous iteration, this version clearly bore his influence. Noticing the dwindling Scarlet Sentinels, Leech extended his hand, unleashing a burst of chilling energy that encased the surviving Sentinels in ice. Witnessing Leech's effortless control over the Scarlet Sentinels, Coulson made a request. "The one battling Captain America is Colonel Bucky. Please assist in subduing him." Leech nodded in acknowledgement of Coulson's words. With a mere wave of his hand, Bucky was instantly encased in ice. Nearby, Steve Rogers exhaled a sigh of relief at the sight of his friend's frozen state. With the intervention of Leech and Wanda, the situation on the battlefield was swiftly brought under control. The remaining Winter Soldiers and Hydra soldiers posed no significant threat. Steve approached Bucky, gazing at his friend's visage, lost in contemplation. Witnessing this scene, Leech recalled that Bucky seemed to harbor a vendetta against Tony Stark. He pondered the ramifications should Tony learn of Bucky's predicament. At this juncture, the Avengers had yet to be formed, and Steve and Tony were not the life-and-death comrades they would one day become. The only connection between them was that Steve was a friend of Howard Stark. Amused by the thought, Leech contemplated whether to inform Tony of the situation. Meanwhile, Coulson, seeing that the situation was under control, hastily picked up the phone to contact Nick Fury. However, no matter how he tried to reach out, there was no response from Nick. In a concealed underground bunker, Nick Fury found himself bound and restrained. Opposite him stood his captor, Alexander Pierce, the target of this operation. "Nick, you know I have always held you in high regard," Pierce began, surveying Fury with a measured gaze. The screen before them displayed scenes from inside and outside the building. "Had you not invited Leech to participate, I would have preferred to continue our little game." Pierce's decision to abandon the Winter Soldier and Rumlow was influenced by the intelligence he received, indicating that Nick had removed 2 items from 084 and delivered them to Umbrella. Although unaware of the specifics of Nick's dealings with Leech, Pierce was unwilling to take any chances. "Your luck has always been remarkable, consistently attracting eccentric allies to your cause." Aware that villains often meet their demise through excessive dialogue, Pierce, despite his curiosity about Nick's knowledge, decisively grasped the pistol beside him and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! The sound of 2 gunshots echoed in rapid succession. The first round was fired by Pierce, while the second shot deflected his bullet away. Emerging from the shadows was a man clad in a skull-emblazoned attire. "You've certainly managed to create quite the chaos," remarked the Punisher, Frank Castle, who had arrived at Nick Fury's request. Pierce gazed at the newcomer, instantly recognizing the renowned Punisher. "Is this your method?" he questioned. Gun aimed at Nick Fury, while his eyes remained fixed on Frank. Nick Fury, observing the approaching Punisher, felt a wave of relief. His trust in the Punisher was unwavering. In Fury's eyes, the Punisher's prowess was undeniably on par with his own as a formidable adversary. Pierce regarded Frank with a face that betrayed little emotion. Having clawed his way up from the depths, Pierce held multiple positions of authority. Confronting Pierce, Frank refrained from acting recklessly. After all, Nick Fury was in Pierce's grasp, which restrained Frank from launching an impulsive attack. "Though your relationship with Nick Fury is shrouded in secrecy, deceiving me is an impossibility," Pierce declared, revealing no hint of panic at Frank's arrival. As he had stated, Pierce had expended considerable effort investigating every facet of Nick Fury to counter him. As the king of spies, Fury's level of confidentiality surpassed Pierce's expectations. It was only due to Fury's previous lack of suspicion towards Pierce that the latter had managed to uncover so much. Pierce regarded Frank with a sense of gravity, acknowledging the latter's illustrious track record. Upon hearing Pierce's words, a finely crafted bomb slipped from the cuff of Nick Fury's sleeve. Boom! At the moment of the explosion, Frank launched an assault on Pierce. The bullets from his submachine gun were discharged in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Nick Fury successfully extricated himself from Pierce's vicinity and freed himself from his restraints. Unfortunately, Frank's offensive bore no fruit. An invisible energy enveloped Pierce, absorbing all of Frank's attacks. It must be said, some items within 084 proved remarkably effective. As they spoke, Pierce produced a circular device from his suit. "It appears you lot have also acquired quite a few gadgets," he remarked, and Frank understood that Pierce and his associates were similarly utilizing S.H.I.E.L.D. to arm themselves. However, the precise contents of Pierce's arsenal remained a mystery. Meanwhile, Frank, witnessing the ineffectiveness of his submachine gun against Pierce, remained unfazed. He swiftly turned and drew a machine gun, continuing to pull the trigger towards Pierce. Invisibly oscillating waves continuously manifested before Pierce, and under the relentless barrage of heavy fire, the device in his hand began to exhibit signs of instability. Meanwhile, Nick Fury was not merely an onlooker as Frank launched his assault on Pierce. With deft precision, Fury assembled a compact energy pistol from several components in mere moments. A resounding blast echoed as a surge of blue energy erupted from the petite firearm, instantly shattering a portion of Pierce's energy shield. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Pierce could no longer maintain his composure. He darted about in evasion, his gaze instinctively shifting to the adjacent door. Frank, keenly perceptive, noted Pierce's reaction and swiftly redirected his machine gun that had been trained on Pierce. The instant the door swung open, Frank unleashed a torrent of fire. Outside, a cadre of ninjas clad in vibrant garb had barely begun their assault when they were met with devastating losses. Nick Fury, observing the colorful ninjas, was taken aback. The Hands Ninjas? He recognized them immediately as members of the notorious organization. However, he recalled that the Hands operatives had been obliterated alongside the Five Fingers. Amidst the chaos, Pierce retaliated with his energy weapon and addressed Fury. "Surely you do not believe that Lady Gao and her ilk are the true masters of the Hand. The origins of these individuals trace back to Japan. The demise of the Five Fingers has afforded us, Hydra, the opportunity to infiltrate the Hand. These ninjas are descendants of the Serpent Clan from Japan, the true founders of the Hand. However, the formidable strength of the Five Fingers allowed them to seize control over the organization. With the Five Fingers eradicated, our Japanese division of Hydra has dispatched agents to claim the Hand's power." Pierce continued, "The most potent force of the Hand, aside from the remnants of the dragon bones left by the Five Fingers, pertains to the power of beasts." Upon hearing Pierce's words, Fury grasped the implications. In that moment, he realized he had underestimated his old superior. More crucially, Fury became acutely aware that among the Strucker agents surrounding him, there undoubtedly existed a traitor. Today's operations were known only to those Strucker agents. Even his most trusted allies, such as Coulson, were oblivious to his intentions. Fury understood that to eradicate Pierce and his faction of HYDRA, the key lay not in the combatants, but rather in the elusive politicians and wealthy magnates lurking in the shadows. Only by acquiring their identities could he uproot this faction of Hydra entirely. Otherwise, even if Pierce and his associates were to be eradicated, SHIELD would inevitably face a retaliatory onslaught from Hydra in various forms. It was during this period that Nick Fury acquired intelligence regarding the base, discovering the presence of a mainframe housing Hydra's most critical data. Consequently, having just eliminated the peripheral members, he was ambushed by Pierce. Upon grasping these developments, Nick Fury promptly devised an array of strategies to counter the Strucker's minions, harboring no trust whatsoever towards these extraterrestrial refugees. Frank's heavy firepower suppressed the hand ninjas, rendering them unable to lift their heads. However, the entrance was not limited to this single point. A multitude of hand ninjas surged from all directions, charging towards Nick Fury and Frank with lethal intent. Fortunately, the hand members wielded traditional weapons such as shurikens and darts. Otherwise, even seasoned warriors like Nick Fury and Frank would have found it challenging to vanquish these ninjas effortlessly. Chapter 117. Nick, you cannot possibly tell me that today's operation consists only of the two of us. Frank discarded his submachine gun, producing two large-caliber pistols from seemingly nowhere, shattering the skulls of two ninjas. After Frank's modifications, the once rudimentary pistols had transformed into instruments of formidable firepower. Each bullet could effortlessly obliterate a human skull, with enhanced firing rate and potency. Hand me another gun. Nick Fury did not respond to Frank, but instead discarded his depleted energy pistol onto the ground. Upon hearing Fury's words, Frank realized that it was indeed just the two of them for this mission. He tossed a rifle into Nick Fury's hands. Armed anew, Nick Fury began to coordinate with Frank, and in that moment, the two veteran warriors resembled twin fortresses of combat. A relentless barrage of bullets felled one-hand ninja after another. The ninjas, once agile, stirred not a ripple in the wake of Nick Fury and Frank's combined might. Nick, I hold you in high regard, much like you do for me. Observing the duo, Pierce could not help but express his sentiments. His feelings towards Nick Fury were profoundly complex. On one hand, he admired Fury's capabilities. On the other, he harbored a deep-seated apprehension regarding them. As the hand ninjas continued to fall, only minor injuries were inflicted upon Nick Fury and Frank. Pierce then dispatched a message. With a resounding rumble, the entire base trembled and ultimately collapsed. Surrounded by a diverse array of members, this place was impenetrable. The hands of skilled ninjas, Hydra combatants, a cadre of mechanized death warriors, vampires, and crimson marauders, soldiers injected with umbrella serum, as well as several operators of colossal robots, formed a formidable force under Pierce's command. Unlike other factions of Hydra, which might differ in sheer power, this particular group had infiltrated every aspect of influence within the United States. According to the original plan, should Nick Fury's Inside initiative succeed, the world would fall into their grasp. Regrettably, their exposure came far too early, leaving them without even a single spacecraft. This was the primary reason behind Pierce's inability to consolidate his power. Otherwise, the other factions of Hydra would not appear so merciless. Lacking assistance, they would have no choice but to fight their way out. Frank discarded his handgun and drew a shotgun from his sleeve. Despite the perilous circumstances, Frank remained confident that he could break through the encirclement alongside Nick Fury. Reinforcements were expected, though their arrival time was uncertain. Observing the situation around him, Nick Fury quietly reloaded his gun. While Pierce's preparations were insufficient, so too were Fury's. The disarray within S.H.I.E.L.D. left him unable to mobilize all available forces. The continuous incidents in New York had rendered many of his strategies impractical, as those humanoid entities that could have served as allies had distanced themselves due to the vampire crisis. Natasha's departure further diminished his control over S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal affairs. He was also unable to summon the power wielded by Carter, as Nick Fury wished to keep Pierce's activities concealed from too many eyes. The accumulation of these issues had led to the current predicament. 5 minutes. Frank stated coldly, gazing at Nick Fury. We can hold out for no more than 5 minutes. If we do not receive support by then, we must retreat. As they spoke, the Hydra personnel around them began their assault. Bullets and shells rained down upon their position. The two swiftly evaded the onslaught. Such a scene was well within the capabilities of these seasoned warriors. For anyone else, this barrage would have spelled certain doom. In New York, within the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Maria Hill gazed at the vacant posts, her eyes wide with disbelief. The personnel transfers were executed without a trace of documentation. Thus, those absent from their posts were acting entirely on their own volition. Disaster struck. Hill, who initially intended to inquire with Nick Fury about the unfolding events, suddenly recalled something upon noticing that Barton and those affiliated with Fury were all missing. Those two. Hill had been acutely aware of the rivalry between Pierce and Fury. She recognized that neither of them were virtuous, one suspected to be a member of Hydra, the other guilty of embezzlement. However, in comparison to Pierce, Hill held a greater degree of trust in Fury. After all, she had witnessed Fury's actions throughout his tenure. Inform our contacts and locate Nick Fury's whereabouts. Understanding the necessity of decisively resolving the conflict between the two, Hill became resolute. Thanks to the distinct traces left by Fury, she successfully tracked his location. This place. Observing the signal's origin, Hill wasted no time and boarded the Quinjet with her team. Simultaneously, she relayed this information to Coulson and the others outside the Washington headquarters. Upon receiving the news, Coulson and his team chose to provide support. Leach and his companions did not decline. He was eager to uncover the nature of Fury's schemes. Just as Wanda prepared to use her teleportation magic to take Leach to the scene, he halted her. Having had little interaction with Fury, Leach felt indifferent towards the man's fate. If they could save Fury, it would be well and good. If not, it was of no consequence. After all, Leach did not believe S.H.I.E.L.D. was capable of repaying him for his 084. Steve and the others observed Leach's actions, aware of the tensions between him and Fury, leaving Coulson at a loss for words. They could only board the Quinjet together. The current Quinjet was significantly larger than its predecessor, equipped with a wider array of weaponry, more than sufficient to accommodate Leach and his companions. As for the frozen red onslaught, Leach had dispatched him to the Shadow Realm. The aircraft took flight, and Wanda began discussing the Quinjet with Natasha. Compared to the one they had previously confiscated, this model evidently boasted superior technological advancements. Chapter 118. The prowess of Nick Fury and Frank indeed exceeded Pierce's expectations. In the face of such overwhelming adversaries, they adeptly utilized the dilapidated surroundings to mount a counterattack. Yet, against Hydra's relentless onslaught, they faced formidable challenges. Despite their formidable strength, the two were nonetheless injured by the overwhelming onslaught of attacks. The clash between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra generated considerable commotion, yet curiously, no one seemed to notice the conflict unfolding between them. This information had been sealed off from the outset, and even Tony Stark, when not actively directing J.A.R.V.I.S. to investigate, remained oblivious to the anomalies. Within the abandoned base, Nick Fury and Frank found themselves in a precarious dance of retreat and resistance. They were acutely aware that an overzealous desire to fight could very well lead to their demise at the hands of Hydra. After all, both the vampires and the formidable armored foes posed a significant threat to Nick Fury and Frank. However, under the circumstances of their tactical withdrawal, swiftly neutralizing the two was no simple feat. None among Hydra possessed the capability to independently confront them, making the task of dispatching Fury and Frank exceedingly difficult. Pierce observed the defiant duo without displaying significant emotional upheaval. He had long assessed their capabilities and understood that they were not easily subdued. Fully aware of the challenge they presented, Pierce began to disregard the casualties among his own ranks. The surrounding Hydra members, akin to a suicide squad, charged forward, braving the duo's attacks. Faced with such overwhelming odds, Nick Fury and Frank recognized that they had limited options. "We must retreat," Frank declared, surveying their surroundings before producing a signal transmitter. As he activated the device, explosives buried earlier detonated with a resounding blast, enveloping half the battlefield in chaos. The sudden explosion sent Hydra operatives tumbling in disarray. As a tactical master, Frank had anticipated the likelihood of combat occurring here, thus had set traps in advance. However, time constraints prevented him from making extensive preparations. The explosion inflicted minimal damage to Hydra. Only the ordinary members perished in the blast. The vampires and enhanced Hydra soldiers remained largely unscathed and undeterred. Nevertheless, the shockwave disrupted Hydra's formation, scattering their ranks and thwarting their previously coordinated encirclement. "We need to leave," Frank urged, turning to Nick Fury as the effects of the explosion unfolded. Upon hearing Frank's words, Fury's expression darkened considerably. At that moment, he instinctively recognized the flaws within his grand plan. In Nick Fury's conception, the reinforcements consisted solely of Hill and Coulson's two teams. However, the strength of Leach and his faction was evidently far superior, making them the most expedient responders. Yet, the absence of Leach and his allies at this critical juncture indicated that they were not inclined to deploy their full might. Clearly, Fury had miscalculated the significance of Hydra in Leach's perspective. Fury believed that the animosity between Leach and Hydra should rival their own. It seemed improbable that Leach would forfeit such a prime opportunity to obliterate Hydra. Even if he harbored some ulterior motives, he would not be overly concerned. These conclusions stemmed from a continuous analysis of Leach's character and behavioral patterns. However, the outcome revealed a stark error. Leach was not as invested in Hydra as they had presumed. Similarly, aside from misjudging Leach, Fury had also gravely underestimated Hill. Although Maria Hill was an official overseer embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. after years in the position, she did not wish to witness the organization's disintegration. Thus, she commandeered the remaining elite members of S.H.I.E.L.D. aboard a Quinjet, heading towards Fury and his team. From the Quinjet, Hill observed the distant explosions, which fueled her resentment towards Fury and Pierce. The situation had escalated to such a degree that even Hill was uncertain whether they could achieve a successful resolution. "Let us move," she commanded the pilot, gazing at the flames in the distance. Just as Fury contemplated retreating with Frank, a missile arced through the sky, crashing into the throngs of Hydra operatives. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion instantaneously engulfed a significant number of Hydra members. 7 Quinjets soared overhead, unleashing a relentless barrage upon Hydra. Within the Hydra ranks, 3 colossal battle suits, modeled after the Ironmonger, redirected their fire towards the Quinjet. Their firepower, aimed at Fury and Frank, was akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. They could hardly lock onto the nimble targets that Fury and Frank represented. Even with a saturation assault, the two appeared merely flustered. After multiple attempts, the pilots of these mechs began to doubt their own skills. After enduring extensive training within Hydra, they found themselves incapable of eliminating even 2 individuals in actual combat, shattering their resolve. In such circumstances, those who beheld the several Kuan-style aircraft soaring in the sky were palpably exhilarated. Faced with the formidable Nick Fury and Frank, they were acutely aware that they were no match for these titans. If they could not contend with the Kuan-style aircraft, their survival until nightfall seemed grim. The missile bays of 3 aircraft opened, unleashing a barrage of missiles towards the Kuan-style fighters. However, the pilots remained remarkably composed in the face of the incoming missiles. They promptly deployed countermeasures, obliterating 80% of the projectiles in an instant. The remaining missiles were deftly evaded by the pilots, showcasing their exceptional flying skills. Nevertheless, these 3 armored suits, modeled after the Iron Tyrant, proved to be quite challenging to defeat. The thrusters at their rear began to emit blue flames, propelling the mechs into the high skies in the blink of an eye. Compared to Obadiah's Iron Tyrant, these mechs were considerably smaller, devoid of an arc reactor. Hydra could only approach the situation from alternative angles, as their inferior reactors rendered the mechs lighter and more compact. Chapter 119. Hill observed the 3 mechs and was reminded of Obadiah's Iron Tyrant. "Drop us down." Recognizing that the Kuan-style fighters could not assist them against the Hydra forces below for the time being, Hill resolutely instructed the pilot to deploy him to the ground. "Your reinforcements arrived just in time." Frank sighed with relief as he watched the aerial battle unfold. The greatest threat posed by Hydra was indeed these 3 mechs, whose relentless firepower forced both he and Nick Fury to evade continuously. With Hill's support now at hand and the absence of the mech's heavy artillery, they began to mount a counteroffensive. Meanwhile, in the rear lines of Hydra, Pierce gazed at the Kuan-style aircraft and realized that Hill Maria had joined the fray. This revelation darkened Pierce's countenance, as he was acutely aware of Hill Maria's unique capabilities. The individual dispatched by the United Nations Council was someone Hydra could not infiltrate. His presence signified that Hydra had been forsaken by S.H.I.E.L.D. Even should they emerge victorious today, they would face a backlash from within the agency. Pierce regretted not having eliminated Hill Maria sooner, as her previous diligence had led him to underestimate her audacity in engaging in battle under such circumstances. He expected her to seek higher counsel in times like these. Uncertain of when reinforcements would arrive, Pierce understood that the true trump cards determining the outcome of this conflict had yet to be revealed. Li Chi and Wanda are indeed the true forces determining the outcome of this battle. After continuous investigation, Pierce has become one of the most knowledgeable individuals on Earth regarding the terrifying nature of Li Chi and his allies. In midair, 7 Kuan-style fighter jets adeptly maneuvered around the 3 mechs, launching their assault. The prowess of the Kuan-style aircraft was fully manifested in this combat scenario, as, despite the 3 mechs being equipped with lavish firepower, they were rendered utterly comical in their inability to successfully strike these agile machines. Without the assistance of artificial intelligence, the combat effectiveness of these mechs was diminished by at least half. Otherwise, they would not have appeared so beleaguered against the Kuan-style fighters. Meanwhile, the presence of the vampires below showcased their formidable strength, as the swift and powerful creatures inflicted significant losses upon Hill and her S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Fortunately, Hill had anticipated the potential presence of vampires from the documents left by Nick Fury and had brought along a considerable supply of garlic-infused grenades and ultraviolet equipment. After initially struggling to adapt, Hill and her team unleashed a tremendous surge of power. Just then, a somewhat battle-damaged Kuan-style fighter soared in from another direction. Spotting the Hydra members on the ground, the aircraft charged directly into the crowd. Inside the jet, Li Chi, observing Sharon Carter's dramatic emergency landing, promptly instructed Wanda to employ her teleportation magic to extricate them. With a thunderous roar, the descending Kuan-style fighter carved a deep trench into the earth, crushing many unsuspecting Hydra members beneath it. As Wanda emerged and surveyed the tumultuous battlefield, she felt a surge of exhilaration. This chaotic scene was one she fondly recalled, reminiscent of her battles alongside Pietro against Hydra in Europe. The Hydra members under Pierce's command appeared somewhat disorganized in comparison. Li Chi, noticing Pierce in the background, waved his hand, unleashing a blast of ice that ensnared Pierce before he could utter a word, freezing him solid. Observing Li Chi's decisive action, Wanda relinquished any restraint, allowing her formidable chaos magic to erupt forth. The terrifying power of her chaos magic swiftly distorted and crushed a large number of Hydra members. With Wanda's involvement, the ranks of Hydra began to dwindle rapidly, as there was a stark disparity in strength between her and these members. Particularly now, with her enhanced mastery over chaos magic, even the formidable Scarlet Centurions were no match for her prowess. Crack, crack. Just as Li Chi was assessing Wanda's performance, Pierce, who had been encased in ice, managed to break free from his frozen constraints. Your prowess is truly terrifying, Li Chi. Pierce gazed at Li Chi with a feeble expression. His voice, though barely audible, was still discernible to Li Chi, who possessed the keen observation ability. Do you have any hidden cards left? Li Chi inquired, observing Pierce from a distance. The calm demeanor Pierce exhibited suggested he had more than just a trick up his sleeve. Upon hearing Li Chi's question, Pierce did not indulge in theatrics. A dark box was pushed forward, and as it opened, it revealed a child placed upon an altar within. This altar? Li Chi felt an uncanny familiarity with the sight of the altar. Natasha, standing nearby, immediately recognized the altar. Li Chi. That altar bears a striking resemblance to the one created by Lady Gao back then. Gazing at the child, Natasha recalled the moment when Lady Gao transformed into the Dark Void. The Dark Void? Upon hearing Natasha's words, Li Chi also recalled Lady Gao's transformation. However, in Li Chi's perspective, if it were merely the Dark Void, it would hardly pose a challenge to him. While Li Chi pondered, the boy had already risen from the altar. Dark energy emanated from the boy, a terrifying power taking form. In an instant, the black energy devoured several members of Hydra nearby. At that moment, Pierce interjected with an explanation. As outsiders, Lady Gao and her ilk have yet to comprehend the true power of the hand. The hand does not venerate the Dark Void, but rather the beast. Upon hearing Pierce's words, Li Chi recalled the so-called beast from his memory. Indeed, the hand's greatest strength does not lie in the Dark Void, but in the beast. The beast holds a status equivalent to that of Sidorak, and there is even a notion that the beast once served as the harbinger of annihilation. Although Li Chi was uncertain of the veracity of these claims, they undeniably highlighted the beast's formidable nature. Observing the beast, Li Chi felt a sense of pressure. Thus, he took the initiative to strike. Time freeze capsule. A chilling aura erupted from Li Chi's hand, directed towards the beast. Yet, just as with the previous Hydra members, the icy blast was, predictably, consumed by the sinister energy upon contact. Chapter 120. Witnessing his technique being devoured, Li Chi's gaze sharpened significantly. Through the insight of his observation, the beast appeared as a collective of malice, incessantly consuming and corrupting everything in its vicinity. This opponent, Li Chi, was encountering for the first time, which made him realize that this adversary was unlike any he had faced before. The beast's strength was undoubtedly on par with his own. Understanding this, Li Chi set aside his previous frivolous demeanor. Since the awakening of the ice fruit, his approach to combat had grown increasingly nonchalant, as he was acutely aware that the true powerhouses of this world had yet to emerge. However, the current beast had already surpassed all of Li Chi's former opponents. At that moment, the beast, despite its diminutive stature, captured Li Chi's attention by unleashing a terrifying force. With a deafening roar, it transformed into a shadowy figure that lunged towards Li Chi, its arms swinging directly at his head. Thanks to his observation haki, Li Chi could distinctly sense the formidable nature of his foe, and in an instant, his body had already undergone elemental transformation. Crack! Under the beast's fist, Li Chi's skull shattered instantly. The fragmented ice enveloped the beast. The chilling air erupting at close range overwhelmed the energy emanating from its surface. Meanwhile, Li Chi's previously shattered body began to restore itself not far away, as the power of elemental transformation allowed him to disregard most physical damage. The recent blow from the beast had inflicted no real harm upon him. Boom! A surge of black energy erupted from the beast, instantly consuming the frost that had covered its form. In stark contrast to before, the beast's size had noticeably increased. Previously resembling a 6 or 7-year-old child, it now appeared to be around 10. It was evident that the beast's rate of growth was astonishing. As the beast regarded Li Qi, its body gradually became infused with dark energy. This behavior caught Li Qi off guard, as superficially it seemed only a layer of black energy had cloaked the beast's exterior. Yet Li Qi could sense that this creature had become a being akin to his own elemental transformation. The fact that it could learn the power of elemental transformation with just a glance was a testament to its formidable strength. Though it might seem devoid of reason, its combat intelligence was remarkably acute. With a sweep of its arm, the black energy swiftly coalesced in midair, forming a variety of weapons. Subsequently, these energy-formed weapons launched an assault against Li Qi. Clearly, the beast had realized that conventional attacks would be ineffective against him. Only this energy-based assault could truly inflict damage. Creating distance, Li Qi exhaled a substantial volume of frigid air, instantly covering everything before him in a layer of ice. The drop in temperature did not deter the beast's ferocity. Energy-forged weapons rained down upon Li Qi. Ice walls surged from the ground, ceaselessly repelling the beast's assaults. At this moment, Li Qi had summoned the powers of his awakened fruit. The surrounding temperature plummeted, and the ground, along with nearby structures, began to merge into solid ice. Though it was Li Qi's inaugural full-force endeavor in the awakened state, he effortlessly conjured thick ice walls several meters in breadth. The beast's formidable strikes, despite their might, could not breach the relentless succession of rising ice barriers. Wanda, observing the clash between Li Qi and the beast, was taken aback by the creature's formidable strength. However, she refrained from recklessly intervening, fully aware of her own limitations. Lacking mastery over chaotic magic, her involvement would only serve to heighten Li Qi's concerns. The beast's power allowed it to voraciously consume everything in its vicinity. Even the ice conjured by Li Qi's fruit abilities was not spared from its insatiable hunger. Through brief encounters, Li Qi discerned that the beast's arriving power was not vast, far from that of a dimensional lord, emboldening his offensive approach. Coldness radiated from all around. Anything that came into contact with this chill was instantly frozen. Even the beast's voracious appetite could not completely devour the pervasive frost. Gradually, frost began to accumulate upon the beast's form. Inflicted with harm, it grew increasingly feral, its body rapidly expanding to that of an adult. Dark energy enveloped it, forming a pitch-black battle attire. Using the air as leverage, it lunged at Li Qi in an instant. Its fist, imbued with dark energy, swung towards him. Ice Gauntlet. Li Qi's right hand instantaneously elementalized, and with the might of armed haki infused, he collided his fist against the beast's strike. The force was tremendous, sending the beast crashing away. An ice mountain erupted from the ground, imprisoning the beast within. This technique, Ice Gauntlet, was discovered in the memories of Kazan after Li Qi awakened his freezing fruit abilities. It was not a manifestation of the freezing fruit's powers, but rather a technique learned by Kazan from Garp. This was the first time Li Qi had employed it, and its impact was undeniably significant. Trapped within the ice mountain, the beast's body contorted grotesquely. Its right arm hung limply, evidently shattered from the previous collision. Li Qi's punch had thoroughly enraged the beast, unleashing a terrifying force that surged forth. Crack, crack. Cracks began to emerge upon the iceberg, and the dark energy emanating from the beast intensified palpably. Clearly agitated, the creature sought to unleash greater power upon the world. Just as Li Qi braced himself for the impending confrontation, a unique energy surged from the heavens. The once growing black power surrounding the beast abruptly ceased, as if it had lost its signal. Initially bewildered, Li Qi soon realized that this was the intervention of the New York Sanctuary. The Supreme Mage, maintaining the Earth's tranquility, was engaged in a struggle against the dimensional demons. Although the beast possessed formidable strength, breaching the protective barrier established by the Supreme Mage would prove exceedingly challenging. Moreover, the beast's frenzied state could not compare to the subtlety of cunning dimensional lords like Dormammu, who could infiltrate Earth unnoticed. The severed power was evidently a consequence of the beast attracting the attention of the New York Sanctuary, leading to the interruption of its might. With a thunderous roar, even with just a slight augmentation of strength, the beast effortlessly broke free from the iceberg. Emerging from the frozen mass, it appeared quite disheveled. Half of its form encased in ice, each step causing fragments of its body to shatter. The dark energy incessantly attempted to mend the beast's wounds, but such delicate work was clearly beyond its capabilities. Chapter 121. Li Qi would not allow the beast to recover its form unimpeded. Ice-crafted crows ascended from the ground, converging upon the beast in a frenzied swarm. This tactic had been refined by Li Qi from the icy fragments of the frozen birds. Each ice crow bore terrifying power, and any target struck by them would be instantaneously encased in ice. Observing the technique employed by Li Qi, the beast could sense the formidable energy within it. Even this somewhat mindless creature would refrain from engaging in a head-on collision with the ice crows. In a surge of energy, the beast animated the corpses that lay lifeless around, controlling them like puppets to collide with the ice crows. The power of the ice crows was unleashed, and those puppets, manipulated by the beast, were instantly transformed into ice, shattering upon impact. Li Qi, witnessing this spectacle, felt no surprise. It was evident that a legendary being like the beast would possess complex and formidable tactics. It was fortunate that the beast's true form had yet to descend, for otherwise, it might have unleashed a myriad of transformative abilities. In confronting such a powerful entity, defeating it would necessitate direct strength. Mere tactics would not suffice to vanquish this creature. Just as the beast deflected this assault, towering icebergs, each several meters high, erupted from the ground and charged toward it. At this moment, the battlefield surrounding Li Qi and the beast was devoid of any other presence. The aftermath of their clash had rendered the members of the Hydra utterly decimated. Even Piers could not have anticipated the exaggerated prowess of the two combatants. One misstep led him to be ensnared by the beast's energy, his very being consumed as mere sustenance. Meanwhile, Nick Fury observed the fierce clash with a furrowed brow, having resolved at that moment to summon Carol back. The Earth had transformed into a realm so alien to Fury that he scarcely recognized it. It had only been a brief time since the emergence of such formidable entities. The tumult of their battle was so intense that it could be likened to seismic activity. The towering icebergs, soaring dozens of meters high, posed a conundrum for Fury. What means could possibly subdue these monstrous beings? It seemed that aside from a nuclear option, there was little recourse against them. Furthermore, Fury had a clear understanding of the elemental transformation of both Li Qi and the beast. At this juncture, Fury grasped why Li Qi maintained such an air of arrogance. Were he endowed with such power, Fury was certain he would be even more haughty. The confrontation between Li Qi and the beast raged on, with the latter appearing utterly unfazed by Li Qi's onslaught. Empowered and emboldened, the beast's strength had only magnified. In a reckless charge towards the icebergs, the beast's formidable physique rendered them to mere water in an instant, and within the blink of an eye, it stood before Li Qi. Maintaining the form of his frosty gauntlet, Li Qi hurled a punch towards the beast. Their fists collided once more, unleashing a terrifying force that radiated outward. The tempest generated by their strength scattered the clouds above, while the ground trembled beneath the explosive aftermath of their clash. Was this not a tad excessive? Barton drove his arrows into the ground, anchoring himself against the turbulence. Indeed, the might of these two was beyond what should exist on Earth. Coulson, aware of the existence of extraterrestrial beings, believed that Li Qi and his counterpart would command respect even in the cosmos. The ferocity of their battle cleared the vicinity, with even Wanda retreating to avoid being swept up in the collateral damage. The Iron Legion and Quinjet, which had previously battled Midair, were long since hurled away, their fates uncertain. As Li Qi and the beast were both sent reeling from their collision, the beast, having received a notable enhancement, exhibited a terrifying physicality that even surpassed Li Qi's. Had it not been for Li Qi's timely application of Haki, he might have found himself in a predicament akin to that of the beast earlier. Truly formidable. Rising from the ground, Li Qi felt a sense of relief. Had he not shielded himself promptly, the impact would have inflicted significant harm. Li Qi was not in a good state, and neither was the beast. Such a terrifying force wreaking havoc upon the beast only served to further ravage its already tormented form. It is essential to note that the vessel inhabited by the beast was merely a rather extraordinary ordinary child, forcibly transformed into its current state, unable to unleash its full potential as Li Qi could. With the dimensional space sealed by the people of the New York Temple, the beast was deprived of its source of power, and each depletion could not be replenished. As Li Qi beheld the contorted figure of the beast, he surged forward once more. A chilling aura erupted from Li Qi, and the surrounding ice seemed to come alive, encircling the beast. The beast, whose body had yet to recover, found itself at a disadvantage against Li Qi's onslaught. Under the relentless pressure of icy cold and brutal force, the beast began to falter. Its body was continuously frozen and shattered. Just as Li Qi's fist was about to strike the beast's head, a surge of dark power erupted from within the beast, propelling Li Qi away. Gazing at Li Qi, the beast's eyes turned an impenetrable black. It transformed completely from its previous feral state. "I remember you," the beast articulated with some difficulty, as if unaccustomed to speaking. In the next instant, the beast's body fragmented explosively. The dark power radiated outward, scattering in all directions. Clearly, the beast had no intention of relinquishing this world. It aimed to leave behind some seeds within it. A red energy shield rose from the ground, enveloping Li Qi and the others. Wanda observed the dispersing dark energies with a serious expression. Though Wanda was uncertain of the nature of these forces, she could sense their potential to influence the minds of ordinary people. "Thank you." Coulson and the others expressed their gratitude towards Wanda, acknowledging that whatever those entities were, they were undoubtedly malevolent. Li Qi descended from the air to the ground, the impact of the dark energy affecting him the most. It was only due to the resilience of his mental realm, bolstered by the combination system, that he remained unscathed. He had not anticipated that the beast would resort to such a desperate measure in its final moments. Observing Li Qi, Nick Fury approached with May's assistance. "We owe you a great deal. I never expected Pierce to unleash such a terrifying entity," Nick Fury remarked. Hearing his words, Li Qi cast a glance at him and replied, "No need for thanks. Just prepare what I requested." Chapter 122. The emergence of the beast made Li Qi realize his previous short-sightedness. Although this era had yet to witness the grand unveiling of monstrous entities, those who were powerful remained formidable. The beast, even with merely a fraction of its power, is already capable of engaging in combat with a version of myself awakened by the fruit. It is difficult for Li Qi to fathom the true strength of the beast's essence. Moreover, aside from this interloper, there are indeed numerous deities on Earth. The ancient beast of Kunlun, the Black Panther god of Wakanda, and the Egyptian moon god Khonsu. All these divine entities now have their avatars active on Earth. While their prowess may not reach the level of the beast, if need be, their powers could escalate significantly in an instant. Meanwhile, Wanda, observing Li Qi with curiosity, inquired about the nature of this beast. "What exactly is this creature? It gives off a rather peculiar aura." As an adept of chaos magic, Wanda could sense that the beast was not a conventional life form, but rather an entirely different entity from any adversary she had previously encountered. Her words drew the attention of Coulson and Steve Rogers, who also turned their gaze toward Li Qi. They, too, were unfamiliar with the beast, yet its recently displayed power had etched its presence deeply into their minds. "Regarding the beast, I know only that it is a formidable dimensional demigod, albeit its power to manifest on Earth is exceedingly feeble." Upon hearing Li Qi's words, even Nick Fury was taken aback. If the strength the beast had just showcased was but a trivial portion of its true might, then its actual power must be staggering. At this juncture, Nick Fury felt it was imperative to summon Carol back. The events of recent times had illuminated the fact that SHIELD's understanding of this world was woefully inadequate. Whether it be the matter of vampires, the existence of Li Qi and his companions, or even this so-called beast, SHIELD, remained in the dark. If everyone remained ignorant, it merely indicated that the other party was adept at concealing their true nature. Yet, the current predicament is that while SHIELD is oblivious, Hydra appears to possess a comprehensive understanding of these matters, which is something Nick Fury, the ever-controlling king of agents, finds hard to accept. Nevertheless, acceptance changes nothing. The recent battle has undoubtedly resulted in significant losses for SHIELD. The members of the organization, nearly obliterated by Pierce's hand, saw only a few defecting under Steve Rogers' rallying call. The losses incurred by Nick Fury and Hill's personnel were likewise substantial. However, the loss of personnel is not the gravest issue. Such matters can be rectified with recruitment. The paramount concern is that the turmoil within SHIELD has caused Fury to lose considerable trust among the upper echelons. Rectifying this breach will prove to be an arduous challenge. Although the SHIELD is ostensibly an international organization established by the 5 permanent members of the Security Council, it is, due to its geographical location and the backgrounds of its founders, more akin to an American entity. In light of the recent upheaval, the other nations involved have begun deliberating the possibility of disbanding SHIELD. After today's conflict, it is likely that similar issues will arise with greater frequency. It is worth noting that even within the United States, SHIELD has faced hostility from other intelligence agencies. Leach remained oblivious to Nick Fury's innermost thoughts. Upon witnessing the aftermath of the battle with the beast, Leach understood that those towering icebergs would not be easily resolved. The awakening of the fruit had permanently transformed the ground to a depth of nearly 100 meters into a layer of ice. This location is destined to become a remarkable spectacle. Leach exchanged a glance with Wanda, and then, under the watchful eyes of Coulson and others, the 3 of them teleported away. Such powers are indeed remarkably convenient. Maria Hill, witnessing Wanda's abilities for the first time, could not help but express her astonishment. The strength exhibited by Leach and Wanda was a revelation to her, as she had previously been unaware of their capabilities. It was only today that she comprehended why Leech held such a prominent position in New York. If S.H.I.E.L.D. were to possess such power, their strength would undoubtedly be amplified. However, Maria Hill was acutely aware that the current prowess displayed by Leech was far beyond their capacity to contend with. Thus, regardless of her envy towards Leech's abilities, she could only bury her hopes deep within her heart. Nick, the council is demanding an explanation from you. As the crowd began to settle, Maria approached Nick Fury and addressed him directly. Although she had been involved in today's events, the ultimate responsibility rested with Fury, the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. He would be held accountable by the United Nations Security Council. Upon hearing Maria's words, Nick Fury nodded in acknowledgement. He was already prepared for this inquiry. In his view, stepping down from his position as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was only natural following these events. Moreover, it was highly probable that Maria Hill would be poised to succeed him as the new director. Nevertheless, Fury intended to recommend Coulson for the role as well, for Coulson too had the potential to ascend to the directorship of S.H.I.E.L.D., and Maria might not be inclined to inherit the current mess that S.H.I.E.L.D. had become. I shall handle these troublesome matters. And I also hope that you and Coulson can stabilize S.H.I.E.L.D. during this period. Following this bout of internal strife, Nick Fury believes that S.H.I.E.L.D. will emerge even stronger. With the absence of the Hydra faction within, S.H.I.E.L.D. will no longer be shrouded in deception. Upon hearing Nick Fury's words, Maria Hill nodded in agreement. She too would contribute to the stabilization of S.H.I.E.L.D. Although the battle against Hydra occurred in New York, its repercussions were felt far and wide. Europe, East Asia, and the Middle East, all regions experienced varying degrees of impact, the severity differing among them. It is essential for Maria Hill to investigate these matters thoroughly. Preparations must be made to excavate this site anew. To locate the computer containing Hydra's list, Nick Fury had not forgotten that his purpose in coming here was to find the computer housing the Hydra roster, which he recalled contained an artificial intelligence. This AI raised some suspicions in Nick Fury's mind. Chapter 123. Upon returning from the battlefield to the villa, Leech collapsed onto the sofa. The beast had left a profound impression on him. For Leech, today's combat was undeniably exhilarating. In previous encounters, opportunities to unleash his full potential were few and far between. However, faced with the beast, Leech employed not only his observation haki and armament haki, but also awakened his ice fruit abilities. Without the formidable iron fist techniques of Garp, defeating the beast would have posed a significant challenge. The beast represented the most perilous adversary Leech had encountered since his arrival in this world. Seated nearby, Wanda inquired with a look of innocence, "Are there many foes like the beast?" Having witnessed the clash between Leech and the beast, Wanda gained a clearer understanding of her own capabilities. She realized there remained a substantial gap between her and Leech's prowess. The beast's strength could rank among the upper echelons even within the multiverse, yet the power he wielded upon his arrival was far from formidable. His frail physique was his greatest flaw, rendering him a formidable combatant confined within a weak body. Such a predicament inevitably led to outcomes akin to the battle between Leech and the beast, immense strength rendered ineffective. When facing an opponent like Leech, the beast's vulnerabilities would be magnified endlessly. With no additional power to descend, the beast's defeat seemed inevitable. What were those scattered remnants of his power? At this moment, Natasha too was perplexed, pondering the nature of the forces the beast unleashed in his dying retaliation. Those are the dispersed powers he has unleashed. Anyone who accepts these powers will ultimately become a devoted follower of the beast, willingly offering themselves for its arrival. Observing Natasha, Li Chi articulated the beast's intentions. That creature, upon encountering a world such as Earth, would not easily relinquish its grasp, leaving no contingency unaddressed before departing. Li Chi was uncertain whether the Supreme Mage would cleanse those powers, but to summon the beast anew would require a considerable span of time. The beast's strength emanates from profound hatred, and not everyone can effortlessly find a suitable vessel, as the Hydra does. Upon hearing Li Chi's words, Natasha gained a fresh perspective on these so-called dimensional demons. Are there many dimensional demons? Indeed. Li Chi's response caused Natasha and Wanda to widen their eyes. They had initially believed that entities akin to dimensional demons were scant in number. To their surprise, Li Chi revealed that the quantity of dimensional gods is indeed substantial. There is no need for concern, for while the number of dimensional gods is considerable, not every one of them possesses the power akin to the beast. I have previously mentioned that the beast's strength is absolute, regardless of its location, while other dimensional demons are akin to the caliber of Black Void, or even weaker. Li Qi's words offered a sigh of relief to both Natasha and Wanda. Yet, why had these beings never manifested before? This question haunted Natasha, pondering whether, as Li Qi suggested, Tony Stark had ushered in a terrifying era. Ever since Tony Stark became Iron Man, various superpowered individuals and mythical beings have emerged, culminating in the appearance of unfamiliar entities such as dimensional gods. The guardians of this world are not merely the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Numerous forces have been diligently protecting Earth, keeping these dimensional beings at bay. Furthermore, do you genuinely believe that dimensional gods have never appeared in the past? Figures like Mephisto are indeed dimensional gods. Li Qi had some understanding of Mephisto and his kind. They are akin to alternative dimensional lords, albeit incapable of integrating the dimension into themselves. Mephisto, wasn't he a character from myth? Do you think all myths are fictitious? Listening to Li Qi and Natasha's dialogue, Wanda remained an observer. Li Qi had previously introduced the devil fruit of the sun god when presenting it to her and Eileen. I see now. With this newfound understanding, Natasha grasped these complexities. She could only wonder how S.H.I.E.L.D. would evolve in the future. Reflecting on the devastation wrought today, Natasha could only pray for Nick Fury to endure this trial. The following morning, the skirmish that had transpired the previous night remained unreported. Instead, the iceberg left by Li Qi was heralded as a miraculous phenomenon. Look at these posts, Wanda exclaimed, presenting her tablet to Li Qi and pointing to a particular post. This post delved into discussions about the sudden appearance of the iceberg and its possible connections to Serbia. The ice wall Li Qi had erected at the Serbian border had sparked considerable debate globally, making it entirely reasonable to link the two occurrences together. Not everyone in this world is foolish. There are indeed many astute individuals. It seems we shall be returning to Serbia for a while, and I am not keen on being disturbed by these individuals. After recently enduring a fierce battle, Li Qi had no desire to re-enter the world of mutants. The conflict between Charles and Sebastian was poised to erupt imminently. Should Li Qi return at this juncture, it would be nearly impossible to avoid being ensnared in their fray. After all, Alex and the others remained in Li Qi's custody, and Charles would not overlook his own students. Upon hearing Li Qi's intention to return to Serbia, Wanda felt a surge of anticipation. It had been quite some time since her last visit. She wondered how Pietro had fared during this period. The last time they had communicated, he was preparing to confront the so-called Quicksilver. She was curious whether he had managed to defeat that adversary. All right, gather your things, and we shall head back. Also, let us check if Natasha and the others wish to return to Serbia, Li Qi remarked as he observed Wanda rise. He added, during this time, our company will likely attract numerous journalists and spies. Perhaps it would be prudent to grant them a brief respite. The them Li Qi referred to were the researchers who had come from Serbia. Hearing Li Qi's words, Wanda stood and made her way outside. Watching her depart, Li Qi redirected his focus back to the system. Just moments ago, he had unexpectedly discovered a new sign-in panel alongside his regular daily sign-in. The emblem on the panel indicated that this new sign-in interface had emerged due to the mutant world. Li Qi had previously been puzzled as to why he had not accrued any sign-in opportunities during his days in that realm. Chapter 124. Intrigued by the new sign-in interface, Li Qi felt a surge of interest. Following his battle with the beast, he found himself somewhat dissatisfied with his current strength. The sign-in rules in the mutant world diverged significantly from those in the Marvel Universe. In the mutant realm, there were no distinctions between daily, monthly, or yearly sign-ins. Each sign-in required a charge. After several days, I finally managed to sign in. As the recharge time remains uncertain, the longer the wait, the more substantial the rewards. This recharge does not necessitate my journey to the mutant world. Observing the sign-in panel, I refrained from immediate usage, opting instead to utilize my regular daily sign-in first. Reward, 800 production technology. I was quite pleased with this daily sign-in reward. The 800 units are mass-produced, designed to serve in warfare as humanoid mechanical bodies. The standard 800 exists in a metallic skeletal form, akin to the specialized models depicted in films, responsible for infiltration tasks. Given their mass production nature, the manufacturing process of the 800 is not particularly complex. The only challenging aspect lies in the artificial intelligence. After all, mechanical creations like the 800 can only unleash their full potential under the control of advanced AI. The fortune of this daily sign-in made me feel quite fortunate, prompting me to proceed with the sign-in for the mutant world. Reward, Dr. Jarrow. Upon seeing this astonishing reward from my first sign-in the mutant world, tears nearly welled up in my eyes. I could hardly believe the immense surprise bestowed upon me by this initial sign-in. Dr. Gero is undoubtedly among the most brilliant minds in the Dragon Ball universe. His creations of androids nearly brought about the annihilation of the world. With the successful sign-in, a frail old man materialized before me. As I gazed at Dr. Gero, clad in his classic attire, I extended my welcome. Welcome, Dr. Gero. Greetings, leader. Observing Dr. Gero's physique, I recognized that he had yet to transform himself into an android, sparking my curiosity regarding his progress in android development. Dr. Gero, to what stage have you advanced in the creation of androids? Upon hearing my inquiry, Dr. Gero's demeanor brightened significantly. I have developed several models of androids. However, they all fall short of my standards and are deemed failures. From Dr. Gero's words, I gleaned that he was still in the process of researching androids, yet to produce androids 17 and 18. I wonder, Dr. Gero, have you conducted research on artificial intelligence, specifically that which can assist in combat and strategic planning? If it pertains to this level of AI, it could be developed in a short span of time. Should the leader require it, I shall expedite the research. These statements are mere platitudes. Dr. Goro's creations, the artificial beings, possess their own personalities and cognitions. So it is inconceivable that there has been no research on conventional artificial intelligence. Li Qi handed the blueprints of the 800 series to Drive Goro, feeling a sense of relief at his timely arrival. The individuals under Li Qi's command lacked expertise in the realm of artificial intelligence. Had they been left to develop the 800 series on their own, it would have taken an indeterminate amount of time to bring it into functionality. However, with Dr. Goro's involvement, the situation had evidently changed. Given his prior research, it would be a relatively simple task for Dr. Goro to develop competent artificial intelligence. Upon receiving the blueprints for the 800 series, Dr. Goro perused them briefly and expressed a degree of approval. Unlike the artificial beings he intended to study, the 800 series was evidently conceived as a fundamental unit for warfare, requiring no intricate technology, only affordability and sufficient combat prowess. Nonetheless, Dr. Goro perceived certain flaws within the 800 series. He believed that the self-destruction mechanism should possess a greater potency, enabling the annihilated 8,010 units to unleash more formidable power. Observing Dr. Goro's silence, Li Qi remained oblivious to his thoughts. Otherwise, he would have certainly lamented the man's ferocity. The development of artificial intelligence is straightforward. However, I require a fully equipped laboratory. Upon hearing Dr. Goro's request, Li Qi contemplated whether to position him in New York or Serbia, each location presenting its own advantages and disadvantages. New York boasts abundant resources, allowing for swift acquisition of materials requisite for experimental research. Yet, it also necessitates constant vigilance against spies and operatives. Presently, Umbrella has become a significant entity in the eyes of various factions, and the number of spies uncovered within the company has been alarmingly high. In contrast, Serbia remains firmly under the control of Li Qi and his associates, making it exceedingly difficult for foreign spies to operate. Establishing a laboratory there would ensure both safety and discretion, though the existence of the icy wall would necessitate some delay in procuring various materials. Without hesitation, Dr. Goro opted for Serbia after hearing Li Qi's descriptions of the two locations. Compared to the bustling environment of New York, Serbia is far more conducive to his unrestrained research. Dr. Goro has not abandoned his pursuit of the artificial being series, although previous records have vanished. He retains a substantial portion of the data within his mind. In light of this, I shall have Aaron construct a laboratory for you in Serbia. For a talent such as Dr. Gro, Li Qi is unlikely to be excessively demanding. Setting aside other matters, Dr. Gro himself is a formidable presence. Even though he is yet to transform into the artificial being known as Android number 20, his innate abilities far exceed those of the average superhero. Allow me to introduce you to others. As Li Qi brought Dr. Gro into the courtyard, many had already gathered there. Natasha, Wanda, Yuri, and Jenny, upon hearing that Li Qi intended to return everyone to Serbia for a time, were filled with thoughts of a holiday. Compared to life in Serbia, the hustle and bustle of New York indeed hindered true relaxation. Li Qi was somewhat surprised to see Yuri among the crowd. He had not anticipated that Yuri could set aside his research on mutant genes. Li Qi, who is this? Wanda inquired, glancing curiously at the elderly figure accompanying him. Chapter 125. As the eyes of the crowd turned toward him, Li Qi began to introduce. This is Dr. Gro, a brilliant scientist with profound expertise in mechanics and artificial intelligence. Listening to Li Qi's introduction, Yuri became instantly intrigued. In his view, Anyone deemed a genius scientist by Li Qi must possess extraordinary qualities. Moreover, the fields in which Dr. Groh excels happen to be areas in which Yuri himself lacks proficiency. Yuri harbored numerous ideas, and he believed that with Dr. Groh's assistance, he could materialize those imaginative concepts. While others were unaware of Yuri's thoughts, they all held great respect for a scientist whom Li Qi referred to as a genius. Very well, let us return to Serbia. Upon hearing Li Qi's words, Wanda summoned her chaos magic. Nowadays, Wanda's chaos magic was no longer confined to transporting just one or two individuals. She could effortlessly transport such a large number. Just as Li Qi and the others departed New York, the repercussions for Nick Fury were also being enacted. As they had anticipated, Nick Fury was stripped of his position as director of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, the selection of his successor was not immediately determined. Currently, S.H.I.E.L.D. was being managed by Maria Hill and Coulson. Regarding the matters concerning Pierce, Nick and his team had not reported the truth, as they wished to keep the Hydra situation from becoming widely known. Otherwise, how could they possibly admit that Hydra had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. to such an extent? In addition, the fierce battle between Li Qi and the Beast has captured the attention of many. The formidable prowess of Li Qi and the Beast has incited envy among numerous ambitious individuals. Upon recognizing their immense strength, a greater number of people began to collect various mysterious or extraordinary items across the globe. However, these matters bore no relevance to Li Qi, who had returned to Serbia. A week swiftly elapsed, during which Li Qi recuperated from his confrontation with the Beast. Over these days, his daily rituals yielded little of value, primarily consisting of trivial detritus. Meanwhile, Serbia underwent a profound transformation with the arrival of Yuri and Dr. Gallo. Within mere days, Yuri's laboratory was established, and with his assistance, the production line for the 800 units was rapidly erected. To attract attention, Dr. Gallo employed his expertise in creating artificial beings, rendering the 800 units indistinguishable from ordinary humans. Both Yuri and Dr. Gallo were far from benevolent, and under the hands of these two mad scientists, the 800 units underwent significant enhancements. Beyond their fundamental metallic skeletons, these units were equipped with an array of weaponry. The discarded materials originally intended for artificial beings were repurposed for the 800, endowing each of them with the capability to single-handedly contend against 100 foes. The production line for the 800 could manufacture 100 units daily, resulting in a proliferation of these entities throughout Serbia in a matter of days. Some of the 800 units assumed the role of law enforcement, while others blended in as ordinary citizens within Serbia. Under the guidance of Eileen, these 800 units infiltrated Serbia discreetly. Li Qi had no intention of revealing their existence. With the support of Dr. Gallo's artificial being technology, as long as they were not fatally damaged, their robotic nature would remain undetected. The existence of the 800 units did not consume much of Dr. Gallo's time. Rather, it was the development of artificial intelligence that captured his interest. Upon hearing from Li Qi that Tony Stark possessed an artificial intelligence on the verge of evolving emotions, Dr. Gallo became particularly invested. The zero-level artificial intelligence he developed, under his continuous refinement, reached a level comparable to that of J.A.R.V.I.S. Furthermore, this zero-level AI exhibited emotional capabilities approaching that of a 10-year-old human. Were it not for Li Qi's intervention, it seemed likely that Dr. Gallo would have succeeded in endowing this artificial intelligence with human-like intellect. Li Qi harbored no doubts regarding Dr. Gallo's potential to achieve such a feat. However, Dr. Gero's ability to control artificial intelligence imbued with human qualities raises profound doubts in Li Qi's mind. Since the inception of the Zero artificial intelligence, various aspects of Serbia have become remarkably more coordinated. For Erin, the emergence of Zero has afforded her additional time to attend to her own affairs, liberating her from the incessant burden of trivial tasks. Observing the flourishing Serbia, Li Qi engaged in discussions with Erin regarding the potential opening of borders. The ice walls along the boundaries effectively obstruct the passage of ordinary individuals or refugees into Serbia. The extreme temperatures at the base make it insurmountable for the average person. Consequently, those wishing to enter Serbia are left with no choice but to travel by air, and even reaching Serbia by train presents considerable challenges. Now that Serbia's new city has developed, what remains lacking is the presence of ordinary residents. Listening to Erin's analysis prompted Li Qi to contemplate the acceptance of immigrants. Serbia has made significant strides in its development, no longer needing to harbor fears of spies infiltrating its territory. On the contrary, with the presence of both 800 and Zero, it would be exceedingly difficult for ordinary operatives to remain undetected. You could also shatter the ice walls. Consider opening the borders, Li Qi suggested. With the formidable powers bestowed upon Aaron by the great divine fruit, she has emerged as a formidable force. The ice walls Li Qi established are challenging for the average person to breach, yet they pose little difficulty for Aaron. Nodding at Li Qi's words, Aaron responded, "In that case, we can gradually accept immigrants, which will also allow for the expansion of a second city. Serbia's land area is not insignificant, but currently, only the new city is utilized, while the remainder lies fallow. Should Serbia adopt an immigration policy, it is likely that many individuals would seek to relocate here." Natasha, who had been listening to Li Qi and Aaron's deliberations, interjected, "We must exercise caution regarding immigration policies. Many from third countries may wish to come here. Although Serbia has only recently been established, the formidable strength of Li Qi and the substantial financial backing of Umbrella provide safety and welfare benefits that far exceed those of most nations. After all, a significant portion of Serbia's current populace consists of individuals summoned by Li Qi, and the corresponding benefits are undeniably enviable." Chapter 126. Serbia is currently faring better than they had anticipated. While Aaron is a competent administrator, she is still learning in many areas. In matters such as international relations, it is evident that Aaron does not possess the same acumen as Natasha. Listening to Natasha's analysis, Aaron and Li Qi came to understand that once Serbia opens its immigration policy, individuals from numerous countries would aspire to immigrate there. Grasping this reality, they commenced a renewed discussion regarding immigration policies, which they regarded with utmost seriousness. The development of Serbia and the impending wave of immigration would undoubtedly hinge upon critical decisions. After addressing the matter of immigration, Natasha turned to Li Qi and remarked, "Coulson hopes that SHIELD can establish a strategic collaboration with us in Serbia." It was evident that the current dilemmas confronting SHIELD had rendered Coulson and Hilmaria quite beleaguered. Meanwhile, Serbia's burgeoning strength was gradually becoming apparent on the global stage, as each individual from Valorant possessed extraordinary abilities. Such a multitude could hardly conceal themselves from view. Presently, numerous nations were forging diplomatic ties with Serbia, although the nation faced myriad challenges in terms of technological advancement. As a country predominantly defined by superhuman prowess, Serbia attracted the scrutiny of many. Fortunately, the abundance of formidable individuals within its borders deterred those with ulterior motives from overstepping their bounds. Ordinary forces would find it nearly impossible to orchestrate significant events within Serbia. What leverage does SHIELD possess to negotiate with us now? Let them expedite the delivery of 084. Li Qi remarked with a hint of disdain in response to Natasha's words. To him, SHIELD had become indistinguishable from other ordinary organizations. Were it not for the existence of 084, he would hardly pay Coulson and the others any mind. Natasha nodded in acknowledgement of Li Qi's sentiments. "I will convey that to them." After briefing Natasha on the situation in Serbia, Li Qi initiated dimensional transportation once more. In an instant, he found himself within the Hellfire Club. Observing the somewhat desolate state of the establishment, he felt a twinge of surprise. Unsure of how much time had elapsed, he was acutely aware that significant events had undoubtedly transpired in the realm of mutants. Otherwise, the Hellfire Club would not have fallen into such desolation. Li Qi strode purposefully toward the basement, uncertain of the current circumstances, his only course of action being to ascertain whether the captives remained. Upon reaching the entrance to the basement, he quickly deduced the situation. The Hellfire Club had likely been breached by Charles and his associates. The degree of destruction evident in the basement clearly bore the hallmark of Eric's magnetic powers. The chains that once bound the three individuals now lay scattered across the floor. With a clear understanding of the scene before him, Li Qi turned and walked away into the distance. As Li Qi stepped outside, a crimson mist emerged behind him. Turning around, he beheld the battered figure of the Red Devil. What transpired here? Li Qi inquired, curiosity piqued by the Red Devil's disheveled appearance. "Let us discuss this later." "This base has been abandoned," the Red Devil replied, moving closer to Li Qi and placing a hand upon him. Li Qi did not resist the gesture. Subsequently, amidst the swirling red mist, their figures vanished in an instant. When they reappeared, they found themselves aboard a cruise ship upon the sea. With this arrival, Li Qi perceived the uniqueness of the Red Devil's teleportation ability, akin to traversing into another dimension. After experiencing the Red Devil's power, Li Qi marveled at the extraordinary capabilities possessed by these mutants. Upon Li Qi's arrival, numerous mutants appeared on the deck of the cruise ship. As they recognized the newcomers, they gradually lowered their guard. At that moment, Emma emerged from the crowd, addressing Li Qi, "If you had not shown up, we might have assumed you too had fallen to those sentinels." Raising an eyebrow, Li Qi curiously asked, "So, does this mean Sebastian Shaw was defeated by the sentinels?" At this, the surrounding mutants bowed their heads, clearly affirming Li Qi's words, which only deepened his intrigue. After all, Li Qi was well aware of Sebastian Shaw's formidable power and found it hard to believe that merely Charles and Eric could overpower him. Charles has summoned another group of mutants, and among them are several with considerable strength. Our Hellfire Club members have also been subdued by Charles, which explains Shaw's downfall. Emma succinctly elaborated on the events that had transpired. With this information, Li Qi understood the reasons behind Sebastian Shaw's failure. It was undoubtedly a result of Shaw's overconfidence. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily vanquished. The ability to absorb energy is inherently powerful, regardless of the context. Where's Shaw now? Using his observation haki, Li Qi discerned that Sebastian Shaw was not present aboard the cruise ship, indicating that he had likely been captured. Shaw had been apprehended by those sentinels and was presumably imprisoned. Upon hearing Li Qi's words, the Red Devil interjected, stating, "That place is heavily fortified. Even if I could teleport inside, rescuing Sebastian Shaw would still be an arduous task." As an ardent follower of Sebastian Shaw, the Red Devil had entertained thoughts of a jailbreak. Yet, as he articulated, despite his formidable teleportation abilities, extricating Sebastian Shaw from a prison guarded by multiple mutants was indeed a formidable challenge. Intrigued by his statement, Li Qi inquired, "That fellow who manipulates magnetism, he did not eliminate Sebastian Shaw?" Li Qi was acutely aware of the profound enmity between Eric and Sebastian Shaw, a hatred so intense that even Charles could not intercede. In the current circumstances, it was perplexing to Li Qi that Sebastian Shaw had merely been imprisoned rather than slain by Eric. Emma, upon hearing Li Qi's words, exhibited a glimmer of insight in her eyes. Chapter 127. Regarding the intricacies of combat, Emma understood that few present were privy to the details. The discord between Eric and Sebastian Shaw was not a subject many would dare to discuss. However, Li Qi's precise mention of the two upon his return indicated that he possessed considerable knowledge. After a moment of contemplation, Emma spoke, "Indeed, Eric did wish to eliminate Sebastian Shaw, and even Charles was unable to thwart him." Li Qi raised an eyebrow at Emma's remark. His curiosity regarding how Sebastian Shaw had survived intensified. Although Charles had failed to prevent Eric, the mutants summoned were able to intervene. Unlike the previous group, led by Alex, these mutants were driven by duty. Emma's words elucidated the situation, as the mutants summoned by Charles had suffered significant casualties. The new recruits were markedly different. They harbored little trust or allegiance towards Charles. Shortly after entering the training facility, many were swayed and became operatives for hire. Consequently, the covert operation against Sebastian Shaw was orchestrated by those who evidently did not wish for him to perish. Thus, when Eric sought to eliminate Sebastian Shaw, Zheshi and others intervened to thwart him. Having grasped these complexities, Li Qi turned to Emma and inquired, "What remains of the Hellfire Club's strength?" Currently, with the Black King Sebastian Shaw imprisoned and the Black Queen lacking a successor, Li Qi, as the White King, naturally assumed the mantle of leadership within the Hellfire Club. The mutants number over 300, yet those with true strength have already boarded the cruise ship. It was Emma's decision to arrange these mutants on the vessel. That fellow Charles possesses an overly potent mutant ability. Remaining within the city would inevitably lead to his discovery and subsequent defeat. Conversely, gathering on the cruise ship means that any attempt to capture them would necessitate a direct assault. Currently, the mutants aboard the ship can unleash formidable power upon the open sea. Even the pursuit of the sentinels does not instill fear in them. Upon Emma's declaration, Leech's observation haki had already counted the number of mutants on the cruise ship, 73. Excluding Leech, there are indeed 73 mutants aboard this vessel. Observing Leech's silence, the nearby Surge could no longer contain himself and urged, "Lord White King, we must rescue Lord Black King." Hearing Surge's words, many of the mutants aboard turned their gaze towards Leech, evidently concerned that he might abandon Sebastian Shaw. This thought had not even crossed Leech's mind. In fact, he was determined to rescue Shaw. Should Shaw perish, Leech would not care to intervene. However, while Shaw still draws breath, he undeniably holds significant value for salvation. It is worth noting that within the Hellfire Club, Shaw's presence often distracts attention from Leech's undertakings. Conversely, if Leech were to become the public leader of the Hellfire Club, he would undoubtedly attract a multitude of troubles, not least from Charles and the Sentinels. "Rest assured, I will rescue that fellow Sebastian Shaw," Leech affirmed before following Emma into the ship's cabin. Emma casually discarded her trench coat, revealing a seductive ensemble beneath, and picked up a nearby glass. As she handed the glass to Leech, she inquired, Do you truly intend to rescue Sebastian Shaw? Putting herself in his shoes, Emma believed that if she possessed the capability to stand alone, she would not wish for Shaw's emergence. Why not? Although Shaw often stirs trouble, he is also remarkably gifted. Within Leech's circle, Shaw possesses a unique charm. Otherwise, the Hellfire Club would not have so many who remember him. Shaw's greatest flaw lies in his arrogance. Whether in the original narrative or in this world, he places too much faith in his own abilities. While his capacity for energy absorption and release is formidable, it does not render him invincible among the multitude of mutants. Without the protective helm of mental fortitude, Sebastian Shaw faced only the path of failure in confronting Charles. If you wish to save him, so be it. Observing Leech's demeanor, Emma chose to refrain from further commentary. As the White Queen of Hellfire, Emma held little concern regarding who wielded power. However, the multitude of troubles instigated by Sebastian Shaw had led her to reconsider her stance. Tell me about that group of sentinels, Charles inquired within his estate. The once quaint mansion had been transformed into a training ground for the sentinels with the aid of the esteemed. Watching the children familiar with their abilities, a profound sense of responsibility surged within Charles. Just as he contemplated taking action, a coldly indifferent Eric approached from a distance. Charles, why do you prevent me from killing that scoundrel? Eric expressed his dissatisfaction with Charles's obstruction of his intent to eliminate Sebastian Shaw. In Eric's eyes, he had always supported Charles, and under such circumstances, he believed Charles ought to reciprocate. Eric, we can no longer act impulsively. Trust has begun to wane, Charles responded. His opposition to Eric's lethal intentions stemmed not only from a desire to spare Eric from committing murder, but also from the reality that the higher-ups had begun to regard them with suspicion. Aside from our current cadre of sentinels, they have also initiated a program called Weapons. Observing Eric's silence, Charles continued, our collaboration with humanity has only just begun. We must make certain concessions. Eric, already seething with anger, retorted to Charles's perceived weakness, concessions. What further concessions can we make? We have surrendered our powers and vulnerabilities. Has that not been concession enough? In recent times, Eric's discontent had only intensified, not merely due to the lofty disdain of those in power reminiscent of his past life, but also because the sentinels, who had made substantial contributions, found themselves effectively under house arrest. The estate was surrounded by checkpoints, and even to step outside required a formal request. In contrast to Eric's animosity, Charles believed that the current circumstances would gradually lead members of society to accept the existence of mutants. This, in turn, would mitigate hostility from other American factions, subtly fostering acceptance of the mutant community as a whole. Eric gazed at the silent Charles, disappointment etched across his features. He felt that even in the pursuit of peaceful coexistence with humanity, a semblance of parity in their respective standings was paramount. However, it is evident that those individuals no longer regard themselves as peers. Just as Eric wished to converse further with Charles, a mutant hurriedly approached, eager to claim a pair of antlers. An alarming situation had arisen. Alex and Need were at odds. Observing the approaching mutant, Charles's expression darkened significantly. Need, a recent addition to their ranks, commanded his cohort with unwavering authority, unlike Alex and his companions, who had been subdued by Need's formidable presence. Compared to the mutants Charles sought, the abilities of Need's group were far more potent and suited for combat, which fostered a disdain for Pierce's recruits. The animosity between Need's faction and Alex's stemmed from a prior incident where Alex and his companions were captured by Leech, breeding deep-seated distrust. Were it not for Charles's intervention, hostilities would have erupted long ago. We must intervene, Charles declared, urging Eric to follow him toward the playground. Observing the scene, Eric couldn't restrain himself from exclaiming, if you continue to allow those individuals to meddle, such incidents will become increasingly frequent. Eric's understanding of humanity's complexities surpassed that of Charles. Although Need and his associates were ostensibly under Charles's jurisdiction, they were loyal solely to their own commands. Their conflict with Alex and his group was rooted in issues of identity. On the playground, Alex and Darwin stood at the forefront, glaring fiercely at Need and his entourage. Behind them were several injured mutants. Why resort to such brutality over mere play? Alex seethed, his anger palpable as he confronted Need. What should have been a simple game of basketball had escalated, with Need's group employing their mutant powers and resorting to vicious tactics. To blame us for your inadequacy. How shameful. If I were you, I wouldn't even dare to show my face again. Need's gaze toward Alex was filled with envy and animosity. Need had a brother among the earlier group summoned by Charles, who had perished while confronting Leech. When Need discovered his brother's remains, all he found was a grotesquely assembled half. The thought of his brother meeting such a gruesome fate while Alex and his companions thrived in the basement filled Need with a profound hatred toward them. In Nate's perspective, Either Alex and his companions should have been slightly stronger, or they should have perished alongside his brother. Yet, it is precisely Alex who survives, while his own brother has met his demise. This reality compels Nade to seek trouble with Alex upon returning to the manor. What are you talking about? Darwin, upon hearing Nade's words, was inclined to confront him. However, before he could utter more than a few words, Alex intervened, suppressing his fury as he addressed Nade. If you wish to fight, let us engage in a proper battle. As he spoke, energy waves began to coalesce at Alex's chest. Witnessing this spectacle, Nade and his companions instinctively recoiled. Caught unprepared, few would survive a direct hit from Alex's formidable powers. The potency of Alex's mutant abilities was, indeed, a source of their envy. Nade, retreating, felt a twinge of embarrassment at his earlier actions as his mutant ability activated, transforming his hands into mechanical arms. This was Nade's gift, the ability to morph his limbs into mechanical appendages, which he could then reshape into various mechanical constructs through his imagination and understanding. It was undoubtedly a powerful combat ability. Amidst the crowd, Salvador observed this scene and suddenly felt that the Hellfire Club might be more suited to her than this place. During her recent days here, she had discerned the intricate power struggles among Charles and the others. Moreover, Salvador had come to realize that their initial confrontation with Leech might have been a cunning ploy. Having witnessed Leech's strength, she doubted that these mutants alone could contend with such a formidable foe. The impending clash between Alex and Nade was palpable. Fortunately, Charles and Eric arrived just in time. Observing the stark division between the two factions, Charles found himself momentarily considering the validity of Eric's words. However, he swiftly dismissed this thought. Severing ties with those individuals now would only heighten human vigilance towards mutants. The formidable presence of Leech and Sebastian Shaw had already unsettled certain authorities. And both Charles and Eric, one a master of mental control, the other a wielder of magnetic forces, were under close scrutiny. Today, Charles refrained from utilizing his mutant abilities freely, fearing that it might incite a sense of crisis among humans. In stark contrast, Eric harbored an entirely different sentiment as he surveyed both the opposing group and the watchful eyes surrounding them. Within his heart, Eric had made a resolute decision. He intended to depart from this place. In this moment, he perceived little distinction between his current situation and that in the concentration camp, both resembling confinement within a cage. Immersed in darkness, Eric found himself capable of comprehending the intentions of Colonel Hendry and his companions. At this juncture, Eric was prepared to part ways with Charles. Unaware of this sentiment, Charles approached Alex and Nade, inquiring what transpired. Upon hearing Charles's words, Alex retracted his mutant abilities and proceeded to recount the preceding events. Just as Alex finished speaking, Nade interjected, "We are all mutants. Is it so wrong to utilize our abilities while playing basketball? We had no prior knowledge of their fragility. As a mere nudge led to such consequences." Chapter 129. Even without employing his own mutant powers, Charles could discern that Nade was lying. However, as he had previously contemplated, to allow the conflict to escalate would only lead to the complete destruction of the newly formed team of X-Men. Although he sensed that his actions might be misguided, Charles nonetheless spoke. "In the future, refrain from using your mutant abilities outside of this training area. Alex, please escort them to the infirmary for treatment." Unbeknownst to Charles, his words triggered a complex reaction among Alex and the others, while Nade and his group became increasingly arrogant. At that moment, Nade found himself admiring the accuracy of Charles's analysis. As night fell, Eric exited his quarters and made his way to Hank's laboratory. "Eric, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Hank, engrossed in his research, was somewhat taken aback, as Eric had never shown interest in these experiments. "I have come to retrieve something," Eric replied, striding towards the location of Sebastian Shaw's helmet. Observing Eric's actions, Hank realized that tonight's Eric was markedly different from the usual. His hand instinctively reached for the emergency button. Suddenly, two metal plates shot out, binding Hank's arm. "Mind your own business, Hank," Eric commanded, controlling Hank before seizing Sebastian Shaw's helmet and placing it upon his head. In that instant, Hank's expression shifted dramatically. "Eric, what are you doing?" Though Eric had restrained Hank, there were still numerous ways for him to alert Charles within the confines of Hank's laboratory. Through his own abilities, Eric had taken control of Hank's mind, and as he gazed at his helmeted friend, a sense of foreboding washed over him. "Charles, you are far too timid. If mutants follow your lead, they shall merely become weapons for humanity." Charles's actions in confronting Nade had decisively strengthened Eric's resolve. Someone so feeble could never serve as a leader for mutants. "We, the mutants, ought not to exist in such a state of indignity, nor should we live so cautiously. We are the vanguard of our kind." Eric, observing Charles, voiced his sentiments. In Eric's eyes, mutants rightfully deserve to stand above humanity, After all, mere mortals lack the formidable powers that they possessed. You are excessively radical, Eric. Upon hearing Eric's thoughts, Charles was immediately reminded of Sebastian Shaw. In that moment, Charles understood that Shaw had bequeathed Eric not just hatred and shadows, but also this extreme ideology. It is not I who am extreme, but rather you who are too weak, allowing humanity to bully us in such a manner. With a sweeping gesture, Eric dismissed the matter and strode forward, pushing aside the body of the beast. What are you planning to do, Eric? Charles questioned anxiously as he observed Eric's movements. I am going to seek justice, Eric replied tersely while continuing on his path. Just as Charles reached the door, Colonel Hendry appeared before him. Yet, Charles recognized at once that this Colonel Hendry was Raven in disguise. Charles, I have seen the injuries of those children. You are far too weak. After the events of the day, Raven had decided to depart, unable to bear Charles's mindset any longer. As for whether to accompany Eric, Raven remained uncertain. Looking at Raven, now returned to her true form, Charles inquired, Colonel Hendry, how are you? I have already dealt with him. Upon hearing Raven's words, Charles immediately vacated Hank's body. The next moment, alarms blared throughout the estate. When Eric and Raven stepped outside, Nide, Alex, and others had already gathered. Nide regarded Eric, his hands transforming into cannons. Eric, you have killed Colonel Hendry. Now we shall arrest you. Nide looked at Eric with palpable excitement, knowing that if he could eliminate Eric, his own standing within the ranks would be greatly enhanced. Though you are my compatriot, you have utterly become a lapdog for humanity, Eric responded, articulating each word with deliberate clarity. As Eric's words faded, Nito's arm twisted grotesquely, his hands contorted into sharp iron spikes aimed at his own head, sending a jolt of terror through him. Before Nito could utter a plea for mercy, the spikes pierced his skull. With Nito's demise, McKeon's voice immediately crackled through the intercom. I command you, eliminate Eric. As McKeon's command resonated, the group behind Alex surged forward, launching an assault on Nito's allies. You scoundrels, perish. There was no need for Eric to intervene. The mutants, harboring long-standing grievances against Nito and his ilk, seized the opportunity to strike. Witnessing this scene, Eric nodded approvingly. Meanwhile, Charles, who could have thwarted this chaos, lay slumped in his chair. Raven had previously administered a slow-acting poison to him, which, while not life-threatening, rendered him incapable of utilizing his mutant abilities. Alex and the others, observing their comrades in combat, felt utterly lost. Just then, Salvador approached. I am preparing to depart. The Hellfire Club suits me far better. Darwin trailed behind Salvador, clearly intending to join him in the Hellfire Club. I will not leave, despite feeling fatigued. Alex remained steadfast in his belief that only Charles could lead the mutants. So be it. The gruesome death of Nito extinguished any fighting spirit among the mutants who had followed him, sending them fleeing in panic. Seeing the tide of battle turning, Eric reached out and tore off a large section of the training grounds shell. After guiding Raven to ascend, Eric addressed the mutants below. Is there anyone who wishes to leave with me? If so, come up. At his words, the mutants exchanged glances before leaping onto the metal surface, eager to depart with Eric. The actions of Charles during this time had left them feeling undervalued. Chapter 130. As the mutants boarded Eric's metal platform, he led them soaring into the outside world. Meanwhile, the area had been entirely surrounded in anticipation. Upon spotting Eric and his group, they immediately took aim. Bullets rained down upon Eric and his companions, yet his abilities rendered him almost divine in the face of these metallic projectiles. There was no need for Leech to intervene. The bullets were repelled, returning to strike down the very assailants who had fired them. The mutants on the iron plate could not help but cheer upon witnessing the scene. Their grievances towards the members had accumulated over the past few days, and now, seeing them slain by Eric, they were filled with joy. With Eric taking action, the other mutants on the iron plate could hardly contain themselves and began to launch attacks on the members below. Observing the group of mutants behind him, Eric felt a deep sense of satisfaction. In his eyes, this batch of mutants would form the foundation of his future endeavors. Within the estate, some mutants began to venture outside, drawn by the eruption of battle. The period of house arrest had eroded their sense of belonging towards Charles. As Salvador and Darwin led the way outside, numerous mutants followed suit, mimicking their departure. Among Nide's faction, many also chose to leave. In a single night, the mutants aligned with Charles splintered into 4 factions. One group followed Eric, pursuing his footsteps. Another, still loyal to Charles, remained in the estate, steadfast in their faith in his ideals. A third group harbored ambitions for wealth and power, while some disillusioned with Charles opted to return to their past. It was evident that a profound transformation had occurred within the ranks of the X-Men overnight. Unbeknownst to all this, Lechi awoke on the cruise ship and made his way to the deck. Over a dozen mutants had gathered there, all selected by Li Qi for the mission to rescue Sebastian Shaw. The prison's defenses were formidable, and extracting Shaw would require Li Qi to awaken the powers of his fruit. Otherwise, it would not be a simple task. Understanding this, Li Qi had instructed Red Devil the previous day to select some powerful mutants to accompany him to the prison. This time, Li Qi intended to refrain from excessive involvement, wishing to avoid drawing too much attention to himself. The threat posed by a powerful mutant was not on the same level as that of one capable of annihilating a nation. It was best for Sebastian Shaw to handle such matters, as he was quite adept at them. With this mindset, Li Qi observed the mutants chosen by Red Devil and nodded in satisfaction. At first glance, these mutants exuded an air of ferocity, clearly not on the same tier as Alex and his companions. They were veterans of the battlefield, their strength undoubtedly sufficient for the task at hand. Observing the scrutinizing gaze of the Red Devil, Li Qi approached and began to introduce himself. The individuals before him were all mutants who had recently returned from the battlefield. Even without considering their mutant abilities, each one was undeniably formidable. That is splendid. Has the location of Sebastian Shaw's confinement been ascertained? As Li Qi spoke, his gaze shifted towards Emma, believing that the task of investigating Sebastian Shaw's whereabouts would be better suited to her expertise, given her formidable skills in intelligence gathering. It has been confirmed. He is held in a base in Siberia. Emma was taken aback by the revelation that Sebastian Shaw had been imprisoned so far away. The mere transportation of Shaw was a daunting endeavor. A single misstep could grant him the opportunity to escape his restraints, unleashing his powers to annihilate those around him. Then let us depart. With that, Li Qi placed his hand upon the Red Devil's shoulder. The selected mutants also raised their arms, resting them upon the Red Devil. In an instant, a crimson mist enveloped them, and they materialized outside the Siberian base. There are mutants within this base, and I cannot teleport you inside. The Red Devil's expression was far from pleasant as he gazed at the base now within arm's reach. He had always taken pride in his teleportation abilities, a gift that no other mutant had possessed over the years, his unparalleled capacity to traverse any distance with ease. Yet today, his seemingly omnipotent power had faltered against this modest facility. Do not berate yourself. The abilities of mutants are myriad and unpredictable. One might encounter a counter to their own powers at any moment. Li Qi remained unfazed by the Red Devil's reaction. As he had stated, the powers of mutants were indeed diverse, and it was merely a case of encountering one that negated his abilities. One could only wonder how the Red Devil and his companions would react upon learning that another mutant capable of nullifying their powers might one day emerge. At that moment, the guards within the base noticed the unexpected arrival of Li Qi and his group. Immediately, watchtowers sprang to life. Frosty moment. In this frigid environment, Li Qi's ice fruit powers were undoubtedly amplified. A mere flick of his wrist unleashed a tempest of ice that swiftly enveloped the base. In mere moments, the formidable entrance of the base was entirely encased in ice. The recently activated machine guns and turrets had also been encased in ice. Go forth and rescue Sebastian Shaw. The mutants following behind Li Qi gazed with fervent admiration at the display of power he exhibited. This miraculous strength was indelibly etched in the hearts of these mutants. Upon hearing Li Qi's command, they roared and charged towards the base. This allowed Li Qi to witness their capabilities. The foremost among them, a towering figure, transformed into a 3-meter giant and charged at the frozen gate. His immense power shattered the door into fragments. The Red Devil, observing this spectacle, introduced the giant. This man is named Peter. His mutant ability is gigantism, which not only alters his physique, but also amplifies his strength and defense. Chapter 131. Acknowledging the Red Devil's words, Li Qi nodded. Indeed, Peter's mutant ability was remarkably straightforward. This physical enhancement could be regarded as one of the least problematic abilities. As the gate lay in ruins, the guards inside, well prepared, launched their assault. Rockets were fired relentlessly towards Peter. Boom, 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 boom. Peter's colossal form served as a target for the guards, with each rocket striking him directly. However, these explosives merely left him battered and bruised, inflicting no serious injury. Enraged, Peter seized a fallen piece of the door and swung it at the nearest guards. With a sickening crunch, the closest ones were reduced to mere pulp. Witnessing such a gruesome scene, the remaining guards hastily retreated from Peter. His strength was indeed formidable, making him a capable frontline warrior. Observing Peter's prowess, Li Qi found his ability rather exaggerated. In the realm of Marvel, few could contend with the power Peter had displayed. However, energy weapons would prove to be a more manageable means of combating him. At that moment, 2 mutants, following closely behind Peter into the base, unleashed their own abilities. One of them had bones extending from his body, launching them outward like quills towards the surrounding guards. The half-meter-long bones effortlessly pierced through a guard's body, resulting in 5 or 6 fatalities within mere seconds. Meanwhile, the other mutant continuously expelled black sand from his mouth, poisoning anyone it touched. The two individuals possess formidable abilities. One can manipulate bones while the other generates toxic sand from within his body, expelling it through his mouth. Observing their prowess, Li Qi couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity with their powers. The bone manipulator bore a striking resemblance to Kimimaro from Naruto, albeit with a more superficial control over his ability. The other individual evoked memories of a magical artifact, the red sand gourd. As more mutants surged forward, their diverse abilities left Li Qi in awe. Some transformed their bodies into slime, while others morphed into animals or wielded elemental forces. Each capability was directly applicable to combat, revealing that these mutants were indeed meticulously selected by the Red Devil. Under the onslaught of these mutants, the guards stationed at the base entrance were swiftly annihilated. It was then that the gates of the base swung open. A contingent of heavily armed guards emerged, firing their weapons. At the forefront, Peter sustained the most severe injuries. Even with enhanced defenses, he found himself vulnerable to the armor-piercing rounds. In a matter of moments, he was compelled to shrink his body to evade the bullets and artillery. Fortunately, a mutant capable of manipulating earth charged forward, collapsing the entrance's roof and burying the guards beneath the debris. Otherwise, the heavy firepower could have significantly diminished the ranks of the mutant squad. The coordination among these individuals was impressive. Witnessing the performance of the mutants before him, Li Qi was taken aback. It perplexed him why Sebastian Shaw insisted on facing challenges alone when such a powerful group had joined the Hellfire Club. If he had taken this cadre of mutants along, even with Charles and Eric, two superlative individuals on the opposing side, defeating Sebastian Shaw would not have been as straightforward. After all, Shaw's abilities were also of an extraordinary caliber. As the gunfire ceased, the mutant once again activated his powers to clear the entrance. Be cautious. There are still some mutants inside, Li Qi warned, having sensed through his observation haki that formidable life forms were approaching the gates. Upon hearing Li Qi's words, Peter and the others, already holding him in high regard, promptly readied themselves for battle. With a thundering crash, the second gate opened, and a group of mutants clad in black uniforms charged out. One of them, resembling a tailed beast, unleashed a torrent of flames at Peter and his companions. In response, Code expelled a jet of black sand, and the flames and dark sand collided midair. As the other mutants observed the scene, they too began to engage Peter and his companions. These uniformed mutants were members of a weapons team collaborating with the military, each one thoroughly indoctrinated and possessing abilities meticulously selected for combat. They harbored no hesitation in facing Peter and his allies, yet their powers were far more extreme. One individual, for instance, had the capability to transform his arms into tentacles. Although this augmented his offensive strength, he lacked any semblance of defensive preparation, ultimately succumbing to a mutant whose body had transformed into a viscous substance. Each of the other mutants bore some form of flaw. Observing these weaponized members, Li Qi realized they were not merely combatants, but likely subjects of experimentation. This extreme nature of their abilities suggested that each one was designed to showcase a specific feature. It became evident to Li Qi that these individuals were indeed using mutants as test subjects. The Red Devil, a being who had lived for countless years, also discerned their intentions. Upon grasping the situation, he ceased to merely spectate alongside Li Qi drawing forth his dagger. He commenced to demonstrate his formidable prowess. A crimson mist enveloped the area as the Red Devil materialized amidst the group of weaponized mutants. His dagger effortlessly pierced the neck of one mutant, and with a swift flick of his tail, he impaled another's chest. Before the others could react, he activated his teleportation ability, appearing beside yet another mutant to deliver a fatal blow to his heart. In mere seconds, the Red Devil had executed 3 foes. Witnessing this, Li Qi recognized the Red Devil's overwhelming threat to those lacking the strength to defend themselves or react in time. Given the simplicity of the Red Devil's attack methods, one could only imagine the devastation he could wreak if endowed with more powerful offensive capabilities. He would undoubtedly become a crimson lightning bolt among mutants. Just as the battle intensified, several tanks approached from the side. Li Qi, sensing the intrusion, stamped his foot, unleashing a chilling aura that instantly encased the tanks in ice. This battle did not require their interference. With the Red Devil's presence, the casualties among the defending mutants escalated significantly. Coupled with the assaults from Peter and his comrades, these mutants were swiftly annihilated. Observing this, Li Qi made his way towards them. Let us proceed. Those remaining lack any significant combat prowess. His observation haki continuously monitored the situation below, revealing that aside from this batch of mutants, there were others imprisoned underground. However, Their auras were faint, posing no threat to the group. Upon hearing Li Qi's words, the crowd began to make their way toward the prison. Under the forceful dismantling by the group, the prison was swiftly breached. It seemed considerable effort had been invested in its construction. Li Qi observed the intricately designed prison, pondering how those individuals had wealth yet failed to utilize it wisely. What purpose could such an exquisite space serve? Their onslaught had left the place in disarray. Bai Wang, attempting to hide discreetly, was apprehended by a bespectacled man from the team. Noticing the man's frail demeanor, Li Qi inquired, "What is your purpose here?" The man stammered, "We are responsible for weapon research. I am not here willingly. They coerced me into it." Faced with the intimidating presence of Li Qi and his group, he divulged all he knew. The so-called weapons involved transplanting the abilities of multiple mutants into a single individual, followed by brainwashing techniques to control that person. They had been conducting such experiments for over a month, yet had achieved little progress. Li Qi, already aware of these details, displayed little reaction, as he was not a mutant himself and could not empathize with their plight. However, the mutants in the team regarded the researcher with barely concealed contempt, wishing to see him suffer. Had it not been for Li Qi's restraint, the man would likely have met a grim fate. "Let us proceed to see how Sebastian Shaw fares," Li Qi remarked, glancing at the Red Devil before descending further. The fate of the researcher was of little concern to him. As Li Qi departed, the researcher opened his mouth to speak, but was silenced by Peter, who had transformed into a small giant, as he slammed him to the ground. The researcher let out a single, anguished cry before succumbing to the onslaught of the other mutants. "Are you still unable to utilize your mutant abilities?" Upon entering the base, the Red Devil had informed Li Qi that he could only teleport within a limited range. Exceeding 10 meters would forcibly revert him from the teleportation state. It appeared that the mutant suppressing his powers possessed considerable strength, though the nature of their abilities remained unknown. As the duo continued downward, they soon encountered a series of imprisoned mutants. These individuals were evidently the subjects referenced by the researcher, appearing emaciated, as if they had not eaten in ages. Were it not for the rise and fall of their chests, one might mistake them for the deceased. These individuals are indeed quite ruthless. The Red Devil gazed at his compatriots with deep-seated animosity. "First, let us seek out Sebastian Shaw. We can take these people with us when we depart." Li Qi, now filled with curiosity, pondered how they managed to confine someone like Sebastian Shaw. Such ordinary iron cages and explosives could hardly be deemed a restraint for him. To rely on such methods to limit Shaw is nothing short of a delusion. As they ventured deeper, Li Qi and the Red Devil finally arrived before the cage housing Sebastian Shaw. Unlike the cages that contained the previous test subjects, this one was crafted from transparent glass. Within, anesthetic gas perpetually billowed forth, keeping Shaw in a state of perpetual slumber, a clear tactic employed by his captors. "Step back," Li Qi instructed the Red Devil, who, upon hearing his words, promptly retreated. With the Red Devil now at a safe distance, Li Qi enveloped his arm in an aura of armed haki. He then swiftly delivered a powerful punch to the glass cage. With a sharp crack, the sturdy glass shattered under his blow. The force of the breaking glass jolted the previously anesthetized Sebastian Shaw awake. What is this place? He wondered, observing his surroundings as fragmented memories began to resurface. It dawned on him that he had been defeated by those battle police. Upon recognizing Li Qi and the Red Devil before him, Shaw understood the situation. His comrades had come to rescue him. "Li Qi, designating you as the White King of the Hellfire Club was indeed my wisest decision," Shaw reflected, eyeing Li Qi with a sense of admiration. He was acutely aware of the complexities within the Hellfire Club. Though it appeared formidable, it was rife with internal strife. Beyond himself, the Black King, only he could issue commands. The rest struggled to unite and form a cohesive force, and even Emma, the White Queen, had but a few subordinates at her disposal, unless she resorted to using her mutant abilities. However, with Li Qi's arrival, the Hellfire Club had gained another formidable ally. This would ensure that, even in times of unforeseen circumstances, one could effectively consolidate the club's strength. "You certainly appear somewhat disheveled," Shaw remarked. Sebastian Shaw's helmet has now been taken by Eric, and he appears to embody the essence of an ancient gentleman more than ever before, surpassing his previous incarnation as the Black King. Upon noticing the absence of his helmet, Sebastian inquired of the Red Devil, "Who has taken my helmet?" Was it that group of fellows led by Charles? Upon hearing the Red Devil's response, Sebastian understood that reclaiming his helmet would be a futile endeavor. Fortunately, the technology for crafting the helmet belonged to him, albeit the metal that nullified psychic abilities was exceedingly costly. However, after the confrontation with Eric and Charles, Sebastian realized the necessity of possessing that helmet. Chapter 133. Just as Leach escorted Sebastian Shaw out of the prison, the headquarters received news of the prison's breach. with no survivors. The minister, Dex, was infuriated upon hearing this report. He glowered at McKeon, who had his head bowed, and coldly remarked, "Did I not instruct you that dealing with Charles and his mutants requires a measured approach? Yet, what did you do? You sent an unknown mutant into the fray, igniting conflict. The result? Our members perished, including Colonel Hendry." With that, Dex slammed his hand down on the table with force. Bang! The sudden noise startled McKeon, who had not anticipated such a display of anger from the minister that day. The fact that Sebastian Shaw had been rescued by his subordinates left McKeon questioning whether the Sentinels could hope to defeat Shaw once more. Observing McKeon's bewildered expression, Dex relayed the grim news from the prison. Upon learning that Shaw had escaped, McKeon finally grasped the reason behind his minister's ire. Shaw had been instigating their war with the Russians, and just when they had managed to defeat and capture him, he had now slipped through their fingers once again. McKeon was acutely aware of the effort it had taken to apprehend Shaw previously. Now, with Charles and Eric having parted ways, it seemed implausible for the remaining young students at the academy to capture Shaw again. "Well, we might still have a chance with Eric. He harbors a grudge against Shaw," McKeon suggested. No sooner had he spoken than Rex delivered a powerful kick to him, showing no restraint. The force of the blow nearly toppled McKeon. "And what of the lives lost? Who will compensate for those tragedies?" Rex demanded. Before their departure, Eric and his companions unleashed a wave of violence that irrevocably severed ties with their adversaries. Even Rex contemplated that rekindling his connection with Eric might not be an unwise choice. Yet, considering the well-being of the entire department, such a course of action was rendered impossible. What, then, should we do now? Observing the minister's demeanor, McKeon found himself at a loss for direction. He suggested that Charles expedite the reformation of the Sentinels, suppressing Eric's warrant for the time being. After some contemplation, Rex realized he had no immediate strategy to confront Sebastian Shaw. Thus, he could only afford to delay. It was essential to see if Charles could indeed gather the so-called Sentinels once more, for their focus could not be diverted to Eric while dealing with Shaw's threat. Otherwise, should Sebastian Shaw stir up trouble, other departments would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. As the group engaged in discussion, Eric, accompanied by a cadre of mutants, arrived at a desolate mountain, designating it as their temporary stronghold. It would not be long before a warrant for their arrest would be issued. "What are your plans moving forward?" Raven inquired, standing at the precipice beside Alec. She was utterly indifferent to the warrant, as long as she wished to remain concealed. No outsider could ever locate her. However, Eric and the multitude of mutants he had gathered were far less discreet, their numbers exceeding 30, making concealment a daunting task. In recent times, I have delved into the Hellfire Club, which can also be regarded as a mutant organization akin to Charles's Sentinels. Upon Alex's return, Charles and his associates became privy to information regarding the Hellfire Club. Undoubtedly, Eric was the most invested in this matter. In his eyes, the Hellfire Club represented a flourishing organization, one that far surpassed Charles's in success. Were it not for the existence of his nemesis, Sebastian Shaw, Eric would have sought to experience the Hellfire Club firsthand. However, you must recognize that you and the Hellfire Club differ fundamentally. Their influence has been cultivated over centuries. Raven discerned Eric's aspiration to establish a mutant organization, yet she understood that the Hellfire Club was not comparable to theirs. The Hellfire Club boasted a significant number of ordinary individuals, each wielding considerable power. Even though Sebastian Shaw was currently instigating conflict, only he bore the brunt of the warrant. The Hellfire Club maintained its facade as merely an aristocratic society in the eyes of outsiders. "I understand, but I refuse to heed humanity's commands as Charles does. I shall make them aware that I am not to be trifled with." Eric was acutely aware of the chasm that lay between him and the Hellfire Club, yet he remained resolute in his ambition to establish a mutant organization. He harbored his own ideals, insisting that mutants should not be mere instruments of humanity. Rather, they deserved to be revered. This sentiment marked the deepest discord between Eric and Charles, both yearning for a harmonious coexistence between humans and mutants. However, Eric could not abide by a reality in which he was perpetually constrained by humanity and compelled to serve them. Yet, did this not only serve to deepen the animosity between mutants and humans? Raven, merely listening, could foresee the growing rift between Eric and humanity. Wasn't Charles still present? A significant portion of Eric's fervor stemmed from his belief that, when matters reached an irrevocable point, Charles would surely choose to aid him. One could only hope. Observing Eric, Raven found herself at a loss for words. She had witnessed Charles's transformation during this time and struggled to comprehend his actions, feeling as though the man she once knew was fading away. "My organization shall henceforth be known as the Brotherhood of Mutants," Eric declared earnestly. Glancing at the raucous individuals below, "For those who join us are our brethren. Although Eric lacked a definitive vision for the future, the notion of rallying more mutants had begun to take root in his mind. I plan to wander and explore. I have lingered by Charles's side for far too long, and I yearn to discover my own ideals. With two companions harboring grand aspirations, Raven too felt an urge to traverse the world, though she was engulfed in uncertainty regarding her own path. Chapter 134. After rescuing Sebastian Shaw, Leech escorted her back to the cruise ship. The mutants aboard the vessel erupted in excitement upon seeing Sebastian Shaw. After all, compared to the somewhat unfamiliar White King, Sebastian Shaw, the Black King, inspired a greater sense of reassurance. At that moment, Leech had little desire to engage in conversation and was preoccupied with the recent achievement of a new sign-in. Upon entering the lounge alone, she proceeded to sign in. Reward: superhuman strength. Astonished by this reward, Leech found herself at a loss for words. It was, after all, the strength of a superhero. The significance of a superhero needs no elaboration, akin to a favored child of the family next door. Leech had learned that in the newly released narrative, the superhero had regained his powers while imprisoned in a sunless realm, relying solely on the sun that resided within his heart. The extraordinary powers acquired by Li Chi are equally remarkable. He possesses the fundamental strengths of Superman, an indestructible physique, superhuman strength, incredible speed, and the ability to fly, all of which are among the most exceptional attributes. Upon his emergence, he immediately reached the pinnacle of Superman's golden age, requiring no gradual exposure to sunlight. Furthermore, he effortlessly mastered super hearing and supervision, enabling him to perceive sounds from any location on Earth and to witness anything in sight. Beyond supervision, his optical capabilities include heat vision, more potent than laser beams. His super sneeze possesses the potential to obliterate an entire solar system, while his super breath can immobilize adversaries, conjure hurricanes, alter weather patterns, and even extinguish stars. These abilities, once exclusive to the Silver Age Superman, have now manifested within Li Chi. In addition, he inherited a myriad of lesser-known powers such as super calculation, super kissing, super weaving, super ventriloquism, super gardening, super precognition, super friction, and super disguise. Most significantly, Li Chi acquired Superman's most formidable trait, an unlimited potential for growth. He will become stronger with each day he lives. With his newfound powers, Li Chi exhibited his terrifying prowess. Merely levitating caused an entire cargo ship to tremble. As he soared onto the deck, onlookers were drawn to him in awe. The sky transformed into a fiery crimson, and an inexplicable energy surged toward Li Chi. It was the Phoenix Force. Upon witnessing this gathered energy, Li Chi was somewhat surprised. The Phoenix Force had chosen him over Jean Grey, yet upon reflection, this seemed entirely reasonable, given that his current strength far surpassed that of the young girl. Li Chi did not reject the Phoenix Force, recognizing it as a power of multiversal caliber. As he absorbed the Phoenix Force into his being, his abilities surged to unprecedented heights. In just half an hour, Li Chi had perfectly mastered the Phoenix Force. He understood that the Phoenix Force originated from the primordial universe, birthed at the dawn of all things, embodying chaos and immortality, existing as both eternal and ephemeral. It symbolizes the essence of life and emotional power, transcending the confines of the multiverse. Unlike the fragments possessed by Jean, Li Chi's formidable body allowed him to contain more than half of the Phoenix Force, endowing him with extraordinary capabilities. The Phoenix, as the embodiment of primordial cosmic life and emotion, possesses the highest level of perception and intuition, bestowing upon Li Chi the ability to sense all things. In addition to the core power of the Phoenix, Li Chi wields extraordinary mental abilities that enable him to accomplish anything he desires. At this moment, he embodies omniscience and omnipotence, able to freely witness all that has transpired and all that is yet to come. He can also manifest any action he wishes. To describe Li Chi as a god of creation would not be an exaggeration, for the sole vulnerability of the Phoenix's power is compensated by Li Chi's indomitable steel form. Observing the mutant world, Li Chi glimpses the future of this realm. Due to his existence, mutants have become a revered race, growing increasingly powerful, eventually achieving the ability to traverse the multiverse. With this understanding, Li Chi refrains from interfering in the affairs of this universe, instead utilizing his multiverse transference ability to return to the Marvel world. Upon his arrival, a sudden upheaval occurred for Wanda, who remained in Serbia. In an instant, she successfully mastered the chaotic force, with a torrent of memories flooding her mind. In a flash, Wanda appeared at Li Chi's side, possessing the power of omniscience and omnipotence. Li Chi comprehended the transformation unfolding within Wanda. His own abrupt empowerment had prompted a future version of Wanda to awaken the Wanda of this era. It seems our powers have compelled even the gods of creation to relinquish their hold. As Li Chi returned to the Marvel world, He sensed the intricate web of causality that once connected this realm vanish in an instant. The means left behind by the 5 original gods of creation on Earth had entirely faded, with entities such as Agamotto, the Beast, and Deadpool departing from this world. Due to the strength of Li Qi and Wanda, this realm had tacitly come under their dominion. Indeed, while pondering their future endeavors, they unexpectedly found themselves elevated to the status of creator gods. Observing the bewildered Eren and others in Serbia, Li Qi could not help but smile. In that moment, the Phoenix's power and the strength of Superman erupted forth, and Wanda, as if already aware of Li Qi's intentions, similarly unleashed her chaotic force. Serbia ascended from the earth, with Li Qi and Wanda's figures manifesting amidst it. Fear not, our power is so immense that the earth can no longer bear it. I shall carry Serbia into the cosmos. Though his voice was but a whisper, it resonated throughout the entirety of the earth. Some individuals, filled with longing, eagerly wished to emigrate to Serbia. Upon her recent return to Earth, Carol gazed in bewilderment at the ascending Serbia, casting a perplexed glance towards Nick Fury, as if to convey, "You expect me to contend with this individual?" Serbia gradually departed from Earth, soaring to the zenith of the 9 realms. Under Odin's watchful gaze, Li Qi secured Serbia at the pinnacle of the realms. "From now on, let us reside here," Li Qi spoke softly, addressing the crowd behind him.